Line. A Tasmanian devil brings fun and frustration to a tour down under. We'll introduce you to this viral sensation, Neil the Seal. It is Wednesday, December 20th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Jessica Layton. New developments in the decision sending shockwaves through the 2024 election this morning. The Colorado Supreme Court is kicking former President Donald Trump off the primary ballot for violating the Constitution. The justices cited the 14th Amendment, finding that Mr. Trump engaged in insurrection with his role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. NBC's Bree Jackson is in Washington. Morning. Bree, the Trump campaign, as we all figured, is already fighting back.
That's right. Good morning, Jessica. Donald Trump's team is poised to take the case before the nation's high court. The Trump campaign called it a completely flawed decision in a statement, vowing a swift appeal. A campaign spokesperson saying they have full confidence the U.S. Supreme Court will rule in their favor. And while the Colorado State Supreme Court ruled Mr. Trump is disqualified to hold office again, they put the decision on hold until January 4th to allow for further appeals. The decision is the first of its kind. Similar challenges in other states have proven unsuccessful so far, but nearly a dozen more still have challenges pending, and the ruling could have major implications for those cases. And it could all but force the country's highest court to decide the question for all 50 states, something that even Trump's GOP rivals are not comfortable with.
We don't need to have judges making these decisions. We need voters to make these decisions. But the last thing we want is judges telling us who can and can't be on the ballot.
I do not believe Donald Trump should be prevented from being president of the United States by any court. I think he should be prevented from being president of the United States by the voters of this country.
This legal bombshell comes a month before the Iowa caucuses and the first votes of the 2024 election year. Mr. Trump was in Iowa last night, but did not mention the Colorado ruling while speaking to his supporters. Jessica?
A lot of new developments there. Bree, thank you. Meanwhile, former President Trump is also facing backlash from members of his own party after saying that immigrants are, quote, poisoning the blood of the United States. These comments from the Republican presidential frontrunner were condemned by several GOP members of the Senate, including Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, as well as Trump's 2024 rival, Chris Christie, who called them disgusting. Trump, who made the remarks at a weekend campaign event in New Hampshire, used similar language at a Tuesday night event in Iowa while talking about illegal border crossings. When asked about the criticisms, a Trump campaign spokesperson pointed to the number of senators that support Trump's bid for re-election. There is sadness and anger in Chicago this morning after a little boy died after falling from a shelter in the city. Jean Carlos Martinez was only 5 years old. The mayor of Chicago now laying part of the blame on the southern states, calling their policy of busing migrants north evil. Gabe Gutierrez has the story.
Migrant advocates are reeling after the death of 5-year-old Jean Carlos Martinez.
We're heartbroken for the loss of this baby.
After days of being sick, he was found unresponsive in a temporary migrant shelter in Chicago.
2241 South Halsted. Ambulance 4 is requesting CPD as soon as possible for a child with cardiac arrest.
Martinez was rushed to the hospital, but later died. Fire department confirming to NBC Chicago that several other people at the shelter were hospitalized with high fevers, including a 1-year-old girl, a 4-year-old girl, and an 18-year-old woman.
We can see a lot of these kids that are sick. They don't have any coats, they don't have shoes.
This mother is staying at that shelter. The truth is, the conditions are quite alarming because we also have small children, she says.
Of course, we're providing support for the family, and we are obviously deeply sorry and hurt by this loss.
Chicago's mayor does not blame the city or its policies for the child's death.
They're showing up sick. Do you hear me? They're showing up sick.
He points the finger at southern states who he says are not communicating with Chicago about when migrants are coming and where they're being dropped off.
They're just dropping all people anywhere. Do you understand how raggedy and how evil that is?
Since May, nearly 500 buses have arrived in Chicago with migrants. Martinez's death, yet another flashpoint, as the Biden administration draws criticism from some big city mayors over the federal government's response.
What would the White House say to his family?
That's devastating. A child dying, anyone dying, is devastating. And I know that the president feels the same way. This is why we have taken this very seriously from day one when it comes to dealing with a broken immigration system.
In New York, the number of migrants is now up to more than 150,000. And now many of those families living in the city's emergency shelter system are being told they need to clear out just after Christmas.
Yo le dije a mi hijo que aprovechen, disfruten el hotel, que estamos con un techo ahorita, porque ya nos van a mandar. Ya nos van a mandar y vamos a estar ya a dormir en el tren o en la calle. Y mi hijo solo se puso a llorar y dijo, tengamos fe.
Some advocates protesting at City Hall, demanding that migrants be allowed to stay in shelters through the winter.
Education is the right time.
Listen, I've been on protests. When they finish protesting, they should start volunteering. We have a lot of needs. If they say don't do the 60-day rule, give me an alternative. Because we've been open to ideas.
Our thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for that report. After several Israeli or Israel-bound ships were attacked in the Red Sea by the Yemeni Houthi group, the U.S. is now announcing a new naval coalition to defend commercial vessels that are passing through the key trade route. For the latest on this, let's go live to Claudio Luvango. Claudio, good morning. What countries are taking part in this alliance?
Good morning, Jessica. Well, the U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin gave an initial list of countries that will participate in this international maritime coalition. I'll read it to you. Britain, Bahrain, Canada, France, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, the Seychelles, and Spain. Now, what stands out from this initial list is the fact that Bahrain is the only country from the Middle East that is taking part, but Austin has called for other countries to participate. What they'll do is they will protect commercial vessels sailing through the Suez Canal from attacks by the Houthi rebels from Yemen, who've been launching drones and missiles at them in recent weeks, disrupting, of course, global trade because shipping companies have taken the alternative route as a consequence around Africa, adding, of course, a lot of many days of navigation as well as rising costs. Now, when it comes to the war in Gaza, this is why the Houthis said that they were attacking the ships because of the war in Gaza. On the front of the war in Gaza, the Israeli military said that they have now taken control of the Jabalia refugee camp and that they have dismantled the Hamas forces around that area. But the Gaza Health Ministry said that that came at a high cost in terms of civilian lives because 100 people, they say, were killed in that fighting, bringing the total death toll to nearly 20,000 since the start of the war. Jessica?
All right, Claudio, thank you. Several northeastern states are still under flood alerts this morning after the extraordinary storm event earlier this week. In many places, rivers are still close to overflowing, with rescue crews ferrying people left stranded by floodwaters to safety. Our Emily Ikeda reports from the flood zone.
First responders fanning out across a battered Northeast as lingering floodwaters from Monday's monstrous storm continue stranding families.
We see with the water starting to crest now, it's going to only get worse before it gets better.
With parts of Maine and New Jersey under states of emergency. Michelle called for help when water rose around her home with her sister still inside.
What's going through your mind? It's traumatic. The water's disgusting. And I want her safe.
We followed the water rescue team to the family's doorstep.
And getting through the flood water as quick as possible with minimal time within the water.
The 14-year-old climbing to safety before she was met by a warm embrace back on dry ground.
It's a stark contrast. A sunny day paired with flooded roadways. Even without rain, parts of the Passaic River could remain in flood stage through at least Friday.
Floodwaters blocking fire trucks from reaching this burning home. Across the Northeast, at least 5 people died from falling trees and flooding, including a 76-year-old woman who was swept away in New York.
Vehicles completely submerged at this time.
Several 100,000 are still without power in New England. and it could be a couple days of cold temperatures before it's completely restored.
You get 3/4 of the way down a street, you got to turn around, go the other way, wires hanging.
With a massive cleanup ahead, an early start to holiday travel snarled by blocked off and even collapsed roads. At airports, travelers relieved to find fewer flight cancellations.
During Christmas time, yeah, it's nerve-wracking coming with everybody, and you just got to be on your toes and make sure you're there early.
But a record week of air travel could turn turbulent later this week when a deluge of rain is set to hit the West Coast.
Our thanks to Emily for that report. And while the East is trying to dry out, the West is now facing its own round of severe storms. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking the rain and snow on the way. Angie, not good for those commuting for Christmas.
Definitely not. And it's going to be mainly focused across portions of the Southwest. Jessica, good morning to you. We've got those flood alerts already up. For 22 million people, they extend from San Luis Obispo all the way down through Santa Barbara, Los Angeles included, and as far south as San Diego. So a big chunk of California, of course, included in this as we gear up for a couple of days where we see heavy rain and the potential for some snow across portions of the mountains. There's that system that we're going to watch as we look ahead to tomorrow. You can see mainly focused again towards portions of Southern California, bringing more rain onshore, and then eventually moving into portions of the desert Southwest. It'll spread to Arizona, Nevada, and leave us with the potential for some delays. There's those airports that I think we should watch tomorrow and Friday. There could be difficulty driving on the 5, the 15. We'll see Las Vegas, LA, and San Diego airports have the potential for some travel as far as the delays as far as air travel goes for those spots. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 46 degrees today with full sunshine in Indianapolis, mid-50s for Kansas City with a whole lot of clouds overhead. Santa Fe to Albuquerque deals with mostly cloudy skies, mid-60s to upper 60s for portions of central Texas, and headed to the upper 70s for Corpus Christi today. And that's a look at your forecast, Jessica. Back
All
to
right,
you.
a lot going on, Angie. Thank you. Well, even the cosmos are decorating for the holiday season. NASA captured a brilliant green star cluster using images from its Chandra X-ray Observatory. Check this out. The green gas holds young stars that are between 1 and 5 million years old. The nebula sits about 2,500 light years away from our iconic Rockefeller tree. The resemblance is clear in NASA's animation showing the blue and white stars blinking, just like the lights on a Christmas tree. Up next, will New York be the next state to tackle reparations for black residents and why Jets fans may have to wait longer to see Aaron Rodgers?
I'd be definitely pushing the play.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
Leading the news, New York Governor Kathy Hochul just signed a bill that will create the country's third statewide task force to look at whether reparations can be made to descendants of enslaved people. The commission will examine how much the federal and state government supported slavery, as well as the ongoing effects on Black New Yorkers. New York joins California and Illinois in these efforts. A federal judge is allowing the removal of a Confederate memorial at Arlington National Cemetery. Last night's decision came a day after work was stopped to remove the divisive statue. A judge said the group trying to stop its removal failed to show it was in the public interest to leave it in place. The statue was commissioned back in 1914. That was nearly 50 years after the end of the Civil War. And a nearly year-long blockade on military promotions is finally over. On Tuesday, the Senate confirmed the last of the service members whose appointments were held up by Alabama Republican Tommy Tuberville. The senator had been blocking votes on the nomination since February in protest of the Pentagon's policies on abortion for service members. Tuberville faced bipartisan backlash and dropped his hold on more than 400 military nominees earlier this month. The DoD abortion policy remains in place. Still to come, two things the Jets won't be getting for Christmas: a playoff appearance and the second coming of Aaron Rodgers. The quarterback's recovery update right after this.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News Special Report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
If I was 100% today, I'd be definitely pushing to play. But the fact is, I'm not. I've been working hard to get closer to that. But I'm still, 14 weeks tomorrow from my surgery, and being medically cleared as 100% healed is just not realistic at 14 weeks.
Aaron Rodgers is playing it safe for the rest of his NFL season. On ESPN Tuesday, the New York Jets quarterback indicated that even though he's had a pretty quick recovery from his Achilles injury, he likely won't take the field for the last 3 games of the season. Rodgers cited his own health and the Jets' elimination from the playoff this past weekend for the decision. Turning now to another New York quarterback. Being a wise guy, Giants quarterback Tommy DeVito paid a visit Tuesday to a pizzeria in Morristown, New Jersey. The venue had initially booked the rookie sensation to drop by for an autograph signing, but backed out after his agent upped the price following the Giants' win over the Packers last week. According to the New York Post, DeVito dropped by the pizza shop to make amends for the situation, and he agreed to a return appearance in January. Now to that continued fallout from Florida State's college football playoff snub. Sources tell ESPN the controversial decision is making the Seminoles consider their long-term future as part of the ACC. Despite their undefeated season and being crowned conference champions, FSU was narrowly omitted from the 4-team playoff bracket earlier this month, and that led to nationwide outcry. The move would follow other recent criticisms of the ACC by the school, like issues over revenue distribution. Coming up on Early Today, Southwest and its pilots union have cleared the runway for a new 5-year deal to take off. And we'll tell you where travelers may get the first taste of Chick-fil-A on Sundays.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with what you need to know early today. After months of negotiations, Southwest Airlines and its pilots union have reached a preliminary contract agreement. The union says the 5-year deal is worth $12 billion. More than 300,000 air fryers have been recalled over a potential burn hazard. The Power XL Vortex dual basket air fryers made by Empower Brands were sold nationwide from August 2021 to October of this year. And a new bill in New York would require Chick-fil-A's on the state's thruway rest stops to open 7 days a week, challenging the company's long-standing policy of being closed on Sundays.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh fly
inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
A moment of sheer joy for Britain's loneliest sheep. The woolly farm animal Fiona spent more than 2 years stranded at the bottom of a Scottish cliff until local farmers there took on a daring rescue operation. As Ellison Barber tells us, the kayaker who first spotted Fiona is reuniting with that sheep.
It was a call just like this that brought Fiona the sheep into the spotlight.
This sheep is special. There's no other way to describe it.
For over 2 years, Fiona the sheep looked like this, scruffy and overgrown, stranded at the bottom of a steep Scottish cliff. Kayaker Jill Turner snapping these pictures that captured the public's imagination.
And of course she ran along the shore because it's a very rocky shore, but you know, there are some flat areas she can jump across, and she followed us right to the edge.
Newspapers dubbing Fiona Britain's loneliest sheep. Not long after, a group of Scottish farmers organized a daring rescue.
She's happy enough, isn't she? You're all right.
Fiona winched up hundreds of feet to safety.
Well, being terrified of heights and of dying, I was very, very relieved, I must admit. But even more relieved that we got her up there without her, having any issues.
Her overgrown coat sheared off. Fiona now settling into her new life at the Dalscone Fun Farm.
We're going to start socialising with her, get her, hopefully she'll start eating out of her hand, and she'll start just getting used to people as well.
Hello everyone, it is Farmer Ben speaking, and welcome to another Facebook Live from Dalscone.
Farmer Ben live streaming updates to eager Fiona fans on Facebook, recently sharing this full circle moment.
I have some big news regarding Fiona, and I'll put some pictures up later on about this as well. We had the lovely Jill Turner come and see us, who actually found Fiona. She is the kayaker who found Fiona in the first place all those weeks ago.
Britain's loneliest sheep, now living a life full of friendship.
It was lovely for her, and it was quite a heartfelt moment to actually see her, meet her in person, face to face and up close, and get to feed her and see how well Fiona's doing. So that was lovely. That was absolutely lovely.
Our thanks to Ellison Barber for that report. And another animal attracting attention, Tasmania's own Neil the seal. Neil is a 1,300-pound elephant seal whose antics have gone viral. He's been spotted attacking traffic cones and fences, even charging at people. The young seal is also known for his mid-road naps. There are safety concerns for Neil and the neighbors. Fully grown male elephant seals can reach up to 16 feet in length, weigh more than 7,500 pounds, and are very territorial. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Wednesday. Donald Trump fighting to keep his name on the ticket after a bombshell ruling. Colorado's Supreme Court ordering the Republican frontrunner be removed from the 2024 primary ballot for, quote, engaging in the insurrection on January 6th. We're live with how the decision could reshape the entire election. A showdown in the Red Sea, escalating tensions in the Middle East. The new task force dedicated to stopping rebel attacks on ships. A shocking story on Capitol Hill. A Senate staffer fired over X-rated accusations in a congressional hearing room. The senator he worked for now breaking his silence this morning. Racing against the clock, how Apple is fighting back against a ban on its popular watches just before Christmas. And it just might be the deal of the century, a $4 thrift store find selling for 6 figures at auction. It is Wednesday, December 20th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, and thanks for joining us. I'm Jessica Layton. New developments this morning in the decision that is sending shockwaves through the 2024 election. The Colorado Supreme Court kicking former President Donald Trump off the primary ballot for violating the Constitution. The justices citing the 14th Amendment, finding that Mr. Trump engaged in insurrection with his role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. NBC's Bree Jackson is in Washington, D.C. for us this morning with the latest. Bree, good morning. The Trump campaign is already fighting back.
That's right. Good morning, Jessica. Donald Trump's team is poised to take the case before the nation's high court. The Trump campaign called it a completely flawed decision in a statement, vowing a swift appeal. A campaign spokesperson saying they have full confidence the U.S. Supreme Court will rule in their favor. And while the Colorado Supreme Court ruled Mr. Trump is disqualified to hold office again, they put the decision on hold until January 4th to allow for further appeals. The decision is the first of its kind. Similar challenges in other states have proven unsuccessful so far. But nearly a dozen more still have challenges pending, and the ruling could have major implications for those cases. And it could all but force the court's highest court to decide the question for all 50 states. That's something that even Trump's GOP rivals are not comfortable with.
We don't need to have judges making these decisions. We need voters to make these decisions. But the last thing we want is judges telling us who can and can't be on the ballot.
I do not believe Donald Trump should be prevented from being president of the United States by any court. I think he should be prevented from being president of the United States by the voters of this country.
This legal bombshell comes 1 month before the Iowa caucuses and the first votes of the 2024 election year. Mr. Trump was in Iowa last night, but did not mention the Colorado ruling while speaking to his supporters. Jessica?
All right, Bree, thank you. Other news now, another member of the Proud Boys has been sentenced in connection with the events of January 6th. Charles Donahue, whom the U.S. government described as a trusted lieutenant in the far-right organization, was sentenced to 40 months in prison on Tuesday. Donahue had pleaded guilty to multiple charges, including conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. He had cooperated with the government on the seditious conspiracy case brought against members of the Proud Boys, including Chairman Enrique Tarrio, who was sentenced earlier this year. Israel says it now controls the Jabalia refugee camp in the north of the enclave and says that Hamas in that area has been, quote, dismantled. But Gaza's health ministry says around 100 civilians were killed in the fighting for Jabalia, bringing the death toll among Palestinians now to nearly 20,000. Meanwhile, the U.S. is putting together a coalition to try and combat the targeting of Israel-linked or Israeli-bound ships in the Red Sea. Richard Engel has the latest.
The cargo giant Maersk joined BP in halting traffic through the Red Sea in response to attacks by the Iranian-backed Yemeni militia known as the Houthis, who have hijacked and fired on several ships. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin in Bahrain, home of the U.S. Fifth Fleet, announced the formation of a 10-nation coalition to defend the Red Sea. But the Houthis vow to keep attacking ships until Israel ends its blockade of Gaza. The showdown sending oil prices up again. The Palestinian Islamic Jihad put out a video of 2 Israeli men it's holding hostage. Hamas released a video of 3 elderly hostages taken under duress. The man on the right is 83-year-old Yoram Metzger. His son Guy told us he takes comfort in knowing his father is alive, but worries about his treatment by Hamas.
He looks very, very tired. He looks very sick. Also his friends. We are really, really worried about their condition.
He says the Israeli government should do more to get a deal to free the hostages.
You don't have confidence in Prime Minister Netanyahu's efforts?
Do you think I should have confidence in President Netanyahu after what's happened in the 7th of October?
The Gaza Strip is at a breaking point as Israel attacks Hamas. Aid groups say 2.3 million Palestinians are paying an unbearable price. Mahmoud Zaghroub was in a hospital in Rafah, injured by an Israeli strike, when doctors brought him the bodies of his son and 2-week-old daughter, Aisha. The World Health Organization described the situation in Gaza's hospitals as beyond belief and unconscionable.
Our thanks to Richard for that report this morning. Well, this morning, Texas is facing backlash over a new law that lets state and local cops arrest migrants. The president of Mexico is accusing Texas Governor Greg Abbott of using the harsh measure as a ploy to try to become the vice presidential candidate on the Republican ballot next year. He also said at the press conference, "Tell our countrymen and migrants that we are going to defend them," without specifying how. Abbott's office did not respond to a request for comment. Shocking allegations now coming to light against a former Senate staffer, a legislative aide to Maryland Senator Ben Cardin, accused of having sex on video in a Senate hearing room. Shail Kapoor reports on the reaction from that staffer's former boss and possible charges that the aide could be facing.
The sex scandal rocking the U.S. Senate. A legislative aide to Maryland Senator Ben Cardin out of a job after a video first published by conservative outlet The Daily Caller alleged to show him having sex in a Senate hearing room used for Supreme Court confirmations and high-profile hearings.
I was angry, disappointed. It's a breach of trust.
Senator Cardin confirming to NBC News that staffer Aiden Mazie Soropsky is no longer a Senate employee, but refusing to discuss details of the case or say if he was fired. Capitol Police are now investigating the incident for possible criminal activity.
The only issue that could potentially be at play would involve the location. If a court would decide this hearing room to be a public place, well, there are also laws there that prevent this type of behavior in a public forum.
Mazie Soropsky responding to the allegations in a statement on his LinkedIn account, which has since been deleted, saying, "I have been attacked for who I love to pursue a political agenda. While some of my actions in the past have shown poor judgment, I love my job and would never disrespect my workplace." He did not respond to a request for additional comment.
There does not appear to be any precedent happening federally in the Senate or Congress or the Capitol. These would only be misdemeanors. So that means jail time, maximum of a few months, but unlikely if he doesn't have a criminal past, and likely just a fine.
The video, reportedly published in a private online group for gay men, has not been independently verified by NBC News. But Republicans now seizing on the incident. Georgia Congressman Mike Collins posting this image, comparing the video to the desecration of the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, 2021.
Our thanks to Sahil Kapoor for that report. Now to Iceland, where the spectacular but potentially dangerous eruption of a volcano is continuing to spread lava that could really threaten nearby communities. Miguel Almaguer has the story.
The incredible fountains of fire gushed more than 300 feet into the air, igniting the night sky in Iceland. Erupting Monday, the astonishing display of fire and fury continues to pour across the southwestern end of the country, an hour outside the capital of Reykjavik.
It's a once in a lifetime for us.
A 2.5-mile-long fissure is now creating an expansive boiling sea of molten lava, threatening to slowly spread closer to populated regions. But for now, the blanket of fire not yet causing serious damage.
Fascinating to see just nature in action. It's just like something from a movie.
As researchers descend closer to the spouts of fire, this is a magical spectacle, even in a country no stranger to eruptions. After weeks of seismic activity, nearby towns were evacuated days before lava even seeped from the Earth's floor. The flows now slowing.
It is very, very powerful in the beginning. It's going to extract the magma very, very fast. And that's why it's going to decline fairly fast.
Still pouring smoke into the air, it doesn't appear this eruption will cause the same havoc a different Icelandic volcano did in 2010. That explosion of fumes and ash grounded much of Europe's air travel for a week. But scientists warn eruptions can be as unpredictable as they are spectacular. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Now to some winter weather out west. There will be snow in the mountains, and it could impact your travel plans. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking these storms for us. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Jessica. We've got a white Christmas on tap for some, not that many, but some. And we've also got a wet one for the travel week ahead. We've already having these flood alerts that are up for 22 million people, stretching across portions of Southern California up into San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara included in this, and stretching all the way down to San Diego. Here's what we're dealing with: a system that's going to inch closer to the coast here over the next 48 hours, it bringing periods of some heavy rain. We'll see some additional snowfall. And then by the time we get into Friday, we know that'll be a busy travel day. We see that spread into portions of the desert Southwest, parts of Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, all included in the potential to see some rain on that day. Here's the areas that I think we'll watch for potential delays tomorrow and into Friday: San Francisco Airport, LA, San Diego, all could see some potential delays, Las Vegas as well. But as far as the white Christmas goes, this area across parts of the Rockies and out west is really the only spot that we're going to see some of that snow. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 49 degrees today in Omaha, hitting the mid-50s in Kansas City, but dealing with a lot of clouds overhead. Mid-60s for Dallas and San Angelo. We'll head to 67 degrees in Amarillo. Temperatures a little cooler for New Mexico, ending up at 48 degrees with cloudy conditions for Santa Fe. And that's a look at your forecast. Jessica, back to you.
Thanks, Angie. One lucky lottery player could spend this holiday season nearly $600 million richer. The Powerball jackpot has risen to an estimated $572 million after there was no winner in Monday night's drawing. This is the fourth Powerball jackpot to reach more than $500 million this year. And the next drawing is tonight. That would be nice the week of Christmas. Coming up, the $4 thrift store find that sold for 6 figures. But first, why Apple is racing against the clock to get its watches back on store shelves.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive.
Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious. Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
If you've got an Apple Watch on your holiday shopping list, don't wait too long. The company is pausing sales of the devices just days before Christmas. Christine Romans explains why.
Apple, facing accusations of patent infringement, is about to pull two of its most popular products. At issue, the Apple Watch Series 9 and Ultra 2, all because of the blood oxygen sensor technology inside, a tool medical technology company Masimo says is theirs.
They took our technology, so it's not just a patent infringement, it's also a trade secret theft.
In October, the International Trade Commission sided against Apple, issuing an import ban on some of its watches. The Biden administration has until Christmas Day to overturn the ruling.
Until then, the Series 9 and Ultra 2 Apple Watches will only be available online through Thursday and in stores through the end of the day, Christmas Eve.
After that, Apple says it will pull the items to comply with the ITC ruling, but is vowing to fight back. The company saying Apple strongly disagrees with the order and is pursuing a range of legal and technical options to ensure that Apple Watch is available to customers. The iconic wristwatch, a boost to Apple's bottom line. Since its release in 2015, nearly 250 million have been sold.
It is really important for the Apple Watch to be on sale around the holidays. But what is really devastating here to Apple is that these are the two higher-end models of the Apple Watch.
Trade dispute does not affect older models like the Apple Watch SE, but the popular product's future now in question. Christine Romans, NBC News, New York.
Still to come, call it a tale of two quarterbacks. Aaron Rodgers giving a health update while Tommy DeVito is chowing down at a pizzeria. It's coming up right after this.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling lights.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about?
The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I
commitment to
apologize
Hallie
for the many
Jackson
questions.
will never be questioned.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
If I was 100% today, I'd be definitely pushing to play. But the fact is, I'm not. I've been working hard to get closer to that. But I'm still, 14 weeks tomorrow from my surgery, and being medically cleared as 100% healed is just not realistic at 14 weeks.
Aaron Rodgers playing it safe for the rest of the NFL season. On ESPN Tuesday, the New York Jets quarterback indicating that despite his quick recovery from that Achilles injury, he likely won't take the field for the last 3 games of the regular season. Rodgers cited his own health and the Jets' elimination from playoff contention this past weekend for this decision. Turning now to another New York quarterback being a wise guy, Giants QB Tommy DeVito paid a visit Tuesday to a pizzeria in Morristown, New Jersey. Now, the venue had initially booked the rookie sensation to drop by for an autograph signing, but backed out after his agent upped the price following the Giants' win over the Packers last week. According to the New York Post, DeVito dropped by the pizzeria to make amends for the situation, but agreed to a return appearance in January. And now to the continued fallout from Florida State's college football playoff snub. Sources tell ESPN that the controversial decision is making the Seminoles consider their long-term future as part of the ACC. Despite their undefeated season and being crowned the conference champions, FSU was just narrowly omitted from the 4-team playoff bracket earlier this month, leading to nationwide outcry. While no formal discussions have been held, the move would follow other recent criticisms of the ACC by the school over issues like revenue distribution. When we come back, a new study reveals which automakers have the highest crash rate. And sparkles not included. Our first look at Lego's new Twilight set.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
We're back with what you need to know early today. According to a new study by LendingTree, Tesla has the highest crash rate of any car or truck brand. Researchers found Tesla drivers had 24 accidents per 1,000 drivers from November 2022 to mid-November 2023. The news comes after Tesla recalled over 2 million vehicles because of autopilot issues. Nearly 27,000 pounds of frozen TGI Fridays boneless chicken honey barbecue bites have been recalled due to a possible plastic contamination edition. The products have a best buy date of December 26, 2024, and should be thrown away. California regulators will allow wastewater to be recycled and turned into purified drinking water. It will need to be treated and tested for all pathogens and viruses. California wants to implement this by 2035. And Lego is making a Twilight set. The design features the Cullens house and includes figurines of Carlisle, Bella, Edward, and even Jacob.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer. Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list. That is delicious. Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
A Virginia woman found herself with a prized possession after thrifting an Italian antique from her local Goodwill store. Desiree Montilla from our Richmond affiliate has more on the rare find.
It's a piece that we found together.
All across this shelf.
This piece I found in Florida at a Palm Beach Goodwill.
Jessica Vincent proudly displays her thrift store finds, a love growing as a child from her mom.
She loved to go to yard sales, tag sales, thrift shops, just anywhere where you could maybe get a bargain or find something old for a good price.
Back in June, Vincent and her partner were driving home from work on Route 1 when they stopped by a Goodwill store in Hanover.
We went in and it was a little bit crowded.
But among the crowd, this vase caught Vincent's eye immediately.
As I got close to it, I could see that it was glass and that it was blown glass and that it was just beautiful. We go to the register and the woman she kind of just inspects it a little bit. She's like, $3.99, and I said, perfect.
Vincent took her new treasure home, adding it to her collection, and posted a picture of it on an art glass forum.
Pretty much right away, I got a lot of interest in people, that's a nice find.
But one person recognized the markings, telling Vincent this vase is made of high-end Murano glass, a rare piece from Italy.
He knew exactly who and what it was, and he said, that is a Carlo Scarpa Pinalate, and they are extremely rare.
Months after phone calls and messages, Vincent put the vase up for auction, selling for more than $100,000.
It's like having a winning lottery ticket and not knowing the numbers. Because I just picked up something I loved. I didn't pick it up thinking, oh, this is going to be a really expensive item. I just picked it up thinking, oh, this is going to be beautiful on my shelf. I love it.
The money from the sale will help Vincent pay for renovations at the old farmhouse she recently purchased.
With my partner, NASA, we just started sort of a training farm, and we need more fencing. We need heat in the house.
A trip to the thrift store changing Vincent's life.
It's just very special. Like, I feel so fortunate. It really feels like a Christmas miracle.
Our thanks to Desiree Montilla for that report. Coming up this morning on Today, if you're looking for a last-minute gift, you'll want to hear this. Police are now warning about a surge in what they're calling gift card draining. It's a scam that impacted today's weekend anchor Laura Jarrett, who bought gift cards to give to colleagues only to find the funds drained. That's coming up this morning on Today. Thanks so much for watching early today. I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Wednesday. I'll see you tomorrow.
Right now on Morning News Now, Donald Trump disqualified. This morning, controversy in Colorado now spreading beyond state lines after the Colorado Supreme Court ruled Trump ineligible to run for president because of his role in the January 6th insurrection. We'll break down the first of its kind decision to kick him off the state's primary ballot, plus reaction and why the case could go all the way to the nation's highest court. Also this morning, a battle at the border over an unprecedented surge in migrant crossings.
How much longer can you keep up?
No, we can't. We can't. I don't have the resources. I won't have the space. Where I want to put them.
And in Washington, a stalemate in the Senate over funding for border security. We will bring you the latest. And we're tracking housing market hopes after a tough year for real estate, what buyers and sellers can expect in the new year. Plus, we're talking about success and struggles with Grammy-nominated artist Gayle, who shot to stardom 2 years ago and hasn't stopped since. We get candid about everything from her breakthrough single, mental health challenges, and how it all led to a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to tour with the one and only Taylor Swift. Just imagine how I felt speaking with
no kidding. Who's been there? She has Taylor Swift ties. She has Barbie ties.
I know, and
she is bigger than that.
Truly just so fantastic. I feel like she's my friend now. I just love her. Like I'm so excited to share this conversation.
Looking forward to that conversation. Good morning. Good to have you with us on this Wednesday. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to start our show this morning with this historic legal decision that could have a major impact on the 2024 election.
In an unprecedented ruling yesterday, Colorado Supreme Court disqualified Donald Trump from appearing on the state's upcoming Republican primary ballot because of his alleged role in the January 6th insurrection. It was a 4-3 decision based on a little-known provision in the Constitution, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. It's the first time that provision has been used to rule a presidential candidate ineligible for office. A spokesperson for the Trump campaign called the decision, quote, flawed, and said in part, "We will swiftly file an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court and a concurrent request for a stay of this deeply undemocratic decision. We have full confidence that the U.S. Supreme Court will quickly rule in our favor." NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard and NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos join us now with more on this big breaking story this morning. Vaughn, let's start with you. So walk us through this ruling by Colorado Supreme Court, how it came to this decision.
Number one, this was Section 3 of the 14th Amendment was added to the Constitution after the Civil War to prevent Confederate soldiers or generals from serving in the United States Congress. And I think that that is the important context where you said that this has not been used to rule any candidate ineligible since. But what you saw from the Colorado Supreme Court, this is not the only state where this lawsuit is working its way through the courts, but they are the first to rule against Donald Trump. And in the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, it said whoever incites, sets foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the U.S. or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. Right now, we expect Donald Trump to appeal this to the U.S. Supreme Court. Colorado, their election is on March 5th, so we should expect them to make a decision perhaps before then, but could very well happen after that as well, which would have general election implications.
Danny, let's bring you in here and talk the legal side of this. I mean, just first, what's your reaction to this ruling? Were you surprised by what we saw?
I think objectively, everybody was surprised. If you look at the numbers, virtually every other, about 18 other of these challenges have not been successful. And then you look at the court's opinion itself. It was not unanimous, not by a long shot. It was a pretty close call, and there are some pretty forceful dissents written in this opinion. So this is at the least an issue that reasonable minds, including reasonable judicial minds, disagreed on. And in fact, the opinion even lays out conveniently bullet points on its holdings at the front end of the opinion. And you can guarantee that those are going to be the bullet points that the Trump team is planning to appeal.
So, Danny, those who dissented in this Colorado Supreme Court, they basically cited due process, said, Trump has not been convicted of a crime yet. Is that something that the conservative majority of the U.S. Supreme Court might lean into if the decision is appealed? What could the U.S. Supreme Court do here?
Yes, there's that point. There's the point of, is Donald Trump, is he an officer under the meaning of the 14th Amendment? And when you just look at the text of the 14th Amendment, it's pretty amazing. They list almost every other job in the federal government, including the vice president, except the president. But then there's a catch-all phrase that says any officer who takes an oath. And that catch-all phrase, boy, those catch-all phrases in the law can really vex us. Because, again, it's the framers were simply not clear as to what they wanted. So now we're left hundreds of years later deciding whether or not, when they omitted the word president from the 14th Amendment in that section, the disqualification clause, did they mean to omit the president completely? Or are they saying, hey, look, he's included in the officer who takes an oath category, even if we didn't specifically call him out by name? That's just one example of an appealable issue, and there are many. And now the Supreme Court may decide that the Colorado Supreme Court got everything right and affirm them. But there are a lot of avenues for appeal in this case, and they'll all be looked at what's called de novo. In other words, the Supreme Court is not likely to give a lot of deference to the lower state court. And by lower, I mean the highest state court in the land of Colorado, but a lower court considering the Supreme Court.
Vaughn, let's put a pin in the appeal for a moment. Let's say this decision is upheld. What does that mean for primaries right around the corner, the election itself, and also, should it be upheld, do you think we see this happen elsewhere?
It would most likely, if the U.S. Supreme Court rules against Donald Trump, it would most likely remove him from the ballot in every state across the country. That would upend this in 2024 presidential election. And I think that's where the timing of this, the hypothetical of it, is important, because March 5th, the day of the Colorado primary, is known as Super Tuesday in the Republican primary. About 1/3 of the delegates that are going to go toward deciding who the Republican nominee is are voted on that day. It's not just Colorado voting here. And so if you're the likes of Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis, maybe you see the polling numbers, you were considering getting out of this presidential race. Well, perhaps it's worthwhile to wait around a little bit longer to see how the Supreme Court rules, because next July is when the delegates at the Republican National Convention will choose their presidential nominee. But if the Supreme Court rules that he's ineligible, everything is up in the air for the Republicans at that point.
Vaughn, Danny, thank you so much for kicking us off this hour with some breaking news. We appreciate it.
A Senate bill that would fund security at the southern border and provide billions in aid to Israel and Ukraine is going to have to wait until after the holidays.
Yeah, after hours of closed-door negotiations between lawmakers and the Biden administration, both sides say more time is needed to actually pass legislation. Passing an aid package through Congress was highly unlikely since the House of Representatives is already on holiday recess. Well, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he's optimistic negotiations will continue over the funding bill.
As negotiators work through remaining issues, it is our hope that their efforts will allow the Senate to take swift action on the National Security Supplemental early in the new year. In the time remaining this year, Senate and administration negotiators will continue to work in good faith towards finalizing their agreement.
Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley for the latest here. Good morning to both of you. Ali, I will begin with you. This was really considered to be a long shot effort to pass a funding bill before the Christmas holiday. When we talked yesterday, you didn't sound too optimistic. We didn't necessarily think it was going to happen. So what are we now hearing from Senate leaders as the bill has stalled, at least for now?
Look, they're trying to continue to sound optimistic notes, but it's clear that this is going nowhere fast, and certainly not before the end of the year, as Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer had initially hoped and intended for it to. That's because when they come back in January, they've got a long to-do list. But look, this was always going to be a long shot because there are a few more complicated and thorny political issues in Washington than immigration. You lump that with foreign aid, and you've got a really sticky situation. Here's more of how the Majority Leader was talking about these negotiations and where they go next.
Bipartisan border security negotiations are essential to the Senate's efforts to address critical national security priorities. Our colleagues are making encouraging progress on this front. Challenging issues remain, but we are committed to addressing needs at the southern border and to helping allies and partners confront serious threats in Israel, Ukraine, and the Indo-Pacific.
And so, look, Schumer there again, sounding optimistic, releasing that rare joint statement with his counterpart on the Republican side, Mitch McConnell, who has been clear that they need to get this money out the door to Ukraine and to Israel to continue to support our allies on the world stage. But again, all of this is wrapped up together, and it's not looking like it's going to happen before the end of the year. The Senate should be getting out of town today.
Julia, let's bring you in here. So a U.S. appeals court on Tuesday at least temporarily blocked the Biden administration from destroying a razor wire fencing that's along the U.S.-Mexico border. We know this is something that CBP, that Customs and Border Protection, wanted removed. What more should we know about this ruling and what could happen next?
Well, first I'll tell you about the wire. I've stood right there, especially right along the Rio Grande River in Eagle Pass, Texas. I've been there as hundreds of migrants are coming across. We did that very crossing. Saw over 3,000, that area saw over 3,000 just on Monday. And so what would happen is the Border Patrol would try to cut the razor wire to allow oftentimes women carrying children and people in desperate situations to get across. Texas said, no, you can't cut that wire. We put that there. We're protecting our land. So it's been this question about property rights and also what could be getting in the way of national security and Customs and Border Protection doing their job. So far, this has gone just the same way those border buoys went, where the Western District of Texas says it agrees with the Biden administration that the razor wire needs to be removed, just like the buoys were removed. But then that Fifth Circuit, very conservative appeals court, overrules that and says that, no, the Biden administration can't have these removed. Wire needs to stay where it is. Border Protection can't touch it unless there's some, extreme circumstances. It needs to stay there. And in both cases, we can expect this to go to the Supreme Court and have this showdown over really who's in control here at the southern border and whether or not Texas can put these razor wire or buoys in place.
Allie, let's turn back to Congress on this, but other issues. I mean, when they come back from the holiday break in a couple weeks, it's not just this. It's not just the border issue, which, by the way, is also tied up in this foreign aid funding. Yeah. It's also a looming government shutdown. I mean, how are both of these things going to be tackled?
It's going to be fun. I think for those of us in Congress, we know that it's going to be a busy season. And I think there's also some real skepticism about what they can actually viably get done. Because, yes, these negotiations are continuing. Our understanding is that they'll even continue today. The key negotiators are still in the room having their conversations about what this could look like. But again, even if you start the year with a strong framework that has support on the Senate side, that's nothing to say of how House Republicans will react to the bill that's ultimately brokered. They will, of course, have their own opinions on that. And then the other looming issue that actually has its own deadline is the government shutdown, which is now not going to be done in one phase, but two over the course of January and February. Our understanding from my sources is that we don't even have a top line number for appropriators to be building towards in these 12 key appropriations bills. So we're back to the drawing board on government funding as well. All of these issues are difficult for both parties, but certainly House Republicans have been vehement that they want restrictions on the border in order to go along with foreign funding. And they've been very outspoken about the idea of how the government is funded. If they don't see sufficient cuts or that dreaded word continuing resolution, if that's something that the Speaker actually seriously starts talking about, we could have a whole new set of problems that aren't even officially on the to-do list for this Congress in January.
Allie and I have different definitions of fun. All right, Allie and Julia.
Yes, that's true, yeah.
Well, there is new hope this morning for a second potential ceasefire in the war between Israel and Hamas. Hamas political leaders are in Egypt to discuss how they intend to move forward. Israeli officials say they are also willing to resume negotiations for another humanitarian pause. This all comes as the U.S. faces mounting pressure to persuade Israel to change its military approach in Gaza. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the details.
Good morning. That's right. A couple major headlines that we are watching out of the region. Israel intensified its airstrikes in Gaza overnight. We have some new pictures coming out of the enclave. We also know from the Israeli Air Force, they say they struck Hezbollah militant targets to the north inside Lebanese territory. But the major headline we are watching very closely at this hour is a possible new deal. We know there's been mounting pressure at the negotiating table this week. The CIA director was in Poland, as we reported, meeting with Israeli and Qatari officials this week. Now, earlier this week, the White White House expressed optimism, and there are already the beginning of some very optimistic reports this morning in Israeli press. NBC News has not yet confirmed any deal or anything that the two sides have agreed on yet. Now, this comes as nearly 130 hostages remain inside Gaza. We saw that video Hamas released earlier this week showing 3 elderly hostages, including on the right there, 80-year-old Yoram Metzger. Our Richard Engel spoke with his son Guy. Take a listen.
He looks very, very tired. He looks very sick. Also his friends. We are really, really worried about their condition.
And this morning in Gaza, news strikes in the central city of Deir al-Balah, and the grim milestone of nearly 20,000 people killed inside Gaza since October 7th. That may be reached today, according to the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry. It is day 75. And the other thing we're really watching, especially from Washington, the spillover from this war, also a major concern for the U.S. America is now leading an effort to protect the key Red Sea shipping route against the threats from Iranian-backed Houthi militias based in Yemen. The threat so high that our colleagues actually at NBC are reporting that nearly $35 billion in cargo have been diverted. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Molly, thank you so much.
It was a final farewell for Sandra Day O'Connor, the first woman to ever serve on the Supreme Court. She was honored yesterday at Washington's National Cathedral. President Biden was one of many paying tribute to an icon who empowered generations of women. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has that story.
Gracious and wise, civil and principled,
President Joe Biden at Washington's National Cathedral, paying tribute to the late Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor.
the pioneer in her own right, breaking down the barriers in legal and political worlds.
The first woman to serve on the High Court, eulogized by the Chief Justice, who as a young lawyer helped her prepare for a unanimous Senate confirmation in 1981.
She had to find her own style to cajole, persuade, and unite colleagues when there was no example to follow.
O'Connor was the consensus builder on a deeply divided court, but she resisted the swing vote label.
She would say, "That sounds fickle."
Her biographer recalling how she wooed her colleagues to lunch.
Not to talk about cases or argue over the law, but to get to know each other. She was the glue.
The glue for her family as well, according to her son, Jay.
She did it all, organizing the household, outstanding cooking, grocery shopping, getting the kids where we needed to be, all while still achieving extraordinary things at work.
O'Connor died earlier this month at 93, leaving detailed instructions from the speakers to today's music for her final send-off.
She also wrote her final message to her sons. Our purpose in life is to help others along the way. May you each try to do the same.
Laura Jarrett, NBC News.
What a legacy. Well, heavy rain and snow are expected to hit the West Coast thanks to a brewing weather system.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman has latest forecast. Angie, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, guys. We've got a couple things to talk about, and it comes in the form of rain, snow, and wind, and it's mainly focused on the West Coast over the next couple of days. Right now, though, we have 22 million people included in these flood alerts that are up. That bright green is a flood watch. It does include major cities of San Diego, Los Angeles, and all the way up into San Luis Obispo. This is going to be something that you see last likely through the day today, potentially into tomorrow, as we have a couple of different waves of rain working close to the California coast. Here's the deal right now. You can see the radar across the southwest. We've got some showers happening across parts of Arizona and definitely up and down the coast of California. And there's more to come. There's the system that we're going to watch inch closer to the coast here over the next 48 hours. It brings a couple periods of heavy rain. It'll bring some additional snowfall up through the Sierras and such. And by the time we get through basically Thursday and into Friday, we have the potential to see mudslides, especially on those burn scar areas, and the flooding concern. Now, that rain will eventually spread into parts of the desert southwest as we get into Friday, late especially. That will impact folks in southern Nevada and Arizona. So it'll be there that we'll watch for some impacts when it comes to travel as we get into Friday. But some of these places across portions of California could pick up to 10 inches of rain. So again, the mudslides and the flooding concern will be real over the next couple of days. We've got the potential for 2 feet of snow, but that mostly comes at the higher elevations, and that lasts through Friday. This is the area, though, that we're going to watch for that potential for the debris flows, like I said, in the burn scar areas, Santa Barbara, LA, right in those mountains near there. Here's the travel impacts, though. I think if you're traveling tomorrow or Friday on the roads, it's going to be the 5, the 15, those spots, maybe across portions of Arizona, Interstate 10. But then the airports, we could see some iffy conditions in Seattle and Portland because of rain, guys, but it's really those California airports that are going to have trouble, including in that Phoenix, too.
You didn't want to go home for Christmas, did you?
Stop it.
It's long.
Are you jinxing her?
Say that.
I think
I do know the 5 and the 15
right?
well, though, so it sounds like it won't be.
Those are always a mess anyway.
Exactly. Thanks so much. Much more to come here on Morning News Now later this hour. It's sophisticated technology with complicated consequences. We're going to look back at what has been a huge year for AI.
Up first, though, when we come back, Ukraine's president getting candid about the state of the war with Russia, what he had to say in a rare end-of-the-year address. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
We are back with breaking news out of New Jersey, where a TV news helicopter crashed, killing 2 people on board.
Yeah, the crash happened in Hamilton in southern New Jersey, where officials say Chopper 6, which flies for the ABC affiliate station in Philadelphia, crashed early this morning. The pilot and a photographer were both killed in the crash. No names have been released as family members are still being notified. Our condolences to everyone at the station.
Thinking of those families of journalists. Let's return to the Biden administration's efforts to get Congress Congress to authorize that additional $60 billion in aid to Ukraine. The money would help Ukraine's military with supplies and fund humanitarian aid efforts for people displaced by the violence. At a press conference in Kyiv, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told reporters that he needs the money to train an additional 500,000 troops as Russia promises to not give up what they say is theirs. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber has more.
The war in Ukraine is far from over, but one of the most significant streams of aid could be coming to an end. A dire warning from the White House. Money to support the war in Ukraine is out.
We have one more security assistance package available to us before the end of this year, before we run out of replenishment authority to replenish the stocks and the inventories.
And unless Congress approves additional aid before the end of the year, the United States will not be able to send Ukraine support it so desperately needs. The U.S. has already allocated more than $100 billion to Ukraine, military and humanitarian aid, since Russia launched its full-scale invasion in early 2022.
We can't let Putin win.
But President Biden wants Congress to approve another $60 billion. Republicans are skeptical and say they won't approve more funding without changes to the U.S.'s border and immigration policies. Ukraine is desperate. A top general told Reuters they've already had to scale back some military operations. At a 2-hour press conference, President Volodymyr Zelensky flatly denied suggestions that Ukraine is losing this war, but acknowledged the challenges of fighting a nation with significantly more resources, from weapons to troop levels.
And I'm confident that the United States will not let us down, and what we have agreed in the United States will be fulfilled in full.
Last week, Ukraine's former defense minister, Andriy Zahornyuk, told NBC News it's disappointing that internal politics in the U.S. are impacting Ukraine.
And we understand that there is a political process and so on. It's just like they need to remember that every day or months of delayed assistance, that's somebody's lives on stake. That the fact that some politicians don't realize that, that's quite concerning, I have to say.
Meanwhile, Russia is carrying on. President Vladimir Putin claims he is willing to negotiate and talk about Ukraine, but accused the U.S. of, quote, dragging Russia and Europe into this conflict on purpose.
Our thanks to Ellison Barber for that story. More international news now, starting with that volcano in Iceland we told you about yesterday, still erupting this morning.
That's right. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga is going to tell us the latest, as well as other world headlines. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. That volcano is still feeling pretty fired up, but at least officials over there are saying that the intensity of those eruptions are decreasing since, or have decreased since they started on Monday. Now, the volcano is located about 2 miles north of a town called Grindavik. Residents have been anticipating these eruptions for a while now, even braving thousands of small earthquakes that rattled the region over the last few weeks. Officials are saying that people are not currently in danger, but they have closed all traffic in the area close to the volcano. Officials also say the seismic activity could go on for months. Now let's travel over to Congo, where nearly 45 million people have the chance to pick their next president. This election comes amid a massive ongoing humanitarian crisis in the eastern region. Millions have died and been displaced after decades of fighting. Some reports suggest fears about the credibility of this year's election because of those major population losses. Now, the international community also has their eyes on the country, which holds rare minerals needed amid rising demands for electric cars and solar panels. Right now, current President Felix Tshisekedi is out for a second term. The results aren't in, but the polls are currently leaning in his favor. After decades of war, this is only the 4th time the community has been able to vote for their leader. And we end this tour of the world in Japan with the magic of AI and a little mind reading. Japanese researchers have developed what they are calling a brain decoding technology. It can translate human brain activity into pictures. Now, Savannah and Joe, this is the picture their brain mapping technology came up with. I'm not sure what or who this person was thinking about, but you can make out a mouth, ears, and a nose in this photo. And researchers say this is the first time humans have been able to get inside a person's mind? Well, they wouldn't find anything exciting in my mind right now. All I'm thinking about is food. It's lunchtime right here.
Maybe if you stand on one foot and squint
Is it a goat? Is it a horse?
It's kind of like donkey-ish.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. Thanks, Claudio.
Claudio thinks, I mean, I couldn't draw anything better than that, so.
Coming up, controversy in the classroom. Some parents voicing concerns about certain educational videos being shown to students. When we come back, why critics say the videos have a hidden political agenda.
Plus, an NBC News exclusive, the White House now one step closer to launching a clean energy program. The latest on that next on Morning News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with the controversy over particular educational videos that are gaining popularity in several states across the country. There's a growing concern that those videos with billions of views are being used as a tool to push political agendas. Here's NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton with the details.
What does it mean to be feminine?
Your kids may have seen these videos online.
Embrace the idea of being a wife or a mother.
Educational videos on everything from culture to history to climate.
Without fossil fuels, much of the world's population would starve to death in a year.
This is PragerU, not an actual accredited university, but rather a, quote, pro-American education nonprofit with growing school partnerships in New Hampshire, Florida, and Oklahoma.
It's called edutainment.
According to CEO Marissa Straight, their videos are an answer to an education system too focused on diversity and gender. In this Los Angeles studio, PragerU's artists focus on American exceptionalism.
They feel like they're serving on the front lines of saving the war of ideas in America.
Since the pandemic, PragerU says it has more than doubled revenue and reached nearly 10 billion views of their videos. Founder Dennis Prager has been a controversial radio show host for years.
If you're spending a good part of the day teaching kids about preferred pronouns and other what we call woke issues, then you're really not teaching them.
What I hear from teachers of every background is that they are slammed from block to block. They are underpaid, they are underappreciated, and that they don't even have time to talk about pronouns, gender theory, critical race theory. You can point
I don't
to here
believe
or
that
there.
they're telling you the truth. I actually think they're lying to you.
In Oklahoma, some teachers like Gabe Woolley are using PragerU in the classroom. We watched Prager's video.
Here's the first thing you need to know.
A short history of slavery together.
After centuries of human slavery, white men led the world in putting an end to the abhorrent practice.
She's giving credit mostly to white people right now for ending it before the acknowledgement of the pain that some of your students might actually know about and feel in their families, right?
Right. And there's a lot of content that we cover that does cover that aspect. But what we almost never talk about is the reality of slavery happening almost since the beginning of time to the end of time.
A few minutes down the road, families like the Reyes, who are a mix of white, Choctaw, and Mexican American, say the broader culture war playing out in schools is hurting teachers.
We trust our people, right? We trust our educators. Like we said, I mean, this is our community.
We showed them some of PragerU's videos designed for kids.
300,000 Union soldiers, overwhelmingly white, who died during the Civil War.
Zoe is in 5th grade.
Something that I noticed was no other culture did anything. No other culture died. No other culture tried to stop slavery, which I know that isn't true.
That's extremely concerning to me because it's, so much inaccuracy with things.
What would a good American education system look like to you?
Like it did in the 1930s, minus anything that was offensive.
All the bad things going on in the 1930s.
Right. Minus the bad things. Yes, that's correct.
Looks good.
A vision he's now trying to bring to schools nationwide. Antonia Hilton, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Also this morning, an exclusive report from NBC News. The Biden administration is one step closer to launching its American Climate Corps program.
After experiencing some setbacks in Congress, the administration now says it has unlocked funding for the program, which was created to employ thousands of young Americans in the clean energy, conservation, and climate resilience sectors. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba joins us now with more on these details. Hey, Monica, good to see you. So what do we know about the American Climate Corps and its purpose?
Well, this is an ambitious project from the administration, Savannah and Joe, and one that they're trying to model after something that took place in the 1930s under President Roosevelt and that Conservation Corps. And this is really going to work across a lot of different agencies. And they are hoping, because of the big interest that they saw when they put this out as a program from young people, that it will be quite successful. We know that at least 50,000 people in every single state, some of them expressed interest in signing up for this, but they're still figuring out exactly how this is going to work, but they're encouraged by these early signs.
So, Monica, we know the administration tried to fund this through the Inflation Reduction Act, which passed Congress last year. That funding was ultimately dropped from the final version. So how are they going to pay for it now?
Yeah, they have to get creative here, Joe, and what they're doing essentially is they're going agency by agency to try to use some existing funding. For instance, the EPA has a grant that they are already working on that they're going to try to use some of the money for that to establish a couple of these programs in different states. So we know there are a few that are already doing that, so they're hoping to expand that, specifically when it comes to some environmental justice programs, which young people could begin to be a part of as soon as next summer if this works.
Monica, I know the administration announced these virtual listening sessions gearing up to this expected launch. What's that about? What are those? What's the goal from those to start talking to people about this?
And that's what they're going to see happen here soonest. They're going to do these listening sessions to try to get a sense of what young people are most interested in being a part of and how it could work and how they could make it work with their lives and some of these communities that need it most. So what they're saying is we're going to do the listening sessions so we can try to meet people where they are and find where the need may be greatest, and then again start there before probably expanding it to go nationwide. But the administration says if people are still interested, they should still look for more information on this, which they hope to have in the new year. Savannah and Joe.
All right, Monica Alba, thank you so much for that exclusive report. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, a glimmer of hope for the housing market. Up next, we're going to look back on what was a challenging year for real estate. One of our favorite financial gurus, Caleb Silver, is here to explain why 2024 could look a lot better.
We can get a bobblehead right there too, right? We're also reflecting on the AI revolution, the good, the bad, how more on how the advanced technology is presenting some problems. You're watching Morning News Now.
in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Well, it was a rough year for the real estate market, from high mortgage rates to rising home prices, low existing home sales. Home buyers face numerous challenges in 2023, but are we in for a rebound in the new year? Well, for more on this, we've got Caleb Silver, our friend and editor-in-chief of Investopedia. Love to have you here. As always, Caleb, good to see you. So the other thing, though, that's interesting is while we have these existing home sales down, I know now new home construction is on the rise. Kind of a mixed bag in some cases. Just tell us, what are you expecting? I mean, is 2024 going to be a better year for real estate?
It's going to be a better year, and hopefully it begins in the spring. A reawakening of the housing market. Why? Because mortgage rates are finally starting to fall. Down below 7% for the first time in a long time, right around 6.8%. You crack the 7% number, you get more activity. So you're seeing construction of new homes. Why? Because the existing homes are too expensive for first-time homeowners to buy. The average median price now, $408,000 when you look across the country. That's very expensive, especially if you have to afford that 30-year fix. But the mortgage rate's going to come down. New home sales, new home construction should allow these people to buy into these new homes.
I know that, like, back in 2021, when we were at like 3% mortgage rate, that was also very, very low. Like, it's also not, you know, what my parents got when they bought a house and that type of thing. So is this going to be a good year if you're the person who's kind of waiting it out, thinking, God, they were so low in 2021 and 7%? I mean, do you see this continuing to fall, and to fall how low?
Yeah, we're not going back to 3%. We're probably not going back to 4%. Probably the 5 to 5.5% range, which is a little bit more normal for the housing market. You mentioned your parents, our parents. Anybody that bought in the 70s and 80s gets mad at you when you say mortgage rates are so high. They were 14% back then. So there's that issue. But supply is so tight because nobody has sold in the past year or two, because half of U.S. homeowners have mortgage rates below 5%. Where are they going? So you have this problem with little supply, high prices, and those high mortgage rates. They're going to ease, and that's going to open the housing market a little bit.
Let's talk about specific markets. I mean, what's interesting to you in terms of affordability, cities that people might be moving to, or maybe getting more expensive because of that?
Yeah, if you're looking for affordability, you have to look in the Midwest. We're talking about Green Bay, we're talking about Wichita, we're talking about Rapid City, South Dakota. That's where home affordability.
I love Rapid City.
Yes, good city.
Town.
Great towns throughout the Midwest. That's where home affordability is at its best. The least affordability is in places like California, San Diego, Santa Barbara, Santa Monica, Boulder, Colorado. Here in New York City, obviously tight supply, high prices, high demand.
Coach Prime didn't help us out in Boulder either. Huh?
No.
I know. 2 of my cities on that expensive list. Caleb Silver, thank you very much. Happy home buying, everybody. Happy holidays, Caleb. Great to have you. Well, sticking with money news, after years of talks, Southwest and its pilots union are landing on a new deal. CNBC's Silvana now has that and other financial headlines for us this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yes, so Southwest Airlines has reached a tentative contract deal with its pilots after more than 3 years of talks, and it's the last major U.S. airline to reach an agreement with the pilots union. Terms haven't been disclosed, but pilots at American, Delta, and United won raises of about 40% over the life of their contracts. The deal comes after flight attendants at Southwest rejected a tentative contract following more than 5 years of talks. Rite Aid has been banned from using facial recognition technology for surveillance in its stores for 5 years as part of a settlement with the Federal Trade Commission. The drugstore chain used the technology from 2012 to 2020 to help identify shoplifters, but the FTC alleges it falsely flagged some customers as matching someone who had previously been identified as a shoplifter. An investigation by Reuters found Rite Aid quietly added facial recognition to hundreds of stores, and in New York and Los Angeles use the technology largely in lower-income, non-white neighborhoods. And Americans who owe back taxes may now have an incentive to pay up. The IRS will waive nearly $1 billion in late payment penalties More than 4.5 million individual taxpayers who owe for the 2020 and 2021 tax years will be eligible. The IRS is extending the olive branch because it stopped sending out many collection letters during the pandemic, which it hoped would reduce its backlog. People who are eligible will get a special notice next month, Savannah.
Oh, there you go. Oof.
Yeah.
And then we're already in tax season. I
know.
All right,
I know.
Silvana, thank you so much. Well, 2023 was a big year for artificial intelligence. We have seen the rise of ChatGPT, AI entering all kinds of new worlds, from entertainment to the medical field. Some of you might even be using it at work. But there are a lot of questions, a lot of debate for sure over how the technology should proceed and, importantly, how to regulate it. Sinead Bovell, futurist and founder of Way, joins us now with a look at what we've learned from AI and what we can expect for 2024. Sinead, good morning. Great to have you with us. Let's start on ChatGPT, I think, because I think this is one of those ones that maybe viewers at home, maybe viewers at home's kids have gotten really comfortable with. It's kind of just something that people use quite a bit now, whether it be to help on homework or to help on responding to an email at work. And it seemed to be this real catalyst when it came to AI this year. Help us understand how this technology became so mainstream and what you expect to see happen with this particular type of AI in the next year.
You're absolutely right. The launch of ChatGPT, it has really ignited a gold rush within the industry. It's become a household name, which is quite incredible. AI is now part of mainstream public discourse as a result of this technology. And let's not forget, just last year, or at the beginning of this year, when we were talking about ChatGPT, it was a system that could generate text. It is now an AI system that can see, hear, and speak. So the pace of AI innovation over the course of the year has also been remarkable. And when you look globally, in some ways, AI has become the new space race, and the launch of ChatGPT has a lot to do with that ignition.
Absolutely. The other thing, though, like, let's talk about the other side of this, right? Like maybe some of the scary stuff. Some AI scientists have warned that technology's unchecked progress could lead to dire consequences. We've seen some things also that are a little bit bizarre, like, speaking of OpenAI, this company, their CEO, Sam Altman, him leaving, coming back, that's a nonprofit. What was that about? You know, there's a lot of questions, but other people say that those concerns are being blown out of proportion. Where do you think we're going to kind of land on that debate in 2024? And might we learn anything new that is concerning?
Yes, I don't think we are going to land or have a unified version or verdict of the AI safety debate over the next year. In fact, I think the more AI improves and progresses, the louder and more polarizing these views on AI safety will become. You have the one camp that believes existential risk and superintelligence is the most important risk we need to be paying attention to. You have others that believe this is overblown, it's kind of nonsense, let's keep innovating at a faster pace. And then you have those that say AI safety today, the harms, biases, discrimination, that's where we need to focus. So I think these camps are going to continue to become more polarized the more AI can do over the year. I think the EU coming down with their the AI Act, I think will be helpful in some ways in providing a blueprint for countries globally on how to proceed with regulation. But I don't see the debates regarding AI safety and the real risk subsiding anytime soon, and definitely not over the next year.
Yeah, let's talk about regulation. And to be frank, and no disrespect to our elected officials, but I've been in the room in Senate hearings when we're discussing different types of technology, and honestly, some of the questions just don't seem like there's a full understanding. And look, I don't blame them. None of us, I think, fully understand AI, but when the regulation is coming, through channels such as that, where it's people who are kind of even just trying to wrap their head around it, what do you think we can expect to see? And do you think it will be enough? And is it happening quickly enough?
I actually think, compared to the internet and social media, talks about AI regulation are at least happening. We know, for instance, Senator Schumer has been convening a lot of important dialogues and conversations around AI regulation. We know the Biden administration put out their AI executive order. Of course, that's not non-binding, but it is directional. So I do think the governments are trying, and they're trying to proceed. Will it be fast enough based on the pace of innovation with AI? I'm not so sure. And now that the United States and many countries are heading into an election year, I don't know if we land at all on regulation in 2024. That might be something that continues to get kicked down the road.
Speaking, though, of an election year, this is where these concerns can really sort of raise their head, right? Things that, you know, you're just thinking, I use ChatGPT for homework, but that same type of technology can fuel misinformation about candidates and campaigns, not to even get into the idea of deep fakes, which is basically these videos that make a candidate seem to say something that maybe they never actually said. What do you think AI's role will be in 2024, and how much of this is going to be on voters to try to be diligent in identifying false information?
I think we are bound to see some form of AI social engineering and disinformation, misinformation in 2024 regarding elections. Let's not forget, there are over 50 elections happening globally, impacting over 4 billion people. This is one of the most significant in terms of quantity election years in history. So we are bound to see some stories. And it's not just deep fakes. We could also see stories where footage emerges of a candidate and it's actually true, but they use the threat of AI and say, maybe this is AI generated to sow distrust and confusion. So I would recommend to voters and to citizens more broadly to think critically when you come across information, check sources, who's posting it. Is it also shared by verified news networks? And we have to really have an open eye in this next year, especially because there are so many elections. It's a really important year regarding our information ecosystems.
Wow, you just added like a whole other little crinkle into that. That's like, you're so right. That's pretty scary. Sinead, at the end of this, just tell us, what other major advances do you think we might see in AI in 2024 that people may actually use or see in their homes or see in their doctor's offices?
Yes, I think AI is going to continue to be remarkable in terms of the pace of innovation in science and technology and in drug discovery and in medicine. I mean, AI has already come up with over 2 million new materials in terms of material science. We saw it progress drastically when it comes to AI in medical diagnoses and using it as a tool for radiologists, and then as well as in drug discovery. So we can expect more massive shifts on the pace of progress in science and medicine, and that's something I'm really excited about, and that's something that we can expect to hear more news story in 2024.
Sinead Bovell, fascinating conversation about a topic that is just becoming all-consuming. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, and Happy New Year.
You too. Take care.
Well, coming up, she is fresh off her own headlining tour and the Eras Tour. Now, Grammy-nominated artist Gayle is opening up about being Taylor Swift's opening act.
And then she was like, well, do you like open up for people? And I don't know why I said this, because she was like, do you open up for people? And then I was like, I open up for people who ask me to open up for them.
You did not.
I did.
She's too cute. But it's not all just success for the singer. We'll talk about the challenges, too, from her mental health struggles to why she canceled a headlining tour. Our conversation next. This is Morning News Now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Today's Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
Let's end this hour with a conversation I had with Grammy-nominated artist Gayle. She is a force, releasing hit songs you know, and opening for a certain billion-dollar tour this year. But along the way, she's faced challenges she's choosing to be open about. We do want to warn you, our interview does touch on sexual assault. Well, we got a behind-the-scenes look at her recent tour stop here at Racket in New York City, and I think you'll see just how special she is.
Chances are you've heard this song. But you might not have heard the story of the incredible teenage girl behind it.
I'm 19, I don't know what I'm doing. I do something and the next week I hate it. Like, I'm just trying my best.
Gayle blasted onto the scene when ABCDEFU went viral in 2021.
It helped my dreams come true.
Now, she's had quite the year, just wrapping up her own headlining tour, being the youngest artist on the Barbie movie soundtrack, and spending the summer opening up for Pink, and even at Taylor Swift's record-breaking Eras Tour.
I saw her play at Reputation at Nissan Stadium when I was 14. And then 4 years later, I got to open up at the same venue that I saw her play at.
But the success she's seeing now has been hard-fought. She's struggled with OCD and anxiety, even getting physically sick before many shows. Being transparent about the challenges is important to her.
I really wanted to inform people how I was feeling and be able to have it be an open conversation.
One of the ways she does that, her songwriting. She's been at it since the age of 10 and creating with her best friend since she was 12. And on her second EP released in 2022, a particularly personal song. I put out a song
about my sexual assault, and it was really, really important for me to go to therapy because I knew what I was opening myself up to. When I was 15, I didn't want to cope. I say when I was 15, I didn't want to cope. I didn't want to find hope. And I felt like that gave context to why I was so miserable when I was 15.
At just 17, Gayle was set to embark on a headlining tour, but she made the difficult and surprising decision to cancel, writing in a post to fans that she was learning how to be an adult.
It was really intimidating to cancel that tour, but I just felt like it was the most respectful thing for my brain.
As a 17-year-old, right before you are pushing post on that message to your fans, was it difficult? Was it scary?
The thing that's interesting, I would say that my insecurities are going to be involved in it. So I knew that people bought tickets, but it would be hard for me to comprehend that people would be disappointed in not seeing me.
After canceling, Gayle was unexpectedly available to perform at several awards shows, including the Nashville Songwriter Awards, the same year Taylor Swift was being honored.
So if I would have gone on that tour, I wouldn't have been able to meet Taylor and to have been able to open up for her. So I kind of see it as an ugly blessing. It was a big lesson for me to look at myself and understanding that taking care of yourself can work out for you in the long run.
You see, Gayle's not only a Swiftie, much of her life and career has been influenced by the superstar.
She moved to Nashville, I moved to Nashville, and then she was like, I'm pop. And then I was like, well,
she did it.
Me too.
So, meeting Taylor backstage at the award show, a dream come true.
She was like, what are you doing next year? And I was so nervous. I was like, yes, ma'am, I'm doing music next year. And she was like, okay, do you tour? I was like, yes, ma'am, I tour. And then she was like, well, do you open up for people? And I don't know why I said this, because she was like, do you open up for people? And then I was like, I open up for people who ask me to open up for them.
You did not.
I did. I did.
And this is also your first time
meeting her.
Gayle landed the gig, opening for 15 dates on the highest grossing tour in history.
What was the Eras Tour like?
It was the most amazing thing in the incredible whole entire world. It's like having a summer fling that you'll never forget about.
And Gayle said performing on that stage is no joke.
Taylor's stage is kind of almost like the length of a football field. It's so long, and it's crazy that they let you on that stage, and I can only ever make it to the middle diamond. But the last show, I was like, I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. And I ran the whole stage, and it took me 5 minutes to run the whole stage. Taylor also just any way she could help you, she just does, even the first day, and she does these things not even people talk about, but she got me the most beautiful flowers I've ever seen in my whole entire life. I've never seen flowers that big.
Now, Gayle just successfully completed her own headlining tour, right in the timing that worked for her.
The fact that your tour is called Scared But Trying, I know it means something to you.
But especially on the Taylor tour, I almost threw up before I walk on stage every single time. I found, especially in the past year, I would walk off stage and these wonderful kids would come up to me and they're like, "You're just so confident." I'm like, "No, I'm terrified. Please make no mistake. I am absolutely terrified."
A truth she wants all those kids to know so they feel less alone.
So I'm still like really scared, but I am really happy with the past year.
I just adore her so much and her being so open about everything she's went through. In the summer, she's also scheduled now to open for Pink again on the European leg of her tour that was just announced. That kicks off in Dublin in June.
I have seen the Pink tour
There you
on
go.
MSG, and that's fantastic.
Carnival.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So good for her. That'll do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, access denied. Former President Trump now off the ballot in Colorado, at least for now. It's a landmark ruling from that state's highest court. It says Mr. Trump's role in the January 6th insurrection and his efforts to overturn the 2020 election disqualify him from Colorado's upcoming primary. So what's next for the former president? And how is Washington responding to it all? We've got it all covered in just a moment. All of Mother Nature's holiday havoc from earlier this week now giving way to some clearer skies this morning. And that is just in time for what is expected to be some of the busiest travel days of the entire year. We've got your full Christmas forecast and a closer look at how America's airports are working to ensure smoother sailing in the skies this holiday season. In the Middle East, a showdown in the Red Sea. Global commercial shipping logistics are at stake. How the U.S. is looking to protect cargo ships under attack. And it has been a year filled with historic headlines and stories that have kept us glued to our screens. So later in the hour, we're going to take a look back at our 2023 here on Morning News Now. We have not seen that yet, so I'm looking forward to seeing what's in there.
Yeah. What did I do this year that's
some
going to come
serious
back
stuff,
to haunt me?
Some goofy things.
Yeah.
I think we have some hints of what's to come, all right? We begin this hour with that unprecedented decision out of Colorado that could have major consequences for the 2024 presidential race.
Colorado's Supreme Court ruled that former President Trump is not eligible to hold office again. The court cited his efforts to overturn the 2020 election and ordered his removal from the state's primary ballot. NBC News correspondent Garrett Haake has the latest.
This was a case viewed as a long shot by some legal experts, with similar efforts having failed across the country. But this ruling now sets up a potential showdown at the Supreme Court, as Donald Trump's campaign and his Republican primary opponents are blasting the decision, saying it should have been left to voters. Former President Donald Trump campaigning in Iowa overnight, making no mention of a bombshell decision by the Colorado Supreme Court, ruling that he engaged in insurrection when he tried to overturn the 2020 presidential election. The decision also making him ineligible to hold office under the 14th Amendment and disqualifying him from Colorado's March 5th primary ballot. The court repeatedly citing Mr. Trump's own words on January 6th as evidence of insurrection when he urged supporters to march on the Capitol and fight certification of the 2020 election for Joe Biden.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Mr. Trump's campaign calling the court's decision, quote, completely flawed and vowing to appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. The political backlash to the ruling, instant, with the former president's allies rushing to his defense. House Speaker Mike Johnson calling it, quote, nothing but a thinly veiled partisan attack. His rivals also attacking the decision, Ron DeSantis calling it an abuse of judicial power. The ruling is on hold for now, with the Trump campaign already vowing to appeal. And legal efforts over the same issue have failed across the country, including lawsuits dismissed in Minnesota and New Hampshire, and a Michigan appeals court rejecting challenges to his candidacy just this month. Mr. Trump has been unaffected by his legal issues in primary polls, already fundraising off the Colorado decision. He is still the Republican frontrunner and still defending his most controversial rhetoric on the campaign trail. After his comments that immigrants are, quote, poisoning the blood of America, critics pointing out Adolf Hitler used similar wording in his writings. Trump doubling down last night.
And it's true. They're destroying the blood of our country. They don't like it when I said that. And I never read Mein Kampf. They said, oh, Hitler said that in a much different way.
The Colorado decision has had the perhaps unanticipated effect of uniting Donald Trump's remaining primary rivals in his defense. It's not just Ron DeSantis, but Nikki Haley and Chris Christie, all calling the court's ruling politically motivated and arguing that if Trump is going to be kept from returning to the White House, it should be voters who stop him, not judges. No word yet from the Biden White House or campaign.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much.
For more on this, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savala. So, Danny, as we just heard from Garrett, the court has put its ruling on hold till January 4th. That gives Trump and his team some time to appeal this decision to the U.S. Supreme Court, something he's expected to do. How could this now play out at the federal level with the U.S. Supreme Court?
It seems a near certainty that the Supreme Court will take this issue up because it is just filled with a jubilee of constitutional issues and issues that really have never been decided before. It is a laundry list of really constitutional unknowns. And the reality is there's a kind of split in the authority. And by that, I mean of the 18 or so other states where this was tried, it was unsuccessful. This is the first state in which Trump has actually been removed from the ballot. You add that to the constitutional dimensions, the impact of this decision, and it seems almost a certainty that the court will take it up. And if I may make one prediction, it will be this. The Supreme Court will not be unanimous. That's because reasonable minds all along the way on this issue have differed. That includes the many states up until now that have declined or rejected this argument. That includes the many dissenters on the Colorado Supreme Court alone. Reasonable minds, including reasonable judicial minds, differ on the issues presented, and there are many. That's the other thing about this case that makes it very susceptible to being overturned. There are just so many different constitutional issues for a court to hang its hat on or a hook jurisdictionally to grab and result in overturning this Supreme Court's decision, the Colorado Supreme Court.
So, Danny, we've seen, as Garrett mentioned, similar cases in other states. Some have already been swatted down. Could this ruling in Colorado have any impact on any other states, or does this solely depend on the U.S. Supreme Court taking this up and making a decision?
Colorado's Supreme Court's decision is cabined, and I guess in Colorado it would be log cabined to the state of Colorado. It has no effect on any other courts except maybe as what we call persuasive authority as opposed to mandatory authority. And in addition, Colorado is interpreting its own election code. So that obviously is going to be unlike any other state's election code. But the symbolic significance is far greater. The mere fact that this is confined only to the border of Colorado doesn't mean that other courts aren't sitting up and taking note, because this is such a well-reasoned, well, I mean, reasonable minds, I guess, can differ on whether it's well-reasoned, but they certainly covered every constitutional issue. There's something for everybody in this opinion, whether it stands on de novo review, which means they'll look at it with fresh eyes at the Supreme Court. That remains to be seen. But if you were betting, I would bet against this opinion standing.
All right. Danny, Log Cabin, Savalos. Danny, thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Well, there are just 5 days until Christmas. Can you believe that? Already, crowds are building at our nation's airports. But even one strong storm could put a wrench in a lot of people's travel plans. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello introduces us to the folks who are keeping an eye on the sky to make sure your holiday travel is smooth sailing.
The good news this Wednesday morning, with 114 million people expected on the roads this holiday stretch and 2.5 million moving through TSA checkpoints each day, much of the country is now clear of volatile travel weather for now, though the floodwaters remain.
Winter weather will be a challenge. It will certainly be a challenge in the next few weeks.
For Dulles, wind gusts as we're preparing for a possible ground stop.
At the FAA Command Center in Virginia,
that Icelandic volcano is not expected to have any impact.
They watch everything from potential volcanic ash drifting out of Iceland to storms moving across the U.S.
A powerful low-pressure system pulling into New England.
In 24/7 constant communication,
Kennedy, possible ground stop depth of 2,300.
Air traffic control, airline reps, defense, and national weather experts all in one room.
Possibility of Newark ground stop and ground delay program due to winds.
This is the heart of the FAA's command and control for the nation's airspace. If an airport anywhere needs a ground delay or ground stop, they order it here. Weather is always top of screen and top of mind.
If you put a thunderstorm in like northern New Jersey, it could have a ripple effect across the entire country.
All the way to SFO in San Francisco.
Yes, absolutely. San Francisco Red Delay Advisory 39 is now active.
Managing that ripple effect is Air Traffic Manager Jija Vingal's daily mandate.
So we do try to manage our high complex capacity areas to ensure that there's a smooth transition throughout the rest of this airspace.
Military Operations Command Center have been canceled for this morning.
With nearly 50,000 flights both today and tomorrow, the FAA has opened military airspace and more high-altitude highways. But the agency is still short several thousand air traffic controllers, leading to mandatory overtime and an urgent search.
We know we need more air traffic controllers. We're working hard to hire from a variety of sources and keep them moving through the training pipeline.
All right, back here at the airport, and one of these nice folks just said, I heard what you said a few days ago, get here early. Yeah, do. Get here 2 hours early for a domestic flight, 3 hours per international. By the way, and this is good news, cancellations are running at about 1.2% for the entire year. That's a 5-year low. Delays are the problem right now because the on-time arrival rate right now is about 77%. They'd like it to be 80% plus. Guys, back to you.
Oh, all right, Tom, thank you so much.
Of course, weather impacts all of that and your holiday plans.
There we go. That means Angie Lastman is here to track everything for us. Hey, Angie.
Hey, good morning, guys. I got you covered when it comes to weather for really the next week or so. I know a lot of folks, as you just heard Tom say, are going to be hitting the roads and heading out into our airports. Here's the deal for today. Most of the country, honestly, 2/3 of the country is looking fine. No issues as far as weather. We'll see it be warm, of course, for the middle of the country, but plenty of sunshine and quiet skies across the Northeast, the Southeast, the Midwest, and even up and down the plains. It's out west that we deal with the heavy rain through the day today, with multiple rounds of rain and some snow possible for mainly California over the next couple of days, and then moving into parts of the Southwest. Friday, we know, is going to be a really busy day, and we do have some spots that you might want to watch for. Some rain will be stretched from the Gulf Coast all the way up into the Midwest. We'll see temperatures on the warm side of things, so that means that we'll see any precipitation falling in the form of rain instead of snow. We'll also see those wet roads and some difficulties in air travel out west for Friday, specifically the Southwest. And then look at this. We'll get some mountain snow by Saturday across parts of the Rockies. We deal with the rain across the south. It'll be still mild and still fairly quiet across the eastern third of the country. So places like New York, Washington, D.C., Tampa, if you're headed south, you won't have any issues at the airports there. But the snow, the wind, and the rain will be a big issue here as we get into Sunday, maybe gearing up for travel for Christmas the day before. Could be some delays in places like Denver, maybe Houston, Chicago could see some with some rain on tap for folks there. That system is going to continue to move east, and this is Christmas Day. Your forecast, low 50s for Chicago, dealing with the rain from the Great Lakes down to the Gulf Coast. We'll see plenty of sunshine, though, out west. Guys, the big spots to watch for tomorrow and Friday are going to be parts of California in the Southwest, and this is for you guys. If you're looking for snow, head to the Rockies, because it's really the only spot.
It's interesting
we'll
to see where the snow is. Not Minnesota, really, but Seattle.
And not Detroit, where I'll be at.
Minneapolis has a little.
Yeah,
is that what that means?
I've been looking at the forecast.
It's going to be so warm that it honestly,
possible.
I
see that we have
is melting.
We've been packing this week, and we're not packing the warm.
Yeah, shorts and t-shirt. I don't know.
Minnesota,
at this point,
yeah,
exactly.
I have way too many things and places to pack for. I am
parkas.
Yeah. All right, Angie, thank you so much.
Turning now to the Middle East, where negotiations for another ceasefire between Israel and Hamas may be on the horizon. Leaders from both parties say they're open to discussing a pause in fighting and a possible release of hostages. It comes as the death toll in Gaza continues to rise and the humanitarian crisis there grows worse. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now with the very latest. Molly, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning to both of you. Maybe on the horizon, lots of people clinging to that. The drumbeat around a possible new deal this morning is growing louder. Hamas has said their leader is in Cairo, Egypt, for possible ceasefire talks. And this comes as Israel's president said Israel is open to a possible new deal that would likely include the release of hostages and getting more aid into Gaza. And with nearly 130 hostages still inside Gaza, it can't come soon enough.
Overnight, as new Israeli airstrikes pounded the Gaza Strip, Israeli President Isaac Herzog signaled readiness for a new deal.
Israel is ready for another humanitarian pause.
Intense discussions aimed at securing another pause in fighting to allow for hostages to be released and more aid to get into Gaza are underway this morning. As the U.S. works to free more hostages, it also has new concerns this morning about the ripple effects from the war. America now leading an effort to protect the key Red Sea shipping route against threats from the Iranian-backed Houthi militias based in Yemen. The threat's so high that shipping companies have already diverted some $35 billion in cargo. While nearly 130 hostages remain captive in Gaza, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad militant group releasing new video of 2 Israeli hostages, after Hamas also released video earlier this week of 3 elderly hostages talking under duress. The man on the right is 80-year-old Yoram Metzger. NBC's Richard Engel spoke with his son, Guy.
You don't have confidence in Prime Minister Netanyahu's efforts?
Do you think I should have confidence in President Netanyahu after what's happened in the 7th of October?
Israel has said Hamas is using the hostages and the civilians in Gaza as human shields. In Gaza, overnight strikes in the central city of Deir al-Balah. Civilians inside the enclave are paying an unbearable price. In southern Rafah, Mahmoud Zogru was in the hospital injured by an Israeli strike when doctors brought him the bodies of his son and daughter Aisha. Her grandmother Suzanne cradles her. She only lived 2 weeks, she says. Now one of nearly 20,000 people who've been killed in Gaza, according to the Hamas-controlled Gaza Health Ministry, a grim milestone on day 75.
20,000 people killed in Gaza since October 7th. That grim milestone likely to be reached today. The UN says at least 2/3 of the death toll in Gaza includes women and children. Joe?
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much.
Well, 26-year-old Noah Argamani has become one of the faces of the Israeli hostage crisis. Video of her kidnapping during Hamas's surprise attack, we're showing it to you here. This was at a music festival. It shocked the world as it quickly spread across social media. But despite the release of other young civilian women during a week-long ceasefire in November, Argamani's whereabouts are still unknown. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is examining her kidnapping in a new piece for NBC News Digital docs called The Kidnapping of Noah.
After hours of silence, a video appears online.
The first video that I saw was Noah's drinking water, so I was like, oh, she's okay. So there's nothing to worry about.
We didn't know if maybe she's in Israel, in the border, in this house or something.
But then they see this video.
I think 10 minutes after we saw the kidnapped video, this was like a nightmare.
I remember that I was in my car in the parking lot. I was just sitting and rewatching it a million times, over and over.
What do you see in her face when you watch that video?
I would say she was frightened to death.
You can see it on her eyes, the way she cried for help.
An NBC News analysis of Noah's kidnapping video suggests it was filmed on this road here, half a mile from the supernova site. This location has a field and tree line like the ones over Noah's shoulder, and the buildings in the distance appear to be the nearby kibbutz Re'im when matched to satellite imagery. Shadows cast by the sun appear to be in keeping with the timing of Noah's last text message. It suggests they were heading southeast along this dirt road before disappearing into Gaza. For the next 7 weeks, Gaza echoes with the sounds of war. For Palestinians, a staggering death toll. Now, more than 18,000 dead, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, mainly women and children, and growing every day. But on the fate of Noah, there's only silence.
This is the worst situation because you want to stay with hope, but you don't know anything.
Were you hopeful she would come out during the ceasefire?
We were hoping that if not today, then tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, we felt that Noah is with us, you know. It's like we saw her with us again. You can just see it behind a glass, but you cannot quite touch it yet.
Across Israel, fear is growing for the remaining hostages, and alongside it, anger among hostage families, much of it aimed at the Israeli government. In a leaked recording, verified by NBC News, a freed hostage confronts Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
הם שמים פוליטיקה מעל השבת החטופים, ואתם חושבים שהגברים חזקים? בעלי היה מרביץ לעצמו כל יום, נותן אגרופים בפרצוף שלו עד שהוא היה מדמם, כי היה לו קשה לנסום.
When you're negotiating with a group like Hamas, it's not clear that they are prepared to release all the hostages. I mean, our goal is to get everyone released. Hamas isn't going to release hostages because they've suddenly become humanitarians. They will only release hostages when they feel compelled to do so. And the military pressure worked in the past. It can hopefully work in the future. What is the alternative? There isn't one.
What we hear over and over again is they want the hostages to be the priority, not destroying Hamas, and they feel like the government is prioritizing destroying Hamas.
From our perspective as a government, yes, we see no contradiction between the goal of defeating Hamas, destroying Hamas, and getting the hostages out.
We wanted to understand, why did Hamas release mothers, children, even some men, but not Noah and the young women around her? In Washington, the State Department offered one theory.
It seems one of the reasons they don't want to turn women over that they've been holding hostage, and the reason this pause fell apart, is they don't want those women to be able to talk about what happened to them during their time in custody.
Does the Israeli government have any information that supports that?
We fear for the state of the hostages. Anyone who saw what Hamas was capable of on October 7th, the sort of violence, whether it's the beheadings, the burning of people alive, the rapes.
The full documentary is available to stream right now at NBCnews.com. Highly recommend. 13 minutes that are so powerful.
Sure to check that out. We've got more to come here on this hour of Morning News Now, including actor George Clooney, now opening up about his longtime friendship with the late Matthew Perry.
But first, the crisis at the southern border at a breaking point this morning. A new migrant crossing record set just this week, and there's no sign of relief in sight for local officials. We'll take you there next.
We're back now with the latest on the ongoing crisis at the southern border, which shows no signs of slowing down over the holidays. Migrants continue to cross into the U.S. from Mexico. Some ports of entry have now been shut down so Border Patrol can handle the influx in people crossing over. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Eagle Pass, Texas, with the latest. Guad, good morning.
Joe, good morning. We are right next to one of the international bridges here in Eagle Pass, and as you can see behind me, large crowds of migrants are waiting in this field that Customs and Border Protection is using to hold them as they process as many as they can. You can see them wearing those aluminum heating blankets to protect themselves from the cold. Now this, as border officials tell NBC News, that the numbers arriving at the southern border are breaking new records.
This morning, the crisis at the border unrelenting, with thousands arriving daily from California to Arizona and Texas. On Tuesday, this field in Eagle Pass packed with thousands of migrants waiting to be processed. Men, women, and children overwhelming border officials. On Monday, Customs and Border Protection seeing a new record number of daily crossings, apprehending over 12,000 migrants at the southern border, with more than 26,000 already in custody, pushing processing centers to their limit. In Arizona, the overwhelmed port of entry in Lukeville still closed, while in Texas, international rail operations halted in El Paso and Eagle Pass, leaving shipments ranging from consumer goods to food and beverages stuck at the border.
But the problem is far more than just numbers. It's also a national security crisis.
This week, Texas Governor Greg Abbott signing a controversial new law allowing state and local authorities to arrest undocumented immigrants and even deport them.
So we anticipate with SB 4 that cracks down on illegal entry, that should reduce the number of people coming across the border.
Almost immediately, the city of El Paso and the ACLU taking legal action, calling it unconstitutional.
It's going to open the door to racial profiling.
The White House also opposed.
The law is incredibly extreme, and it does not make communities in Texas safer. It just does not.
With thousands more arriving every day, it's a crisis with no end in sight.
And as the sun rises, we're getting a better look at the crowds this morning. It could be as many as 2,000 or even more. I should also add that this week, a U.S. appeals court temporarily blocked the Biden administration from cutting the razor wire that has been put along here at the border by state authorities. This wire that, of course, we know has been quite controversial. Joe?
All right, Guad, thank you so much. Let's get you some international headlines, starting with controversy in France over a controversial new immigration bill there.
NBC News Forum correspondent Claudio Valanga is back with us with that and other news. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, it looks like, yes, that French politics is in turmoil after Parliament approved this very strict anti-immigration law that drew protests even from within the government. Now, among other measures, the law reduces access to welfare benefits for foreigners, toughens rules for foreign students, introduces migration quotas, and makes it harder for children of foreigners born in France to get French citizenship. Now, the French Health Minister, Aurélien Rousseau, offered his resignation in protest of the bill, but others welcomed the measures, like the far-right and anti-immigration opposition leader Marine Le Pen called it an ideological victory. Let's go now to India, where dozens of opposition lawmakers called the recent decision by the government to suspend them an attack on democracy. 141 opposition lawmakers from both the upper and lower house were suspended this week after two men stormed Parliament chanting slogans and releasing colored gas ahead of the debate over a controversial criminal reform bill. The opposition opposes the bill, warning, and I quote, that it could unleash draconian powers and impede citizens' rights. And let's end this tour of the world in Rio de Janeiro, where Santa swapped his usual sleigh for a bicycle. Instead of reindeers, he was accompanied by other cyclists who helped him deliver donated gifts to 300 children in Copacabana Beach and 20 baskets of essential food items to parents of poor neighborhoods in Rio. Now, that's the Christmas spirit. Back to you guys.
Very good.
Yeah.
Claudia, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Hollywood is continuing to mourn the loss of actor Matthew Perry, and now we are hearing from George Clooney. He spoke with Deadline promoting his new film, The Boys in the Boat, which hits theaters on Christmas, and opened up about his decades-long friendship with Perry. This morning, George Clooney is opening up about his longtime friendship with Friends star Matthew Perry, who died in October at the age of 54. In an interview with Deadline, Clooney says he had known the younger Perry since the Friends star was 16 years old, telling Deadline as a teenager Perry was a great, funny kid, eager to land a role in a sitcom, and he got on probably one of the best ever.
And I just won $1 million.
Clooney describes a magical time for both actors after they each rocketed to fame in roles that changed their careers. Clooney on ER.
Tough day to be a kid.
And Perry on Friends.
She's on the other line, gonna call me back.
The wildly popular shows were shot in studios right next to each other. Clooney even made a memorable guest appearance on Friends in 1995.
Okay.
But Clooney says after that breakthrough success, Perry was not happy. It didn't bring him joy or happiness or peace, saying it was hard to watch. Perry had been open about his struggles with addiction and the fame of Friends.
It's a disease that we have, and we don't know that we have it.
Perry was found dead in his hot tub. The medical examiner recently saying he died from the acute effects of ketamine, as fans around the world have paid tribute to the star and his iconic role.
Althea! Althea! What are you doing? I took a shot. You're shooting with Althea? Althea is correct. Nice shooting!
His famous friend George Clooney reflecting on Perry's legacy and his path to stardom, noting it just tells you that success and money and all those things, it doesn't just automatically bring you happiness. You have to be happy with yourself and your life. Next year will mark 30 years since both Friends and ER premiered here on NBC. Clooney remembers his cast bonding with the Friends cast while promoting the show, saying at the time most of the stars on those shows were unknowns. But within 2 weeks, they were on the cover of Newsweek, and everything changed for them all.
Oh, no kidding. Wow. Coming up, we are on COVID watch this morning with a new variant that the World Health Organization has its eye on.
What you need to know to keep your loved ones safe and healthy this holiday season, and more health headlines next on Morning News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Calling all dog lovers, if you're looking for a way to give back this holiday season, you may want to consider volunteering to raise a future service dog. Now, as you'll see in the American with Disabilities Act, service dogs are specially trained to perform specific tasks for people with disabilities.
Yeah, and the nonprofit PenFed Foundation says the current wait list for service dogs, though, is up to 2 years. That can be too long for those in need. Well, joining us now for more on this is the CEO of the PenFed Foundation, James Skank, and the president of the PenFed Foundation, Andrea McCarran, and also with them is Pilot, a service dog in training. He looks like a boy. Good morning to you all. Thank you for joining us, Pilot. Thank you for making an appearance. James, I'll get started with you. Talk to us first about this delay in people getting a service dog. How big is that problem? What's that time like for somebody while they're waiting? And why is it such a backlog?
It's a several-year delay because we don't have enough puppy raisers across corporate America. We have so many service members that serve their nation honorably that have challenges, and we have many with disabilities due to the wounds of war. And so you have a huge demand for these service dogs, and it takes a long time. It takes about 18 months for a puppy in training to be socialized, and then they go back for another 6 months of specialized training. So what my call to action is, we need more employers across America to allow their employees bring a puppy in training to work each and every day. It's been a wonderful experience for us.
Pilots just like me, you have to give me treats in order for me to respond on camera. Hey, Andrea, let's bring you in here.
That's under the desk. I feed Joe in commercial breaks.
Walk us through the process of becoming a puppy raiser. What is some of the training you need?
That's the greatest part of all, guys, is that you don't need any formal dog training experience. Just the willingness to open your heart and your home to a dog like Pilot. I received them at about 8 weeks of age. He's now 9 weeks, and I keep them through about 18 months. And my primary job as a volunteer puppy raiser is to socialize them, take them to the grocery store, take them, on flights to hotels, restaurants, live sporting events. You like the live sporting events, right? Anywhere, a concert, anywhere a veteran or someone with a disability may want to go.
You may let Pilot go if you need to.
We don't want to. But for only having it for a week,
TV, guys.
You've only had it for a week. He seems so far pretty well behaved. Tell us about Pilot, James. What does the training process look like for him and other future service dogs? It's very cool to hear you don't need any formal training, but what is that period like other than taking them places? How are you actually training?
It's amazing for the culture. Again, it's socialization. So Pilot will come to staff meetings. He'll be at board meetings. He'll be on trains. He'll be on business trips. He'll literally be part of Andrea's and PenFed's life for the next 18 months. And again, she's teaching them basic obedience skills during those 18 months. But then Pilot will go back to Canine Companions, in which he'll be given 6 months of specialized training where he'll learn up to 50 skills to provide freedom and independence to those veterans with disabilities. It provides a whole new quality of life for them.
So, Andrea, how can people learn more about the work you're doing if they're watching this right now and it piques their interest?
Absolutely. They can go to penfedfoundation.org and learn about our unprecedented initiative partnering with Canine Companions, the nation's first service dog organization, has already placed 8,000 dogs. And you can tell it's Pilot's nap time coming. Can you hear that little whimpering? Just like a toddler. It really is like bringing a newborn to work. Just like a toddler. He's like, I'm not tired. And then he will conk out shortly.
Oh, it's nap time for Pilot. My goodness. He's awake. Pilot's up.
Yeah, there you go. Well, thank you so much. It sounds like a great thing for a family, maybe, right? Get kids kind of involved in something that's an active service with a cute dog in the mix.
I mean, can you imagine doing something greater as a family? And so many families across the United States do this because 2 years is too long for a veteran who needs the dog to wait. And I am going to put him into bed now. But it's also wonderful team building for colleagues because you can co-raise one of these dogs with someone else. And probably the best part of all is when you get to meet the veteran whose life has been not just changed, but 4 of the recipients of the dogs I've raised told me the dogs literally saved their life. I liken it to donating an organ. And, what a wonderful way to help. People are making New Year's resolutions right now. Resolve to raise a puppy.
Add
What
it to
could
your
be
list.
better
And you get a
than
cute
bringing
puppy
this
in the
guy?
mix. Oh, my goodness. James Skank, Andrea McCarran, and Pilot, thank you all very much. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays
Happy
to you.
holidays.
Well, now let's get to our weekly medical checkup. We have the latest on a new COVID variant being monitored by the World Health Organization.
Plus a new warning for people who use steroid creams for skin conditions. We're going to explain how it could be affecting your bone health. NBC News medical Dr. John Torres has to follow Pilot the dog.
I know. How do I do that?
He's just as adorable.
Pilot the dog.
Good to have you with us. Let's start with the COVID variant.
There's
it's
no
called
treats.
JN1. The World Health Organization's labeled a variant of interest. What do we need to know? Are the symptoms any different?
So this is a subvariant, an Omicron subvariant. So we're still in that Omicron category. If you remember, it went from wild to Delta to Omicron, and it keeps kind of going. It changes, and these are little subtle changes that happen. And sometimes there's more than one subtle change. There's a multiple number of changes, and that's what happened here. When that happens, like JN1, it becomes more infectious, which is what the virus tries to do, become more infectious so it can spread. But it also looks like it's not any more dangerous. It's not really causing any more issues, but there are possibilities of having breakthrough infections. However, the vaccines we're getting, these booster shots, the new ones, do seem to be protecting us as much as they protected us against Omicron and the other XBB type variants. And so the message here, make sure you get your vaccination. Yep. We're coming up on a holiday, so again, there's more infectious variants out there, subvariants, so just be careful, mask, wash hands, all that good stuff.
Let's talk about the steroid one that Joe mentioned. This is like for inflammatory skin conditions, but it can impact your bone health?
It can, and that's one of the things they found out in a study in Taiwan, is that people using these high-dose steroids, creams on their skin, were actually having issues with osteoporosis. And the ones that are having issues, women more than men, and that it makes sense because women tend to have more osteoporosis issues than men, but also under the age of 50 tended to have more problems than those above the age of 50, which is a little bit surprising. And it increased their risk for not only osteoporosis, but osteoporosis-related fractures. So what are the doctor's orders here? Well, first and foremost, realize that these creams can actually seep into the body and become what we call systemic. They can get into the body and go through the body system. And so treat them like you would a medicine. Look at the labels on the back, use them the amount they say. And if you find yourself using them excessively or on a regular basis, talk to your doctor. Is there another cream? Is there a different medicine you can take? Is there something else you can use? Again, these are medicines.
And doctors, I feel like they're always saying 2 weeks max on often a lot of these.
Yeah, and something like and that's just talk. They might say continue to use it. They might change you to something else.
All right. Studies show an inability to burp can lead to problems with mental health. Walk us through what this can be.
So this is your medical term of the day, retrograde cricopharyngeal dysfunction.
Wow.
Yeah, and what that means is you can't burp. And the problem is if you can't burp, it's kind of like a relief valve. And so when you burp, it lets the gas out of your body. And we all have gas buildup. I know it's a great topic for this time early in the morning. Problem is, if you don't burp, you're going to
I don't.
Yeah, that's perfect. I didn't expect you would. My wife doesn't either. It's if you don't, you end up having stomach bloating. You have issues with not being able to eat as much, not feeling good. And they even say in the study, it was interesting, they even say you have issues with embarrassing gurgling sounds while you're in public and social events. And mentally, this can cause some issues, depression, anxiety, because you can imagine if you're having all these things. So what are the doctor's orders here? Well, doctor's orders are pretty simple, actually. You want to go ahead and talk to your doctor, because part of the study they found out is 90% of people didn't bring this up to their doctor, and also doctors didn't really pay a whole lot of attention to this because it's not something that's on the forefront of our minds. So don't be embarrassed about it. Avoid trigger foods as well, because we all have foods that we know can make us more gassy. And talk to your doctor about it, except for you. Except for you, Savannah.
For me. Oh, I love you for that.
All right. Dr. Torres, thank you so much.
You bet.
So much to think about. Coming up, all those lavish and sometimes boozy holiday parties, which could make you burp. Are they now a thing of the past?
It ain't so. There's a new workplace trend that has many workers letting off some year-end steam, and not in a good way. We'll explain after this.
now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life. Bah, humbug. To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. We all know how important it is to feel valued at work. For a long time, the holiday party was a big way to show appreciation in the office.
But with inflation and the economy taking a toll across many sectors and firms, more companies are taking a new approach to celebrate the season. Maybe not all employees are feeling the love, as New York Times business reporter Emma Goldberg explains in her article, quote, boozy nighttime parties are out. In their place are conference room lunches and mingling over mocktails. Emma Goldberg joins us now with more on this. Emma, good morning. So walk us through why some companies are choosing to move away from these lavish holiday parties.
Well, if you think about it, every single factor that has shaped the way holiday parties were in recent years has been turned upside down. People no longer go into the office 5 days a week. Companies don't necessarily have the lavish budgets that they once did because they spent the past 2 years doing some job cuts. There's a rising interest in sobriety. And then there's also new conversations coming out of the Me Too movement about what appropriate behavior in the office looks like. So you have this kind of tornado of different factors that are all putting pressure against the very boozy, over-the-top celebrations people might have once enjoyed.
So, Emma, a recent survey, this is from LinkedIn, found that 55% of employees said that they weren't planning to attend their company's holiday party this year. 55%.
Wow.
I mean, even if it's in a conference room, don't you want to see people? Why are people resisting this?
I mean, it's hard to overwhelm the pull of a couch. You know, people have gotten very used to over the past year. Over the past few years, these new routines where they mostly get to stay home, spend time with their families. They've rearranged all of their habits to accommodate remote work. So I think it's going to take a little bit more than, you know, bite-sized hot dogs and spritzes to get them out of their houses. And I think in particular, the draw of like a conference room luncheon might not really be as tempting as maybe a blowout party would have been a few years ago.
I mean, a pig in a blanket can get me anywhere.
I was going to say another way, we're getting lazy. Emma, we have less than a minute here, but what does this shift mean really for the future of work culture?
It's challenging because it points to something companies are facing, which is that they're going to have to work a lot harder and think more creatively to build communities in the workplace that are, exciting for people, comfortable, but also fit in with the new habits that they've built up over the last few years. You know, psychologists say habits are really, really hard to break. And people had to reshape them all of a sudden really profoundly during the pandemic. So it's going to take a little bit more than a lunchtime mocktail to have people come up with different routines.
Lunchtime mocktail and pigs in a blanket.
There you go.
There you go. Emma Goldberg.
We're easy to get to a party, apparently.
We actually are. That is apparently. Truer words have never been spoken. Emma, really great article, though. Thank you so much.
All right, that was a good talker. Here's another one when we're talking about changing landscapes. More people now scaling back when it comes to leaving a gratuity amid that rise in so-called tipflation.
Yeah, I'm sure you felt it. According to recent data from payroll provider Gusto, service sector workers, though, in non-restaurant, leisure, and hospitality jobs made $1.28 an hour in tips on average. That is down 7% from the $1.38 an hour they made a year ago. Joining us now for more on this is CNBC reporter Emily Lorsch. Emily, great to have you with us. Thanks for being here. So first, just help us understand what tipflation means, why people are tipping less, especially I think a lot of people at home are they're getting used to being asked to tip more.
Well, Joe and Savannah, I'm sure you are as well. You're seeing it. It's those iPads being flipped around no matter where you go, no matter what you're buying, asking if you want to tip 15, 20, 25%, sometimes more, sometimes it's in terms of dollars, but people are frustrated with that. And so this tip creep, this tipflation is causing tip fatigue. Now people are just struggling, and especially with inflation, with layoffs, now with the holiday season, there are all these new financial pressures, I think people are deciding to take a step back.
So we're fatigued from it, but what's the impact this is actually having on workers, too?
It's certainly having a different impact on different workers depending on what type of a worker there is. In 43 states in the United States, there's actually a lower minimum wage for tipped workers. So the federal minimum wage is $7.25. If you're a tipped worker, that's $2.13. So there are actually people in more than a dozen states who are making that sub-minimum wage, what it's referred to, of $2.13. And I went out to Austin, Texas. That's one of the places that abides by that sub-minimum wage of $2.13. I spoke with several workers who are making that. One worker I spoke with, he couldn't afford to make that, so he went to another restaurant that does pay. They are able to pay higher than minimum wage, but take a listen to what he said. He said making $2.13 an hour just isn't sustainable.
It's not dependable. There's days certainly where you come in and you would make $40 or something like that, and depending on how busy it's going to be that day, and if there's weather involved and how much business you have, you just don't make any money that day, and then it gets subsidized by your other days. Most restaurants don't pay you a wage that's your minimum wage for that day. It goes over the course of 2 weeks and they average it out. So if you have a really good day, you're actually paying yourself back on the slow days.
And to complicate things even further, according to the Department of Labor, a tipped worker is an employee engaged in an occupation in which they customarily and regularly receive more than $30 a month in tips. Now, nowadays, Joe and Savannah, as you can see, that could be just about anywhere you go, because with these iPads, you're really tipping so many different people.
How do we navigate then? I mean, I think everybody would probably agree they want to be tipping an employee where that's their situation versus, you know, on everything that you're asked to now. How do you navigate who needs this and who doesn't?
It really is hard to know, and I think it's important that consumers do think about this when they have that iPad and they're determining whether or not to tip, and if so, what percentage. So I think it's definitely important to think about, historically speaking, it's going to be those waiters, those waitresses, those bartenders. Those are people who typically are making that tipped minimum wage. And beyond that, you know, do your research, educate yourself, look into your state laws, and don't be afraid to ask. Maybe go to that manager or that business owner and ask them how they pay their workers.
That's a great question. Emily Lorsch, thank you so much.
Coming up, we are taking a look back at the year that was with a recap of some of 2023's biggest headlines that we've covered here on Morning News Now.
From war to mental health to artificial intelligence, space, LGBTQ rights, and of course Taylor Swift. We'll bring it to you all next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There are just 11 days left in the year, so we wanted to end the hour looking back at some of the biggest stories we covered for you here on Morning News Now over the past 12 months.
That's right. 2023 was a year where the news did not stop, and alongside all the tough stories, we hope we managed to bring you a little joy too. Take a look. This morning, Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin is in critical condition.
Today is Catherine, Princess of Wales' birthday, but I'm guessing one of her presents will not be the book penned by her brother-in-law.
Saturday night's mass shooting has become one of the worst in modern history here in the Los Angeles area.
5 now fired Memphis police officers are now facing second-degree murder charges. 2 massive earthquakes struck southeastern Turkey.
We need help. We need the international community to do something.
On this day in 2022, Russian tanks and military vehicles rolled into Ukraine.
A community is reeling after 6 people, including 3 9-year-old students, were killed yesterday.
It comes a time where time itself is ready for a change. That time has come back here in Nashville, Tennessee.
I'm innocent. I would never hurt my wife, Maggie, and I would never hurt my son, Pawpaw.
Engines full power and liftoff.
I want one of your jobs.
I want to do what you guys do. Y'all hiring back there? Let me know. It's shaping up to be a cruel summer for so many Swifties.
I went to her Eras tour in Nashville. You are here to talk Taylor Swift.
You basically helped Taylor, I feel like.
Thank you for saying that.
This is the American dream.
16-year-old Ralph Yarl was shot after ringing the wrong doorbell while trying to pick up his younger brothers. King Charles III and Queen Camilla were crowned Saturday.
Happy Thanksgiving. Happy
If I say what I really want to say, we're going viral.
When you tell people the name of the show, I'm guessing you might have to repeat it a couple times sometime for people, right?
If I say it in a Southern accent, I only have to say it once. Shucked.
Sus. It means some things like suspect. Like you are suspicious of it. That's sus.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has started busing migrants to sanctuary cities again.
Hotels are running out of space.
The Federal Reserve raised interest rates to a 16-year high.
Look at that sky, that smoke blanketing the field during last night's game. All that smoke is a result of wildfires burning up in Canada.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Simmons is here to break this down for us.
I'm dressed as Chloe Mellor.
Simone Biles is set to return to competition this summer.
A massive and urgent search happening right now to find a missing research submersible with 5 people on board.
Right now, there is an Australia-Canada game going on, and a penalty was just taken.
Welcome back.
Notice anything? It's a West Wing whodunit. We're talking about that bag of cocaine that was found in the White House earlier this week. American musical icon Tony Bennett has died.
What is this maniacal need to put people out of business?
The Screen Actors Guild voted unanimously to go on strike.
Lahaina town was just so shocking and devastating. The whole town was decimated.
This is the power of Hurricane Idalia.
But this is the first time we've seen a mugshot of a former or sitting president. More than 2,400 people have now died in the 6.8 magnitude quake.
Could there be a replication of life on Earth elsewhere? Of course I believe that.
An unprecedented attack that has become an all-out war between Israel and Hamas militants.
There is no electricity going in, there is no fuel going in, and there is no food going in.
I left a message. I have some pride.
Do you?
No.
A longtime Friends star died on Saturday.
Declared vacant.
It's the first time in U.S. history lawmakers have formally voted to remove a sitting speaker in the middle of a term.
The massive hype is now being referred to as Barbenheimer.
Samantha, are we going to the troll hole now?
Can you just come back here so you can read this? Because I don't like saying it.
Nice to see you all.
We are remembering former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. The current deal to bring aid to Gaza and swap hostages and prisoners is set to end today.
Floating is just the coolest thing. Satisfying to hear that floating is as fun and cool as we all think it would be. Look at that. Look at the calling in all the way from the International Space Station. Thank you and happy holidays.
So many fun guests.
God, what a year,
and
right?
Costumes, apparently.
Oh my gosh, Danny in the orange blazer just brings a cackle every time.
I had left for that moment, so I missed it, but I get to
really
relive
did
it
miss
forever. Exactly.
It was something.
So,
It really got us all here.
thanks to our entire team for putting that together.
Putting that together and the work they do to put the show together every day. And all of you at home for joining us. You're part of this family, and we appreciate you starting your day with us.
Incredibly grateful. You're going to take a few days off now.
I am, yep. Holidays, here we come.
All right, let's do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Happy holidays. Right now on Morning News Now, Donald Trump disqualified. This morning, controversy in Colorado now spreading beyond state lines after the Colorado Supreme Court ruled Trump ineligible to run for president because of his role in the January 6th insurrection. We'll break down the first of its kind decision to kick him off the state's primary ballot, plus reaction and why the case could go all the way to the nation's highest court. Also this morning, a battle at the border over an unprecedented surge in migrant crossings.
How much longer can you keep up?
No, we can't. We can't. I don't have the resources. I won't have the space. Where I want to put them.
And in Washington, a stalemate in the Senate over funding for border security. We will bring you the latest. And we're tracking housing market hopes after a tough year for real estate, what buyers and sellers can expect in the new year. Plus, we're talking about success and struggles with Grammy-nominated artist Gayle, who shot to stardom 2 years ago and hasn't stopped since. We get candid about everything from her breakthrough single, mental health challenges, and how it all led to a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to tour with the one and only Taylor Swift. Just imagine how I felt speaking with
no kidding. Who's been there? She has Taylor Swift ties. She has Barbie ties.
I know, and she is
bigger than that.
Truly just so fantastic. I feel like she's my friend now. I just love her. Like I'm so excited to share this conversation.
Looking forward to that conversation. Good morning. Good to have you with us on this Wednesday. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to start our show this morning with this historic legal decision that could have a major impact on the 2024 election.
In an unprecedented ruling yesterday, Colorado Supreme Court disqualified Donald Trump from appearing on the state's upcoming Republican primary ballot because of his alleged role in the January 6th insurrection. It was a 4-3 decision based on a little-known provision in the Constitution, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. It's the first time that provision has been used to rule a presidential candidate ineligible for office. A spokesperson for the Trump campaign called the decision, quote, flawed, and said in part, "We will swiftly file an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court and a concurrent request for a stay of this deeply undemocratic decision. We have full confidence that the U.S. Supreme Court will quickly rule in our favor." NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard and NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos join us now with more on this big breaking story this morning. Vaughn, let's start with you. So walk us through this ruling by Colorado Supreme Court, how it came to this decision.
Number one, this was Section 3 of the 14th Amendment was added to the Constitution after the Civil War to prevent Confederate soldiers or generals from serving in the United States Congress. And I think that that is the important context where you said that this has not been used to rule any candidate ineligible since. But what you saw from the Colorado Supreme Court, this is not the only state where this lawsuit is working its way through the courts, but they are the first to rule against Donald Trump. And in the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, it said whoever incites, sets foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the U.S. or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. Right now, we expect Donald Trump to appeal this to the U.S. Supreme Court. Colorado, their election is on March 5th, so we should expect them to make a decision perhaps before then, but could very well happen after that as well, which would have general election implications.
Danny, let's bring you in here and talk the legal side of this. I mean, just first, what's your reaction to this ruling? Were you surprised by what we saw?
I think objectively, everybody was surprised. If you look at the numbers, virtually every other, about 18 other of these challenges have not been successful. And then you look at the court's opinion itself. It was not unanimous, not by a long shot. It was a pretty close call, and there are some pretty forceful dissents written in this opinion. So this is at the least an issue that reasonable minds, including reasonable judicial minds, disagreed on. And in fact, the opinion even lays out conveniently bullet points on its holdings at the front end of the opinion. And you can guarantee that those are going to be the bullet points that the Trump team is planning to appeal.
So, Danny, those who dissented in this Colorado Supreme Court, they basically cited due process, said, Trump has not been convicted of a crime yet. Is that something that the conservative majority of the U.S. Supreme Court might lean into if the decision is appealed? What could the U.S. Supreme Court do here?
Yes, there's that point. There's the point of, is Donald Trump, is he an officer under the meaning of the 14th Amendment? And when you just look at the text of the 14th Amendment, it's pretty amazing. They list almost every other job in the federal government, including the vice president, except the president. But then there's a catch-all phrase that says any officer who takes an oath. And that catch-all phrase, boy, those catch-all phrases in the law can really vex us. Because, again, it's the framers were simply not clear as to what they wanted. So now we're left hundreds of years later deciding whether or not, when they omitted the word president from the 14th Amendment in that section, the disqualification clause, did they mean to omit the president completely? Or are they saying, hey, look, he's included in the officer who takes an oath category, even if we didn't specifically call him out by name? That's just one example of an appealable issue, and there are many. And now the Supreme Court may decide that the Colorado Supreme Court got everything right and affirmed them. But there are a lot of avenues for appeal in this case, and they'll all be looked at what's called de novo. In other words, the Supreme Court is not likely to give a lot of deference to the lower state court. And by lower, I mean the highest state court in the land of Colorado, but a lower court considering the Supreme Court.
Vaughn, let's put a pin in the appeal for a moment. Let's say this decision is upheld. What does that mean for primaries right around the corner, the election itself, and also, should it be upheld, do you think we see this happen elsewhere?
It would most likely, if the U.S. Supreme Court rules against Donald Trump, it would most likely remove him from the ballot in every state across the country. That would upend this in 2024 presidential election. And I think that's where the timing of this, the hypothetical of it, is important, because March 5th, the day of the Colorado primary, is known as Super Tuesday in the Republican primary. About 1/3 of the delegates that are going to go toward deciding who the Republican nominee is are voted on that day. It's not just Colorado voting here. And so if you're the likes of Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis, maybe you see the polling numbers, you were considering getting out of this presidential race. Well, perhaps it's worthwhile to wait around a little bit longer to see how the Supreme Court rules, because next July is when the delegates at the Republican National Convention will choose their presidential nominee. But if the Supreme Court rules that he's ineligible, everything is up in the air for the Republicans at that point.
Vaughn, Danny, thank you so much for kicking us off this hour with some breaking news. We appreciate it.
A Senate bill that would fund security at the southern border and provide billions in aid to Israel and Ukraine is going to have to wait until after the holidays.
Yeah, after hours of closed-door negotiations between lawmakers and the Biden administration, both sides say more time is needed to actually pass legislation. Passing an aid package through Congress was highly unlikely since the House of Representatives is already on holiday recess. Well, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he's optimistic negotiations will continue over the funding bill.
As negotiators work through remaining issues, it is our hope that their efforts will allow the Senate to take swift action on the National Security Supplemental early in the new year. In the time remaining this year, Senate and administration negotiators will continue to work in good faith towards finalizing their agreement.
Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley for the latest here. Good morning to both of you. Ali, I will begin with you. This was really considered to be a long shot effort to pass a funding bill before the Christmas holiday. When we talked yesterday, you didn't sound too optimistic. We didn't necessarily think it was going to happen. So what are we now hearing from Senate leaders as the bill has stalled, at least for now?
Look, they're trying to continue to sound optimistic notes, but it's clear that this is going nowhere fast, and certainly not before the end of the year, as Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer had initially hoped and intended for it to. That's because when they come back in January, they've got a long to-do list. But look, this was always going to be a long shot because there are a few more complicated and thorny political issues in Washington than immigration. You lump that with foreign aid, and you've got a really sticky situation. Here's more of how the Majority Leader was talking about these negotiations and where they go next.
Bipartisan border security negotiations are essential to the Senate's efforts to address critical national security priorities. Our colleagues are making encouraging progress on this front. Challenging issues remain, but we are committed to addressing needs at the southern border and to helping allies and partners confront serious threats in Israel, Ukraine, and the Indo-Pacific.
And so, look, Schumer there again, sounding optimistic, releasing that rare joint statement with his counterpart on the Republican side, Mitch McConnell, who has been clear that they need to get this money out the door to Ukraine and to Israel to continue to support our allies on the world stage. But again, all of this is wrapped up together, and it's not looking like it's going to happen before the end of the year. The Senate should be getting out of town today.
Julia, let's bring you in here. So a U.S. appeals court on Tuesday at least temporarily blocked the Biden administration from destroying a razor wire fencing that's along the U.S.-Mexico border. We know this is something that CBP, that Customs and Border Protection, wanted removed. What more should we know about this ruling and what could happen next?
Well, first I'll tell you about the wire. I've stood right there, especially right along the Rio Grande River in Eagle Pass, Texas. I've been there as hundreds of migrants are coming across. We know that very crossing saw over 3,000. That area saw over 3,000 just on Monday. And so what would happen is the Border Patrol would try to cut the razor wire to allow oftentimes women carrying children and people in desperate situations to get across. Texas said, no, you can't cut that wire. We put that there. We're protecting our land. So it's been this question about property rights and also what could be getting in the way of national security and Customs and Border Protection doing their job. So far, this has gone just the same way those border buoys went, where the Western District of Texas says it agrees with the Biden administration that the razor wire needs to be removed, just like the buoys were removed. But then that Fifth Circuit, very conservative appeals court, overrules that and says that, no, the Biden administration can't have these removed. Wire needs to stay where it is. Border Protection can't touch it unless there's some, extreme circumstances. It needs to stay there. And in both cases, we can expect this to go to the Supreme Court and have this showdown over really who's in control here at the southern border and whether or not Texas can put these razor wire or buoys in place.
Allie, let's turn back to Congress on this, but other issues. I mean, when they come back from the holiday break in a couple weeks, it's not just this. It's not just the border issue, which, by the way, is also tied up in this foreign aid funding. Yeah. It's also a looming government shutdown. I mean, how are both of these things going to be tackled?
It's going to be fun. I think for those of us in Congress, we know that it's going to be a busy season. And I think there's also some real skepticism about what they can actually viably get done. Because, yes, these negotiations are continuing. Our understanding is that they'll even continue today. The key negotiators are still in the room having their conversations about what this could look like. But again, even if you start the year with a strong framework that has support on the Senate side, that's nothing to say of how House Republicans will react to the bill that's ultimately brokered. They will, of course, have their own opinions on that. And then the other looming issue that actually has its own deadline is the government shutdown, which is now not going to be done in one phase, but two over the course of January and February. Our understanding from my sources is that we don't even have a top line number for appropriators to be building towards in these 12 key appropriations bills. So we're back to the drawing board on government funding as well. All of these issues are difficult for both parties, but certainly House Republicans have been vehement that they want restrictions on the border in order to go along with foreign funding. And they've been very outspoken about the idea of how the government is funded. If they don't see sufficient cuts or that dreaded word continuing resolution, if that's something that the Speaker actually seriously starts talking about, we could have a whole new set of problems that aren't even officially on the to-do list for this Congress in January.
Allie and I have different definitions of fun. All right, Allie and Julia.
Yes, that's true, yeah.
Well, there's new hope this morning for a second potential ceasefire in the war between Israel and Hamas. Hamas political leaders are in Egypt to discuss how they intend to move forward. Israeli officials say they are also willing to resume negotiations for another humanitarian pause. This all comes as the U.S. faces mounting pressure to persuade Israel to change its military approach in Gaza. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the details.
Good morning. That's right. A couple major headlines that we are watching out of the region. Israel intensified its airstrikes in Gaza overnight. We have some new pictures coming out of the enclave. We also know from the Israeli Air Force, they say they struck Hezbollah militant targets to the north inside Lebanese territory. But the major headline we are watching very closely at this hour is a possible new deal. We know there's been mounting pressure at the negotiating table this week. The CIA director was in Poland, as we reported, meeting with Israeli and Qatari officials this week. Now, earlier this week, the White White House expressed optimism, and there are already the beginning of some very optimistic reports this morning in Israeli press. NBC News has not yet confirmed any deal or anything that the two sides have agreed on yet. Now, this comes as nearly 130 hostages remain inside Gaza. We saw that video Hamas released earlier this week showing 3 elderly hostages, including on the right there, 80-year-old Yoram Metzger. Our Richard Engel spoke with his son Guy. Take a listen.
He looks very, very tired. He looks very sick. Also his friends. We are really, really worried about their condition.
And this morning in Gaza, news strikes in the central city of Deir al-Balah, and the grim milestone of nearly 20,000 people killed inside Gaza since October 7th. That may be reached today, according to the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry. It is day 75. And the other thing we're really watching, especially from Washington, the spillover from this war, also a major concern for the U.S. America is now leading an effort to protect the key Red Sea shipping route against the threats from Iranian-backed Houthi militias based in Yemen. The threat so high that our colleagues actually at NBC are reporting that nearly $35 billion in cargo have been diverted. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Molly, thank you so much.
It was a final farewell for Sandra Day O'Connor, the first woman to ever serve on the Supreme Court. She was honored yesterday at Washington's National Cathedral. President Biden was one of many paying tribute to an icon who empowered generations of women. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has that story.
Gracious and wise, civil and principled,
President Joe Biden at Washington's National Cathedral, paying tribute to the late Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor.
the pioneer in her own right, breaking down the barriers in legal and political worlds.
The first woman to serve on the High Court, eulogized by the Chief Justice, who as a young lawyer helped her prepare for a unanimous Senate confirmation in 1981.
She had to find her own style to cajole, persuade, and unite colleagues when there was no example to follow.
O'Connor was the consensus builder on a deeply divided court, but she resisted the swing vote label.
She would say, "That sounds fickle."
Her biographer recalling how she wooed her colleagues to lunch.
Not to talk about cases or argue over the law, but to get to know each other. She was the glue.
The glue for her family as well, according to her son, Jay.
She did it all, organizing the household, outstanding cooking, grocery shopping, getting the kids where we needed to be, all while still achieving extraordinary things at work.
O'Connor died earlier this month at 93, leaving detailed instructions from the speakers to today's music for her final send-off.
She also wrote her final message to her sons. Our purpose in life is to help others along the way. May you each try to do the same.
Laura Jarrett, NBC News.
What a legacy. Well, heavy rain and snow are expected to hit the West Coast thanks to a brewing weather system.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman has latest forecast. Angie, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, guys. We've got a couple things to talk about, and it comes in the form of rain, snow, and wind, and it's mainly focused on the West Coast over the next couple of days. Right now, though, we have 22 million people included in these flood alerts that are up. That bright green is a flood watch. It does include major cities of San Diego, Los Angeles, and all the way up into San Luis Obispo. This is going to be something that you see last likely through the day today, potentially into tomorrow, as we have a couple of different waves of rain working close to the California coast. Here's the deal right now. You can see the radar across the southwest. We've got some showers happening across parts of Arizona and definitely up and down the coast of California. And there's more to come. There's the system that we're going to watch inch closer to the coast here over the next 48 hours. It brings a couple periods of heavy rain. It'll bring some additional snowfall up through the Sierras and such. And by the time we get through basically Thursday and into Friday, we have the potential to see mudslides, especially on those burn scar areas, and the flooding concern. Now, that rain will eventually spread into parts of the desert southwest as we get into Friday, late especially. That will impact folks in southern Nevada and Arizona. So it'll be there that we'll watch for some impacts when it comes to travel as we get into Friday. But some of these places across portions of California could pick up to 10 inches of rain. So again, the mudslides and the flooding concern will be real over the next couple of days. We've got the potential for 2 feet of snow, but that mostly comes at the higher elevations, and that lasts through Friday. This is the area, though, that we're going to watch for that potential for the debris flows, like I said, in the burn scar areas, Santa Barbara, LA, right in those mountains near there. Here's the travel impacts, though. I think if you're traveling tomorrow or Friday on the roads, it's going to be the 5, the 15, those spots, maybe across portions of Arizona, Interstate 10. But then the airports, we could see some iffy conditions in Seattle and Portland because of rain, guys, but it's really those California airports that are going to have trouble, including in that Phoenix, too.
You didn't want to go home for Christmas, did you?
Stop it.
It's low.
Are you jinxing her?
Say that.
I
do know the 5 and the 15
right?
well, though, so it sounds like it won't be.
Those are always a mess anyway.
Exactly. Thanks so much. Much more to come here on Morning News Now later this hour. It's sophisticated technology with complicated consequences. We're going to look back at what has been a huge year for AI.
Up first, though, when we come back, Ukraine's president getting candid about the state of the war with Russia, what he had to say in a rare end-of-the-year address. We'll be right back.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News Special Report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling
We're back with breaking news out of New Jersey, where a TV news helicopter crashed, killing 2 people on board.
Yeah, the crash happened in Hamilton in southern New Jersey, where officials say Chopper 6, which flies for the ABC affiliate station in Philadelphia, crashed Tuesday night. The pilot and a photographer were both killed in the crash. No names have been released as family members are still being notified, but our condolences, of course, to everyone at the station as well as their families.
Thinking of those families of journalists. Let's return turn to the Biden administration's efforts to get Congress to authorize that additional $60 billion in aid to Ukraine. The money would help Ukraine's military with supplies and fund humanitarian aid efforts for people displaced by the violence. At a press conference in Kyiv, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told reporters that he needs the money to train an additional 500,000 troops as Russia promises to not give up what they say is theirs. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber has more.
The war in Ukraine is far from over, but one of the most significant streams of aid could be coming to an end. A dire warning from the White House. Money to support the war in Ukraine is out.
We have one more security assistance package available to us before the end of this year, before we run out of replenishment authority to replenish the stocks and the inventories.
And unless Congress approves additional aid before the end of the year, the United States will not be able to send Ukraine support it so desperately needs. The U.S. has already allocated more than $100 billion to Ukraine, military and humanitarian aid, since Russia launched its full-scale invasion in early 2022.
We can't let Putin win.
But President Biden wants Congress to approve another $60 billion. Republicans are skeptical and say they won't approve more funding without changes to the U.S.'s border and immigration policies. Ukraine is desperate. A top general told Reuters they've already had to scale back some military operations. At a 2-hour press conference, President Volodymyr Zelensky flatly denied suggestions that Ukraine is losing this war, but acknowledged the challenges of fighting a nation with significantly more resources, from weapons to troop levels.
And I'm confident that the United States will not let us down, and what we have agreed in the United States will be fulfilled in full.
Last week, Ukraine's former defense minister, Andriy Zahornyuk, told NBC News it's disappointing that internal politics in the U.S. are impacting Ukraine.
And we understand that there is a political process and so on. It's just like they need to remember that every day or months of delayed assistance, that's somebody's lives on stake. That the fact that some politicians don't realize that, that's quite concerning, I have to say.
Meanwhile, Russia is carrying on. President Vladimir Putin claims he is willing to negotiate and talk about Ukraine, but accused the U.S. of, quote, dragging Russia and Europe into this conflict on purpose.
Our thanks to Ellison Barber for that story. More international news now, starting with that volcano in Iceland we told you about yesterday, still erupting this morning.
That's right. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga is going to tell us the latest, as well as other world headlines. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. That volcano is still feeling pretty fired up, but at least officials over there are saying that the intensity of those eruptions are decreasing or have decreased since they started on Monday. Now, the volcano is located about 2 miles north of a town called Grindavik. Residents have been anticipating these eruptions for a while now, even braving thousands of small earthquakes that rattled the region over the last few weeks. Officials are saying that people are not currently in danger, but they have closed all traffic in the area close to the volcano. Officials also say the seismic activity could go on for months. Now let's travel over to Congo, where nearly 45 million people have the chance to pick their next president. This election comes amid a massive ongoing humanitarian crisis in the eastern region. Millions have died and been displaced after decades of fighting. Some reports suggest fears about the credibility of this year's election because of those major population losses. Now, the international community also has their eyes on the country, which holds rare minerals needed amid rising demands for electric cars and solar panels. Right now, current President Felix Tshisekedi is out for a second term. The results aren't in, but the polls are currently leaning in his favor. After decades of war, this is only the 4th time the community has been able to vote for their leader. And we end this tour of the world in Japan with the magic of AI and a little mind reading. Japanese researchers have developed what they are calling a brain decoding technology. It can translate human brain activity into pictures. Now, Savannah and Joe, this is the picture their brain mapping technology came up with. Not sure what or who this person was thinking about, but you can make out a mouth, ears, and a nose in this photo. And researchers say this is the first time humans have been able to get inside a person's mind? Well, they wouldn't find anything exciting in my mind right now. All I'm thinking about is food. It's lunchtime right here.
Maybe if you stand on one foot and squint
Is it a goat? Is it a horse?
It's kind of like donkey-ish.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. Thanks, Claudio.
Claudio thinks, I mean, I couldn't draw anything better than that, so.
Coming up, controversy in the classroom. Some parents voicing concerns about certain educational videos being shown to students. When we come back, why critics say the videos have a hidden political agenda.
Plus, an NBC News exclusive, the White House now one step closer to launching a clean energy program. The latest on that next on Morning News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with the controversy over particular educational videos that are gaining popularity in several states across the country. There's a growing concern that those videos with billions of views are being used as a tool to push political agendas. Here's NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton with the details.
What does it mean to be feminine?
Your kids may have seen these videos online.
Embrace the idea of being a wife or a mother.
Educational videos on everything from culture to history to climate.
Without fossil fuels, much of the world's population would starve to death in a year.
This is PragerU, not an actual accredited university, but rather a, quote, pro-American education nonprofit with growing school partnerships in New Hampshire, Florida, and Oklahoma.
It's called edutainment.
According to CEO Marissa Straight, their videos are an answer to an education system too focused on diversity and gender. In this Los Angeles studio, PragerU's artists focus on American exceptionalism.
They feel like they're serving on the front lines of saving the war of ideas in America.
Since the pandemic, PragerU says it has more than doubled revenue and reached nearly 10 billion views of their videos. Founder Dennis Prager has been a controversial radio show host for years.
If you're spending a good part of the day teaching kids about preferred pronouns and other what we call woke issues, then you're really not teaching them.
What I hear from teachers of every background is that they are slammed from block to block. They are underpaid, they are underappreciated, and that they don't even have time to talk about pronouns, gender theory, critical race theory. You can point to here or there.
I don't believe that they're telling you the truth. I actually think they're lying to you.
In Oklahoma, some teachers like Gabe Woolley are using PragerU in the classroom. We watched Prager's video.
Here's the first thing you need to know.
A short history of slavery together.
After centuries of human slavery, white men led the world in putting an end to the abhorrent practice.
She's giving credit mostly to white people right now for ending it. Right. Before the acknowledgement of the pain that some of your students might actually know about and feel in their families, right?
Right. And there's a lot of content that we cover that does cover that aspect. But what we almost never talk about is the reality of slavery happening almost since the beginning of time to the end of time.
A few minutes down the road, families like the Reyes, who are a mix of white, Choctaw, and Mexican American, say the broader culture war playing out in schools is hurting teachers.
We trust our people, right? We trust our educators. Like we said, I mean, this is our community.
We showed them some of PragerU's videos designed for kids.
300,000 Union soldiers, overwhelmingly white, who died during the Civil War.
Zoe is in 5th grade.
Something that I noticed was no other culture did anything. No other culture died. No other culture tried to stop slavery, which I know that isn't true.
That's extremely concerning to me because it's, so much inaccuracy with things.
What would a good American education system look like to you?
Like it did in the 1930s, minus anything that was offensive.
All the bad things going on in the 1930s.
You're right, minus the bad things. Yes, that's correct.
Looks good. Better.
A vision he's now trying to bring to schools nationwide. Antonia Hilton, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Also this morning, an exclusive report from NBC News. The Biden administration is one step closer to launching its American Climate Corps program.
After experiencing some setbacks in Congress, the administration now says it has unlocked funding for the program, which was created to employ thousands of young Americans in the clean energy, conservation, and climate resilient sectors. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba joins us now with more on these details. Hey, Monica, good to see you. So what do we know about the American Climate Corps and its purpose?
Well, this is an ambitious project from the administration, Savannah and Joe, and one that they're trying to model after something that took place in the 1930s under President Roosevelt and that Conservation Corps. And this is really going to work across a lot of different agencies. And they are hoping, because of the big interest that they saw when they put this out as a program from young people, that it will be quite successful. We know that at least 50,000 people in every single state, some of them expressed interest in signing up for this, but they're still figuring out exactly how this is going to work, but they're encouraged by these early signs.
So, Monica, we know the administration tried to fund this through the Inflation Reduction Act, which passed Congress last year. That funding was ultimately dropped from the final version. So how are they going to pay for it now?
Yeah, they have to get creative here, Joe, and what they're doing essentially is they're going agency by agency to try to use some existing funding. For instance, the EPA has a grant that they are already working on that they're going to try to use some of the money for that to establish a couple of these programs in different states. So we know there are a few that are already doing that, so they're hoping to expand that, specifically when it comes to some environmental justice programs, which young people could begin to be a part of as soon as next summer if this works.
Monica, I know the administration announced these virtual listening sessions gearing up to this expected launch. What's that about? What are those? What's the goal from those to start talking to people about this?
And that's what they're going to see happen here soonest. They're going to do these listening sessions to try to get a sense of what young people are most interested in being a part of and how it could work and how they could make it work with their lives and some of these communities that need it most. So what they're saying is we're going to do the listening sessions so we can try to meet people where they are and find where the need may be greatest. And then again, start there before probably expanding it to go nationwide. But the administration says if people are still interested, they should still look for more information on this, which they hope to have in the new year. Savannah and Joe.
All right, Monica Alba, thank you so much for that exclusive report. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, a glimmer of hope for the housing market. Up next, we're going to look back on what was a challenging year for real estate. One of our favorite financial gurus, Caleb Silver, is here to explain why 2024 could look a lot better.
We can get a bobblehead right there too, right? We're also reflecting on the AI revolution, the good, the bad, how more on how the advanced technology is presenting some problems. You're watching Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida, the time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It's the threat it took for all this damage to
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Welcome back. Well, it was a rough year for the real estate market, from high mortgage rates to rising home prices, low existing home sales. Home buyers face numerous challenges in 2023, but are we in for a rebound in the new year? Well, for more on this, we've got Caleb Silver, our friend and editor-in-chief of Investopedia. Love to have you here. As always, Caleb, good to see you. So the other thing, though, that's interesting is while we have these existing home sales down, I know now new home construction is on the rise. Kind of a mixed bag in some cases. Just tell us, what are you expecting? I mean, is 2024 going to be a better year for real estate?
It's going to be a better year, and hopefully it begins in the spring. A reawakening of the housing market. Why? Because mortgage rates are finally starting to fall. Down below 7% for the first time in a long time. We're at around 6.8%. You crack the 7% number, you get more activity. So you're seeing construction of new homes. Why? Because the existing homes are too expensive for first-time homeowners to buy. The average median price now, $408,000 when you look across the country. That's very expensive, especially if you have to afford that 30-year fix. But the mortgage rate's going to come down. New home sales, new home construction should allow these people to buy into these new homes.
I know that, like, back in 2021, when we were at like 3% mortgage rate, that was also very, very low. Like, it's also not, you know, what my parents got when they bought a house and that type of thing. So is this going to be a good year if you're the person who's kind of waiting it out, thinking, God, they were so low in 2021 and 7%? I mean, do you see this continuing to fall, and to fall how low?
Yeah, we're not going back to 3%. We're probably not going back to 4%. Probably the 5 to 5.5% range, which is a little bit more normal for the housing market. You mentioned your parents, our parents. Anybody that bought in the 70s and 80s gets mad at you when you say mortgage rates are so high. They were 14% back then. So there's that issue. But supply is so tight because nobody has sold in the past year or two to, because half of U.S. homeowners have mortgage rates below 5%. Where are they going? So you have this problem with little supply, high prices, and those high mortgage rates. They're going to ease, and that's going to open the housing market a little bit.
Let's talk about specific markets. I mean, what's interesting to you in terms of affordability, cities that people might be moving to, or maybe getting more expensive because of that?
Yeah, if you're looking for affordability, you have to look in the Midwest. We're talking about Green Bay, we're talking about Wichita, we're talking about Rapid City, South Dakota. That's where home affordability.
I love Rapid City.
Yes, good
Great
city.
town.
Great towns throughout the Midwest. That's where home affordability is at its best. The least affordability is in places like California, San Diego, Santa Barbara, Santa Monica, Boulder, Colorado. Here in New York City, obviously, tight supply, high prices, high demand.
Coach Prime didn't help us out in Boulder either. Huh?
No.
I know. Two of my cities on that expensive list. Caleb Silver, thank you very much. Happy home buying, everybody. Happy holidays, Caleb. Great to have you. Well, sticking with money news, after years of talks, Southwest and its pilots union are landing on a new deal. NBC's Silvana now has that and other financial headlines for us this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yes, so Southwest Airlines has reached a tentative contract deal with its pilots after more than 3 years of talks, and it's the last major U.S. airline to reach an agreement with the pilots union. Terms haven't been disclosed, but pilots at American, Delta, and United won raises of about 40% over the life of their contracts. The deal comes after flight attendants at Southwest rejected a tentative contract following more than 5 years of talks. Rite Aid has been banned from using facial recognition technology for surveillance in its stores for 5 years as part of a settlement with the Federal Trade Commission. The drugstore chain used the technology from 2012 to 2020 to help identify shoplifters, but the FTC alleges it falsely flagged some customers as matching someone who had previously been identified as a shoplifter. An investigation by Reuters found Rite Aid quietly added facial recognition to hundreds of stores, and in New York and Los Angeles use the technology largely in lower-income, non-white neighborhoods. And Americans who owe back taxes may now have an incentive to pay up. The IRS will waive nearly $1 billion in late payment penalties. More than 4.5 million individual taxpayers who owe for the 2020 and 2021 tax years will be eligible. The IRS is extending the olive branch because it stopped sending out many collection letters during the pandemic, which it hoped would reduce its backlog. People who are eligible will get a special notice next month, Savannah.
Oh, there you go. Oof. Yeah. And then we're already in tax season. I know. All right, Silvana, thank you so much. Sure. Well, 2023 was a big year for artificial intelligence. We have seen the rise of ChatGPT, AI entering all kinds of new worlds, from entertainment to the medical field. Some of you might even be using it at work. But there are a lot of questions, a lot of debate for sure over how the technology should proceed and, importantly, how to regulate it. Sinead Bovell, futurist and founder of Way, joins us now with a look at what we've learned from AI and what we can expect for 2024. Sinead, good morning. Great to have you with us. Let's start on ChatGPT, I think, because I think this is one of those ones that maybe viewers at home, maybe viewers at home's kids have gotten really comfortable with. It's kind of just something that people use quite a bit now, whether it be to help on homework or to help on responding to an email at work. And it seemed to be this real catalyst when it came to AI this year. Help us understand how this technology became so mainstream and what you expect to see happen with this particular type of AI in the next year.
You're absolutely right. The launch of ChatGPT, it has really ignited a gold rush within the industry. It's become a household name, which is quite incredible. AI is now a part of mainstream public discourse as a result of this technology. And let's not forget, just last year, or at the beginning of this year, when we were talking about ChatGPT, it was a system that could generate text. It is now an AI system that can see, hear, and speak. So the pace of AI innovation over the course of the year has also been remarkable. And when you look globally, in some ways, AI has become the new space race, and the launch of ChatGPT has a lot to do with that ignition.
Absolutely. The other thing, though, like, let's talk about the other side of this, right? Like maybe some of the scary stuff. Some AI scientists have warned that technology's unchecked progress could lead to dire consequences. We've seen some things also that are a little bit bizarre, like, speaking of OpenAI, this company, their CEO, Sam Altman, him leaving, coming back, that's a nonprofit. What was that about? You know, just a lot of questions. But other people say that those concerns are being blown out of proportion. Where do you think we're going to kind of land on that debate in 2024? And might we learn anything new that is concerning?
Yes, I don't think we are going to land or have a unified version or verdict of the AI safety debate over the next year. In fact, I think the more AI improves and progresses, the louder and more polarizing these views on AI safety will become. You have the one camp that believes existential risk and superintelligence is the most important risk we need to be paying attention to. You have others that believe this is overblown, it's kind of nonsense, let's keep innovating at a faster pace. And then you have those that say AI safety today, the harms, biases, discrimination, that's where we need to focus. So I think these camps are going to continue to become more polarized the more AI can do over the year. I think the EU coming down with their AI, the AI Act, I think will be helpful in some ways in providing a blueprint for countries globally on how to proceed with regulation. But I don't see the debates regarding AI safety and the real risk subsiding anytime soon, and definitely not over the next year.
Yeah, let's talk about regulation. And to be frank, and no disrespect to our elected officials, but I've been in the room in Senate hearings when we're discussing different types of technology, and honestly, some of the questions just don't seem like there's a full understanding. And look, I don't blame them. None of us, I think, fully understand AI, but when the regulation is coming, through channels such as that, where it's people who are kind of even just trying to wrap their head around it, what do you think we can expect to see? And do you think it will be enough? And is it happening quickly enough?
I actually think compared to the internet and social media, talks about AI regulation are at least happening. We know, for instance, Senator Schumer has been convening a lot of important dialogues and conversations around AI regulation. We know the Biden administration put out their AI executive order. Of course, that's not non-binding, but it is directional. So I do think the governments are trying, and they're trying to proceed. Will it be fast enough based on the pace of innovation with AI? I'm not so sure. And now that the United States and many countries are heading into an election year, I don't know if we land at all on regulation in 2024. That might be something that continues to get kicked down the road.
Speaking, though, of an election year, this is where these concerns can really sort of raise their head, right? Things that, you know, you're just thinking, oh, I use ChatGPT for homework, but that same type of technology can fuel misinformation about candidates and campaigns, not to even get into the idea of deep fakes, which is basically these videos that make a candidate seem to say something that maybe they never actually said. What do you think AI's role will be in 2024, and how much of this is going to be on voters to try to be diligent in identifying false information?
I think we are bound to see some form of AI social engineering and disinformation, misinformation in 2024 regarding elections. Let's not forget, there are over 50 elections happening globally, impacting over 4 billion people. This is one of the most significant in terms of quantity election years in history. So we are bound to see some stories. And it's not just deep fakes. We could also see stories where footage emerges of a candidate and it's actually true, but they use the threat of AI and say, you know, maybe this is AI generated to sow distrust and confusion. So I would recommend to voters and to citizens more broadly to think critically when you come across information, check sources, who's posting it. Is it also shared by verified news networks? And we have to really have an open eye in this next year, especially because there are so many elections. It's a really important year regarding our information ecosystems.
Wow, you just added like a whole other little crinkle into that. That's like, you're so right. That's pretty scary. Sinead, at the end of this, just tell us, what other major advances do you think we might see in AI in 2024 that people may actually use or see in their homes or see in their doctor's offices?
Yes, I think AI is going to continue to be remarkable in terms of the pace of innovation in science and technology and in drug discovery and in medicine. I mean, AI has already come up with over 2 million new materials in terms of material science. We saw it progress drastically when it comes to AI in medical diagnoses and using it as a tool for radiologists, and then as well as in drug discovery. So we can expect more massive shifts on the pace of progress in science and medicine, and that's something I'm really excited about, and that's something that we can expect to hear more news story in 2024.
Sinead Bovell, fascinating conversation about a topic that is just becoming all-consuming. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, and Happy New Year.
You too. Take care.
Well, coming up, she is fresh off her own headlining tour and the Eras Tour. Now, Grammy-nominated artist Gayle is opening up about being Taylor Swift's opening act.
And then she was like, well, do you like open up for people? And I don't know why I said this, because she was like, do you open up for people? And then I was like, I open up for people who ask me to open up for them.
You did not.
I did.
She's too cute. But it's not all just success for the singer. We'll talk about the challenges, too, from her mental health struggles to why she canceled a headlining tour. Our conversation next. This is Morning News Now.
dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life.
Bah, humbug.
To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now,
Wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Let's end the hour with a conversation I had with Grammy-nominated artist Gayle. She is a force, releasing hit songs you know and opening for a certain billion-dollar tour this year. But along the way, she has faced challenges she's choosing to be open about. And we do want to warn you, our interview does touch on sexual assault. We got a behind-the-scenes look at her recent tour stop here at Racket in New York City. I think you'll see just how special she is.
Chances are you've heard this song. But you might not have heard the story of the incredible teenage girl behind it.
I'm 19, I don't know what I'm doing. I do something and the next week I hate it. Like, I'm just trying my best.
Gayle blasted onto the scene when ABCDEFU went viral in 2021.
It helped my dreams come true.
Now, she's had quite the year, just wrapping up her own headlining tour, being the youngest artist on the Barbie movie soundtrack, and spending the summer opening up for Pink, and even at Taylor Swift's record-breaking Eras tour.
I saw her play at Reputation at Nissan Stadium when I was 14. And then 4 years later, I got to open up at the same venue that I saw her play at.
But the success she's seeing now has been hard-fought. She's struggled with OCD and anxiety, even getting physically sick before many shows. Being transparent about the challenges is important to her.
I really wanted to inform people how I was feeling and be able to have it be an open conversation.
One of the ways she does that, her songwriting. She's been at it since the age of 10 and creating with her best friend since she was 12. And on her second EP released in 2022, a particularly personal song. I
put out a song about my sexual assault, and it was really, really important for me to go to therapy because I knew what I was opening myself up to. When I was 15, I didn't want to cope. I say when I was 15, I didn't want to cope. I didn't want to find hope. And I felt like that gave context to why I was so miserable when I was 15.
At just 17, Gayle was set to embark on a headlining tour, but she made the difficult and surprising decision to cancel, writing in a post to fans that she was learning how to be an adult.
It was really intimidating to cancel that tour, but I just felt like it was the most respectful thing for my brain.
As a 17-year-old, right before you are pushing post on that message to your fans, was it difficult? Was it scary?
The thing that's interesting, I would say that my insecurities are going to be involved in it. So I knew that people bought tickets, but it would be hard for me to comprehend that people would be disappointed in not seeing me.
After canceling, Gayle was unexpectedly available to perform at several awards shows, including the Nashville Songwriter Awards, the same year Taylor Swift was being honored.
So if I would have gone on that tour, I wouldn't have been able to meet Taylor and to have been able to open up for her. So I kind of see it as like an ugly blessing. It was a big lesson for me to like look at myself and understanding that like taking care of yourself can work out for you in the long run.
You see, Gayle's not only a Swiftie, much of her life and career has been influenced by the superstar.
She moved to Nashville, I moved to Nashville, and then she was like, I'm pop. And then I was like, well, she did it. Me too.
So, meeting Taylor backstage at the award show, a dream come true.
She was like, what are you doing next year? And I was like so nervous. I was like, yes, ma'am, I'm doing music next year. And she was like, okay, do you tour? I was like, yes, ma'am, I tour. And then she was like, well, do you like open up for people? And I don't know why I said this, because she was like, do you open up for people? And then I was like, I open up for people who ask me to open up for them.
You did not.
I did. I did.
And this is also your first time
meeting her.
Gayle landed the gig, opening for 15 dates on the highest grossing tour in history.
What was the Eras Tour like?
It was the most amazing thing in the incredible whole entire world. It's like having a summer fling that you'll never forget about.
And Gayle said performing on that stage is no joke.
Taylor's stage is kind of almost like the length of a football field. Like it's so long, and it's crazy that they let you on that stage, and I can only ever make it to the middle diamond. But the last show, I was like, I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. And I ran the whole stage, and it took me 5 minutes to run like the whole stage. Taylor also just like, any way she could help you, she just does, you know, like even the first day, like, and she does these things like not even people talk about, but she got me the most like beautiful flowers I've ever seen in my whole entire life. I've never seen flowers like that big.
Now, Gayle just successfully completed her own headlining tour, right in the timing that worked for her.
The fact that your tour is called Scared But Trying, I know it means something to you.
But especially on the Taylor tour, I almost threw up before I'd walk on stage, like every single time. I found, especially in the past year, I'd walk off stage and these wonderful kids would come up to me and they're like, you're just so confident. I'm like, no, I'm terrified. Please make no mistake, I am absolutely terrified.
A truth she wants all those kids to know so they feel less alone.
So I'm still like really scared, but I am really happy with the past year.
I just adore her so much, and her being so open about everything she's went through. In the summer, she's also scheduled now to open for Pink again on the European leg of her tour that was just announced. That kicks off in Dublin in June.
I have seen the Pink tour
there you
on
go.
MSG, and that's fantastic.
Carnival.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So good for her. That'll do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, access denied. Former President Trump now off the ballot in Colorado, at least for now. It's a landmark ruling from that state's highest court. It says Mr. Trump's role in the January 6th insurrection and his efforts to overturn the 2020 election disqualify him from Colorado's upcoming primary. So what's next for the former president, and how is Washington responding to it all? We've got it all covered in just a moment. All of Mother Nature's holiday havoc from earlier this week now giving way to some clearer skies this morning. And that is just in time for what is expected to be some of the busiest travel days of the entire year. We've got your full Christmas forecast and a closer look at how America's airports are working to ensure smoother sailing in the skies this holiday season. In the Middle East, a showdown in the Red Sea. Global commercial shipping logistics are at stake. Now, the U.S. is looking to protect cargo ships under attack. And it has been a year filled with historic headlines and stories that have kept us glued to our screens. So later in the hour, we're going to take a look back at our 2023 here on Morning News Now. We have not seen that yet, so I'm looking forward to seeing what's
nervous.
in there.
Yeah, what did I do this year that's going to come back to haunt me?
Some goofy things.
Yeah.
I think we have some hints of what's to come, all right? We begin this hour with that unprecedented decision out of Colorado that could have major consequences for the 2024 presidential race.
Colorado's Supreme Court ruled that former President Trump is not eligible to hold office again. The court cited his efforts to overturn the 2020 election and ordered his removal from the state's primary ballot. NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake has the latest.
This was a case viewed as a long shot by some legal experts, with similar efforts having failed across the country. But this ruling now sets up a potential showdown at the Supreme Court, as Donald Trump's campaign and his Republican primary opponents are blasting the decision, saying it should have been left to voters. Former President Donald Trump campaigning in Iowa overnight, making no mention of a bombshell decision by the Colorado Supreme Court, ruling that he engaged in insurrection when he tried to overturn the 2020 presidential election. The decision also making him ineligible to hold office under the 14th Amendment and disqualifying him from Colorado's March 5th primary ballot. The court repeatedly citing Mr. Trump's own words on January 6th as evidence of insurrection when he urged supporters to march on the Capitol and fight certification of the 2020 election for Joe Biden.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Mr. Trump's campaign calling the court's decision, quote, completely flawed and vowing to appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. The political backlash to the ruling instant, with the former president's allies rushing to his defense. House Speaker Mike Johnson calling it, quote, nothing but a thinly veiled partisan attack. His rivals also attacking the decision, Ron DeSantis calling it an abuse of judicial power. The ruling is on hold for now, with the Trump campaign already vowing to appeal. And legal efforts over the same issue have failed across the country, including lawsuits dismissed in Minnesota and New Hampshire, and a Michigan appeals court rejecting challenges to his candidacy just this month. Mr. Trump has been unaffected by his legal issues in primary polls, already fundraising off the Colorado decision. He is still the Republican frontrunner and still defending his most controversial rhetoric on the campaign trail. After his comments that immigrants are, quote, poisoning the blood of America, critics pointing out Adolf Hitler used similar wording in his writings. Trump doubling down last night.
And it's true. They're destroying the blood of our country. They don't like it when I said that. And I never read Mein Kampf. They said, oh, Hitler said that in a much different way.
The Colorado decision has had the perhaps unanticipated effect of uniting Donald Trump's remaining primary rivals in his defense. It's not just Ron DeSantis, but Nikki Haley and Chris Christie, all calling the court's ruling politically motivated and arguing that if Trump is going to be kept from returning to the White House, it should be voters who stop him, not judges. No word yet from the Biden White House or campaign.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much.
For more on this, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savala. So, Danny, as we just heard from Garrett, the court has put its ruling on hold till January 4th. That gives Trump and his team some time to appeal this decision to the U.S. Supreme Court, something he's expected to do. How could this now play out at the federal level with the U.S. Supreme Court?
It seems a near certainty that the Supreme Court will take this issue up because it is just filled with a jubilee of constitutional issues and issues that really have never been decided before. It is a laundry list of really constitutional unknowns. And the reality is there's a kind of split in the authority. And by that, I mean of the 18 or so other states where this was tried, it was unsuccessful. This is the first state in which Trump has actually been removed from the ballot. You add that to the constitutional dimensions, the impact of this decision, and it seems almost a certainty that the court will take it up. And if I may make one prediction, it will be this. The Supreme Court will not be unanimous. That's because reasonable minds all along the way on this issue have differed. That includes the many states up until now that have declined or rejected this argument. That includes the many dissenters on the Colorado Supreme Court alone. Reasonable minds, including reasonable judicial minds, differ on the issues presented, and there are many. That's the other thing about this case that makes it very susceptible to being overturned. There are just so many different constitutional issues for a court to hang its hat on, or a hook jurisdictionally to grab and result in overturning this Supreme Court's decision, the Colorado Supreme Court.
So, Danny, we've seen, as Garrett mentioned, similar cases in other states. Some have already been swatted down. Could this ruling in Colorado have any impact on any other states, or does this solely depend on the U.S. Supreme Court taking this up and making a decision?
Colorado's Supreme Court's decision is cabined, and I guess in Colorado it would be log cabined to the state of Colorado. It has no effect on any other courts except maybe as what we call persuasive authority, as opposed to mandatory authority. And in addition, Colorado's interpreting its own election code. So that obviously is going to be unlike any other state's election code. But the symbolic significance is far greater. The mere fact that this is confined only to the border of Colorado doesn't mean that other courts aren't sitting up and taking note, because this is such a well-reasoned, well, I mean, reasonable minds, I guess, can differ on whether it's well-reasoned, but they certainly covered every constitutional issue. There's something for everybody in this opinion, whether it stands on de novo review, which means they'll look at it with fresh eyes at the Supreme Court. That remains to be seen. But if you were betting, I would bet against this opinion standing.
All right. Danny Log Cabin Savalos. Danny, thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Well, there are just 5 days until Christmas. Can you believe that? Already, crowds are building at our nation's airports. But even one strong storm could put a wrench in a lot of people's travel plans. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello introduces us to the folks who are keeping an eye on the sky to make sure your holiday travel is smooth sailing.
The good news this Wednesday morning, with 114 million people expected on the roads this holiday stretch and 2.5 million moving through TSA checkpoints each day, much of the country is now clear of volatile travel weather for now, though the floodwaters remain.
Winter weather will be a challenge. It will certainly be a challenge in the next few weeks.
Dallas wind gusts as we're preparing for a possible ground stop.
At the FAA Command Center in Virginia,
Icelandic volcano is not expected to have any impact.
they watch everything from potential volcanic ash drifting out of Iceland to storms moving across the U.S.
A powerful low-pressure system pulling into New England.
In 24/7 constant communication,
Kennedy, possible ground stop depth of 2,300.
air traffic control, airline reps, defense, and national weather experts, all in one room.
Possibility of newer ground stop and ground delay program due to winds.
This is the heart of the FAA's command and control for the nation's airspace. If an airport anywhere needs a ground delay or ground stop, they order it here. Weather is always top of screen and top of mind.
If you put a thunderstorm in like northern New Jersey, it could have a ripple effect across the entire country.
All the way to SFO in San Francisco?
Yes, absolutely. San Francisco route delay advisory 39 is now active.
Managing that ripple effect is air traffic manager Jija Vingal's daily mandate.
So we do try to manage our high complex capacity areas to ensure that there's a smooth transition throughout the rest of the airspace.
Military operations for my center have been canceled for this morning.
With nearly 50,000 flights both today and tomorrow, the FAA has opened military airspace and more high-altitude highways. But the agency is still short several thousand air traffic controllers, leading to mandatory overtime and an urgent search.
We know we need more air traffic controllers. We're working hard to hire from a variety of sources and keep them moving through the training pipeline.
All right, back here at the airport, and one of these nice folks just said, I heard what you said a few days ago, get here early. Yeah, do. Get here 2 hours early for a domestic flight, 3 hours per international. By the way, and this is good news, cancellations are running at about 1.2% for the entire year. That's a 5-year low. Delays are the problem right now because the on-time arrival rate right now is about 77%. They'd like it to be 80% plus. Guys, back to you.
Oh, all right, Tom, thank you so much.
Of course, weather impacts all of that and your holiday plans.
There we go. That means Angie Lastman is here to track everything for us. Hey, Angie.
Hey, good morning, guys. I got you covered when it comes to weather for really the next week or so. I know a lot of folks, as you just heard Tom say, are going to be hitting the roads and heading out into our airports. Here's the deal for today. Most of the country, honestly, 2/3 of the country is looking fine. No issues as far as weather. We'll see it be warm, of course, for the middle of the country, but plenty of sunshine and quiet skies across the Northeast, the Southeast, the Midwest, and even up and down the plains. It's out west that we deal with the heavy rain through the day today, with multiple rounds of rain and some snow possible for mainly California over the next couple of days, and then moving into parts of the Southwest. Friday, we know, is going to be a really busy day, and we do have some spots that you might want to watch for. Some rain will be stretched from the Gulf Coast all the way up into the Midwest. We'll see temperatures on the warm side of things, so that means that we'll see any precipitation falling in the form of rain instead of snow. We'll also see those wet roads and some difficulties in air travel out west for Friday, specifically the Southwest. And then look at this. We'll get some mountain snow by Saturday across parts of the Rockies. We deal with the rain across the South. It'll be still mild and still fairly quiet across the eastern third of the country. So places like New York, Washington, D.C., Tampa, if you're headed south, you won't have any issues at the airports there. But the snow, the wind, and the rain will be a big issue here as we get into Sunday, maybe gearing up for travel for Christmas the day before. Could be some some delays in places like Denver, maybe Houston, Chicago could see some with some rain on tap for folks there. That system is going to continue to move east, and this is Christmas Day. Your forecast, low 50s for Chicago, dealing with the rain from the Great Lakes down to the Gulf Coast. We'll see plenty of sunshine, though, out west. Guys, the big spots to watch for tomorrow and Friday are going to be parts of California in the southwest, and this is for you guys. If you're looking for snow, head to the Rockies, because it's really the only spot.
It's interesting
we'll
to see where the snow is. Not Minnesota, really, but Seattle.
Not Detroit, where I'll be at. Minneapolis has a little bit. Is that what that means?
I've been looking at the forecast.
It's going to be so warm that it honestly,
possible. I see that we have
is melting.
We've been packing this week, and we're not packing the warm coats.
Yeah, shorts and T-shirt. I don't know.
Minnesota,
yes. At this point,
yeah,
exactly.
I have way too many things and places to pack for. I am
parkas.
Yeah. All right, Angie, thank you so much.
Turning now to the Middle East, where negotiations for another ceasefire between Israel and Hamas may be on the horizon. Leaders from both parties say they're open to discussing a pause in fighting and a possible release of hostages. It comes as the death toll in Gaza continues to rise and the humanitarian crisis there grows worse. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now with the very latest. Molly, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning to both of you. Maybe on the horizon, lots of people clinging to that. The drumbeat around a possible new deal this morning is growing louder. Hamas has said their leader is in Cairo, Egypt, for possible ceasefire talks. And this comes as Israel's president said Israel is open to a possible new deal that would likely include the release of hostages and getting more aid into Gaza. And with nearly 130 hostages still inside Gaza, it can't come soon enough.
Overnight, as new Israeli airstrikes pounded the Gaza Strip, Israeli President Isaac Herzog signaled readiness for a new deal.
Israel is ready for another humanitarian pause.
Intense discussions aimed at securing another pause in fighting to allow for hostages to be released and more aid to get into Gaza are underway this morning. As the U.S. works to free more hostages, it also has new concerns this morning about the ripple effects from the war. America now leading an effort to protect the key Red Sea shipping route against threats from the Iranian-backed Houthi militias based in Yemen. The threat so high that shipping companies have already diverted some $35 billion in cargo. While nearly 130 hostages remain captive in Gaza, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad militant group releasing new video of 2 Israeli hostages, after Hamas also released video earlier this week of 3 elderly hostages talking under duress. The man on the right is 80-year-old Yoram Metzger. NBC's Richard Engel spoke with his son, Guy.
You don't have confidence in Prime Minister Netanyahu's efforts?
Do you think I should have confidence in President Netanyahu after what's happened in the 7th of October?
Israel has said Hamas is using the hostages and the civilians in Gaza as human shields. In Gaza, overnight strikes in the central city of Deir al-Balah. Civilians inside the enclave are paying an unbearable price. In southern Rafah, Mahmoud Zogru was in the hospital injured by an Israeli strike when doctors brought him the bodies of his son and daughter Aisha. Her grandmother Suzanne cradles her. She only lived 2 weeks, she says. Now one of nearly 20,000 people who have been killed in Gaza, according to the Hamas-controlled Gaza Health Ministry, a grim milestone on day 75.
20,000 people killed in Gaza since October 7th. That grim milestone likely to be reached today. The UN says at least 2/3 of the death toll in Gaza includes women and children. Joe?
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much.
Well, 26-year-old Noah Argamani has become one of the faces of the Israeli hostage crisis. Video of her kidnapping during Hamas's surprise attack, we're showing it to you here. This was at a music festival. It shocked the world as it quickly spread across social media. But despite the release of other young civilian women during a week-long ceasefire in November, Argamani's whereabouts are still unknown. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is examining her kidnapping in a new piece for NBC News Digital docs called The Kidnapping of Noah.
After hours of silence, a video appears online.
The first video that I saw was Noah's drinking water, so I was like, oh, she's okay. So there's nothing to worry about.
We didn't know if maybe she's in Israel, in the border, in this house or something.
But then they see this video.
I think 10 minutes after we saw the kidnapped video, this was like a nightmare.
I remember that I was in my car, in the parking lot. I was just sitting and rewatching it a million times, over and over.
What do you see in her face when you watch that video?
I would say she was frightened to death.
You can see it on her eyes, the way she cried for help.
An NBC News analysis of Noah's kidnapping video suggests it was filmed on this road here, half a mile from the supernova site. This location has a field and tree line like the ones over Noah's shoulder, and the buildings in the distance appear to be the nearby kibbutz Re'im when matched to satellite imagery. Shadows cast by the sun appear to be in keeping with the timing of Noah's last text message. It suggests they were heading southeast along this dirt road before disappearing into Gaza. For the next 7 weeks, Gaza echoes with the sounds of war. For Palestinians, a staggering death toll. Now, more than 18,000 dead, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, mainly women and children, and growing every day. But on the fate of Noah, there's only silence.
This is the worst situation because you want to stay with hope, but you don't know anything.
Were you hopeful she would come out during the ceasefire?
We were hoping that if not today, then tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, we felt that Noah is with us, you know. It's like we saw her with us again. You can just see it behind a glass, but you cannot quite touch it yet.
Across Israel, fear is growing for the remaining hostages, and alongside it, anger among hostage families, much of it aimed at the Israeli government. In a leaked recording, verified by NBC News, a freed hostage confronts Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
When you're negotiating with a group like Hamas, it's not clear that they are prepared to release all the hostages. I mean, our goal is to get everyone released. Hamas isn't going to release hostages because they've suddenly become humanitarians. They will only release hostages when they feel compelled to do so. And the military pressure worked in the past. It can hopefully work in the future. What is the alternative? There isn't one.
What we hear over and over again is they want the hostages to be the priority, not destroying Hamas, and they feel like the government is prioritizing destroying Hamas.
From our perspective as a government, yes, we see no contradiction between the goal of defeating Hamas, destroying Hamas, and getting the hostages out.
We wanted to understand, why did Hamas release mothers, children, even some men, but not Noah and the young women around her? In Washington, the State Department offered one theory.
It seems one of the reasons they don't want to turn women over that they've been holding hostage, and the reason this pause fell apart, is they don't want those women to be able to talk about what happened to them during their time in custody.
Does the Israeli government have any information that supports that?
We fear for the state of the hostages. Anyone who saw what Hamas was capable of on October 7th, the sort of violence, whether it's the beheadings, the burning of people alive, the rapes.
The full documentary is available to stream right now at NBCnews.com. Highly recommend. 13 minutes that are so powerful.
Make sure to check that out. We've got more to come here on this hour of Morning News Now, including actor George Clooney, now opening up about his longtime friendship with the late Matthew Perry.
But first, the crisis at the southern border at a breaking point this morning. A new migrant crossing record set just this week, and there's no sign of relief in sight for local officials. We'll take you there next.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm here to stay back.
We're back now with the latest on the ongoing crisis at the southern border, which shows no signs of slowing down over the holidays. Migrants continue to cross into the U.S. from Mexico. Some ports of entry have now been shut down so Border Patrol can handle the influx in people crossing over. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Eagle Pass, Texas, with the latest. Guad, good morning.
Joe, good morning. We are right next to one of the international bridges here in Eagle Pass, and as you can see behind me, large crowds of migrants are waiting in this field that Customs and Border Protection is using to hold them as they process as many as they can. You can see them wearing those aluminum heating blankets to protect themselves from the cold. Now this, as border officials tell NBC News that the numbers arriving at the southern border are breaking new records.
This morning, the crisis at the border unrelenting, with thousands arriving daily from California to Arizona and Texas. On Tuesday, this field in Eagle Pass packed with thousands of migrants waiting to be processed. Men, women, and children overwhelming border officials. On Monday, Customs and Border Protection seeing a new record number of daily crossings, apprehending over 12,000 migrants at the southern border, with more than 26,000 already in custody, pushing processing centers to their limit. In Arizona, the overwhelmed port of entry in Lukeville still closed, while in Texas, international rail operations halted in El Paso and Eagle Pass, leaving shipments ranging from consumer goods to food and beverages stuck at the border.
But the problem is far more than just numbers. It's also a national security crisis.
This week, Texas Governor Greg Abbott signing a controversial new law allowing state and local authorities to arrest undocumented immigrants and even deport them.
So we anticipate with SB 4 that cracks down on illegal entry, that should reduce the number of people coming across the border.
Almost immediately, the city of El Paso and the ACLU taking legal action, calling it unconstitutional.
It's going to open the door to racial profiling.
The White House also opposed.
The law is incredibly extreme, and it does not make communities in Texas safer. It just does not.
With thousands more arriving every day, it's a crisis with no end in sight.
And as the sun rises, we're getting a better look at the crowds this morning. It could be as many as 2,000 or even more. I should also add that this week, a U.S. appeals court temporarily blocked the Biden administration from cutting the razor wire that has been put along here at the border by state authorities. This wire that, of course, we know has been quite controversial. Joe?
All right, Guad, thank you so much. Let's get you some international headlines, starting with controversy in France over a controversial new immigration bill there.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Valanga is back with us with that and other news. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, it looks like, yes, that French politics is in turmoil after Parliament approved this very strict anti-immigration law that drew protests even from within the government. Now, among other measures, the law reduces access to welfare benefits for foreigners, toughens rules for foreign students, introduces migration quotas, and makes it harder for children of foreigners born in France to get French citizenship. Now, the French Health Minister, Aurélien Rousseau, offered his resignation in protest of the bill, but others welcomed the measures, like the far-right and anti-immigration opposition leader Marine Le Pen called it an ideological victory. Let's go now to India, where dozens of opposition lawmakers called the recent decision by the government to suspend them an attack on democracy. 141 opposition lawmakers from both the upper and lower house were suspended this week after two men stormed the parliament chanting slogans and releasing colored gas ahead of the debate over a controversial criminal reform bill. The opposition opposes the bill, warning, and I quote, that it could unleash draconian powers and impede citizens' rights. And let's end this tour of the world in Rio de Janeiro, where Santa swapped his usual sleigh for a bicycle. Instead of reindeers, he was accompanied by other cyclists who helped him deliver donated gifts to 300 children in Copacabana Beach and 20 baskets of essential food items to parents of poor neighborhoods in Rio. Now, that's the Christmas spirit. Back to you guys.
Very good.
Yeah.
Claudia, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Hollywood is continuing to mourn the loss of actor Matthew Perry, and now we are hearing from George Clooney. He spoke with Deadline promoting his new film, The Boys in the Boat, which hits theaters on Christmas, and opened up about his decades-long friendship with Perry. This morning, George Clooney is opening up about his longtime friendship with Friends star Matthew Perry, who died in October at the age of 54. In an interview with Deadline, Clooney says he had known the younger Perry since the Friends star was 16 years old, telling Deadline as a teenager Perry was a great, funny kid, eager to land a role in a sitcom, and he got on probably one of the best ever.
And I just won $1 million.
Clooney describes a magical time for both actors after they each rocketed to fame in roles that changed their careers. Clooney on ER.
Tough day to be a kid.
And Perry on Friends.
She's on the other line, gonna call me back.
The wildly popular shows were shot in studios right next to each other. Clooney even made a memorable guest appearance on Friends in 1995.
Okay.
But Clooney says after that breakthrough success, Perry was not happy. It didn't bring him joy or happiness or peace, saying it was hard to watch. Perry had been open about his struggles with addiction and the fame of Friends.
It's a disease that we have, and we don't know that we have it.
Perry was found dead in his hot tub. The medical examiner recently saying he died from the acute effects of ketamine, as fans around the world have paid tribute to the star and his iconic role.
Althea, what are you doing? I took a shot. You're shooting with Althea? Althea is correct. Nice shooting.
His famous friend George Clooney reflecting on Perry's legacy and his path to stardom, noting it just tells you that success and money and all those things, it doesn't just automatically bring you happiness. You have to be happy with yourself and your life. Next year will mark 30 years since both Friends and ER premiered here on NBC. Clooney remembers his cast bonding with the Friends cast while promoting the show, saying at the time most of the stars on those shows were unknowns. But within 2 weeks, they were on the cover of Newsweek, and everything changed for them all.
Oh, no kidding. Wow. Coming up, we are on COVID watch this morning with a new variant that the World Health Organization has its eye on.
What you need to know to keep your loved ones safe and healthy this holiday season, and more health headlines next on Morning News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does,
It's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer. Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Calling all dog lovers, if you're looking for a way to give back this holiday season, you may want to consider volunteering to raise a future service dog. Now, as you'll see in the American with Disabilities Act, service dogs are specially trained to perform specific tasks for people with disabilities.
Yeah, and the nonprofit PenFed Foundation says the current wait list for service dogs, though, is up to 2 years. That can be too long for those in need. Well, joining us now for more on this is the CEO of the PenFed Foundation, James Skank, and the president of the PenFed Foundation, Andrea McCarran, and also with them is Pilot, a service dog in training. He looks like a boy. Good morning to you all. Thank you for joining us, Pilot. Thank you for making an appearance. James, I'll get started with you. Talk to us first about this delay in people getting a service dog. How big is that problem? What's that time like for somebody while they're waiting? And why is it such a backlog?
It's a several-year delay because we don't have enough puppy raisers across corporate America. We have so many service members that serve their nation honorably that have challenges, and we have many with disabilities due to the wounds of war. And so you have a huge demand for these service dogs, and it takes a long time. It takes about 18 months for a puppy in training to be socialized, and then they go back for another 6 months of specialized training. So what my call to action is, we need more employers across America to allow their employees bring a puppy in training to work each and every day. It's been a wonderful experience for us.
Pilots just like me, you have to give me treats in order for me to respond on camera. So, Andrea, let's bring you in here.
That's under the desk. I feed Joe in commercial breaks.
Walk us through the process of becoming a puppy raiser. What is some of the training you need?
That's the greatest part of all, guys, is that you don't need any formal dog training experience. Just the willingness to open your heart and your home to a dog like Pilot. I received them at about 8 weeks of age. He's now 9 weeks, and I keep them through about 18 months. And my primary job as a volunteer puppy raiser is to socialize them, take them to the grocery store, take them, on flights to hotels, restaurants, live sporting events. You like the live sporting events, right? Anywhere, a concert, anywhere a veteran or someone with a disability may want to go.
You may let Pilot go if you need to.
We don't want to. But for only having it for a week,
TV, guys.
You've only had it for a week. He seems so far pretty well behaved. Tell us about Pilot, James. What does the training process look like for him and other future service dogs? It's very cool to hear you don't need any formal training, but what is that period like other than taking them places? How are you actually training?
It's amazing for the culture. Again, it's socialization. So Pilot will come to staff meetings. He'll be at board meetings. He'll be on trains. He'll be on business trips. He'll literally be part of Andrea's and PenFed's life for the next 18 months. And again, she's teaching them basic obedience skills during those 18 months, but then Pilot will go back to Canine Companions, in which he'll be given 6 months of specialized training where he'll learn up to 50 skills to provide freedom and independence to those veterans with disabilities. It provides a whole new quality of life for them.
So, Andrea, how can people learn more about the work you're doing if they're watching this right now and it piques their interest?
Absolutely. They can go to PenFedFoundation.org and learn about our unprecedented initiative partnering with Canine Companions, the nation's first service dog organization, has already placed 8,000 dogs. And you can tell it's Pilot's nap time coming. Can you hear that little whimpering? You know, just like a toddler. It really is like bringing a newborn to work. Just like a toddler. He's like, I'm not tired. And then he will conk out shortly.
Oh, it's nap time for Pilot. My goodness. Oh, nope, he's awake. Pilot's up.
Yeah, there you go. Well, thank you so much. It sounds like a great thing for a family, maybe, right? Get kids kind of involved in something that's an active service with a cute dog in the mix.
I mean, can you imagine doing something greater as a family? And so many families across the United States do this because 2 years is too long for a veteran who needs the dog to wait. And I am going to put him into bed now. But it's also wonderful team building for colleagues because you can co-raise one of these dogs with someone else. And probably the best part of all is when you get to meet the veteran whose life has been not just changed, but 4 of the recipients of the dogs I've raised told me the dogs literally saved their life. You know, I liken it to donating an organ. And, you know, what a wonderful way to help. People are making New Year's resolutions right now. Resolve to raise a puppy.
Add
What
it to
could
your
be
list.
better
And you get a
than
cute
bringing
puppy
this
in the
guy?
mix. Oh, my goodness. James Skeng, Andrea McCarran, and Pilot, thank you all very much. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you.
Well, now let's get to our weekly medical checkup. We have the latest on a new COVID variant being monitored by the World Health Organization.
Plus a new warning for people who use steroid creams for skin conditions. We're going to explain how it could be affecting your bone health. NBC News medical Dr. John Torres has to follow Pilot the dog.
How do I do that?
He's just as adorable.
Pilot the dog.
Good to have you with us. Let's start with the COVID variants.
There's
it's
no
called
treats.
JN1. The World Health Organization's labeled a variant of interest. What do we need to know? Are the symptoms any different?
So this is a subvariant, an Omicron subvariant. So we're still in that Omicron category. If you remember, it went from wild to Delta to Omicron, and it keeps kind of going and changes. And these are little subtle changes that happen. And sometimes there's more than one subtle change. There's a multiple number of changes, and that's what happened here. When that happens, like JN1, it becomes more infectious, which is what the virus tries to do, become more infectious so it can spread. But it also looks like it's not any more dangerous. It's not really causing any more issues, but there are possibilities of having breakthrough infections. However, the vaccines we're getting, these booster shots, the new ones, do seem to be protecting us as much as they protected us against Omicron and the other XBB type variants. And so the message here, you know, make sure you get your vaccination. We're coming up on the holidays, so again, there's more infectious variants out there, subvariants, so just be careful, mask, wash hands, all that good stuff.
Let's talk about the steroid one that Joe mentioned. This is like for inflammatory skin conditions, but it can impact your bone health?
It can, and that's one of the things they found out in a study in Taiwan, is that people using these high-dose steroids, creams on their skin, were actually having issues with osteoporosis. And the ones that are having issues, women more than men, and that it makes sense because women tend to have more osteoporosis issues than men, but also under the age of 50 tended to have more problems than those above the age of 50, which is a little bit surprising. And it increased their risk for not only osteoporosis, but osteoporosis-related fractures. So what are the doctor's orders here? Well, first and foremost, realize that these creams can actually seep into the body and become what we call systemic. They can get into the body and go through the body system. And so treat them like you would a medicine. Look at the labels on the back, use them the amount they say. And if you find yourself using them excessively or on a regular basis, talk to your doctor. Is there another cream? Is there a different medicine you can take? Is there something else you can use? Again, these are medicines.
And doctors, I feel like they're always saying 2 weeks max on often a lot of these.
Yeah, and something like and that's just talk. They might say continue to use it. They might change you to something else.
All right. Studies show an inability to burp can lead to problems with mental health. Walk us through what this can be.
So this is your medical term of the day, retrograde cricopharyngeal dysfunction.
Wow.
Yeah, and what that means is you can't burp. And the problem is if you can't burp, it's kind of like a relief valve. And so when you burp, it lets the gas out of your body. And we all have gas buildup. I know it's a great topic for this time early in the morning. Problem is, if you don't burp, you're going to
I don't.
Yeah, that's perfect. I didn't expect you would.
My wife doesn't either. It's if you don't, you end up having stomach bloating. You have issues with not being able to eat as much, not feeling good. And they even say in the study, it was interesting, they even say you have issues with embarrassing gurgling sounds while you're in public and social events. And mentally, this can cause some issues, depression, anxiety, because you can imagine if you're having all these things. So what are doctor's orders here? Well, doctor's orders are pretty simple, actually. You know, just you want to go ahead and talk to your doctor, because part of the study they found out is 90% of people didn't bring this up to their doctor, and also doctors didn't really pay a whole lot of attention to this because it's not something that's on the forefront of our minds. So don't be embarrassed about it. Avoid trigger foods as well, because we all have foods that we know can make us more gassy. And talk to your doctor about it, except for you. Except for you, Savannah.
For me. Oh, I love you for that.
All right. Dr. Torres, thank you so much.
You bet.
So much to think about. Coming up, all those lavish and sometimes boozy holiday parties, which could make you burp. Are they now a thing of the past?
It ain't so. There's a new workplace trend that has many workers letting off some year-end steam, and not in a good way. We'll explain after this.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer. Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm here to stay back.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer. Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Welcome back. We all know how important it is to feel valued at work. For a long time, the holiday party was a big way to show appreciation in the office.
But with inflation and the economy taking a toll across many sectors and firms, more companies are taking a new approach to celebrate the season. Maybe not all employees are feeling the love. As New York Times business reporter Emma Goldberg explains in her article, quote, boozy nighttime parties are out. In their place are conference room lunches and mingling over cocktails. Emma Goldberg joins us now with more on this. Emma, good morning. So walk us through why some companies are choosing to move away from these lavish holiday parties.
Well, if you think about it, every single factor that has shaped the way holiday parties were in recent years has been turned upside down. People no longer go into the office 5 days a week. Companies don't necessarily have the lavish budgets that they once did because they spent the past 2 years doing some job cuts. There's a rising interest in sobriety. And then there's also new conversations coming out of the Me Too movement about what appropriate behavior in the office looks like. So you have this kind of tornado of different factors that are all putting pressure against the very boozy, over-the-top celebrations people might have once enjoyed.
So, Emma, a recent survey, this is from LinkedIn, found that 55% of employees said that they weren't planning to attend their company's holiday party this year. 55%.
Wow.
I mean, even if it's in a conference room, don't you want to see people? Why are people resisting this?
I mean, it's hard to overwhelm the pull of a couch. You know, people have gotten very used to over the past year. Over the past few years, these new routines where they mostly get to stay home, spend time with their families. They've rearranged all of their habits to accommodate remote work. So I think it's going to take a little bit more than, you know, bite-sized hot dogs and spritzes to get them out of their houses. And I think in particular, the draw of like a conference room luncheon might not really be as tempting as maybe a blowout party would have been a few years ago.
I mean, a pig in a blanket can get me anywhere.
I was going to say another way, we're getting lazy. Emma, we have less than a minute here, but what does this shift mean really for the future of work culture?
It's challenging because it points to something companies are facing, which is that they're going to have to work a lot harder and think more creatively to build communities in the workplace that are, you know, exciting for people, comfortable, but also fit in with the new habits that they've built up over the last few years. You know, psychologists say habits are really, really hard to break. And people had to reshape them all of a sudden really profoundly during the pandemic. So it's going to take a little bit more than a lunchtime mocktail to have people come up with different routines.
Lunchtime mocktail and pigs in a blanket.
There you go.
There you go. Emma Gold,
we're easy to get to a party, apparently.
We actually are. That is apparently. Truer words have never been spoken. Emma, really great article, though. Thank you so much.
All right, that was a good talker. Here's another one when we're talking about changing landscapes. More people now scaling back when it comes to leaving a gratuity amid that rise in so-called tipflation.
Yeah, I'm sure you felt it. According to recent data from payroll provider Gusto, service sector workers, though, in non-restaurant leisure and hospitality jobs made $1.28 an hour in tips on average. That is down 7% from the $1.38 an hour they made a year ago. Joining us now for more on this is CNBC reporter Emily Lorsch. Emily, great to have you with us. Thanks for being here. So first, just like help us understand what tipflation means, why people are tipping less, especially I think a lot of people at home are probably, they're getting used to being asked to tip more.
Well, Joe and Savannah, I'm sure you are as well. You're seeing it. It's those iPads being flipped around no matter where you go, no matter what you're buying, asking if you want to tip 15, 20, 25%, sometimes more, sometimes it's in terms of dollars, but people are frustrated with that. And so this tip creep, this tipflation is causing tip fatigue. Now people are just struggling, and especially with inflation, with layoffs, now with the holiday season, there are all these new financial pressures. I think people are deciding to take a step back.
So we're fatigued from it, but what's the impact this is actually having on workers, too?
It's certainly having a different impact on different workers depending on what type of a worker there is. In 43 states in the United States, there's actually a lower minimum wage for tipped workers. So the federal minimum wage is $7.25. If you're a tipped worker, that's $2.13. So there are actually people in more than a dozen states who are making that sub-minimum wage, what it's referred to, of $2.13. And I went out to Austin, Texas. That's one of the places that abides by that sub-minimum wage of $2.13. I spoke with several workers who are making that. One worker I spoke with, he couldn't afford to make that, so he went to another restaurant that does pay, they are able to pay higher than minimum wage, but take a listen to what he said. He said making $2.13 an hour just isn't sustainable.
It's not dependable. There's days certainly where you come in and you would make $40 or something like that, and depending on how busy it's going to be that day, and if there's weather involved and how much business you have, you just don't make any money that day, and then it gets subsidized by your other days. most restaurants don't pay you a wage that's your minimum wage for that day. It goes over the course of 2 weeks and they average it out. So if you have a really good day, you're actually paying yourself back on the slow days.
And to complicate things even further, according to the Department of Labor, a tipped worker is an employee engaged in an occupation in which they customarily and regularly receive more than $30 a month in tips. Now, nowadays, Joe and Savannah, as you can see, that could be just about anywhere you go, because with these iPads, you're really tipping so many different people.
How do we navigate then? I mean, I think everybody would probably agree they want to be tipping an employee where that's their situation versus, you know, on everything that you're asked to now. How do you navigate who needs this and who doesn't?
It really is hard to know, and I think it's important that consumers do think about this when they have that iPad and they're determining whether or not to tip, and if so, what percentage. So I think it's definitely important to think about, historically speaking, it's going to be those waiters, those waitresses, those bartenders. Those are people who typically are making that tipped minimum wage. And beyond that, you know, do your research, educate yourself, look into your state laws, and don't be afraid to ask. Maybe go to that manager or that business owner and ask them how they pay their workers.
That's a great question. Emily Lorsch, thank you so much.
Coming up, we are taking a look back at the year that was with a recap of some of 2023's biggest headlines that we've covered here on Morning News Now.
From war to mental health to artificial intelligence, space, LGBTQ rights, and of course Taylor Swift. We'll bring it to you all next.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm here to save
Welcome back. There are just 11 days left in the year, so we wanted to end the hour looking back at some of the biggest stories we covered for you here on Morning News Now over the past 12 months.
That's right. 2023 was a year where the news did not stop, and alongside all the tough stories, we hope we managed to bring you a little joy too. Take a look.
This morning, Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin is in critical condition.
Today is Catherine, Princess of Wales' birthday, but I'm guessing one of her presents will not be the book penned by her brother-in-law.
Saturday night's mass shooting has become one of the worst in modern history here in the Los Angeles area.
5 now fired Memphis police officers are now facing second-degree murder charges. 2 massive earthquakes struck southeastern Turkey.
We need help. We need the international community to do something.
On this day in 2022, Russian tanks and military vehicles rolled into Ukraine.
A community is reeling after 6 people, including 3 9-year-old students, were killed yesterday.
It comes a time where time itself is ready for a change. That time has come back here in Nashville, Tennessee.
I'm innocent. I would never hurt my wife, Maggie, and I would never hurt my son, Pawpaw.
Engines full power and
I want one of your jobs.
I want to do what you guys do. Go hiring back there. Let me know.
It's shaping up to be a cruel summer for so many Swifties. I went to her Eras tour in Nashville. You are here to talk Taylor Swift.
You basically helped Taylor, I feel like.
Thank you for saying that.
This is the American dream. 16-year-old Ralph Yarl was shot after ringing the wrong doorbell while trying to pick up his younger brothers.
King Charles III and Queen Camilla were crowned Saturday.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy
If I say what I really want to say, we're going viral.
When you tell people the name of the show, I'm guessing you might have to repeat it a couple times sometime for people, right?
If I say it in a southern accent, I only have to say it once. Shucked.
Sus. It means something's like suspect. Like you are suspicious of it. That's
okay.
sus. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has started busing migrants to sanctuary cities again.
Hotels are running out of space.
The Federal Reserve raised interest rates to a 16-year high. Look at that sky, that smoke blanketing the field during last night's game. All that smoke is a result of wildfires burning up in Canada. NBC News legal analyst Danny Simmons is here to break this down for us.
I'm dressed as Chloe Mellis.
Simone Biles is set to return to competition this summer.
A massive and urgent search happening right now to find a missing research submersible with 5 people on board.
Right now, there is an Australia-Canada game going on, and a penalty was just taken.
Welcome back.
Notice anything? It's a West Wing whodunit. We're talking about that bag of cocaine that was found in the White House earlier this week. American musical icon Tony Bennett has died.
What is this maniacal need to put people out of business?
The Screen Actors Guild voted unanimously to go on strike.
Lahaina town was just so shocking and devastating. The whole town was decimated.
This is the power of Hurricane Idalia.
But this is the first time we've seen a mugshot of a former or sitting president. More than 2,400 people have now died in the 6.8 magnitude quake.
Could there be a replication of life on Earth elsewhere? Of course I believe that.
An unprecedented attack that has become an all-out war between Israel and Hamas militants.
There is no electricity going in, there is no fuel going in, and there is no food going in.
I left a message. I have some pride.
Do you?
No.
The longtime Friends star died on Saturday.
Declared vacant.
It's the first time in U.S. history lawmakers have formally voted to remove a sitting speaker in the middle of a term.
The massive hype is now being referred to as Barbenheimer.
Samantha, are we going to the troll hole now?
Can you just come back here so you can read this? Because I don't like saying it.
Nice to see you all.
We are remembering former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. The current deal to bring aid to Gaza and swap hostages and prisoners is set to end today.
Floating is just the coolest thing.
Satisfying to hear that floating is as fun and cool as we all think it would be. Look at that. Look at the calling in all the way from the International Space Station. Thank you and happy holidays.
So many fun guests.
God, what a year,
and
right?
Costumes, apparently.
Oh my gosh, Danny in the orange blazer just brings a cackle every time.
I had left for that moment, so I missed it, but I get to
really
relive it forever. Exactly.
It was something.
So,
it really got us all here.
thanks to our entire team for putting that together.
Putting that together and the work they do to put the show together every day. And all of you at home for joining us. You're part of this family, and we appreciate you starting your day with us.
Incredibly grateful. You're going to take a few days off now.
I am, yep. Holidays, here we come.
All right. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Happy holidays. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, access denied. Former President Trump now off the ballot in Colorado, at least for now. It's a landmark ruling from that state's highest court. It says Mr. Trump's role in the January 6th insurrection and his efforts to overturn the 2020 election disqualify him from Colorado's upcoming primary. So what's next for the former president? And how is Washington responding to it all? We've got it all covered in just a moment. All of Mother Nature's holiday havoc from earlier this week now giving way to some clearer skies this morning. And that is just in time for what is expected to be some of the busiest travel days of the entire year. We've got your full Christmas forecast and a closer look how America's airports are working to ensure smoother sailing in the skies this holiday season. In the Middle East, a showdown in the Red Sea. Global commercial shipping logistics are at stake. Now, the U.S. is looking to protect cargo ships under attack. And it has been a year filled with historic headlines and stories that have kept us glued to our screens. So later in the hour, we're going to take a look back at our 2023 here on Morning News Now. We have not seen that yet, so I'm looking forward to seeing what's
nervous.
in there.
Yeah, what did I do this year that's going to come back to haunt me?
Some goofy things. Yeah. I think we have some hints of what's to come, all right? We begin this hour with that unprecedented decision out of Colorado that could have major consequences for the 2024 presidential race.
Colorado's Supreme Court ruled that former President Trump is not eligible to hold office again. The court cited his efforts to overturn the 2020 election and ordered his removal from the state's primary ballot. NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake has the latest.
This was a case viewed as a long shot by some legal experts, with similar efforts having failed across the country. But this ruling now sets up a potential showdown at the Supreme Court, as Donald Trump's campaign and his Republican primary opponents are blasting the decision, saying it should have been left to voters. Former President Donald Trump campaigning in Iowa overnight, making no mention of a bombshell decision by the Colorado Supreme Court, ruling that he engaged in insurrection when he tried to overturn the 2020 presidential election. The decision also making him ineligible to hold office under the 14th Amendment and disqualifying him from Colorado's March 5th primary ballot. The court repeatedly citing Mr. Trump's own words on January 6th as evidence of insurrection when he urged supporters to march on the Capitol and fight certification of the 2020 election for Joe Biden.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Mr. Trump's campaign calling the court's decision, quote, completely flawed and vowing to appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. The political backlash to the ruling instant, with the former president's allies rushing to his defense. House Speaker Mike Johnson calling it, quote, nothing but a thinly veiled partisan attack. His rivals also attacking the decision, Ron DeSantis calling it an abuse of judicial power. The ruling is on hold for now, with the Trump campaign already vowing to appeal. And legal efforts over the same issue have failed across the country, including lawsuits dismissed in Minnesota and New Hampshire, and a Michigan appeals court rejecting challenges to his candidacy just this month. Mr. Trump has been unaffected by his legal issues in primary polls, already fundraising off the Colorado decision. He is still the Republican frontrunner and still defending his most controversial rhetoric on the campaign trail. After his comments that immigrants are, quote, poisoning the blood of America, critics pointing out Adolf Hitler used similar wording in his writings. Trump doubling down last night.
And it's true. They're destroying the blood of our country. They don't like it when I said that. And I never read Mein Kampf. They said, oh, Hitler said that in a much different way.
The Colorado decision has had the perhaps unanticipated effect of uniting Donald Trump's remaining primary rivals in his defense. It's not just Ron DeSantis, but Nikki Haley and Chris Christie, all calling the court's ruling politically motivated and arguing that if Trump is going to be kept from returning to the White House, it should be voters who stop him, not judges. No word yet from the Biden White House or campaign.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much.
For more on this, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savala. So, Danny, as we just heard from Garrett, the court has put its ruling on hold till January 4th. That gives Trump and his team some time to appeal this decision to the U.S. Supreme Court, something he's expected to do. How could this now play out at the federal level with the U.S. Supreme Court?
It seems a near certainty that the Supreme Court will take this issue up because it is just filled with a jubilee of constitutional issues and issues that really have never been decided before. It is a laundry list of really constitutional unknowns. And the reality is there's a kind of split in the authority. And by that, I mean of the 18 or so other states where this was tried, it was unsuccessful. This is the first state in which Trump has actually been removed from the ballot. You add that to the constitutional dimensions, the impact of this decision, and it seems almost a certainty that the court will take it up. And if I may make one prediction, it will be this. The Supreme Court will not be unanimous. That's because reasonable minds all along the way on this issue have differed. That includes the many states up until now that have declined or rejected this argument. That includes the many dissenters on the Colorado Supreme Court alone. reasonable minds, including reasonable judicial minds, differ on the issues presented, and there are many. That's the other thing about this case that makes it very susceptible to being overturned. There are just so many different constitutional issues for a court to hang its hat on, or a hook jurisdictionally to grab and result in overturning this Supreme Court's decision, the Colorado Supreme Court.
So, Danny, we've seen, as Garrett mentioned, similar cases in other states. Some have already been swatted down. Could this ruling in Colorado have any impact on any other states, or does this solely depend on the U.S. Supreme Court taking this up and making a decision?
Colorado's Supreme Court's decision is cabined, and I guess in Colorado it would be log cabined to the state of Colorado. It has no effect on any other courts except maybe as what we call persuasive authority, as opposed to mandatory authority. And in addition, Colorado is interpreting its own election code. So that obviously is going to be unlike any other state's election code. But the symbolic significance is far greater. The mere fact that this is confined only to the border of Colorado doesn't mean that other courts aren't sitting up and taking note, because this is such a well-reasoned, well, I mean, reasonable minds, I guess, can differ on whether it's well-reasoned, but they certainly covered every constitutional issue. There's something for everybody in this opinion, whether it stands on de novo review, which means they'll look at it with fresh eyes at the Supreme Court. That remains to be seen. But if you were betting, I would bet against this opinion standing.
All right. Danny Log Cabin Ceballos. Danny, thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Well, there are just 5 days until Christmas. Can you believe that? Already, crowds are building at our nation's airports. But even one strong storm could put a wrench in a lot of people's travel plans. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello introduces us to the folks who are keeping an eye on the sky to make sure your holiday travel is smooth sailing.
The good news this Wednesday morning, with 114 million people expected on the roads this holiday stretch and 2.5 million moving through TSA checkpoints each day, much of the country is now clear of volatile travel weather for now, though the floodwaters remain.
Winter weather will be a challenge. It will certainly be a challenge in the next few weeks. Fidelis wind gusts as we're preparing for a possible ground stop.
At the FAA Command Center in Virginia,
Icelandic volcano is not expected to have any impact.
they watch everything from potential volcanic ash drifting out of Iceland to storms moving across the U.S.
A powerful low-pressure system pulling into New England.
In 24/7 constant communication,
Kennedy, possible ground stop depth of 2,300.
air traffic control, airline reps, defense, and national weather experts, all in one room.
Possibility of Newark ground stop and ground delay program due to winds.
This is the heart of the FAA's command and control for the nation's airspace. If an airport anywhere needs a ground delay or ground stop, they order it here.
Weather is always top of screen and top of mind.
If you put a thunderstorm in like northern New Jersey, it could have a ripple effect across the entire country.
All the way to SFO in San Francisco?
Yes, absolutely. San Francisco route delay advisory 39 is now active.
Managing that ripple effect is air traffic manager Jija Vingal's daily mandate.
So we do try to manage our high complex capacity areas to ensure that there's a smooth transition throughout the rest of the airspace.
Military operations for Miami Center have been canceled for this morning.
With nearly 50,000 flights both today and tomorrow, the FAA has opened military airspace and more high-altitude highways. But the agency is still short several thousand air traffic controllers, leading to mandatory overtime and an urgent search.
We know we need more air traffic controllers. We're working hard to hire from a variety of sources and keep them moving through the training pipeline.
All right, back here at the airport, and one of these nice folks just said, I heard what you said a few days ago, get here early. Yeah, do. Get here 2 hours early for a domestic flight, 3 hours per international. By the way, and this is good news, cancellations are running at about 1.2% for the entire year. That's a 5-year low. Delays are the problem right now because the on-time arrival rate right now is about 77%. They'd like it to be 80% plus. Guys, back to you.
Oh, all right, Tom, thank you so much.
Of course, weather impacts all of that and your holiday plans.
There we go. That means Angie Lastman is here to track everything for us. Hey, Angie.
Hey, good morning, guys. I got you covered when it comes to weather for really the next week or so. I know a lot of folks, as you just heard Tom say, are going to be hitting the roads and heading out into our airports. Here's the deal for today. Most of the country, honestly, 2/3 of the country, country is looking fine. No issues as far as weather. We'll see it be warm, of course, for the middle of the country, but plenty of sunshine and quiet skies across the Northeast, the Southeast, the Midwest, and even up and down the plains. It's out west that we deal with the heavy rain through the day today, with multiple rounds of rain and some snow possible for mainly California over the next couple of days, and then moving into parts of the Southwest. Friday, we know, is going to be a really busy day, and we do have some spots that you might want to watch for. Some rain will be stretched from the Gulf Coast all the way up into the Midwest. We'll see temperatures on the warm side of things, so that means that we'll see any precipitation falling in the form of rain instead of snow. We'll also see those wet roads and some difficulties in air travel out west for Friday, specifically the Southwest. And then look at this. We'll get some mountain snow by Saturday across parts of the Rockies. We deal with the rain across the south. It'll be still mild and still fairly quiet across the eastern third of the country. So places like New York, Washington, D.C., Tampa, if you're headed south, you won't have any issues at the airports there. But the snow, the wind, and the rain will be a big issue here as we get into Sunday, maybe gearing up for travel for Christmas the day before. Could be some delays in places like Denver, maybe Houston, Chicago could see some with some rain on tap for folks there. That system is going to continue to move east, and this is Christmas Day. Your forecast, low 50s for Chicago, dealing with the rain from the Great Lakes down to the Gulf Coast. We'll see plenty of sunshine, though, out west. Guys, the big spots to watch for tomorrow and Friday are going to be parts of California and the Southwest, and this is for you guys. If you're looking for snow, head to the Rockies, because it's really the only spot.
It's interesting to see where the snow is. Not Minnesota, really, but Seattle.
And not Detroit, where I'll be.
Minneapolis has a little bit. Is that what that means?
I've been looking at the forecast.
It's going to be so warm that it honestly,
possible. I see that we have
is melting.
We've been packing this week, and we're not packing the warm coats.
Yeah, shorts and T-shirt. I don't know.
Minnesota,
yes. At this point,
yeah.
Exactly.
I have way too many things and places to pack for. I am
parkas.
Yeah. All right, Angie, thank you so much.
Turning now to the Middle East, where negotiations for another ceasefire between Israel and Hamas may be on the horizon. Leaders from both parties say they're open to discussing a pause in fighting and a possible release of hostages. It comes as the death toll in Gaza continues to rise and the humanitarian crisis there grows worse. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now with the very latest. Molly, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning to both of you. Maybe on the horizon, lots of people clinging to that. The drumbeat around a possible new deal this morning is growing louder. Hamas has said their leader is in Cairo, Egypt, for possible ceasefire talks. And this comes as Israel's president said Israel is open to a possible new deal that would likely include the release of hostages and getting more aid into Gaza. And with nearly 130 hostages still inside Gaza, it can't come soon enough.
Overnight, as new Israeli airstrikes pounded the Gaza Strip, Israeli President Isaac Herzog signaled readiness for a new deal.
Israel is ready for another humanitarian pause.
Intense discussions aimed at securing another pause in fighting to allow for hostages to be released and more aid to get into Gaza are underway this morning. As the U.S. works to free more hostages, it also has new concerns this morning about the ripple effects from the war. America now leading an effort to protect the key Red Sea shipping route against threats from the Iranian-backed Houthi militias based in Yemen. The threat so high that shipping companies have already diverted some $35 billion in cargo. While nearly 130 hostages remain captive in Gaza, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad militant group releasing new video of 2 Israeli hostages, after Hamas also released video earlier this week of 3 elderly hostages talking under duress. The man on the right is 80-year-old Yoram Metzger. NBC's Richard Engel spoke with his son, Guy.
You don't have confidence in Prime Minister Netanyahu's efforts?
Do you think I should have confidence in President Netanyahu after what's happened in the 7th of October?
Israel has said Hamas is using the hostages and the civilians in Gaza as human shields. In Gaza, overnight strikes in the central city of Deir al-Balah. Civilians inside the enclave are paying an unbearable price. In southern Rafah, Mahmoud Zogru was in the hospital injured by an Israeli strike when doctors brought him the bodies of his son and daughter Aisha. Her grandmother Suzanne cradles her. She only lived 2 weeks, she says. Now one of nearly 20,000 people who have been killed in Gaza, according to the Hamas-controlled Gaza Health Ministry, a grim milestone on day 75.
20,000 people killed in Gaza since October 7th. That grim milestone likely to be reached today. The UN says at least 2/3 of the death toll in Gaza includes women and children. Joe?
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much.
Well, 26-year-old Noah Argamani has become one of the faces of the Israeli hostage crisis. Video of her kidnapping during Hamas's surprise attack, we're showing it to you here. This was at a music festival. It shocked the world as it quickly spread across social media. But despite the release of other young civilian women during a week-long ceasefire in November, Argamani's whereabouts are still unknown. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is examining her kidnapping in a new piece for NBC News Digital docs called The Kidnapping of Noah.
After hours of silence, a video appears online.
The first video that I saw was Noah's drinking water, so I was like, oh, she's okay. So there's nothing to worry about.
We didn't know if maybe she's in Israel, in the border, in the house or something.
But then they see this video.
I think 10 minutes after we saw the kidnapped video, this was like a nightmare.
I remember that I was in my car in the parking lot. I was just sitting and rewatching it a million times, over and over.
What do you see in her face when you watch that video?
I would say she was frightened to death.
You can see it on her eyes, the way she cried for help.
An NBC News analysis of Noah's kidnapping video suggests it was filmed on this road here, half a mile from the supernova site. This location has a field and tree line like the ones over Noah's shoulder, and the buildings in the distance appear to be the nearby kibbutz Re'im when matched to satellite imagery. Shadows cast by the sun appear to be in keeping with the timing of Noah's last text message. It suggests they were heading southeast along this dirt road before disappearing into Gaza. For the next 7 weeks, Gaza echoes with the sounds of war. For Palestinians, a staggering death toll. Now, more than 18,000 dead, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, mainly women and children, and growing every day. But on the fate of Noah, there's only silence.
This is the worst situation because you want to stay with hope, but you don't know anything.
Were you hopeful she would come out during the ceasefire?
We were hoping that if not today, then tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, we felt that Noah is with us, you know. It's like we saw her with us again. You can just see it behind a glass, but you cannot quite touch it yet.
Across Israel, fear is growing for the remaining hostages, and alongside it, anger among hostage families, much of it aimed at the Israeli government. In a leaked recording, verified by NBC News, a freed hostage confronts Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
When you're negotiating with a group like Hamas, it's not clear that they are prepared to release all the hostages. I mean, our goal is to get everyone released. Hamas isn't going to release hostages because they've suddenly become humanitarians. They will only release hostages when they feel compelled to do so. And the military pressure worked in the past. It can hopefully work in the future. What is the alternative? There isn't one.
What we hear over and over again is they want the hostages to be the priority, not destroying Hamas, and they feel like the government is prioritizing destroying Hamas.
From our perspective as a government, yes, we see no contradiction between the goal of defeating Hamas, destroying Hamas, and getting the hostages out.
We wanted to understand, why did Hamas release mothers, children, even some men, but not Noah and the young women around her? In Washington, the State Department offered one theory.
It seems one of the reasons they don't want to turn women over that they've been holding hostage, and the reason this pause fell apart, is they don't want those women to be able to talk about what happened to them during their time in custody.
Does the Israeli government have any information that supports that?
We fear for the state of the hostages. Anyone who saw what Hamas was capable of on October 7th, the sort of violence, whether it's the beheadings, the burning of people alive, the rapes.
The full documentary is available to stream right now at NBCnews.com. Highly recommend. 13 minutes that are so powerful.
Sure to check that out. We've got more to come here on this hour of Morning News Now, including actor George Clooney, now opening up about his longtime friendship with the late Matthew Perry.
But first, the crisis at the southern border at a breaking point this morning. A new migrant crossing record set just this week, and there's no sign of relief in sight for local officials. We'll take you there next.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest on the ongoing crisis at the southern border, which shows no signs of slowing down over the holidays. Migrants continue to cross into the U.S. from Mexico. Some ports of entry have now been shut down so Border Patrol can handle the influx in people crossing over. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Eagle Pass, Texas, with the latest. Guad, good morning.
Joe, good morning. We are right next to one of the international bridges here in Eagle Pass, and as you can see behind me, large crowds of migrants are waiting in this field that Customs and Border Protection is using to hold them as they process as many as they can. You can see them wearing those aluminum heating blankets to protect themselves from the cold. Now this, as border officials tell NBC News that the numbers arriving at the southern border are breaking new records.
This morning, the crisis at the border unrelenting, with thousands arriving daily from California to Arizona and Texas. On Tuesday, this field in Eagle Pass packed with thousands of migrants waiting to be processed. Men, women, and children overwhelming border officials. On Monday, Customs and Border Protection seeing a new record number of daily crossings, apprehending over 12,000 migrants at the southern border, with more than 26,000 already in custody, pushing processing centers to their limit. In Arizona, the overwhelmed port of entry in Lukeville still closed, while in Texas, international rail operations halted in El Paso and Eagle Pass, leaving shipments ranging from consumer goods to food and beverages stuck at the border.
But the problem is far more than just numbers. It's also a national security crisis.
This week, Texas Governor Greg Abbott signing a controversial new law allowing state and local authorities to arrest undocumented immigrants and even deport them.
So we anticipate with SB 4 that cracks down on illegal entry, that should reduce the number of people coming across the border.
Almost immediately, the city of El Paso and the ACLU taking legal action, calling it unconstitutional.
It's going to open the door to racial profiling.
The White House also opposed.
The law is incredibly extreme, and it does not make communities in Texas safer. It just does not.
With thousands more arriving every day, it's a crisis with no end in sight.
And as the sun rises, we're getting a better look at the crowds this morning. It could be as many as 2,000 or even more. I should also add that this week, a U.S. appeals court temporarily blocked the Biden administration from cutting the razor wire that has been put along here at the border by state authorities. This wire that, of course, we know has been quite controversial. Joe?
All right, Quad, thank you so much. Let's get you some international headlines, starting with controversy in France over a controversial new immigration bill there.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Valanga is back with us with that and other news. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, it looks like, yes, that French politics is in turmoil after Parliament approved this very strict anti-immigration law that drew protests even from within the government. Now, among some other measures, the law reduces access to welfare benefits for foreigners, toughens rules for foreign students, introduces migration quotas, and makes it harder for children of foreigners born in France to get French citizenship. Now, the French health minister, Aurélien Rousseau, offered his resignation in protest of the bill, but others welcomed the measures, like the far-right and anti-immigration opposition leader Marine Le Pen called it an ideological victory. Let's go now to India, where dozens of opposition lawmakers called the recent decision by the government to suspend them an attack on democracy. 141 opposition lawmakers from both the upper and lower house were suspended this week after two men stormed Parliament chanting slogans and releasing color gas ahead of the debate over a controversial criminal reform bill. The opposition opposes the bill, warning, and I quote, that it could unleash draconian powers and impede citizens' rights. And let's end this tour of the world in Rio de Janeiro, where Santa swapped his usual sleigh for a bicycle. Instead of reindeers, he was accompanied by other cyclists who helped him deliver donated gifts to 300 children in Copacabana Beach and 20 baskets of essential food items to parents of poor neighborhoods in Rio. Now, that's the Christmas spirit. Back to you guys.
Very good.
Yeah.
Claudia, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Hollywood is continuing to mourn the loss of actor Matthew Perry, and now we are hearing from George Clooney. He spoke with Deadline promoting his new film, The Boys in the Boat, which hits theaters on Christmas, and opened up about his decades-long friendship with Perry. This morning, George Clooney is opening up about his longtime friendship with Friends star Matthew Perry, who died in October at the age of 54. In an interview with Deadline, Clooney says he had known the younger Perry since the Friends star was 16 years old, telling Deadline as a teenager Perry was a great, funny kid, eager to land a role in a sitcom, and he got on probably one of the best ever.
And I just won $1 million.
Clooney describes a magical time for both actors after they each rocketed to fame in roles that changed their careers. Clooney on ER.
Tough day to be a kid.
And Perry on Friends.
She's on the other line, gonna call me back.
The wildly popular shows were shot in studios right next to each other. Clooney even made a memorable guest appearance on Friends in 1995. Okay. But Clooney says after that breakthrough success, Perry was not happy. It didn't bring him joy or happiness or peace, saying it was hard to watch. Perry had been open about his struggles with addiction and the fame of Friends.
It's a disease that we have, and we don't know that we have it.
Perry was found dead in his hot tub. The medical examiner recently saying he died from the acute effects of ketamine, as fans around the world have paid tribute to the star and his iconic role.
Althea! Althea! What are you doing? I took a shot. You're shooting with Althea? Althea is correct. Nice shooting!
His famous friend George Clooney reflecting on Perry's legacy and his path to stardom, noting it just tells you that success and money and all those things, it doesn't just automatically bring you happiness. You have to be happy with yourself and your life. Next year will mark 30 years since both Friends and ER premiered here on NBC. Clooney remembers his cast bonding with the Friends cast while promoting the show, saying at the time most of the stars on those shows were unknowns. But within 2 weeks, they were on the cover of Newsweek, and everything changed for them all.
Oh, no kidding. Wow. Coming up, we are on COVID watch this morning with a new variant that the World Health Organization has its eye on.
What you need to know to keep your loved ones safe and healthy this holiday season, and more health headlines next on Morning News Now.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Today's Toy Drive.
Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Calling all dog lovers, if you're looking for a way to give back this holiday season, you may want to consider volunteering to raise a future service dog. Now, as you'll see in the American with Disabilities Act, service dogs are specially trained to perform specific tasks for people with disabilities.
Yeah, and the nonprofit PenFed Foundation says the current wait list for service dogs, though, is up to 2 years. That can be too long for those in need. Well, joining us now for more on this is the CEO of the PenFed Foundation, James Skank, and the president of the PenFed Foundation, Andrea McCarran, and also with them is Pilot, a service dog in training. He looks like a
boy.
Good morning to you all. Thank you for joining us, Pilot. Thank you for making an appearance. James, I'll get started with you. Talk to us first about this delay in people getting a service dog. How big is that problem? What's that time like for somebody while they're waiting, and why is it such a backlog?
It's a several-year delay because we don't have enough puppy raisers across corporate America. We have so many service members that serve their nation honorably that have challenges, and we have many with disabilities due to the wounds of war. And so you have a huge demand for these service dogs, and it takes a long time. It takes about 18 months for a puppy in training to be socialized, and then they go back for another 6 months of specialized training. So what my call to action is, we need more employers across America to allow their employees bring a puppy in training to work each and every day. It's been a wonderful experience for us.
Pilots just like me, you have to give me treats in order for me to respond on camera. So, Andrea, let's bring you in here.
That's under the desk. I feed Joe in commercial breaks.
Walk us through the process of becoming a puppy raiser. What is some of the training you need?
That's the greatest part of all, guys, is that you don't need any formal dog training experience. Just the willingness to open your heart and your home to a dog like Pilot. I receive them at about 8 weeks of age. He's now 9 weeks, and I keep them through about 18 months. And my primary job as a volunteer puppy raiser is to socialize them, take them to the grocery store, take them, you know, on flights to hotels, restaurants, live sporting events. You like the live sporting events, right? Anywhere, a concert, anywhere a veteran or someone with a disability may want to go.
You may let Pilot go if you need
Yeah,
to.
you need to.
We don't want
But for only having it for a week,
TV, guys.
You've only had it for a week. He seems so far pretty well behaved. Tell us about Pilot, James. What does the training process look like for him and other future service dogs? It's very cool to hear you don't need any formal training, but what is that period like other than taking them places? How are you actually training?
It's amazing for the culture. Again, it's socialization. So Pilot will come to staff meetings. He'll be at board meetings. He'll be on trains. He'll be on business trips. He'll literally be part of Andrea's and PenFed's life for the next 18 months. And again, she's teaching them basic obedience skills during those 18 months. But then Pilot will go back to Canine Companions, in which he'll be given 6 months of specialized training where he'll learn up to 50 skills to provide freedom and independence to those veterans with disabilities. It provides a whole new quality of life for them.
So, Andrea, how can people learn more about the work you're doing if they're watching this right now and it piques their interest?
Absolutely. They can go to penfedfoundation.org and learn about our unprecedented initiative partnering with Canine Companions, the nation's first service dog organization, has already placed 8,000 dogs. And you can tell it's Pilot's nap time coming. Can you hear that little whimpering? You know, just like a toddler, it really is like bringing a newborn to work. Just like a toddler. He's like, I'm not tired. And then he will conk out shortly.
Oh, it's nap time for Pilot. My goodness. Oh, no, he's awake. Pilot's up.
Yeah, there you go. Well, thank you so much. It sounds like a great thing for a family, maybe, right? Get kids kind of involved in something that's an active service with a cute dog in the mix.
I mean, can you imagine doing something greater as a family? And so many families across the United States do this because 2 years is too long for a veteran who needs the dog to wait. And I am going to put him into bed now. But it's also wonderful team building for colleagues because you can co-raise one of these dogs with someone else. And probably the best part of all is when you get to meet the veteran whose life has been not just changed, but 4 of the recipients of the dogs I've raised told me the dogs literally saved their life.
Well,
you know, I liken it to donating an organ. And, you know, what a wonderful way to help. People are making New Year's resolutions right now. Resolve to raise a puppy.
Add it to your list. And you get a cute puppy in the
guy.
mix. Oh, my goodness. James Skank, Andrea McCarran, and Pilot, thank you all very much. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you.
Well, now let's get to our weekly medical checkup. We have the latest on a new COVID variant being monitored by the World Health Organization.
Plus, a new warning for people who use steroid creams for skin conditions. We're going to explain how it could be affecting your bone health. NBC News medical Dr. John Torres has to follow Pilot the dog.
I know. How do I do that?
He's just as adorable.
Pilot the
So
dog.
good to have you with us. Let's start with the COVID variant.
There's
It's
no
called
treats.
JN1. The World Health Organization has labeled a variant of interest. What do we need to know? Are the symptoms any different?
So this is a subvariant, an Omicron subvariant. So we're still in that Omicron category. If you remember, it went from wild to Delta to Omicron, and it keeps kind of going. It changes, and these are little subtle changes that happen. And sometimes there's more than one subtle change. There's a multiple number of changes, and that's what happened here. When that happens, like JN1, it becomes more infectious, which is what the virus tries to do, become more infectious so it can spread. But it also looks like it's not any more dangerous. It's not really causing any more issues. But there are possibilities of having breakthrough infections. However, the vaccines we're getting, these booster shots, the new ones, do seem to be protecting us as much as they protected us against Omicron and the other XBB type variants. And so the message here, you know, make sure you get your vaccination. We're coming up on the holidays, so again, there's more infectious variants out there, subvariants, so just be careful, mask, wash hands, all that good stuff.
Let's talk about the steroid one that Joe mentioned. This is like for inflammatory skin conditions, but it can impact your bone health?
It can, and that's one of the things they found out in a study in Taiwan, is that people using these high-dose steroids, creams on their skin, were actually having issues with osteoporosis. And the ones that are having issues, women more than men, and that it makes sense because women tend to have more osteoporosis issues than men, but also under the age of 50, 50 tended to have more problems than those above the age of 50, which is a little bit surprising. And it increased their risk for not only osteoporosis, but osteoporosis-related fractures. So what are the doctor's orders here? Well, first and foremost, realize that these creams can actually seep into the body and become what we call systemic. They can get into the body and go through the body system. And so treat them like you would a medicine. Look at the labels on the back, use them the amount they say. And if you find yourself using them excessively or on a regular basis, talk to your doctor. Is there another cream? Is there a different medicine you can take? Is there something else you can use? Again, these are medicines.
And doctors, I feel like they're always saying 2 weeks max on often a lot of these
and something like
steroids.
and that's just talk. They might say continue to use it. They might change you to something else.
All right. Studies show an inability to burp can lead to problems with mental health. Walk us through what this can.
So this is your medical term of the day: retrograde cricopharyngeal dysfunction.
Wow.
Yeah, and what that means is you can't burp. And the problem is, if you can't burp, it's kind of like a relief valve. And so when you burp, it lets the gas out of your body. And we all have gas buildup. I know it's a great topic for this time early in the morning. Problem is, if you don't burp, you're going to
I don't.
Yeah, that's perfect. I didn't expect you would. My wife doesn't either. It's if you don't, you end up having stomach bloating. You have issues with not being able to eat as much, not feeling good. And they even say in the study, it was interesting, they even say you have issues with embarrassing gurgling sounds while you're in public and social events. And mentally, this can cause some issues, depression, anxiety, because you can imagine if you're having all these things. So what are the doctor's orders here? Well, doctor's orders are pretty simple, actually. You want to go ahead and talk to your doctor, because part of the study they found out is 90% of people didn't bring this up to their doctor, and also doctors didn't really pay a whole lot of attention to this because it's not something that's on the forefront of our minds. So don't be embarrassed about it. Avoid trigger foods as well, because we all have foods that we know can make us more gassy. And talk to your doctor about it, except for you. Except for you, Savannah.
For me. Oh, I love you for that.
All right. Dr. Torres, thank you so much.
You bet.
So much to think about. Coming up, all those lavish and sometimes boozy holiday parties, which could make you burp. I think now a thing of the past.
Say it ain't so. There's a new workplace trend that has many workers letting off some year-end steam, and not in a good way. We'll explain after this.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand. And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
the NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
I'm here to stay back.
Welcome back. We all know how important it is to feel valued at work. For a long time, the holiday party was a big way to show appreciation in the office.
But with inflation and the economy taking a toll across many sectors and firms, more companies are taking a new approach to celebrate the season. Maybe not all employees are feeling the love. As New York Times business reporter Emma Goldberg explains in her article, quote, boozy nighttime parties are out. In their place are conference room lunches and mingling over mocktails. Emma Goldberg joins us now with more on this. Emma, good morning. So walk us through why some companies are choosing to move away from these lavish holiday parties.
Well, if you think about it, every single factor that has shaped the way holiday parties were in recent years has been turned upside down. People no longer go into the office 5 days a week. Companies don't necessarily have the lavish budgets that they once did because they spent the past 2 years doing some job cuts. There's a rising interest in sobriety. And then there's also new conversations coming out of the Me Too movement about what appropriate behavior in the office looks like. So you have this kind of tornado of different factors that are all putting pressure against the very boozy, over-the-top celebrations people might have once enjoyed.
So, Emma, a recent survey, this is from LinkedIn, found that 55% of employees said that they weren't planning to attend their company's holiday party this year. 55%.
Wow.
I mean, even if it's in a conference room, don't you want to see people? Why are people resisting this?
I mean, it's hard to overwhelm the pull of a couch. You know, people have gotten very used to over the past year. Over the past few years, these new routines where they mostly get to stay home, spend time with their families. They've rearranged all of their habits to accommodate remote work. So I think it's going to take a little bit more than, you know, bite-sized hot dogs and spritzes to get them out of their houses. And I think in particular, the draw of like a conference room luncheon might not really be as tempting as maybe a blowout party would have been a few years ago.
I mean, a pig in a blanket can get me anywhere.
I was going to say another way, we're getting lazy. Emma, we have less than a minute here, but what does this shift mean really for the future of work culture?
It's challenging because it points to something companies are facing, which is that they're going to have to work a lot harder and think more creatively to build communities in the workplace that are, exciting for people, comfortable, but also fit in with the new habits that they've built up over the last few years. You know, psychologists say habits are really, really hard to break. And people had to reshape them all of a sudden really profoundly during the pandemic. So it's going to take a little bit more than a lunchtime mocktail to have people come up with different routines.
Lunchtime mocktail and pigs in a blanket.
There you go.
There you go. Emma Goldberg.
We're easy to get to a party, apparently.
We actually are. Truer words have never been spoken. Emma, really great article, though. Thank you so much.
All right, that was a good talker. Here's another one when we're talking about changing landscapes. More people now scaling back when it comes to leaving a gratuity amid that rise in so-called tipflation.
Yeah, I'm sure you felt it. According to recent data from payroll provider Gusto, service sector workers, though, in non-restaurant, leisure, and hospitality jobs made $1.28 an hour in tips on average. That is down 7% from the $1.38 an hour they made a year ago. Joining us now for more on this is CNBC reporter Emily Lorge. Emily, great to have you with us. Thanks for being here. So first, just help us understand what tipflation means, why people are tipping less, especially I think a lot of people at home they're getting used to being asked to tip more.
Well, Joe and Savannah, I'm sure you are as well. You're seeing it. It's those iPads being flipped around no matter where you go, no matter what you're buying, asking if you want to tip 15, 20, 25%, sometimes more, sometimes it's in terms of dollars, but people are frustrated with that. And so this tip creep, this tipflation is causing tip fatigue. Now people are just struggling, and especially with inflation, with layoffs, now with the holiday season, there are all these new financial pressures. I think people are deciding to take a step back.
So we're fatigued from it, but what's the impact this is actually having on workers, too?
It's certainly having a different impact on different workers depending on what type of a worker there is. In 43 states in the United States, there's actually a lower minimum wage for tipped workers. So the federal minimum wage is $7.25. If you're a tipped worker, that's $2.13. So there are actually people in more than a dozen states who are making that sub-minimum wage, what it's referred to, of $2.13. And I went out to Austin, Texas. That's one of the places that abides by that sub-minimum wage of $2.13. I spoke with several workers who are making that. One worker I spoke with, he couldn't afford to make that, so he went to another restaurant that does pay. They are able to pay higher than minimum wage, but take a listen to what he said. He said making $2.13 an hour just isn't sustainable.
It's not dependable. There's days certainly where you come in and you would make $40 or something like that, and depending on how busy it's going to be that day, and if there's weather involved and how much business you have, you just don't make any money that day, and then it gets subsidized by your other days. Most restaurants don't pay you a wage that's your minimum wage for that day. It goes over the course of 2 weeks and they average it out. So if you have a really good day, you're actually paying yourself back on the slow days.
And to complicate things even further, according to the Department of Labor, a tipped worker is an employee engaged in an occupation in which they customarily and regularly receive more than $30 a month in tips. Now, nowadays, Joe and Savannah, as you can see, that could be just about anywhere you go, because with these iPads, you're really tipping so many different people.
How do we navigate then? I mean, I think everybody would probably agree they want to be tipping an employee where that's their situation versus, you know, on everything that you're asked to now. How do you navigate who needs this and who doesn't?
It really is hard to know, and I think it's important that consumers do think about this when they have that iPad and they're determining whether or not to tip, and if so, what percentage. So I think it's definitely important to think about, historically speaking, it's going to be those waiters, those waitresses, those bartenders. Those are people who typically are making that tipped minimum wage. And beyond that, you know, do your research, educate yourself, look into your state laws, and don't be afraid to ask. Maybe go to that manager or that business owner and ask them how they pay their workers.
That's a great question. Emily Lorsch, thank you so much.
Coming up, we are taking a look back at the year that was with a recap of some of 2023's biggest headlines that we've covered here on Morning News Now.
From war to mental health to artificial intelligence, space, LGBTQ rights, and of course Taylor Swift. We'll bring it to you all next.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive.
Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet.
3, 2, 1. Make today your home for the holidays.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us won the greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling
Welcome back. There are just 11 days left in the year, so we wanted to end the hour looking back at some of the biggest stories we covered for you here on Morning News Now over the past 12 months.
That's right. 2023 was a year where the news did not stop, and alongside all the tough stories, we hope we managed to bring you a little joy too. Take a look.
This morning, Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin is in critical condition.
Today is Catherine, Princess of Wales' birthday, but I'm guessing one of her presents will not be the book penned by her brother-in-law.
Saturday night's mass shooting has become one of the worst in modern history here in the Los Angeles area.
5 now fired Memphis police officers are now facing second-degree murder charges. 2 massive earthquakes struck southeastern Turkey.
We need help. We need the international community to do something.
On this day in 2022, Russian tanks and military vehicles rolled into Ukraine.
A community is reeling after 6 people, including 3 9-year-old students, were killed yesterday.
There comes a time where time itself is ready for a change. That time has come back here in Nashville, Tennessee.
I'm innocent. I would never hurt my wife, Maggie, and I would never hurt my son, Pawpaw.
Engines full power and lift off.
I want one of your jobs.
I want to do what you guys do. Go hiring back there. Let me know. It's shaping up to be a cruel summer for so many Swifties.
I went to her Eras tour in Nashville. You are here to talk Taylor Swift.
You basically helped Taylor, I feel like.
Thank you for saying that.
This is the American dream.
16-year-old Ralph Yarl was shot after ringing the wrong doorbell while trying to pick up his younger brothers. King Charles III and Queen Camilla were crowned Saturday.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy
If I say what I really want to say, we're going viral.
When you tell people the name of the show, I'm guessing you might have to repeat it a couple times sometime for people, right?
If I say it in a Southern accent, I only have to say it once. Shucked.
Sus. It means something's like suspect. Like you are suspicious of it. That's sus.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has started busing migrants to sanctuary cities again.
Hotels are running out of space.
The Federal Reserve raised interest rates to a 16-year high. Look at that sky, that smoke blanketing the field during last night's game. All that smoke is a result of wildfires burning up in Canada. NBC News legal analyst Danny Simmons is here to break this down for us.
I'm dressed as Chloe Mellor.
Simone Biles is set to return to competition this summer.
A massive and urgent search happening right now to find a missing research submersible with 5 people on board.
Right now, there is an Australia-Canada game going on, and a penalty was just taken.
Welcome back.
Notice anything? A West Wing whodunit. We're talking about that bag of cocaine that was found in the White House earlier this week. American musical icon Tony Bennett has died.
What is this maniacal need to put people out of business?
The Screen Actors Guild voted unanimously to go on strike.
Lahaina town was just so shocking and devastating. The whole town was decimated.
This is the power of Hurricane Idalia.
But this is the first time we've seen a mugshot of a former or sitting president. More than 2,400 people have now died in the 6.8 magnitude quake.
Could there be a replication of life on Earth elsewhere? Of course I believe that.
An unprecedented attack that has become an all-out war between Israel and Hamas militants.
There is no electricity going in, there is no fuel going in, and there is no food going in.
I left a message. I have some pride.
Do you?
No.
A longtime Friends star died on Saturday.
Declared vacant.
It's the first time in U.S. history lawmakers have formally voted to remove a sitting speaker in the middle of a term.
The massive hype is now being referred to as Barbenheimer.
Samantha, are we going to the troll hole now?
Can you just come back here so you can read this? Because I don't like saying it.
Nice to see you all.
We are remembering former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. The current deal to bring aid to Gaza and swap hostages and prisoners is set to end today.
Floating is just the coolest thing.
Satisfying to hear that floating is as fun and cool as we all think it would be. Look at that. Look at the calling in all the way from the International Space Station. Thank you and happy holidays.
So many fun guests.
God, what a year,
and
right?
Costumes, apparently.
Oh my gosh, Danny in the orange blazer just brings a cackle every time.
I had left for that moment, so I missed it, but I get to relive it forever. Exactly.
It was something.
So,
it really got us all here.
thanks to our entire team for putting that together.
Putting that together, and the work they do to put the show together every day, and all of you at home for joining us. You're part of this family, and we appreciate you starting your day with us.
Incredibly grateful. You're going to take a few days off now.
I am, yep. Holidays, here we come.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Happy holidays. Hey, everyone.
everyone. Good Wednesday. We are so happy you're with us on this hump day. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, December 20th. Historic ruling. Colorado's top court says former President Donald Trump is disqualified from running because of his role in the January 6th riot. What this could mean for the GOP primary in March and where the case could be headed next.
Possible pause. Hamas's political leader is in Egypt today as pressure builds for a truce in Gaza and a hostage deal. How the ceasefire resolution negotiations could play out.
Supply chain Grinch. There's a surge in cargo theft this holiday season, with possibly tens of millions of dollars lost just this year. How thieves are using advanced tactics to steal a wide range of products.
Cleansing your routine. Skincare is all the rage among teens this year, but so-called skinfluencers online might be pushing products that could end up doing more harm than good for your kids. So we've got the top tips of what to avoid and how to protect your tween's face.
Really important information, and we know tweens are obsessed with skincare. They're pushing a lot of the sales.
It's so true. You know it in your own household.
Yeah.
By the way, I like your outfit.
You too. Great color. All right. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with the race for the White House and a potential major setback for former President Donald Trump. Colorado's Supreme Court banning him from the state's primary ballot next year. In a historic decision yesterday, the justices ruled that Mr. Trump is disqualified from holding office under the insurrection clause of the U.S. Constitution.
The court put the decision on hold until January 4th, setting up a likely showdown before the Supreme Court. In a statement, a Trump campaign spokesman called the ruling completely flawed and promised to file an appeal. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian is following this for us. Hey, Ken, good to see you. So Colorado's primary, it's set for March 5th. Not much time, really, for the Supreme Court to weigh in. How likely is it that Trump remains on the ballot or not? Where does that leave this?
Yeah, many legal experts believe the U.S. Supreme Court is very likely to weigh in here, Savannah, because this is a constitutional issue with national implications, and it's an issue about which the courts have disagreed. Now, what the high court ultimately decides is anyone's guess, but dozens of lawsuits have been filed nationally to disqualify Trump under Section 3 of the Constitution's 14th Amendment, which was designed to keep former Confederates from returning to government after the Civil War. But until now, every court has ruled, has decided against disqualification, 6 states so far. The provision of the 14th Amendment bars someone from office who swore an oath to support the Constitution and then engaged in insurrection or rebellion against it. It's been used only a handful of times since the decade after the Civil War. The Colorado Supreme Court, with all 7 judges appointed by Democrats, ruled 4-3 that Mr. Trump did engage in insurrection and does come under the law, guys.
Ken, what is Mr. Trump saying here, his campaign, and also how are the other 2024 candidates reacting to this?
Yeah, Vicki, well, no surprise. The Trump campaign is denouncing this as a deeply undemocratic decision and said they would swiftly appeal to the Supreme Court. But what's really been notable is that Trump's GOP opponents, who would, after all, benefit from this, are trashing this ruling as well. That includes former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, whose presidential campaign basically has revolved around arguing that Trump is unfit for office. Christie said that the fact that Trump has not been convicted of insurrection means that this provision cannot apply. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis called the ruling an abuse of the judicial process. That's after he made news yesterday by vowing that he wouldn't allow Mr. Trump to go to prison if DeSantis was elected president. And candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, the most ardent Trump sycophant in the race, pledged to withdraw from the GOP primary ballot in Colorado in protest.
Wow. All right, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian. Ken, thank you.
Well, there are new signs of progress today on reaching another hostage deal. Hamas's political leader is in Cairo for talks with Egyptian officials. That comes just one day after Israel's president said the country is, quote, ready for another humanitarian pause to help get more aid into Gaza and allow for more hostages to be released. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi is following this for us from Cairo. Ali, good to have you with us. What is the status of these talks? What are both sides saying?
Hey, Savannah. So over the last couple of days, we've seen some traction over a ceasefire and talks of more hostages being released, not least of all because both sides are under enormous pressure. The Israelis need hostages home, especially after that friendly fire incident that killed 3 Israeli hostages, and Hamas wants a respite from the pounding that they're getting. That's why we've seen the CIA director in Warsaw meeting with the Qatari PM and the head of the Israeli Mossad agency. And today, as you mentioned, the head of Hamas's political Political Bureau Esmail Hania has arrived here in Cairo for talks with the Cairo's spy chief and other Egyptian officials who are acting as key mediators. But because this meeting is with intelligence officials rather than the foreign ministry, it's going to be a bit cloak and dagger. So we won't know anything about the meeting. They're not going to give any details out of it. There is some optimism, however, that there may be a breakthrough, but there are also major sticking points between the two sides, and that's going to be difficult to overcome. Savannah?
Ali, we're also following the situation in the Red Sea, something else we've been talking about here. Several oil and shipping companies, they're suspending operations. This is because of attacks from Houthi rebels. Talk about the impact that could have on global supply chains and what the latest is with that.
Yeah, that's right. So the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels have managed to cause major disruption in the Red Sea and the Bab al-Mandab Strait, turning those vital waterways into a firework display of attacks that have been countered almost daily by interceptor missiles to shoot them down. The area has now become so risky that major shipping companies have decided to avoid it or take the really long way around the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa. And some are staying put until things settle down. Now, this is having a massive effect on the cost of shipping, insurance, and the availability of goods. Just to give you an example, the price to ship a container from China to the Mediterranean has gone up 44% in December, and the price of Brent crude has risen about 5% since early this month. And that rise in the price of Brent crude is going to affect people in the pumps in the U.S. So whatever's happening in the Red Sea has a knock-on effect globally. Savannah?
It sure does. Ali Arouzi, thank you as always.
Savannah, the county of El Paso and the ACLU are suing Texas over its controversial new law, which gives state and local police the power to arrest migrants. This lawsuit comes as we see record high numbers of daily crossings. On Monday alone, more than 12,000 migrants crossed the border. That is a new daily record. Meanwhile, 2 international railway crossings in Texas remain closed, which is stalling trade routes. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is live in Eagle Pass, Texas. This is one of the cities where a railway border bridge is currently closed. So, Guad, to add to these legal challenges, yesterday a U.S. appeals court temporarily blocked the Biden administration from removing that razor wire fencing that is there along parts of the border. So walk us through all that is happening right now and also what you're seeing there today.
Vicky, you can see the crowds behind me. At least 2,000 people that have been in this field, some arriving, others being processed, but the crowd remains at that number. We've seen some of these migrants spend the night there using those aluminum blankets, the Mylar blankets that are handed to them to try to protect them from the cold weather. And you mentioned this U.S. appeals court ordering the Biden administration or temporarily blocking them from cutting that razor wire. That razor wire is all along the border separating the U.S. and Mexico, right around the river. We were here months ago when some Border Patrol agents had to cut the wire essentially to rescue some migrants. In that occasion, they told us that they had to cut the wire for humanitarian reasons. And then, of course, now we have this legal battle where Texas is suing the federal government for making those cuts in the wire. And you also mentioned the railroad. So we have one of those railroad bridges right next to me. That's one of the 2 that has been shut down between Mexico and the U.S., the other one being in El Paso, Texas. You've got goods, anything from beer, food and beverages, vehicles, and other agricultural products that can't go from the U.S. to Mexico and from Mexico to the U.S. that could have an economic impact. As we see this surge, we know that we had record numbers on Monday alone, 12,000 migrants apprehended at the southern border, and the crowds behind me can picture exactly what we're talking about.
I think the big question for a lot of people who live in these communities, Guad, is what does this mean for public safety? Do they have the resources? They certainly don't have enough jail cells or places to contain people if they are arrested. So what does this mean for local law enforcement?
So, Vicky, when it comes to public safety, I wouldn't say that this has a direct effect on public safety itself. No, these are migrants seeking asylum that are being processed by federal authorities. And yes, federal authorities don't have enough space in their processing centers. And that's why a lot of them are in this field here. And the same thing is happening in parts of Arizona. It's happening in California and in other border crossings. But these are individuals that are seeking asylum, attempting to remain in the United States during during that process. The sheriff's department, the local police officers, they deal with public safety. So from the conversations I've had here with residents in Eagle Pass, they don't tell me they fear for public safety. They do think that the resources that they have locally to try and help some of these migrants to make their way, go to other cities, or to just even bring them food at some of the centers where they end up going, those resources are limited, Vicky.
All right, NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas live in Texas for us. Guad, thank you.
Now it's time for our CNBC Money Minute. Mortgage demand is slipping. Applications to purchase a home dropped 1% last week, according to the Mortgage Bankers Association. They were also 18% lower than this time last year.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, this is all coming as mortgage rates continue to fall, which is good. But why are Americans still reluctant to sort of get back into this housing market?
Vicki and Savannah, good morning. Well, it's because even as those rates fall, they are still much higher than they were at the beginning of the pandemic. The current rate, 6.83%. According to Freddie Mac, the rate back in December of 2020 was 2.68%. So that discrepancy is still keeping a lot of people on the sidelines. Meanwhile, Americans who owe back taxes may now have an incentive to pay up. The IRS will waive nearly $1 billion in late penalty fees. More than 4.5 million individual taxpayers who owe for the 2020 and 2021 tax years will be eligible. People who are eligible will get a special notice next month. And finally, it may be the season of giving, but the Salvation Army says its Red Kettle donations on the year are down overall, and it is a continuing trend. According to the Washington Post, 2022 donations were down 19% compared to 2019, guys, which is not a great trend.
Yeah.
No, we don't like to hear that.
All right, Deirdre Bosa, thank you so much.
Coming up, from a beach getaway to a cold expedition, the pre-holiday cruise that caught all of its passengers by surprise. You are watching NBC News Daily.
For the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
So we've been talking a lot about retail theft lately, right? But there's also a big issue with cargo theft. In fact, cargo theft has soared in recent years, especially during the holidays.
Yeah, according to security company Verisk's CargoNet, thieves are using sophisticated tactics to get their hands on goods ranging from appliances to electronics. In 2018, the company reported $55 million lost in cargo theft. And so far this year, that number has jumped to $144 million.
Huge jump.
Yeah, big jump. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan joins us now. So, Courtney, we remember seeing those rail lines in L.A. I mean, it looked like cops and robbers from back in the day, right? Why are we seeing such a big surge in these particularly cargo theft?
Yeah, and you know what? That's not even the bulk of it. Most of it that's happening, we don't even see because it's all happening online. Why is it happening more? Because of all of the efficiencies that have been created in the supply chain over the last several decades are now being exploited by bad guys. That means they're going online and they're posing as legitimate truckers or legitimate logistics companies bidding on real jobs saying, oh, you've got some cargo that you need picked up? Yeah, sure, I'll be there at 12. I'll pick that up. And they do. They pick it up, but they never deliver it to the intended destination. So in some cases, they're stealing entire tractor trailers worth of goods. A lot of times they know what's in it. You mentioned some of those goods. Sometimes they don't, and they're just sort of taking a chance that it's going to be something that they can resell it. And I talked to Travelers insurance expert who works in this area for 3 decades, and he says, look, 6 to 7 years ago, I would tell you that the majority of these stolen goods from these cargo thefts end up back in legitimate retail stores or websites or flea markets. Now, he said, the majority is being resold overseas.
Oh, my goodness. Interesting.
Yeah, the way you just laid that out, I mean, it's sophisticated. What are the most popular items for these thieves? And then how does it ultimately impact the supply chain and consumers if they're trying to look for the good again? What's this doing?
Yeah, so what's fascinating is the #1 item sold is food and beverage. And that might seem kind of surprising, but think about it. If you're a bad guy, you want something that you can resell quickly and that there's less risk, right? So there's no serial numbers. The stolen good gets consumed. There's an awful lot of buyers for things like energy drinks or Gatorades. I mean, think about where you can buy all of these. So oftentimes, legitimate businesses end up buying stolen goods, and they have no idea that they've done so. And now that criminal just turned it back through the system, it's also pretty easy to launder those type of goods. But of course, electronics, that's also a big one because of the high value. Those, though, again, often have serial numbers and can be tracked. And a lot of instances of those have been found overseas in recent years.
All right, Courtney Reagan, wow, thank you so much.
Fascinating. Well, some cruise passengers are adjusting to a much cooler climate after severe weather completely rerouted their Bahamas-bound ship to the Northeast.
Let's say that again, from the Bahamas to the Northeast of the United States. Well, as NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa tells us, there was a mixed reaction to this holiday vacation mishap.
Passengers on board what was supposed to be a Bahamas-bound cruise ship are now trying to make the most out of a not-so-sunny and definitely unexpected vacation destination.
Instead of Florida, Nassau, Bahamas, and Ocean Cay, we are now staying in Boston for 3 days, Portland, Maine, and Canada.
Over the weekend, just 1 day before they were set to depart from New York, the MSC Meraviglia alerting passengers to the last-minute itinerary change. The luxury cruise ship telling NBC News unseasonable and rapidly worsening weather forced the unexpected U-turn, adding the only alternative would have been to take the most extreme step of canceling the cruise and thousands of people's vacations outright. According to its website, the ship can accommodate over 5,000 passengers and 1,600 crew members, though it's unclear how many decided to take the rerouted cruise. Some vacationers taking to social media to share their surprise.
Today is crazy. Wind blowing, cold, like officially cold.
Best friends Lakia Allen and Val Montgomery spent a year planning this Christmas trip for friends and family and couldn't believe their warm island getaway was a cold weather expedition.
We thought we were being punked, but it's just like Boston, Bahamas, Boston. Like, it's a big difference. It's a huge difference. Yes.
They say it was a mad dash to put away shorts and t-shirts and repack a new winter wardrobe.
Imagine me having 3 kids to pack up. They were all packed with summer clothes and they immediately run to Walmart because all our bags are already packed to repack all of the winter stuff.
The two friends, like many of the passengers on board, trying to make the best of a bad situation and create new, unexpected holiday memories.
It's beautiful. I just wish we were in like bathing suit attire.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Bahamas to Boston. I totally
Not the same
agree
thing.
with that
Exactly.
sentiment. Well, happy holidays anyway. Later this hour, home safety tips to watch out for this holiday season while you're celebrating with your loved ones. Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Every morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive. Holiday gifts for everybody on the list.
That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make today your home for the holidays.
We are learning about a congressional bipartisan effort to help victims of domestic violence. Every minute here in the United States, nearly 20 people are subjected to violence from their partner. This is according to estimates from the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
Well, now a new program is training workers at beauty salons to spot signs of abuse and get people the help they need. And the idea is getting support from Capitol Hill. NBC News correspondent Julie Sirkin has this story.
Beauty salons. They're not just for small talk and styling. They're a place where bonds are formed at the center of so many communities, making them a potential lifeline for victims of domestic abuse who have nowhere else to turn.
Clients may be isolated from all of the closest relationships in their lives, from their best friends, from their family members.
In some cases, abusers could allow victims to get their hair cut and nails manicured.
Sometimes it's because the abuser has a lot of ideas about their appearance and wants them to look a certain way. And so we truly may be the only consistent relationship that they still have in their circle.
According to the National Domestic Violence Hotline, 1 in 4 women have been victims of domestic abuse. Only after finally opening up about her experience did Nashville hairstylist Suzanne Post realize she was one of them.
It was when someone said the words, "This is abuse," that I actually took the time to research and find out what that was outside of the physical signs.
After leaving that abusive relationship, now Post is healing her wounds by helping other victims. She launched a course to train cosmetologists to spot the warning signs of abuse. Some are physical, thinning hair, bruising, scarring. Others less obvious, but could be just as damaging.
The partner always accompanies the client to appointments. If they're controlling or excessively jealous,
if the partner won't allow your client to change their hair color.
We took the 20-minute online course ourselves. It teaches cosmetologists, and really anyone, what to look for, which questions to ask, and where to call for help. Tennessee and Illinois have already made it a mandatory program for beauty professionals, and U.S. Senators Marsha Blackburn and Tammy Duckworth want to expand, with a new bipartisan bill that would incentivize all 50 states to implement what has worked so well for theirs.
What do you think it is about being in a salon that makes women so comfortable to open up?
Salons are great places for women to have conversations that they wouldn't sit down and have with male colleagues, that they wouldn't have at a lunch meeting. So
it's a safe place.
Yes, indeed.
The law would offer grants to states that require cosmetologists to receive the free training, which thousands have taken in their states already.
This was an opportunity for us to say to our colleagues, our states have had these programs and they're working well.
We have actually seen lives being saved by this legislation.
Sharon Robertson is the director of the Nashville YWCA, operating the largest domestic violence shelter in the state.
One of our citizens came to us. She was a hairstylist, and she saw information about a program that provided education to individuals who were stylists about domestic violence.
Back in Washington, the senators hope they can brush off partisanship.
How has this been received by your colleagues?
I don't think it'd be more bipartisan than this.
Julie Sirkin, NBC News.
And if you or someone you know is experiencing domestic violence, you can call 1-800-799-SAFE or just text the word START to 88788.
Really good story there from Julie. Thank you. Well, in Iceland, volcanic activity following Monday night's eruption is starting to weaken. New images released from Iceland's meteorological office show lava erupting now from only 2 craters instead of 3. Despite this, though, there is still concern about gas pollution for Iceland's capital city and the air quality for some local towns. Experts believe the eruption could die down as early as the weekend. And in China, relief efforts following Monday's deadly earthquake are being impacted by snow and record low temperatures. At least 134 people were killed, almost 1,000 others hurt when the 6.2 magnitude quake hit the northwest part of the country. Now temperatures in the area have dropped to just 5 degrees. Survivors say they're being put up in tents with beds and stoves. Officials are now shifting the priority from a rescue operation to a recovery one. All right, well, you are watching NBC News Daily.
report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thanks for being with us on a Wednesday afternoon. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. In New York, a federal judge has ordered the identities of more than 150 people named in court documents related to Jeffrey Epstein to be released. Epstein took his own life in a Manhattan jail back in 2019 as he was awaiting trial on charges of sex trafficking. This order comes as most of the names, including Epstein's former associates and sex abuse victims, are already public. The people whose names will be disclosed have until January 10th to appeal the order.
Southwest Airlines has reached a new preliminary contract deal with its pilots union. The 5-year agreement is worth an estimated $12 billion, according to the Airlines Pilots Association. The deal follows 3 years of negotiations, as Southwest is the last major carrier to strike a deal with its pilots.
And Minnesota is unveiling a new design for its state flag. The State Emblems Redesign Commission voted on the final version in an 11-1 vote yesterday. The design features Minnesota's Star of the North, replacing the current flag, which drew criticism for its depiction of Native Americans.
I like the new look.
Yeah, it looks good.
There you go. All right, well, we're going to start this half hour in Wisconsin, where President Biden is on the ground fighting to keep voter support, particularly in black communities.
Now, recent NBC News polling shows a double-digit drop in the president's approval rating among black voters. He's leaning in on his economic agenda, and now he says it has increased black small business ownership. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett is live in Milwaukee for us this afternoon. Maura, great to see you. So this is the president's third visit to Wisconsin just this year. It is a key battleground state, we know, in the 2024 lead-up. What else do we know about the details of his trip?
Well, Vicki, with the president's visit here to Milwaukee today, we expect to see the administration try to make a connection between what they've seen as black wealth growth during his presidency and tie that to the administration's effort to make investments in small businesses. Now, according to a Federal Reserve survey of consumer finances, there has been a 60% increase in black wealth over the last few years. And so we expect to see Biden talk about his investments in the American Rescue Plan, for example, as well as the administration's Recompete pilot program, which takes grants and allocates money towards smaller local communities. Milwaukee is one of those cities that got some of the money in these grants, and so we expect to hear from him and local business owners at the event today, as he's really trying to rally approval and support from the black community across these battleground states, Vicki.
And hey, Maura, Savannah, I mean, we know support from black voters helped Biden win the election in 2020. What is this decline about right now?
Well, Savannah, you're right. He won 92% of the black vote back in 2020, and he's definitely going to be depending on that voter bloc ahead of 2024. Now, in terms of that drop in support, you have to remember that we've seen an increasingly even more drop in support and approval rating just across the board when it comes to President Biden, tied to the economy. So that's why he's going to be talking about that today, but also tied to his response to the Israel-Hamas war, other things that have been going on. And so it's safe to assume that a lot of that is affecting voter blocs across the board. But I've heard time and time again, as I'm speaking with sources close to the Biden campaign tied to increasing black support, that when it comes down to it, if it's another President Biden, former President Trump matchup in 2024, they're feeling increasingly optimistic that the sheer threat to democracy, as they put it, will help engage those black voters. Guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett live in Wisconsin for us, where the president is traveling. Thank you very much, Maura.
Maryland Democratic Senator Ben Cardin is breaking his silence for the first time since the news about his since-fired staffer, who allegedly made a sex tape inside a hearing room on Capitol Hill last week. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor explains more on the fallout.
The sex scandal rocking the U.S. Senate. A legislative aide to Maryland Senator Ben Cardin out of a job after a video first published by conservative outlet The Daily Caller alleged to show him having sex in a Senate hearing room used for Supreme Court confirmations and high-profile hearings.
I was angry, disappointed.
It's a breach of trust.
Senator Cardin confirming to NBC News that staffer Aiden Mazie Soropsky is no longer a Senate employee, but refusing to discuss details of the case or say if he was fired. Capitol Police are now investigating the incident for possible criminal activity.
The only issue that could potentially be at play would involve the location. If a court would decide this hearing room to be a public place, well, there are also laws there that prevent this type of behavior in a public forum.
Mazie Soropsky responding to the allegations in a statement on his LinkedIn account, which has since been deleted, saying, "I have been attacked for who I love to pursue a political agenda. While some of my actions in the past have shown poor judgment, I love my job and would never disrespect my workplace." He did not respond to a request for additional comment.
There does not appear to be any precedent happening federally in the Senate or Congress or the Capitol. These would only be misdemeanors. So that means jail time, maximum of a few months, but unlikely if he doesn't have a criminal past, and likely just a fine.
The video, reportedly published in a private online group for gay men, has not been independently verified by NBC News. But Republicans now seizing on the incident. Georgia Congressman Mike Collins posting this image, comparing the video to the desecration of the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, 2021.
That was NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Savannah?
Well, a video series by a conservative nonprofit is causing some controversies. The group says its content is educational and centered around, quote, American exceptionalism. But as NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton reports, some parents are concerned that these videos are historically inaccurate.
What does it mean to be feminine?
Your kids may have seen these videos online.
Embrace the idea of being a wife or a mother.
Educational videos on everything from culture to history to climate.
Without fossil fuels, much of the world's population would starve to death in a year.
This is PragerU, not an actual accredited university, but rather a, quote, pro-American education nonprofit with growing school partnerships in New Hampshire, Florida, and Oklahoma.
It's called edutainment.
According to CEO Marissa Straight, their videos are an answer to an education system too focused on diversity and gender. In this Los Angeles studio, PragerU's artists focus on American exceptionalism.
They feel like they're serving on the front lines of saving the war of ideas in America.
Since the pandemic, PragerU says it has more than doubled revenue and reached nearly 10 billion views of their videos. Founder Dennis Prager has been a controversial radio show host for years.
If you're spending a good part of the day teaching kids about preferred pronouns and other what we call woke issues, then you're really not teaching them.
What I hear from teachers of every background is that they are slammed from block to block. They are underpaid, they are underappreciated, and that they don't even have time to talk about pronouns, gender theory, critical race theory. You can point to here or there.
I don't believe that they're telling you the truth. I actually think they're lying to you.
In Oklahoma, some teachers like Gabe Woolley are using PragerU in the classroom. We watched Prager's video.
Here's the first thing you need to know.
A short history of slavery together.
After centuries of human slavery, white men led the world in putting an end to the abhorrent practice.
She's giving credit mostly to white people right now for ending it before the acknowledgement of the pain that some of your students might actually know about and feel in their families, right?
Right. And there's a lot of content that we cover that does cover that aspect. But what we almost never talk about is the reality of slavery happening almost since the beginning of time to the end of time.
A few minutes down the road, families like the Reyes, who are a mix of white, Choctaw, and Mexican American, say the broader culture war playing out in schools is hurting teachers.
We trust our people, right? We trust our educators. Like we said, I mean, this is our community.
We showed them some of PragerU's videos designed for kids.
300,000 Union soldiers, overwhelmingly white, who died during the Civil War.
Zoe is in 5th grade.
Something that I noticed was no other culture did anything. No other culture died. No other culture tried to stop slavery, which I know that isn't true.
That's extremely concerning to me because it's, so much inaccuracy with things.
What would a good American education system look like to you?
like it did in the 1930s, minus anything that was offensive.
All the bad things going on in the 1930s.
You're right. Minus the bad things. Yes, that's correct.
Looks good.
A vision he's now trying to bring to schools nationwide. Antonia Hilton, NBC News, Los Angeles.
All right, well, the holidays are a time for decorating, cooking, and spending time with family and friends, but it's also one of the busiest times for emergencies as well, like house fires, falls, and burns.
Yeah, we're going to try to help you stay safe. This year, insurance company Hippo has released a guide filled with tips to keep you safe and sound at home for the holidays. And Home Insights expert at Hippo, Courtney Klosterman, joins us now on this. Courtney, good to see you. Thanks for coming in studio with us.
Thanks so much for having me.
So according to the National Fire Protection Association, the stat is 30% of house fires occur in December, January, and February. That's a lot just to those 3 months.
Right.
What are some of the biggest hazards, and why is it that it happens at this holiday time?
Yes, well, holidays are meant to be all about celebrating, but one of the things that often comes up this time of year, as you said, is home emergencies. Often those can center around fire risk. So it's really important to minimize your fire risk as much as possible, and that can keep problems from happening over the holidays, especially if you're entertaining, decorating, or cooking this holiday season.
Let's talk specifically about some of those things that are on the screen that can help you minimize your fire risk.
Yes, so specifically, keep different decorations outside of flammable areas. So if you're lighting a fire or you have candles coming, make sure that you keep those candles around a barrier. Make sure that your decorations, which can be highly flammable, make sure that they're in areas that aren't going to be likely to be, in harm's way. And so keeping those decorations well secured to walls can also help when you have kids or family members running around your home. It's easy for, a garland to fall off the mantelpiece. That could be a hazard. Yeah. So make sure that you're doing everything you can to secure things in place so that you're able to do your best to focus on the holidays and have a festive season.
Yeah. What about in the kitchen? How do we stay safe there?
Yes. So for instance, if you're thinking about frying a turkey this season, think about doing that outside. There are outdoor fryers available that can really help prevent any burns from oils that could happen. The kitchen is the heart of the home, and in the holiday season, that's no exception. We're entertaining, we're doing a lot, we're cooking. It's important to be able to clean your home as much as possible, especially your kitchen. Think about your vents and your cooking vents, anything else around your home that could potentially cause issues over time. Get to know your appliances, understand what your manufacturer warranties tell you in terms of cleaning those appliances, and keep them clean so that you're avoiding any potential hazards and keeping those appliances working efficiently.
What about Christmas tree fires? That's a big deal this year, this time of year.
Yes, if you're bringing in a live Christmas tree, it's really important to think about keeping that tree as hydrated as possible throughout the season. Make sure that you have a freshly cut tree and a bucket of water. Make sure you're keeping that water well hydrated over each day, making sure you're filling that water. Use, a spray bottle if you can, fill it up with some water, spray the tree so that it stays moist, and keep the tree away from any heat sources. One thing to be aware of is that LED light bulbs on your tree can actually be a really good way to keep your tree from drying out. Incandescent light bulbs are known for their excess heat, so that could dry out your tree faster. If you're looking to prolong that tree life as long as possible throughout the season, do what you can to keep it hydrated and avoid any heat sources around your tree.
And have that fire extinguisher handy, a fire blanket maybe. Just know how to use those safety items that you may already have in your home.
That's a good tip, for sure.
Okay, well, Home Insights expert at Hippo, Courtney Klosterman. Thank you so much, Courtney.
Thanks so much for having me.
Happy holidays. Well, up next, skincare is a top-selling gift for teens this year, but what ingredients should you make sure your kids avoid in those products? There's more NBC News Daily right after this.
talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Okay, love this topic. We're now 5 days from Christmas, and a lot of kids, including some in my own home, are asking Santa for high-end skincare products. In fact, industry experts tell CNBC Gen Alpha is expected to drive beauty sales this holiday season. Gen Alpha. These guys were born like after 2009.
I'm laughing because you really do love this topic.
I do.
We talk about it every day. One survey from investment bank Piper Sandler shows teens spending on skincare rose 19% this fall compared to last year. Most of those teenagers are inspired, you guessed it, by TikTok influencers, and then they see these ads pushing these products. But are they actually safe for young skin? Well, board-certified dermatologist Dr. Rosemary Ingleton joins us now on this. Good to see you, doctor. Thanks for being here. So tell us, how is tween and teen skin different from adult skin? I mean, you think about like anti-aging and things like that, the target people. I mean, do they need this kind of stuff? How does this vary based on age?
They are in such a great category. Their skin needs nothing, really. Doesn't need a whole lot of help with anti-aging and all that. They have very high skin cell turnover rates, so they always look glowy. They have a naturally abundant collagen because nothing has happened to it yet. They have probably oily skin, but that's about it. So, you know, and maybe acne.
Yeah, I think it's so important for people to know, even though these products are marketed to every age group, those high-end products that have things in them like hyaluronic acid and retinol, that may not be what you need to be getting for your 10, 11, 12-year-old. And yet, the spending on those prestige skincare products has risen to $8 billion. So what do we need to know? How do we save our money?
So I always encourage people to treat what they have, right? Not what they think they have. So teenagers and tweens really are not battling many issues except for acne and oily skin. So if they use products that are not formulated for their skin type and formulated for adults, they're going to notice that they get really irritated very easily, and then they're going to create other problems that they didn't have before. So ingredients like retinol, which is really meant to combat the signs of aging, they don't need it. They have the best collagen in the world, the best they'll ever have in their life. So they don't need that. Vitamin C is a really good antioxidant that I encourage people to use, but the concentrations that we typically use as grown-ups, the tweens don't need it yet and they can't tolerate it. Their skin tends to get irritated from it. Similarly with glycolic acid, which is a wonderful ingredient, it helps with, smoothing the skin texture and increasing skin cell turnover. These kids don't need that yet because their skin is naturally revved up and turning over. So it's an unnecessary thing. So, and the other thing I always mention is don't use too many active ingredients all at the same time because that's a tendency as a tween. You want to treat everything at once, so you put all the creams on your face at once.
What age and grade is appropriate for them to start? I mean, because here's the thing, they're probably consuming TikTok content from somebody who maybe is a little bit older than them, right? But they're thinking, hey, I want that product because she looks pretty. At what age should you get your kids some of these products?
So there are things that they can use early on. They can use hyaluronic acid. That's just the hydrator of the skin, so that's fine. But the other ingredients that we just spoke about, I would say, more like a late teenager, approaching 20 years old, maybe you can start looking at some of those products.
And for the young ones, Dr. Ingleton, would you say cleanser, moisturizer, sunscreen?
Yeah, really keep it simple. So cleanser, toner, because they're usually really oily, so the toner will help to remove excessive oil. A good moisturizer that's really lightweight, not the thick, heavy stuff their mom would necessarily use, and sunscreen. Everybody should be getting into the habit early.
Dr. Ingleton, thank you so much. We've got to go. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw. We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel. Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
For Grammy-nominated artist Gayle, 2023 has been a huge year, capped off by opening up for Taylor Swift's $1 billion Eras Tour.
How cool is that? Well, when Gayle just came to town for a stop on her own headlining tour at Racket here in New York City, I got to talk to her about her journey, including the personal struggles she's used for inspiration. And we do want to warn you, our interview does touch on sexual assault.
Chances are you've heard this song. But you might not have heard the story of the incredible teenage girl behind it. Gayle blasted onto the scene when ABCDEFU went viral in 2021.
It helped my dreams come true.
Now she's had quite the year, just wrapping up her own headlining tour, being the youngest artist on the Barbie movie soundtrack, and spending the summer opening up for Pink, and even at Taylor Swift's record-breaking Eras Tour.
I saw her play at Reputation at Nissan Stadium when I was 14. And then 4 years later, I got to open up at the same venue that I saw her play at.
But the success she's seeing now has been hard-fought. She struggled with OCD and anxiety, even getting physically sick before many shows. Being transparent about the challenges is important to her.
I really wanted to inform people how I was feeling and be able to have it be an open conversation.
One of the ways she does that, her songwriting. She's been at it since the age of 10 and creating with her best friend since she was 12. And on her second EP released in 2022, a particularly personal song.
I put out a song about my sexual assault, and it was really, really important for me to go to therapy because I knew what I was opening myself up to.
When I was 15, I didn't want to cope.
I say when I was 15, I didn't want to cope. I didn't want to find hope. And I felt like that gave context to why I was so miserable when I was 15.
At just 17, Gayle was set to embark on a headlining tour, but she made the difficult and surprising decision to cancel, writing in a post to fans that she was learning how to be an adult.
It was really intimidating to cancel that tour, but I just felt like it was the most respectful thing for my brain.
After canceling, Gayle was unexpectedly available to perform at several awards shows, including the Nashville Songwriter Awards, the same year Taylor Swift was being honored.
So if I would have gone on that tour, I wouldn't have been able to meet Taylor and to have been able to open up for her. So I kind of see it as an ugly blessing. It was a big lesson for me to look at myself and understanding that taking care of yourself can work out for you in the long run.
You see, Gayle's not only a Swiftie, much of her life and career has been influenced by the superstar.
She moved to Nashville, I moved to Nashville, and then she was like, I'm pop. And then I was like, well, she did it. Me too.
So, meeting Taylor backstage at the award show, a dream come true.
She was like, what are you doing next year? And I was so nervous. I was like, yes, ma'am, I'm doing music next year. And she was like, okay, do you tour? I was like, yes, ma'am, I tour. And then she was like, well, do you open up for people? And I don't know why I said this, because she was like, do you open up for people? And then I was like, I open up for people who ask me to open up for them.
You did not.
I did. I did.
And this is also your first time
meeting her.
Gayle landed the gig, opening for 15 dates on the highest grossing tour in history.
What was the Eras Tour like?
It was the most amazing thing in the incredible whole entire world. It's like having a summer fling that you'll never forget about.
And Gayle said performing on that stage is no joke.
Taylor's stage is kind of almost like the length of a football field. It's so long. Taylor also just any way she could help you, she just does, even the first day, and she does these things not even for people to talk about, but she got me the most beautiful flowers I've ever seen in my whole entire life. I've never seen flowers that big.
Now, Gayle just successfully completed her own headlining tour, right in the timing that worked for her.
The fact that your tour is called Scared But Trying, I know it means something to you.
Especially on the Taylor tour, I almost threw up before I'd walk on stage, every single time. I found, especially in the past year, I'd walk off stage and these wonderful kids would come up to me and they're like, you're just so confident. I'm like, no, I'm terrified. Please make no mistake, I am absolutely terrified.
A truth she wants all those kids to know so they feel less alone.
So I'm still like really scared, but I am really happy with the past year.
Okay, how great is Gail?
I learned a new term, ugly blessing, and life is full of them, and I love how she changed her perspective, because that's how she ended up meeting Taylor Swift.
And the lesson she said she learned, that it's good for you to do what is good for you.
Yeah,
you know what
I
I mean,
love
in
that.
the long term. Oh, it's so good. Gail, we love you. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey everyone, I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, December 20th. Crisis at the border. Authorities say they are seeing a record number of migrants crossing illegally into the U.S. Why one county in Texas is now suing the state over its controversial immigration law.
Bombshell decision, Colorado Supreme Court banning former President Donald Trump from appearing on the state's primary ballot next year. How Republicans are reacting and the impact it could have on the race for the White House.
Gift card draining. Police across the United States are warning about a new scam targeting a popular president. The signs you have to look out for, and also what you can do to protect yourself.
Home for the holidays as more kids head back from college. We'll hear from a parenting expert about reconnecting with family members and the challenges that can sometimes bring. Sweet conversation to have.
Yeah, definitely.
We're all together.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Wednesday. We're so happy to have you with us. We're going to start in Texas, where the county of El Paso and the ACLU, they're suing the state over its controversial new law. It gives state and local police the power to arrest migrants. The ACLU alleges this could open the door for racial profiling, and this comes as we see record high numbers of migrants entering the U.S.
On Monday, more than 12,000 migrants crossed the border, setting a new daily record, and more than 26,000 migrants are being held at border processing centers. Meanwhile, multiple border crossings are still closed, which includes two of the busiest entry ports in Arizona and Texas. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is live in Eagle Pass, Texas for us. This is one of the entry port cities where a train border crossing is closed. Hey, Guad, thanks for joining us. So walk us through what you're seeing there today and these impacts that these crossing closures are having on Americans.
Vicky, Savannah, we're seeing large groups of migrants that continue to arrive overnight. When we arrived, we saw about 2,000, maybe more migrants waiting in this field behind us that Customs and Border Protection has essentially used as a waiting area for the migrants waiting to be processed, of course. And as we've been reporting throughout the day, we've seen more migrants arrive from this side of the field. You see them line up. You can also see that's happening right under the bridge that is used by the railroads. That's the bridge that's been halted. Usually we have railroads going north and also going south. That has been halted because the agents that usually work the bridge or that work the trains have been reassigned to help other agents process a lot of these migrants. We know that we had these record numbers, Customs and Border Protection indicating that on Monday they apprehended 12,000 migrants at the southern border. Just one day, that's the largest number they've ever had in a single day. And we've had the crowds continue Tuesday and today. So this is the scene here as we speak.
Gwad, where are the majority of these migrants coming from, and what's influencing where they actually decide to try and cross the border?
So specifically here in Eagle Pass, most of the migrants we've spoken to over the past few months and today are from Venezuela. This is a route used by a lot of the migrants that travel by foot, many of them coming all the way from Central America, making their way through Mexico. A lot of them use the railroads to get to this part of Texas. Now, if you go to different parts of the border, for example, you can go all the way to the West Coast in California and areas in Cacumba, San Diego. They have a lot of migrants that come from China, that come from Asia and other parts of the world. And essentially what we understand is that the smugglers on the Mexican side operate in different parts of the U.S.-Mexico border. So in this case, we get a lot of the ones that use the trains, a lot of the ones that come from South America, and other parts, the smugglers just operate with groups that come from other places. So it's very interesting to see how those dynamics work south of the border. Of course, here agents can only process the migrants that are arriving as fast as they can. Many of them, we assume, are here seeking asylum.
NBC News correspondent Gwad Venegas, thanks for breaking that all down for us. We appreciate it.
Well, now to another breaking story. Colorado's Supreme Court has ruled that former President Donald Trump must be removed from the state's primary ballot next year. In the stunning decision issued yesterday, the judges wrote that Mr. Trump is, quote, disqualified from holding office for violating the U.S. Constitution. While a Trump campaign spokesman said the ruling is completely flawed and promises to file an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is live in Denver for us, speaking with voters there about this. Steve, first lay out this historic ruling and what the reaction has been so far on the ground.
So, Savannah, this whole thing actually started right here in Denver District Court. A judge actually striking it down, saying there wasn't any evidence to support that it actually encompassed the presidency, that a president could incite or engage in insurrection. And then it also really doesn't clearly define what engaging in an insurrection actually means. That was her argument. That went to then the Colorado Supreme Court. They completely disagreed in a 4-3 split decision, saying it actually does encompass the office of the presidency. And so, therefore, President Trump should not be eligible to appear on the spring ballot, shouldn't be eligible to be voted into office in Colorado completely, should be completely off the ballot, completely out of the realm of voters' minds in total. Obviously, Trump's attorneys and his team going ballistic, saying automatically that they will file appeal and this will go to the U.S. Supreme Court. So where does that leave everybody else? We spoke to voters, especially here in Colorado, right on the streets of Denver. And I got to say, I think the emotions are mixed. Coloradans kind of know that their state, in effect, is sort of out of play, that the former president wasn't really going for the delegates in Colorado because the state has gone Democratic the last, 2 or 3 elections since 16 years or so it's not really sort of something that they're counting on as solidifying a vote for or against Trump. It is more about sort of the precedent that this sets. So we spoke to voters about just that. Here's what they told me.
We're not afraid of being the first to do something as far as, testing the Constitution and laws. Yeah, I wasn't too surprised.
I think there's probably a little bit of truth to his having a responsibility in what happened on Jan 6. I also think that revolt and insurrection and pushing the limits of power and what is the responsibility of the citizenry is fundamental to a democracy.
Of course, every scholar, every intellectual, anybody looking at this knows that there will be an appeal. The Colorado Supreme Court also knew that, so they issued a stay until January 4th, which is the day before certification here in Colorado, giving the Supreme Court time, if they take the case, to deliberate on it.
Steve, we just have a few moments, but before I let you go, I do want to ask you, former President Donald Trump, he's also been facing backlash for comments he made about migrants. Some people are comparing those to remarks from Hitler. First, let's listen to his response from yesterday.
It's true. They're destroying the blood of our country. That's what they're doing. They're destroying our country. They don't like it when I said that. And I never read Mein Kampf. They said, oh, Hitler said that in a much different way. They're destroying the blood of our country. They're destroying the fabric of our country. And we're going to have to get them out.
Steve, what kind of reaction is this getting?
Of course, like everything else, it falls completely along partisan lines. You have Democrats that are saying this is one of the most egregious things that you can say because there is an absolute direct parallel to what Hitler said in 1925. Just quickly, I can read the passage of what was actually written. He said, all great cultures of the past perish only because the original creative race died out from blood poisoning. Meanwhile, conservatives and, of course, the Trump team saying that is absolutely not what he meant. And this just falls into the realm of Democrats acting badly and really accusing Trump of something he didn't do. Savannah.
All right. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson covering a lot for us. Thank you so much.
Just last hour, President Biden told reporters the U.S. is still pushing to get a hostage deal done between Israel and Hamas, but he admitted there's no expectation right now that they will reach any agreement. This just a day after Israel's president said the country is ready for another humanitarian pause to help get more hostages released and allow for more aid to enter Gaza. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi live for us this afternoon in Cairo, where Hamas's political leader is meeting with Egyptian officials to talk about this war. Ali, where do the negotiations for these hostages stand right now?
Hey, Vicky. So there are several different actors getting involved in these talks to see if they can broker a ceasefire and get more hostages released. And it looks like Hamas and the Israelis are open to this because they're both under pressure. Israel needs to get hostages back home, especially after that friendly fire incident that killed 3 hostages. Hamas is getting pounded in the Gaza Strip. They probably want to regroup. And that's why we're seeing talks taking place. CIA Director Bill Burns was in Warsaw recently, meeting with the Qataris, the head of Israel's Mossad spy agency. And as you mentioned, today, the head of Hamas's political bureau, Esmail Hani, has arrived here in Cairo for talks with Egypt's spy chief and other Egyptian officials who are acting as a mediator for these talks. But these meetings are with intelligence officials here, so I don't think we're going to get a lot out of it. It's a bit cloak and dagger at this stage.
Ali, talk about the situation that's happening in the Red Sea as well. We know several oil and shipping giants suspended their operations after some of their ships were actually attacked by Houthi rebels. What is the impact from all of these disruptions?
That's right. The Houthis have wreaked havoc in the Red Sea, in the Bab al-Mandab Strait. They've turned those vital waterways into a really dangerous passage. There's missiles and drones being fired every day. They're being shot down by the U.S. and the U.K. So the area has become so risky that over a dozen major shipping companies, including BP, are avoiding the place and taking a really long way around the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa. Some are just not traveling at all. Obviously, this has a massive effect on the price of shipping, insurance, and the availability of goods and petrol, and that affects people in the U.S. as well.
Ali Arouzi, thank you so much. We appreciate your reporting.
Let's turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Americans are feeling more confident in the economy again. The Conference Board says consumer confidence jumped in December by nearly 10 points, rising for the second month in a row.
Hey, that's some good news.
Definitely.
We've got CNBC markets and investing reporter Pippa Stevens with us now. So, Pippa, this all comes as the holiday shopping season is fully underway right now. So how do these numbers impact this year's holiday sales? What are consumers' top concerns about the economy right now?
Well, Vicki, the numbers suggest that people are still spending for the holidays despite higher inflation, even though the survey found consumers' biggest concern is still rising prices. Meantime, Tesla drivers are the most accident-prone. That's according to a study by LendingTree that finds they're involved in more accidents than drivers of any other major brand, about 23 per 1,000 drivers. The study didn't analyze reasons for a crash, but it comes as Tesla is recalling more than 2 million cars over a safety issue related to its autopilot software. And there will be a drawing for the latest Powerball jackpot tonight. The prize has climbed to $572 million, marking the fourth Powerball prize to top $500 million this year. Vicki, Savannah, back to you.
It seems like they just keep getting bigger and bigger.
And I only play when they get big,
Yeah,
or if somebody does an office pool. You never want to be not part of that.
I mean, how horrible would that be? Pippa Stevens, thank you so much.
Police across the country warning about so-called gift card draining. This is a new scam that is very difficult, almost impossible to detect. We're going to tell you all about it and show you how it happened to one of our very own. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, a gift card might seem like an ideal gift option for the holiday season, but there is a warning. Boy, does Vicki have one for you. Look out for this if you're buying them.
Oh, I mean, just last week we were talking about this. I told you how to check the gift card barcode and reduce your risk of being duped, but bogus gift cards are so sophisticated now that consumers, I couldn't tell which one was legit and which one was a dud. Take a look for yourself.
I got scammed.
The person scratches the back off and then re-glues the card.
Consumers posting warnings about compromised gift cards, a crime that cost $228 million last year.
The barcode is not there anymore, so you cannot do anything about it.
Police from coast to coast warning about a surge in so-called gift card draining.
We want to let everyone know about the latest scam that we have gotten word of.
Police say scammers steal these cards, then they copy the card number and the security code, then they reseal it. You can't even tell it's been tampered with. When you load money onto that card, the scammer pounces and drains it.
It happened to Weekend Today anchor and senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett.
This is a very Grinchy moment with these gift cards.
Right? She purchased $2,000 worth of vanilla gift Visa cards at this New York CVS, only to find 3 of her presents to colleagues had scuff marks where the security code should have been, and the funds drained.
From the naked eye, these do not appear to be tampered with at all.
Right? Not even a little bit.
Right.
All of the seals look totally fine. In fact, it says on here, if tamper evident, don't purchase. So I checked it before I checked out. Everything looked good from the outside.
Laura showed us one card that appeared to be totally normal, the barcode and security pin untouched. But when we checked the card balance, 0. The money Laura loaded onto the card November 27th disappeared 14 days later. One survey found almost 1 in 4 gift card recipients said they've received a card that was drained. So I went back to that same CVS.
Okay, so here's where the gift cards are. They're kind of in the middle of the store, not really under the watchful eye of anyone at the register. So it's sort of easy to see how they could be tampered with.
From the outside, they look secure and sealed.
I'd like to put $20 on each of these gift cards. We have our gift cards.
8 of the 9 cards appeared normal.
Okay, this one has a security code.
But then
this one has the security code gouged out. Take a look. That has absolutely been tampered with, and we could not see that when it was in the packaging.
In statements to NBC News, the Retail Gift Card Association and Vanilla Gift say, in part, criminals have come up with more innovative ways to card drain, and they are working to stay ahead of it. They urge the public to report any fraud to police and call the number on the back of the card. CVS adds they're investigating our findings and say they warn customers about fraud risks and urge employees to check gift card racks for tampered cards every day.
I had seen your segment, so I was on notice. I knew that this was going to be an issue. I just didn't think that was going to happen to me.
To avoid a scam, some police say don't buy a physical gift card because it's nearly impossible to know which ones have been compromised. If you do, choose one that's closer to the register or, better yet, behind the counter. Recipients should check the balance and spend their gift cards quickly to reduce risk. And buy with a credit card to increase your chances of getting a refund.
Right. Fortunately for Laura, she did pay with a credit card. She got her money back. The credit card company is now investigating. So remember, if you do suspect fraud, you want to file a report immediately with the credit card company and police. Don't use a debit card at all to buy these things. And, it really puts into question whether or not you should be buying physical gift cards. Some police departments are saying just don't do it.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think sometimes it's nice that it's a good reason to make you think about getting something else because people are always on the fence about it.
Yeah.
Tell us, if this happens to us, what do you say to your credit card company?
You should say, I was defrauded. My credit card, my gift card that I purchased with this credit card no longer has any money on it. And if you did give those cards, just tell the recipients use them right away.
There you go.
Yeah.
I always need that. I'm so scared to call them about anything.
I'll do it for you.
Thanks, Vicki. Yeah, lucky me, I have you. All right, cargo theft is on the rise this holiday season. How the stolen goods can impact consumers around the country. That is coming up. Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm here to save us.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are learning about a congressional bipartisan effort to help victims of domestic violence. Every minute here in the United States, nearly 20 people are subjected to violence from their partner. This is according to estimates from the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
Well, now a new program is training workers at beauty salons to spot signs of abuse and get people the help they need. And the idea is getting support from Capitol Hill. NBC News correspondent Julie Sirkin has the story.
Beauty salons. They're not just for small talk and styling. They're a place where bonds are formed at the center of so many communities, making them a potential lifeline for victims of domestic abuse who have nowhere else to turn.
Clients may be isolated from all of the closest relationships in their lives, from their best friends, from their family members.
In some cases, abusers could allow victims to get their hair cut and nails manicured.
Sometimes it's because the abuser has a lot of ideas about their appearance and wants them to look a certain way. And so we truly may be the only consistent relationship that they still have in their circle.
According to the National Domestic Violence Hotline, 1 in 4 women have been victims of domestic abuse. Only after finally opening up about her experience did Nashville hairstylist Suzanne Post realize she was one of them.
It was when someone said the words, "This is abuse," that I actually took the time to research and find out what that was outside of the physical signs.
After leaving that abusive relationship, now Post is healing her wounds by helping other victims. She launched a course to train cosmetologists to spot the warning signs of abuse. Some are physical, thinning hair, bruising, scarring. Others less obvious, but could be just as damaging.
The partner always accompanies the client to appointments, or if they're controlling or excessively jealous. If the partner won't allow your client to change their hair color.
We took the 20-minute online course ourselves. It teaches cosmetologists, and really anyone, what to look for, which questions to ask, and where to call for help. Tennessee and Illinois have already made it a mandatory program for beauty professionals, and U.S. Senators Marsha Blackburn and Tammy Duckworth want to expand with a new bipartisan bill that would incentivize all 50 states to implement what has worked so well for theirs.
What do you think it is about being in a salon that makes women so comfortable to open up?
Salons are great places for women to have conversations that they wouldn't sit down and have with male colleagues, that they wouldn't have at a lunch meeting. So
it's a safe place.
Yes, indeed.
The law would offer grants to states that require cosmetologists to receive the free training, which thousands have taken in their states already.
This was an opportunity for us to say to our colleagues, our states have had these programs and they're working well.
We have actually seen lives being saved by this legislation.
Sharon Robertson is the director of the Nashville YWCA, operating the largest domestic violence shelter in the state.
One of our citizens came to us. She was a hairstylist, and she saw information about a program that provided education to individuals who were stylists about domestic violence.
Back in Washington, the senators hope they can brush off partisanship.
How has this been received by your colleagues?
I don't think it can be more bipartisan than this.
Julie Sirkin, NBC News.
And if you or someone you know is experiencing domestic violence, you can call 1-800-799-SAFE or just text the word START to 88788.
Really good story there from Julie. Thank you. Well, in Iceland, volcanic activity following Monday night's eruption is starting to weaken. New images released from Iceland's meteorological office show lava erupting now from only 2 craters instead of 3. Despite this, though, there is still concern about gas pollution for Iceland's capital city and the air quality for some local towns. Experts believe the eruption could die down as early as the weekend.
And in China, relief efforts following Monday's deadly earthquake are being impacted by snow and record low temperatures. At least 134 people were killed, almost 1,000 others hurt when the 6.2 magnitude quake hit the northwest part of the country. Now temperatures in the area have dropped to just 5 degrees. Survivors say they're being put up in tents with beds and stoves. Officials are now shifting the priority from a rescue operation to a recovery one.
All right, well, you are watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw. We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel. Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, and thanks for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. The National Transportation Safety Board is investigating after a news helicopter crashed in New Jersey yesterday, killing the pilot and the photographer on board. The television station WPVI says the helicopter was coming back to Philadelphia from an assignment at the Jersey Shore when it crashed in a wooded area. A reporter for the station says the 2 men have worked there for years and that everyone is grieving.
Thinking about them. An Arizona grand jury is indicting the man accused of stabbing Derek Chauvin in prison. 52-year-old John Tursick faces charges including attempted murder, assault with intent to commit murder, and assault with a dangerous weapon after allegedly stabbing the former Minneapolis police officer 22 times last month. He is set to be arraigned on January 5th.
And U.S. road signs, they're getting a makeover. Several states, including Minnesota and Maine, they're adding Native American translations to signs and building facades. They say the idea is to raise awareness for indigenous communities and to revive some of their native languages.
Well, President Biden is making his third trip to the battleground state of Wisconsin this year. This time, he's in Milwaukee touting his economic agenda, which he says has helped small black businesses.
This all comes as a recent NBC News poll shows he's losing support among black voters. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is live at the White House for us this afternoon. Gabe, great to see you. So Biden is expected to address the Black Chamber of Commerce there any moment now. What has the focus of his trip there been today?
Hi there, Vicki and Savannah. Well, President Biden and the administration have been busy trying to sell Bidenomics to the entire country. And as you mentioned, some poll numbers show that his message on the economy has not been resonating. And significantly, some of the latest polling shows that that support is dropping among black Americans, that some more black Americans since the last election have now perhaps considered voting for former President Trump. So this trip to Milwaukee comes as the administration is trying to announce what it is doing for black and Latino-owned businesses. The administration says that a record 15 million applications to start new businesses have been filed under President Biden. And of course, this comes as the administration tries to point out that unemployment is at a significant low, and it tries to sell its economic message across the country. Vicki and Savannah.
Hey, Gabe, not only is Biden's support dropping among that particular set of voters, among black voters, young voters are also turning on him, particularly regarding how he's handled the Israel-Hamas war. What are we hearing from some of those young people?
Yeah, that's right. Some of those younger voters are saying that they're reconsidering whether to vote for President Biden or to vote for Democrats generally, and perhaps maybe even considering a third party. Now, you see right there, the approval rating for President Biden among black voters down 19% this year. And my colleague Maura Barrett spoke with several young people as well about their thoughts of President Biden as he heads to Wisconsin today. Take a listen at what they told her.
I elected a Democrat against Donald Trump because I thought in the moments where it mattered most, he would not do what Donald Trump would do. And so now looking at the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, I think he's doing what Donald Trump would have done.
And again, that's what we're hearing from several young people, as well as Muslim and Palestinian Americans today in Milwaukee as well. There is a group that plans to hold a press conference as well, saying that Democrats should abandon President Biden as they head into 2024. Again, this is some of the sentiment that we're also hearing on college campuses across the country as the controversy erupts over the president's handling of the Israel-Hamas war. Savannah.
NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Well, Savannah, there's a group of Grinches targeting cargo shipments across the country. According to security company Veris CargoNet, thieves are using sophisticated tactics to get their hands on goods ranging from appliances to electronics, even food. And their criminal activity has soared in recent years. In 2018, the company reported $55 million in cargo theft. That's a lot, but so far this year, that number has gone to $144 million. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan joins us now. Courtney, it's great to see you this afternoon. So why are we seeing such a big surge in these cargo thefts?
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with technology. And frankly, all of the efficiencies that have been built in to the supply chain over the last several decades are now being exploited by bad guys, frankly. It's a lot easier to sort of steal goods virtually online by posing as a legitimate logistics company, whether you are a legitimate trucker that's going to pick up a truckload of goods, or perhaps you are the company that's helping to broker that deal. There's a lot of fictitious companies that are being created, what they call double brokering, even laundering of the goods, changing invoices. All, again, can be done virtually, unfortunately, fairly easily by these sophisticated criminals that understand the ins and outs of this system.
Courtney, what are the most popular items that these thieves are stealing? And then ultimately, how does it affect all of us when we're buying things in the marketplace?
What's fascinating is the #1 item being stolen this year from cargo is food and beverage. And that's largely because it's a consumable product with a lot of buyers. It can change over hands quickly. And once that stolen food and beverage make its way back into potentially even the legitimate system at retailers or retail websites, or perhaps even flea markets or outdoor markets, it's almost impossible to tell whether that was stolen or bought legitimately. And so if you're a consumer, unfortunately, there's not not a whole lot that you can do to really know the difference with that. And that's some of the concern, especially if it's a consumable item like food and beverage or baby formula, most especially. And so this is where law enforcement really has to get involved. And then retailers, you're probably not going to end up sort of seeing a lot of stolen goods perhaps on the shelf at a Walmart, because that's a bigger, more national chain that is going to work with the same logistics companies over and over again. But it's possible a regional grocery store or sort of your corner market could very well end up with them. So I think we all just need to be very careful. If something feels a little off, if the price seems a little too low to you as a consumer, you might want to reconsider. But this is wild. We've heard a lot about organized retail crime. This is happening well before those goods ever make it to the store. And as you mentioned, those numbers, 144 million this year. That may not seem like a lot, but in just over 2,300 instances in the year, each time something like this is stolen, the average instance of cargo theft is worth $143,000, sometimes entire truckloads at a time.
It's really great advice about being aware of where you're buying things, but sometimes even consumers can't really detect this. Fascinating look. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, Vicki, there's a new bill being considered in New York that would require food service locations at state rest stops be open 7 days a week. But as Samantha Croston with WSTM in Syracuse reports, that would challenge the operation hours of one of the more popular restaurants, Chick-fil-A.
For some, 6 days of the popular Chick-fil-A restaurant is good enough.
You know, if I can get Chick-fil-A 6 days a week and not get it 1 day a week, I'm not hurt.
This was the sentiment spoken by the majority of people at the Chittenango service area. Truck drivers who stop at service areas frequently saying that Chick-fil-A should be allowed to stay.
I think it's they're taking away their right of choice. I mean, this is a country of free enterprise. So just because they're closed on Sundays, I don't know. I don't think they should ban them.
It's perfectly fine. People know it. There's Burger King in there. There's, other places. Popeyes, you can stop somewhere else. You can get off the highway.
One customer at the service area added that if Chick-fil-A's were banned from service areas, she believes it would violate their constitutional rights.
We have freedom of speech and religion. Just because they choose not to be open on Sundays, they are very open about that, and I think that everyone needs to respect that.
Whether a proposed bill requiring throughway rest stop vendors to be open 7 days a week is constitutional becomes one of the questions now being debated. Chick-fil-A has always closed on Sundays since it first opened in Georgia in 1946. On the company's website, it says the closure was designed by the owner so, quote, he and his employees could set aside 1 day to rest and worship if they choose.
I think it's a waste of taxpayer money because they should have known, they knew that about Chick-fil-A when they signed the deal with them, that they weren't going to be open on Sunday. They knew it.
Certainly a talker. That was
absolutely
right.
Could change everything across the whole state of New York.
And a lot of us really like Chick-fil-A. Yeah, it's something to think about. That was Samantha Croston with WSTM in Syracuse. Thanks for that reporting.
Well, just hours ago, the Federal Trade Commission announced a settlement with the company Rite Aid over its use of facial recognition. The FTC says Rite Aid secretly used the technology for nearly a decade and wrongfully accused many customers of shoplifting.
Oh, wow. According to the settlement, Rite Aid cannot use facial recognition for 5 years. The FTC says this is the first time it has ordered any company to stop using the technology. Well, NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward joins us on this now. Hey, Jake, so according to the FTC, how was the technology being misused and how were customers impacted?
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Vicki. Basically between 2012 and 2020, according to the FTC, if you walked into a Rite Aid in large urban areas, you were probably being captured on a facial recognition system, one that was originally designed, according to people I've been speaking to in the industry, to basically lead employees to then very subtly and very courteously come to you and ask if they could help you, that sort of thing, when they identified you as someone who had in the past possibly shoplifted or might be looking to do so now. Instead, over the years, according to the FTC, this turned into a more and more ad hoc system, one that fed all sorts of low-quality images into the system, one that unfairly targeted essentially non-white people, and then one that led to just humiliation after humiliation, in which people who were wrongly targeted were called out, pulled out of line, put in front of the police, embarrassed in front of friends, family, even colleagues, all of that leading to this 5-year ban, you guys.
You kind of have to wonder after hearing that if more law lawsuits or legal action may follow this. How significant is this ban, Jake? Will it have implications for other stores and agencies that use facial recognition? And then what's the response from Rite Aid?
Well, Rite Aid, specifically needs to work its way through a bankruptcy declaration, and this order has to go through that. So we'll know at that point whether or not how it might be affected in that way. But in terms of the effect on the larger landscape, it really cannot be overstated. I've been speaking to people inside the industry who essentially say that already other companies have been pulling away from facial recognition as they realized that there was this possibility of looking as if they were targeting non-white shoppers in this particular way, and they'd rather take the shoplifting hit than deal with that kind of pressure. We know also, of course, that there is just a tremendous anxiety sort of across the tech landscape around this. One of the commissioners for the FTC essentially saying that technology is just deepening old harms, that the FTC is going to be going hard at this in the future. So we're definitely going to see more of this. Meanwhile, Rite Aid says that it basically disagrees with the findings here, that we fundamentally disagree with the allegations of the complaint. They say that it was just used briefly, only in a few stores, and that they've stopped using it. But, worth noting here that they have agreed to this order, to this 5-year ban. And so, what they say there is one thing, but what they're going to have to do under the order is something very different, you guys.
Yeah, all these retailers trying to find a way to battle the theft problem, but this is not it.
Which is a real problem,
yeah.
but it can't be something like this, yeah.
NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jake. Good to see you. Sending your kids off to college, it's a big step, but then having them back home, well, that can be a transition as well. How to best navigate a surplus of family time this holiday season. That's all coming up because there's more NBC News Daily right after this.
For the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? I get took for all this damage to
Welcome back. We've got a good one for you in today's modern parenting. So college kids across the country, they're going to head home for the holidays just like all of us.
Yes, and while many parents are looking forward to reconnecting and spending time with their kids, readjusting to life back at home might not be exactly what everyone expects. So we've got parenting expert and founder of Fearlessly Facing 50, Amy Schmidt. She's here to help us navigate all of the challenges. Amy, welcome. What should parents expect when their grown child returns home for the holidays?
Which, by the way, is me in 2 days. I'm not in college anymore, but my husband and I are heading to my parents.
Exactly. And you know what I love to say is that, you know, everything we have on our calendars right now, especially for these college kids that might be coming home and they're home for an extended period of time, that list that we have, cut it in half. Because we have to lower our expectations a little bit. And we have to realize that even though we want to spend 24/7 with them, you know what? Things have changed. And so we've got to work through some things.
Yeah, so tell us some tips to help college students ease back into it and kind of make it seamless for everybody. Nobody's getting mad at each other. Nobody's getting on each other's nerves. How do you do that?
You know, it's interesting because it's a time of transition and growth for these young adults. They've gone off and they've lived independently, and we have no idea when they're sleeping, when they're eating, who their friends are, and all of a sudden we want to spend all this time with them. So the best tip is communication. And the communication part is really important because if they're not home yet, you know, shoot them a text today and said, can we, you know, say, can we talk today just for a few minutes to kind of get in line with what we think we're going to accomplish over these next 6 weeks. And the type of conversations we need to have are something called considerate conversations, where we have to realize that, you know, our new normal has changed, their new normal has changed, and we're going to have some guidelines.
I'm seeing these ads, Amy, all over the social media of conversation cards, things that people can do to kind of get the dialogue going. What are some recommendations you have for how parents and kids can reconnect and have it be genuine and make some memories?
Yeah, and fun.
Exactly. You know, and one of the important things about that is, what do we want to do as parents? We want to rapid fire questions. How, you know, how are your grades? How are your professors? Do you have a boyfriend or girlfriend? Those are the things. We want to ask open-ended questions.
You're in my mind right now.
Yeah, exactly. We want to say, you know what? So tell me about, you know, your economics class. So tell me about a friend you made and an experience. And so let them kind of unravel and let those stories start flowing instead of rapid fire. You know, the other thing that we need to do is schedule time with them. Also realize that they're going to want to spend time with friends, but schedule some intentional coffee time or do something you used to do together. You know, maybe it was shopping or a movie night, and create those times, but be intentional about it and say, hey, I want to schedule this time with you. What's it look like on your calendar? I'd like some family only time to dig into some things.
Take a walk together. When I, like I said, did this and went home during some of the COVID months to get out of New York City, my mom and I would go on walks together. It was such a nice time that, you know, I mean, we weren't able to connect with as many people as you can now, but it's good to do that together. What is it like, though? Give us some rules kind of around setting boundaries. You mentioned, like, you don't really know what your kids are up to when they're at college. They get to be autonomous, they're adults, and then they come home, and, you know, it's understandable that there are some rules under the roof, but what does that look like to set boundaries?
Yeah, good question, because curfews are very different now. You know, we don't know when they go to sleep, and we can't expect them to come home and be home by midnight now. We have given them this gift of independence, and we have to really reward them for that. And so having conversations and saying, listen, you know, this is a date that all the family's going to be over. I'd really like you to be here. Could you put this in your calendar and join us for dinner? Let's talk about underage drinking for a minute. You know, I mean, we know that when you're at college, people are going to parties and things like that, and this is a very personal decision on your family, but, you know, you need to open the dialogue on those decisions, and those types of discussions you need to have. So it's allowing them to have a little skin in the game too, and have a little power, and allow them to see their friends. This is another thing, you know, so many times we feel like, you know, they're spending too much time with friends. They need that touch point. They need to, you know, be face to face with their friends. We're living in a digital world, right? And they're seeing their greatest hits, and your kid might be struggling a little bit. So you need that time with friends too.
Quickly before you go, what if they've picked up bad habits? What can you do?
Open the dialogue. Talk to them about it. You know what? If they come home and their beards, you know, and their hair is all scruffy, talk to them about it and see how they're doing. Check in on their mental health. It's so important to have conversations.
Amy Schmidt, such good advice there, founder of Fearlessly Facing 50. We appreciate you joining us. Happy holidays. Thank you.
A lot of great advice. Thank you. You are watching NBC News Daily. Don't go anywhere.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
For Grammy-nominated artist Gayle, 2023 has been a huge year, capped off by opening up for Taylor Swift's $1 billion Eras Tour.
How cool is that? Well, when Gayle just came to town for a stop on her own headlining tour at Racket here in New York City, I got to talk to her about her journey, including the personal struggles she's used for inspiration. And we do want to warn you, our interview does touch on sexual assault.
Chances are you've heard this song, but you might not have heard the story of the incredible teenage girl behind it. Gayle blasted onto the scene when ABCDEFU went viral in 2021.
It helped my dreams come true.
Now she's had quite the year, just wrapping up her own headlining tour, being the youngest artist on the Barbie movie soundtrack, and spending the summer opening up for Pink, and even at Taylor Swift's record-breaking Eras Tour.
I saw her play at Reputation at Nissan Stadium when I was 14. And then 4 years later, I got to open up at the same venue that I saw her play at.
But the success she's seeing now has been hard-fought. She's struggled with OCD and anxiety, even getting physically sick before many shows. Being transparent about the challenges is important to her.
I really wanted to inform people how I was feeling and be able to have it be an open conversation.
One of the ways she does that, her songwriting. She's been at it since the age of 10 and creating with her best friend since she was 12. And on her second EP released in 2022, a particularly personal song.
I put out a song about my sexual assault, and it was really, really important for me to go to therapy because I knew what I was opening myself up to.
When I was 15, I didn't want to cope.
I say when I was 15, I didn't want to cope. I didn't want to find hope. And I felt like that gave context to why I was so miserable when I was 15.
At just 17, Gayle was set to embark on a headlining tour, but she made the difficult and surprising decision to cancel, writing in a post to fans that she was learning how to be an adult.
It was really intimidating to cancel that tour, but I just felt like it was the most respectful thing for my brain.
After canceling, Gayle was unexpectedly available to perform at several awards shows, including the Nashville Songwriter Awards, the same year Taylor Swift was being honored.
So if I would have gone on that tour, I wouldn't have been able to meet Taylor and to have been able to open up for her. So I kind of see it as an ugly blessing. It was a big lesson for me to look at myself and understanding that taking care of yourself can work out for you in the long run.
You see, Gayle's not only a Swiftie, much of her life and career has been influenced by the superstar.
She moved to Nashville, I moved to Nashville, and then she was like, I'm pop. And then I was like, well,
she did it.
Me too.
So, meeting Taylor backstage at the award show, a dream come true.
She was like, what are you doing next year? And I was so nervous. I was like, yes, ma'am, I'm doing music next year. And she was like, okay, do you tour? I was like, yes, ma'am, I tour. And then she was like, well, do you open up for people? And I don't know why I said this, because she was like, do you open up for people? And then I was like, I open up for people who ask me to open up for them.
You did not.
I did. I did.
And this is also your first time
meeting her.
Gayle landed the gig, opening for 15 dates on the highest grossing tour in history.
What was the Eras Tour like?
It was the most amazing thing in the incredible whole entire world. It's like having a summer fling that you'll never forget about.
And Gayle said performing on that stage is no joke.
Taylor's stage is kind of almost like the length of a football field. It's so long. Taylor also just any way she could help you, she just does, even the first day, and she does these things not even people talk about, but she got me the most beautiful flowers I've ever seen in my whole entire life. I've never seen flowers that big.
Now, Gayle just successfully completed her own headlining tour, right in the timing that worked for her.
The fact that your tour is called Scared But Trying, I know it means something to you.
But especially on the Taylor tour, I almost threw up before I'd walk on stage, every single time. I found, especially in the past year, I'd walk off stage and these wonderful kids would come up to me and they're like, you're just so confident. I'm like, no, I'm terrified. Please make no mistake. I am absolutely terrified.
A truth she wants all those kids to know so they feel less alone.
So I'm still like really scared, but I am really happy with the past year.
Okay, how great is Gail?
I learned a new term, ugly blessing, and life is full of them, and I love how she changed her perspective, because that's how she ended up meeting Taylor Swift.
And the lesson she said she learned, that it's good for you to do what is good for you.
Yeah,
you know what
I
I mean,
love
in
that.
the long term. Oh, it's so good. Gail, we love you. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This is supposed to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi everyone, I'm Zinklea Asamoah.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Kate Snow is off. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, December 20th, 2023, off the ballot. A Colorado Supreme Court disqualifies former President Trump from the state's 2024 primary. What Trump is saying now and why this case could end up at the Supreme Court.
New deal talks of another possible ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. What it could mean for the hostages still being held by Hamas and the Palestinians in desperate need of aid.
Clear for takeoff. The holiday travel rush is well underway with near record crowds expected at airports. What's being done to keep the turbulence out of your travel plans.
And use it or lose it. If you have a health savings account, you better spend it fast. We're going to show you some of these surprising ways you can use that cash today.
I feel like it always runs out and you never expect that it's about to happen.
I know. The end of the year comes up quickly, but there are a lot of things people can spend that money on that they may not know about. So that'll be an important conversation.
We'll bring you those tips later this hour.
All right. Well, we are going to begin this hour with that explosive ruling out of Colorado.
That's right. The state Supreme Court ruled Tuesday that former President Trump is banned from holding office again. They ordered his name removed from the 2024 primary ballot. So what's the court's reasoning here? Well, they say the 14th Amendment, which disqualifies people who engage in insurrection from taking an oath to the Constitution. They say the January 6th riot was exactly that.
The Trump campaign is vowing to appeal the decision all the way to the United States Supreme Court. However, that Colorado ruling could have a ripple effect. It could lead other states to remove Trump from the ballot as well.
With us to break this all down, NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson in Denver and NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Senadella with us on set. Steve, let's start with you now. What does this decision mean, and what are we hearing from both Team Trump and voters you're talking to?
So, Zincle, let's get one thing out of the way right off the bat. This is historic. I mean, we are truly in uncharted territory, uncharted waters. A judge, a higher court has never approved the invocation of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment really in history. So what it means is you just laid out is essentially Trump would be off the ballot for the spring primary. His name literally wouldn't appear. You wouldn't be able to write him in, and then he would be disqualified from winning office in the state of Colorado wholesale altogether. Of course, you know, the Trump team rebuking this automatically, saying that they will appeal this to the U.S. Supreme Court. They issued a statement to say, quote, the Colorado Supreme Court issued a completely flawed decision tonight, and we will swiftly file an appeal to the United States Supreme Court and concurrent request to stay of deeply undemocratic decision. We have full confidence that the U.S. Supreme Court will quickly rule in our favor and finally put an end to these un-American lawsuits. So we've heard from them. We've heard, of course, from Democrats and lawmakers in Colorado who may feel like this is sort of upholds what their values are in the state. But where does that leave the typical voter? Well, I spoke to a few of them today. I spoke to a really sort of independent conservative. I spoke to a staunchly Democratic person who says that they're very in favor. But everybody really gave me mixed messages because what it means for voting in the state is still kind of murky. I want to play for you what I heard first, and we'll talk about it. Listen to this.
Do I think that a mild degree of insurrection or challenging what are the elections is okay in countries, not just in the States, but you look historically, that's not the end of the world.
I was at work and I thought, like, this is it. He's done. We're going back to normal. We can finally put this guy aside. I don't put anything past him. I still have hope, but I unfortunately think that this guy seems to have power that is a little bit beyond us.
And you can hear it there. She says, oh, he's done, but, you know, what does this really mean? Does Trump really need the delegates in Colorado anyway? All of this, of course, up in the air with the appeal still up in the air as well.
All right, Angela. Thank you, Steve. Let me bring you in, Angela. There are a lot of technicalities here. The Colorado Supreme Court is saying that Trump can't appear on the primary ballot. But what if he gets the GOP nomination? Would his name appear on the actual ballot for president?
So he can't in the state of Colorado because the Colorado Supreme Court in their decision said it would be a wrongful act if his name is on the ballot. So that would include any ballot. According to Colorado, he cannot run for president.
And Angela, with all that said, this seems like the kind of case we would see go all the way up to the Supreme Court. When might that happen? And what do you expect given the makeup of the court?
We expect this to happen very fast, given that this appeal was set for January 4th or before that time. We expect them to move very quickly. Now, I don't see any way that the Supreme Court is going to uphold the Colorado Supreme Court's decision. And that's because overall, what this court likes to do is return the power to the people. Even like with abortion, they were returning it to the state. Yes.
Interesting. Okay, Steve Patterson, Angela Senadella, thank you both so much for your time.
Thank you. Overseas, there appeared to be some progress in talks for another ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war, but President Biden says there's still work to be done.
We're pushing it. There's no expectation at this point, but we are pushing it.
The diplomatic push comes as Israel's military says it struck 300 targets in Gaza over the last 24 hours. Some of those strikes destroyed buildings near a hospital in Rafah, sending plumes of black smoke into the sky. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi is live for us in Cairo and joins me now. Ali, good to see you. So a Hamas leader is in Egypt for talks on a possible ceasefire right now. Egypt notably has been a key player in these hostage talks that have been ongoing. So how are these discussions going?
Well, there certainly seems to have been some traction over the last few days. We saw Bill Burns, CIA director in Warsaw, talking with the Qatari PM and the head of Israeli Mossad agency. And as you mentioned, the head of Hamas's political bureau, Ismail Haniyeh, just arrived here in Cairo for talks with the head of Egypt's intelligence agency and other officials who are acting as mediators, key mediators. But the meeting is a closed-doors meeting. They're not going to give a readout, so we don't know what has been discussed in that meeting. But there is some optimism that they may be able to strike a deal. But there are also major sticking points between the two sides that are going to be difficult to overcome. Sinclair?
And Ali, as all this has been happening, the United States is leading a new coalition to protect ships, specifically from ongoing attacks in the Red Sea. These attacks have really escalated in the last few weeks and are now impacting global trade and oil prices, right? So what is the U.S. saying about this response?
Yeah, I mean, they've put a coalition of a maritime force in there to protect the Red Sea because it's such a vital shipping area. The area has now become so risky that major shipping companies have decided to avoid it or take a really long way around the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa. This is having a massive cost on the price of shipping, insurance, and the availability of the goods. Just to give you an example, containers from China to the Mediterranean have gone up 44% in December, and the price of Brent crude, the benchmark used to price most of the world's oil, has risen by 5% since early this month. That's going to hurt people at the petrol pumps in the U.S. and beyond. Sinclair?
Yeah, really tangible effects being felt. Ali Arouzi, thank you.
As a record number of migrants come to the U.S.-Mexico border, the Bureau of Prisons says it is sending personnel to help out the Department of Homeland Security. Border states are seeing real impact here. In Texas, international rail operations are paused. That means food and beverage shipments have been halted. And in Arizona, a legal port of entry has been shut down for more than 2 weeks now. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Eagle Pass, Texas, right on the U.S.-Mexico border.
Another day of large crowds here in Eagle Pass next to the International Bridge, and you can see the migrants behind me in a field that has been used by Customs and Border Protection as an improvised waiting area for thousands of migrants this week. You can see the large crowds, many of them who slept here overnight using these blankets that are handed to them, blankets that keep them from the cold weather. You can see over on the right-hand side groups that are now walking to be processed. We assume these are being taken to processing centers, and they do have buses and vans that are arriving under the bridge that transport these migrants. Now, if we look on the other side of the field, we have other agents that are waiting for migrants that are crossing from Mexico into the U.S. This has been happening overnight. It's been happening this morning. And a lot of these migrants we see lining up over on this side, and they will then walk into the field and begin this period when they wait. Now, just a few minutes ago, we saw agents take large numbers of families. We saw lots of children earlier today when the sun came up. We saw a lot of kids running around in the field. Many of them have been now taken to this area under the bridge, we assume, to be processed. And that's what the situation is like here in Eagle Pass. We know that there are large crowds in other border crossings like in Arizona and also in parts of California, as U.S. officials tell NBC News that they've seen the largest number of apprehensions at the southern border this week. 12,000 apprehensions reported on Monday. Back to you.
Guad, thank you so much. It is time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. After months of decline, home sales are back on the rise.
And Dunkin' is ditching coconuts. Didn't even know they had them. Christina Portsenevelos joins us now. Hey, Christina.
Well, that's the reason why. Hi, Vicki and Sinclair. Home buying rose slightly in November after 5 straight months of declines. The forward momentum comes as stubborn mortgage rates begin to fall below 7%. Finally, according to the Mortgage Bankers Association, the rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage dropped last week to 6.8%. Meanwhile, U.S. consumer confidence continues to climb. The Conference Board's latest survey showed Americans are feeling pretty good or feeling better about current business conditions and the actual job market right now. Electric scooter company Bird just filed for bankruptcy. Its network will stay in operations while it works through a restructuring agreement with creditors. Bird says its European and Canadian businesses aren't affected by the bankruptcy. Dunkin', there's that story, is dropping one of its plant-based milk alternatives. The change just announced coconut milk will no longer be available. The move also means that it's going to be the end of Dunkin's Coconut Refreshers tea drinks, which clearly you guys didn't really drink, right? Because you didn't know that there's...
I didn't, but as someone who can't do dairy, now I'm a little bummed. One less alternative for us.
Go almond. What about you? Almond. I like that one.
That's true.
Christina?
A little almond, a little oat.
I do, but the oat is creamier, but if you look at the calorie intake and the nutrition, I think almond is the way to go.
Why are you looking at that?
Don't tell me.
I don't know, because it's the holidays and I just had 20 cookies before going on set.
Yeah.
As you should.
It's none of our business. Christina, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Coming up, they thought they were going to the Caribbean, but that's not where they ended up. The furious cruise ship passengers who say their vacations were ruined.
Plus, get your money's worth. If you took out a flexible spending account this year, that clock is ticking. But we've got some surprising things you can spend that money on before the year ends. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily. If you are heading out today for the holidays, you are not alone. Today and tomorrow are expected to be the busiest days at the airports before Christmas. And all week, we have been talking about how the airlines and airports are preparing to keep up with this demand. But what about the folks who are keeping an eye on the sky? Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
The good news this Wednesday, with 114 million people expected on the roads this holiday stretch and 2.5 million moving through TSA checkpoints each day, much of the country is now clear of volatile travel weather for now, though the floodwaters remain.
Winter weather will be a challenge. It will certainly be a challenge in the next few weeks.
For Dulles, wind gusts as we're preparing for a possible ground stop.
At the FAA Command Center in Virginia,
That Icelandic volcano is not expected to have any impact.
they watch everything from potential volcanic ash drifting out of Iceland to storms moving across the U.S.
A powerful low-pressure system pulling into New England.
In 24/7 constant communication,
Kennedy, possible ground stop up to 2300.
air traffic control, airline reps, defense, and national weather experts, all in one room.
Possibility of Newark ground stop and ground delay program due to winds.
This is the heart of the FAA's command and control for the nation's airspace. If an airport anywhere needs a ground delay or ground stop, they order it here.
Weather is always top of screen and top of mind.
If you put a thunderstorm in like northern New Jersey, it could have a ripple effect across the entire country.
All the way to SFO in San Francisco.
Yes, absolutely.
San Francisco arrival delay advisory 39 is now active.
Managing that ripple effect is air traffic manager Jija Vingal's daily mandate.
So we do try to manage our high complex capacity areas to ensure that there's a smooth transition throughout the rest of this airspace.
Military Operations Command Center have been canceled for this morning.
With nearly 50,000 flights both today and tomorrow, the FAA has opened military airspace and more high-altitude highways. But the agency is still short several thousand air traffic controllers, leading to mandatory overtime and an urgent search.
We know we need more air traffic controllers. We're working hard to hire from a variety of sources and keep them moving through the training pipeline.
Yeah, that's the FAA chief saying that they are going on a hiring binge for air traffic controllers, really essentially starting again in the spring and looking for anybody. If you know somebody coming out of high school or college who wants to go down that career path, this may be something that would be interesting for them. Back to you.
Tom Costello, thanks so much. Well, from the sky to the seas, some cruise ship passengers got a big surprise when their warm holiday voyage to the Bahamas ended up in chilly Boston. NBC's Emily Aketa shows us how that happened.
Passengers on board what was supposed to be a Bahamas-bound cruise ship are now trying to make the most out of a not-so-sunny and definitely unexpected vacation destination.
Instead of Florida, Nassau, Bahamas, and Ocean Cay, we are now staying in Boston for 3 days, Portland, Maine, and Canada.
Over the weekend, just one day before they were set to depart from New York, the MSC Meraviglia alerting passengers to the last-minute itinerary change. The luxury cruise ship telling NBC News unseasonable and rapidly worsening weather forced the unexpected U-turn, adding the only alternative would have been to take the most extreme step of canceling the cruise and thousands of people's vacations outright. According to its website, the ship can accommodate over 5,000 passengers and 1,600 crew members, though it's unclear how many decided to take the rerouted cruise. Some vacationers taking to social media to share their surprise.
Today is crazy. Wind blowing, cold, like officially cold.
Best friends Lakia Allen and Val Montgomery spent a year planning this Christmas trip for friends and family and couldn't believe their warm island getaway was a cold weather expedition.
We thought we were being punked,
but it's just like Boston, Bahamas, yeah. Boston. Like,
it's a big difference.
It's a huge difference.
Yes.
They say it was a mad dash to put away shorts and t-shirts and repack a new winter wardrobe.
Imagine me having 3 kids to pack up. They were all packed with summer clothes and they immediately run to Walmart because all our bags are already packed to repack all of the winter stuff.
The two friends, like many of the passengers on board, trying to make the best of a bad situation and create new, unexpected holiday memories.
It's beautiful. I just wish we were in like bathing suit attire.
Some experienced cruisers say they have never witnessed a last-minute itinerary change-up like this. But just like planes, trains, and other modes of transportation, cruises, too, are subject to the whims of weather. And experts point out they typically have clauses that allow for itinerary changes. Back to you.
Oh, man. I mean, I have a 617 zip code. I love Boston, but if I wanted the Bahamas, that's where I would.
That's what you packed for. I wonder if anybody was offered a refund, you know, as an option, because, gosh, that's tough. That's a tough switcheroo. That's a real 180.
I would hope so.
Our thanks, Emily, for that story. All right, coming up, the Grinches that are making the rounds this holiday season that could impact your last-minute shopping. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. The news continues after this.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
The FDA has released updated numbers in the ongoing Wanabana applesauce recall after multiple children became sick after eating the product. According to the agency, there are 205 confirmed, probable, or suspected cases of lead poisoning in children across 33 states. Additionally, the affected products may still be on shelves at Dollar Tree and Family Dollar stores. The source of the contamination is still under investigation. And fast food chain Chick-fil-A may now have to open on Sunday, at least in New York State. A new bill in the state's legislature would require the chain's rest stop locations along Interstate 90 to stay open 7 days a week. Chick-fil-A first opened its doors back in 1946, and the company's founder, a devout Christian, kept stores closed on Sundays to allow employees to worship or rest. The chain has not yet commented on the new bill. Vicki?
All right, Zinkley, well, we have all been there before. You're not totally sure what to go get someone, so you go with the gift card. Let them decide. But if you are grabbing one for some last-minute Christmas shopping this year, you need to be on high alert. Scammers have been tampering with physical gift cards while they're still on the shelves, and it can be almost impossible to detect.
I got scammed.
The person scratches the back off and then re-glues the card.
Consumers posting warnings about compromised gift cards, a crime that cost $228 million last year.
The barcode is not there anymore, so you cannot do anything about it.
Police from coast to coast warning about a surge in so-called gift card draining.
We want to let everyone know about the latest scam that we have gotten word of.
Police say scammers steal these cards, then they copy the card number and the security code, then they reseal it. You can't even tell it's been tampered with. When you load money onto that card, the scammer pounces and drains it. It happened to Weekend Today anchor and senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett.
This is a very Grinchy moment with these gift cards.
Right? She purchased $2,000 worth of vanilla gift Visa cards at this New York CVS, only to find 3 of her presents to colleagues had scuff marks where the security code should have been, and the funds drained.
From the naked eye, these do not appear to be tampered with at all.
Right? Not even a little bit.
Right.
All of the seals look totally fine. In fact, it says on here, if tamper evident, don't purchase. So I checked it before I checked out. Everything looked good from the outside.
Laura showed us one card that appeared to be totally normal, the barcode and security pin untouched. But when we checked the card balance, zero. The money Laura loaded onto the card November 27th disappeared 14 days later. One survey found almost 1 in 4 gift card recipients said they've received a card that was drained. So I went back to that same CVS.
Okay, so here's where the gift cards are. They're kind of in the middle of the store, not really under the watchful eye of anyone at the register. So it's sort of easy to see how they could be tampered with.
From the outside, they look secure and sealed.
I'd like to put $20 on each of these gift cards. We have our gift cards.
8 of the 9 cards appeared normal.
Okay, this one has a security code.
But then
this one has the security code gouged out. Take a look. That has absolutely been tampered with, and we could not see that when it was in the packaging.
In statements to NBC News, the Retail Gift Card Association and Vanilla Gift say, in part, criminals have come up with more innovative ways to card drain, and they are working to stay ahead of it. They urge the public to report any fraud to police and call the number on the back of the card. CVS adds they're investigating our findings and say they warn customers about fraud risks and urge employees to check gift card racks for tampered cards every day.
I had seen your segment, so I was on notice. I knew that this was going to be an issue. I just didn't think that was going to happen to me.
To avoid a scam, some police say don't buy a physical gift card because it's nearly impossible to know which ones have been compromised. If you do, choose one that's closer to the register or, better yet, behind the counter. Recipients should check the balance and spend their gift cards quickly to reduce risk. And buy with a credit card to increase your chances of getting a refund. And happily, I can tell you, Laura did buy with a credit card. She was made whole. They refunded her. We also want to add that the company we spoke to, Vanilla Gift, they've been sued by San Francisco City Attorney David Chu. That lawsuit alleges that Vanilla Gift failed to take precautions against this card-draining scam. A spokesperson for Vanilla Gift told us, quote, the allegations made have no basis in fact or evidence. We maintain an unwavering commitment to industry-leading security practices. But bottom line, you just want to be really careful. If you're buying one of these things, don't use a debit card.
Okay.
And people kind of wonder, like, should I buy an e-gift card instead?
Right.
That technically can be safer if you go to a retailer directly, but just make sure it doesn't go to spam or that the recipient doesn't delete it.
Ooh, alarming but helpful. Vicki Nguyen, thank you so much. And coming up, we're going to talk about how one teacher is making math fun.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The Biden administration has released a close ally of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in a swap for jailed Americans. Alex Saab was awaiting trial in Miami. He's accused of laundering money for the Maduro government. In exchange for Saab's release, Venezuela will release roughly 12 Americans. The identities of those Americans have not yet been disclosed.
Boston's Mayor Michelle Wu has issued a formal apology to 2 men wrongly accused in a murder case. In 1989, Charles Stewart told police a black man shot and killed his wife, Carol. Stewart later confessed to orchestrating the murder with the help of his brother. His accusations set off a police crackdown in one of the city's traditionally black neighborhoods and the arrests of Alan Swanson and Willie Bennett, although neither was charged. The mayor's apology comes after a new investigation of the case by the Boston Globe, as well as an HBO documentary.
And a panel in Minnesota has chosen a new state flag. It will replace an older design many Native Americans considered offensive. The new flag will feature an 8-pointed North Star against a blue background. The star represents the state's motto, the Star of the North, and the blue represents the Mississippi River.
A powerful eruption from a volcano in Iceland appears to be slowing down, but it remains dangerous for those in the region. This drone video shows red lava bubbling in the middle of a snow-covered landscape, and Iceland's National Weather Service is warning of possible air pollution in the country's capital. Thomas Moore from our sister network Sky News reports from southern Iceland.
We're now well inside the exclusion zone, but this is as close as we're allowed to go to the eruption site. It's a few hundred meters over there. What was a wall of fire stretching across the horizon is now concentrated to just 2 cones, still erupting, but only releasing a small amount of lava, just a fraction of what was being spouted out just a few days ago. Now, just to give you a sense of the geography, this is quite a remote area, but very close by there's an awful lot of infrastructure. Just down here is Svartsengi, a power station that provides not just electricity but also hot water to thousands of homes across the area. It is just a kilometre or so away, and they are concerned that lava could flow across this way, perhaps cutting over this road and also the electricity pylons that take that power away from here. It is very lucky that nothing has so far been damaged, but they are concerned that there could be new vents that open up in the coming days, perhaps even threatening the town of Grindavik, which is another few miles down this road. Anything could happen. They can't see below ground, so they're using all the measurements they can, using seismometers to look at the tremors in the earth, but also satellites in space to measure very precisely, using GPS, how much the ground is lifting up, pushed up by magma beneath. They do believe that there is another pool of that molten rock below this area, and it could feed another eruption, perhaps even new fissures opening up across this landscape.
Thomas Moore, thank you for that report. Well, Maryland Democratic Senator Ben Cardin is breaking his silence on allegations against a former member of his staff.
A legislative aide in Cardin's office, who's since been fired, is accused of having sex on video in a hearing room on the Capitol last week. Here's NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor.
The sex scandal rocking the U.S. Senate. A legislative aide to Maryland Senator Ben Cardin out of a job after a video first published by conservative outlet The Daily Caller alleged to show him having sex in a Senate hearing room used for Supreme Court confirmations and high-profile hearings.
I was angry, disappointed. It's a breach of trust.
Senator Cardin confirming to NBC News that staffer Aiden Mazie Sarapsky is no longer a Senate employee, but refusing to discuss details of the case or say if he was fired. Capitol Police are now investigating the incident for possible criminal activity.
The only issue that could potentially be at play would involve the location. If a court would decide this hearing room to be a public place, well, there are also laws there that prevent this type of behavior in a public forum.
Mazie Sarapsky responding to the allegations in a statement on his LinkedIn account, which has since been deleted, saying, "I have been attacked for who I love to pursue a political agenda. While some of my actions in the past have shown poor judgment, I love my job and would never disrespect my workplace." He did not respond to a request for additional comment.
There does not appear to be any precedent happening federally in the Senate or Congress or the Capitol. These would only be misdemeanors. So that means jail time, maximum of a few months, but unlikely if he doesn't have a criminal past, and likely just a fine.
The video, reportedly published in a private online group for gay men, has not been independently verified by NBC News. But Republicans now seizing on the incident. Georgia Congressman Mike Collins posting this image, comparing the video to the desecration of the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, 2021.
Sahil Kapoor, thanks so much.
There's a group of Grinches targeting cargo shipments across the country. According to security company Veris CargoNet, thieves are using sophisticated tactics to get their hands on goods ranging from appliances to electronics, even food. And their criminal activity has soared in recent years. In 2018, the company reported $55 million in cargo theft. That's a lot, but so far this year, that number has gone to $144 million. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan joins us now. Courtney, it's great to see you this afternoon. So why are we seeing such a big surge in these cargo thefts?
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with technology and, frankly, all of the efficiencies that have been built in to the supply chain over the last several decades are now being exploited by bad guys, frankly. It's a lot easier to sort of steal goods virtually online by posing as a legitimate logistics company, whether you are a legitimate trucker that's going to pick up a truckload of goods, or perhaps you are the company that's helping to broker that deal. There's a lot of fictitious companies that are being created, what they call double brokers. brokering, even laundering of the goods, changing invoices, all, again, can be done virtually, unfortunately, fairly easily by these sophisticated criminals that understand the ins and outs of this system.
Courtney, what are the most popular items that these thieves are stealing? And then ultimately, how does it affect all of us when we're buying things in the marketplace?
What's fascinating is the #1 item being stolen this year from cargo is food and beverage. And that's largely because it's a consumable product with a lot of buyers. It can change over hands quickly. And once that stolen food and beverage make its way back into potentially even the legitimate system at retailers or retail websites or perhaps even flea markets or outdoor markets, it's almost impossible to tell whether that was stolen or bought legitimately. And so if you're a consumer, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot that you can do to really know the difference with that. And that's some of the concern, especially if it's a consumable item like food and beverage or baby formula, most especially. And so this is where law enforcement really has to get involved. And then retailers, you're probably not going to end up sort of seeing a lot of stolen goods perhaps on a shelf at a Walmart, because that's a bigger, more national chain that is going to work with the same logistics companies over and over again. But it's possible a regional grocery store or sort of your corner market could very well end up with them. So I think we all just need to be very careful. If something feels a little off, if the price seems a little too low to you as a consumer, you might want to reconsider. But this is wild. We've heard a lot about organized retail crime. This is happening well before those goods ever make it to the store. And as you mentioned, those numbers, 144 million this year. That may not seem like a lot, but in just over 2,300 instances in the year, each time something like this is stolen, the average instance of cargo theft is worth $143,000, sometimes entire truckloads at a time.
It's really great advice about being aware of where you're buying things, but sometimes even consumers can't really detect this. Fascinating look. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan, thank you. Well, for millions of workers across the U.S., their annual flexible spending account, also known as an FSA, it will likely expire at the end of this month.
Yeah, an FSA allows enrolled employees at various businesses to use pre-tax dollars for approved health-related costs. That includes things like copays, prescriptions, and over-the-counter drugs. But according to data obtained and analyzed by Money Magazine, FSA holders forfeited an estimated $7.2 billion between 2019 and 2020. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung is here to help us hopefully not do
a lot of B's.
that.
Yeah, a lot of billions.
Not do that. So first, let's make the distinction, though, between FSA and HSA, a health spending account. Excuse me, I always get that wrong. There's so many acronyms. Help us understand the difference between them.
Well, they are both ways to squirrel away money for any sort of medical-related expenditures. But the big difference is that an FSA comes from your employer, and HSA is something that you contribute to yourself. And there are some differences with regards to how to use them, especially because we're getting to the end of the year. Any sort of funds that are in an FSA as of the end of the year will be forfeited. Anything in an HSA will roll over. So that's why understanding the distinction is very important. They also have different contribution limits. FSAs you can put more money into, HSAs slightly less. But again, there are certain benefits, pros and cons to each of those types of things.
Yeah, speaking of those many billions, what happens to that money that gets forfeited? Does it go back to your employer?
Yeah, well, for, again, HSAs, they roll over. So for FSAs, which do not roll over, the money just gets sent back to your employer. Okay. So again, one other thing I want to kind of draw a distinction here with, HSAs are things that can only be associated, or you can only sign up for one depending on the health insurance that you have. The FSA comes from your employer. So regardless of the type of health insurance you're enrolled in, you can get an FSA depending on what your employer is offering.
But that's your money from your salary that you tell your employer to hold.
It's your money. And again, the benefit is tax-free. So you put it in tax-free, you take it out tax-free from an FSA. But again, there are those rollover rules. Where, and by the way, there are some cases where your employer will allow a 2.5-month grace period after December 31st. But again, it depends on the fine print. So just read what your employer has told you with regards to your FSA plan to understand the rules.
Always check the fine print. And I mean, to that end, walk us through the full range of items, essentially, we can use this FSA money on. And who does it cover? Is it just us? Is it people in our family?
Yeah, well, there's an online store that you can use. And, you know, we have some examples of products that actually you wouldn't know are eligible. But things like a massage gun, you can use an eye reliever, a compression pack, ear cleaners, pore release cosmetics. So again, this is not just like, you know, a cast or whatever, you know, for your arm or like Band-Aids.
It's
not just
all kinds of supplies.
Right, and again, you could check online with the store to buy those things. And, you know, when it comes to buying for the family, I mean, if you could buy the massage gun for yourself, anyone else could use that too. So again, with the unused funds that might not roll over, you might as well use it, because if you don't, you're going to lose it.
I did have a friend buy me an FSA gift once, actually. She got me a heating pad. She got extra money.
You would have had the FSA store bag, and it's like swag.
I love it. All right, so a lot of companies, we know, we just did the open enrollment period. Is it too late to sign up for an FSA or an HSA for 2024?
Okay, so there's a few moving parts here. With the FSA, it depends on your open enrollment period. It's usually going to be mid-December to mid-December, so mid-November rather to mid-December, so you may have missed it. With the HSA, you can enroll at any time. However, again, depends on the type of health insurance that you have. Does that plan make you eligible for an FSA? The health insurance is something you also have to sign up for open enrollment. But again, once you have that, you can sign up for the HSA at any point in time, if that makes sense.
As long as your open enrollment period is still open.
Is still open,
right?
Which, again, may have missed the boat in some cases. But the important thing to know is that once that enrollment comes around, make sure you pick the plan that works best for you, and then contribute up to the limit that you have annually to make sure you get the best tax advantage there.
That's good.
Super helpful. Brian Chung, thank you.
Thank you, Bri. Coming up, how the members of Grammy-winning band Portugal the Man are turning to music during their daughter's battle with a rare disease. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, Grammy winners John Gorley and Zoe Manville, they're members of the hit band Portugal the Man.
They are also parents to 12-year-old daughter Frances, who is battling a rare genetic disorder. Now they're using their voices to draw attention to the illness. Today, co-anchor Hoda Kotb sat down with the couple.
John Gorley and his wife Zoe Manville were at the height of their success with their band Portugal the Man's Grammy-winning single, Feel It Still. But then their daughter Frances began showing signs of a devastating disease.
She was 9 in the pandemic. 2021, we were doing homeschooling, and she just seemed to kind of deteriorate. Then she started to fall down a lot, which at the time I didn't know if it was her just kind of being clumsy.
4 years after that hit single, their 12-year-old daughter was diagnosed with a rare genetic disease, DHDDS.
DHDDS is a neurodegenerative neurodevelopmental disease. Part of the things that come along with it is epilepsy.
When did you realize this is something that is clearly really serious?
We started seeing her have these seizures. Start falling down.
Really, at the time, it just kind of looked like her falling asleep for a few seconds.
It was just like instant.
Yeah, and it's not what you think of when you think of seizures.
Before we get into what happened next, describe her as a little girl. She's pretty awesome.
Yes, she's like a little comedian. She's very funny and loving.
Well, I love the way she walks into a school. She's like, hi, Billy. Hi, Jeff. Hi, Sarah. Like, she's just like, what's that? How are you? How are you? It's infectious.
And watching her on stage with you guys, too, is equally infectious. There's something about her. She is fearless.
Yes, I was going to say no inhibition.
DHDDS is a rare disease, and only 70 people in the world are known to have it. So when you got the diagnosis, and it must have just sounded like a bunch of letters, how did the doctors explain it to you?
So DHDDS is like Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, dementia in kids. It's neurodegenerative, and that's probably the scariest thing you can hear as a parent.
Yeah, it was pretty crushing and, I mean, devastating.
John and Zoe created a GoFundMe page to help with the skyrocketing cost of Frances's personalized treatment. How expensive are the medications?
I think up to $2 million.
$2 million?
Yeah, and...
For the medicine?
So that's a very specific medicine that would be for one person, so it costs a lot.
The idea that anyone can afford a $2 million treatment is insane.
There is no treatment for DHDDS. You need to develop the treatment.
Yeah.
And this disease is rare, but there's millions of kids with rare diseases.
So what do doctors say about Frances's prognosis?
I feel like nobody knows what's going to happen or how fast it's going to happen.
There's hope. There's examples of kids in front of us that have had cognitive improvements with these treatments.
Yeah.
And that gives us a lot of hope.
Is there one song that you guys perform that says Frances to you?
We have a song on the new album called Times of Fantasy, and it ends with this: I got a feeling things are gonna be just fine. And Frances heard that song, and she just started singing that line. And we ended up bringing her into the studio to sing it with us because she would sing to the demo.
Just fine.
Her little voice pops out, and it's so perfect.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, and what keeps you going?
I think seeing Frances happy. There are some success stories out there. That's a huge hope for everybody.
Hoda Kotb, NBC News.
Ooh, sending so much hope and love to that family.
Oh, absolutely. I hope they can find a treatment.
Yeah. Well, we've got a lot more news ahead.
Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
A Virginia woman has a lot to celebrate this holiday season.
She literally found a Christmas miracle in a very unlikely place, a thrift store. Get this, Jessica Vincent bought a vase at a Goodwill back in June. She paid $4. Then she posted it on an art glass forum where she soon learned it was made of high-end Italian glass.
So when she put it up for auction, it went for, get this, more than $107,000.
Just picked up something I loved. I didn't pick it up thinking, oh, this is going to be a really expensive item. I just picked it up thinking, oh, this is going to be beautiful on my shelf. I love it.
Vincent says the money from the sale will help her pay for renovations at an old farmhouse she recently bought. And folks, as an avid thrifter, this feels like the case for thrifting. It's also so sustainable. And
Absolutely.
Who knows, maybe you will strike gold or glass in this case.
For sure, and you're getting something that's unique and not mass-produced. So yes, yay for secondhand shopping for sure.
Thrift on.
Well, for most third graders, football is something you talk about at recess, not in the classroom.
But one teacher in Florida has gone viral for bridging that gap. She uses the NFL to teach kids about kindness, losing, and a little bit of math, too. NBC's Sam Brock sat down with her.
Happy Friday!
Happy Friday! If you're going to step foot onto Mary Martinez's field of play, a.k.a. her third-grade classroom.
Have the Dolphins played the Jets yet? Yes!
Students better bring an open mind and a keen sense of sportsmanship, because as the penalties posted on the door reveal, how we treat others is the name of the game.
Where did this idea come from?
I've loved sports all my life, and as I started in third grade, I noticed that there was an interest more in sports. And while I love the Dolphins and I want them to be perfect like 1972, the losses are my favorite part because it's where the lessons come from. It's where we are able to learn and to grow, and that's such an important thing for the kids to understand.
Football for you is a metaphor for teaching them life lessons.
Yes.
Earlier this season,
Tell me, how many yards did Tyreek Hill get against the Jets last time?
the Pinecrest Elementary teacher became a viral sensation by following the sensational play of Dolphins receiver Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill on kill! Calculating his yards per game as Hill chases history in a 2,000-yard season.
Ignacio has guessed Tyreek Hill's yards exactly. He's getting a no homework pass. Say, way to go, Ignacio. Way to go, Ignacio.
But these videos, filmed by a 9-year-old photographer, Nicholas, really exploded when Miss Martinez expanded her playbook and talked about how Jets injured quarterback Aaron Rodgers reached out to Dolphins player Jalen Phillips, who suffered the same brutal Achilles tear in the same stadium.
To offer him support through his injury, to say, hey, man, I've been there too.
And she even gave her Jets towel from the game to her lone Jets student, Giovanni.
I know what you're thinking. You have a student that's a Jets fan? Yes, I have a student that's a Jets fan.
If that moment touched Giovanni.
I even showed him once on my phone where it just said New York Jets liked post, and he was about to melt.
Just imagine the emotions rushing through Miss Martinez's entire class when Dolphins players like Bradley Chubb started posting videos.
I just want to send a special shout out to you, Miss Martinez, and your class. Thank you all for the support.
Then the Dolphins inviting Mary to Monday Night Football. And perhaps the culmination, the New York Jets surprising that one stalwart supporter.
I open the box, and there's this letter. And it's like an official Jets letter. And it's for Giovanni. And it says, we're so excited for you and wanted to send you this signed football from Brees, Garrett, and Quincy. J-E-T-S. Jets. So here you go, Giovanni. This is from the Jets.
The proud Gang Green fan fighting back tears.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy would you say you are right now?
1,000.
The teams in this case, casting rivalries aside for a teacher whose voice has transcended the gridiron.
The game is so much bigger than just playing football. I mean, to some people it is just football, but to me it's everything. You can learn so much from the game.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Oh man, Sam, thanks for that. That kid's face was priceless.
Sometimes it's okay to be the one kid in your class sticking true to your roots, because look how it worked out for him. And kudos to that teacher. Amazing, brilliant. What a fun way to get those kids
Honestly,
engaged.
if my teacher had done that, maybe I would have liked football and math.
Oh, there.
I'm Zinkley.
I'm Vicky. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinkley Asamoah.
I'm Vicky Nguyen. Kate Snow is off. NBC News Daily starts right now.
It's Wednesday, December 20th, 2023. Ballot bombshell. Colorado's top court bars former President Donald Trump from taking part in the state's presidential primary. How they reached that decision and why the legal fight is far from over.
Hopes for a ceasefire, new signs that Israel and Hamas are open to pauses in fighting in exchange for the release of more hostages. Why top U.S. officials say there could be a serious roadblock.
About Face, Rite Aid told to pull the plug on using facial recognition technology in its stores. Why the pharmacy chain is using it in the first place and how they're pushing back.
Plus, Bill of Health, the time is running out to use your flexible spending account this year. How to get the most out of your money and leave nothing to waste.
As they say, more money, more problems, and you don't want that extra money sitting in
You want the tax benefit, but yeah, you don't want to waste it and forfeit it. All right, we're gonna start this hour with that explosive ruling out of Colorado.
That's right. The state Supreme Court ruled Tuesday that former President Donald Trump is banned from holding office again. They ordered his name removed from the 2024 primary ballot. So what's the court's reasoning here? Well, they say the 14th Amendment, which disqualifies people who engage in insurrection from taking an oath to the Constitution. They say the January 6th riot was just that.
The Trump campaign is vowing to appeal the decision all the way to the United States Supreme Court. However, this Colorado ruling could have a ripple effect. It could lead other states to remove Mr. Trump from the ballot as well.
With us to break this all down, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian in Washington and NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett here with us on set. Ken, let's start with you. What does this decision mean for the former president and for voters? How is the president responding right now?
Zinkley, this was one of dozens of lawsuits filed nationally to disqualify Mr. Trump under Section 3 of the Constitution's 14th Amendment, which was designed to keep former Confederates from returning to government after the Civil War. And until now, every court that had ruled had decided against disqualification, 6 states so far. But the Colorado Supreme Court, with all 7 judges appointed by Democrats, ruled 4-3 that Mr. Trump did engage in insurrection and does come under that provision. The Trump campaign is calling this judicial activism at its worst and vowing to appeal. What it all means for Mr. Trump and the voters very much depends on whether the U.S. Supreme Court justices decide to take this case, and if they do, how quickly they rule. Meanwhile, this ruling is being celebrated by Democrats, including Colorado's Secretary of State. Take a listen to her.
Trump incited the insurrection, and there is no loophole in the Constitution. To hold that there is a loophole for the president in the Constitution would basically say Donald Trump is above the law when he engages in rebellion and insurrection. I think that's wrong.
So that's one view. Another view was expressed by a dissenting justice on the Colorado Supreme Court who pointed out that Mr. Trump has not been convicted of incitement or insurrection. And one of Mr. Trump's toughest critics, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, has also made that point in denouncing this ruling, guys.
Ken, thank you. Laura, let's bring you in here. There are a lot of technicalities in this ruling. So the Colorado Supreme Court saying Trump cannot appear on the primary ballot. What if he ends up being the GOP nominee? Does he appear as a presidential candidate at that point or not at all?
Okay, so a lot is going to depend on timing. Remember, the court in Colorado, recognizing that what they were doing was such a big deal, they put their own decision on hold and said, let's put a stay on it. Let's put a pause on it. We're going to give the former president time to appeal. So anytime, really now between today and January 5th, he can appeal to the Supreme Court. The moment he does that, everything is paused, guys. Everything is stayed. So he will be on the ballot as long as he goes to the Supreme Court by January 5th. So there is no change to anything right now. The question mark is, say he appeals and say the Supreme Court takes it up, but say they just sit on it for a little bit. Say they just don't do anything for a couple months. And now we're getting closer and closer to the general. That's the real issue of timing.
And it's not lost on me. Colorado's a pretty progressive state. If we just look back in 2020, Biden won there by 13 points. So is this just a one-off?
And that's why this decision, I think in a lot of ways, I understand sort of the fascination with it because it hasn't been done before. But the impact is really not as significant as if it had been a swing state or a purple state. He was never going to likely win Colorado in the first place. So being kicked off the ballot there is not the same as being kicked off the ballot in some place like Michigan.
Yeah, we're a battleground state, of course.
Obviously, he wants to win them all.
Helpful distinctions. Laura Jarrett, Ken Delanian, thank you both.
Well, there appears to be some momentum in talks for another ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. A Hamas leader met with officials in Egypt today. Egypt has played a key role in previous negotiations as well. And so as those talks play out, Israel's military is saying it has carried out hundreds of strikes in Gaza over just the past day. Some of those strikes destroyed buildings near a hospital in Rafah, sending plumes of black smoke into the sky you see on your screen there. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray is live in Tel Aviv for us this afternoon. So, Jay, it is good to see you. Yeah. We heard from Secretary of State Antony Blinken earlier today. What did he say about progress on a ceasefire and those hostage negotiations?
Yeah, Vicki, he's really echoing what we're hearing on the ground here in Israel, that both sides are at the table. Of course, Qatari diplomats acting as the intermediary here and U.S. diplomats involved in the talks as well, and that those talks have intensified, that they seem to be working through some details of a possible pause in the fighting. But he was also very quick to point out that any rumor of a deal being imminent is just that, a rumor.
The problem was and has been and remains Hamas. They reneged on commitments that they made during the first pause for hostage releases. And the question is whether they are in fact willing to resume this effort. But certainly it's something that we would welcome. I know that Israel would welcome. And I think the world would welcome.
Israel's president saying again today that he hopes they can reach some type of deal quickly.
Yeah, I think everyone does. And Jay, Israel's military just revealed new details about the 3 hostages that were killed by mistake last week. What are they saying?
Yeah, stunning information. Apparently there was a failure in communication between battalions, one taking the place of another on the ground there, and that there was a warning given to that new battalion that any type of signs that said there were hostages inside a building may be a trap to lure them inside for an ambush by Hamas. We know that the sharpshooter involved said that he didn't recognize the white cloth that the hostages were carrying at the time, and that he had been told they were in an active war zone and that he was allowed to fire on anyone that he believed was suspicious. This is the latest we've heard on a situation that just has really wrecked a lot of people, as you would imagine, on the ground here.
Incredibly devastating. These three men just in their 20s, they're hostages. Jay Gray live in Tel Aviv for us today. Thank you, Jay.
Well, Vicki, another record number of migrants crossed the southern border into the United States Tuesday, breaking the previous single-day record that was set on Monday. But perhaps more concerning, Customs and Border Protection says it has the largest number of migrants in custody ever, over 26,000. Border states are seeing real impact, too. In Texas, international rail operations are paused, halting food and beverage shipments. In Arizona, a legal port of entry has been shut down for more than 2 weeks, and now the Bureau of Prisons says it's sending personnel to help out the Department of Homeland Security. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Eagle Pass, Texas, right on the U.S.-Mexico border for us and joins us now. Guad, you've reported from the border many times before, right? But what are you seeing right now, and how does it compare to previous spikes in attempts of migrants to enter the country?
Well, Zinkley, specifically here in Eagle Pass, I have never seen crowds this big. This field behind me has been used by Customs and Border Protection as a holding area. This morning, we saw more than 2,000 migrants, many of them that slept here. They've been clearing the area using buses. In fact, some of that help that you mentioned with the buses and agents coming to help escort them and transport them to a processing center is arriving here in Eagle Pass. This group that we see that the camera is pointing at was just fed. Earlier, about 2 hours ago, we could hear them yelling out that they were hungry. We've also seen some Border Patrol agents run up to some of the groups and care for some of the migrants. We assume there was some type of health issue because many of them have been carried out on stretchers. We've seen 4 carried out on stretchers in the last 2 hours. And, you know, the agents are doing what they can to process the migrants fast enough. But just here in Eagle Pass, we were told by the local congressman who spoke earlier to the media that they had 10,000 migrants at their processing center. That's just here in Eagle Pass. You can only imagine what the numbers are like in other places across the U.S.-Mexico border. So we see the proof here that the border is overwhelmed. And meanwhile, we have more migrants that are arriving throughout the day, crossing the river, coming in to join the groups that we're seeing here. That's the situation we have here in Eagle Pass, Clay.
And Guad, of course, this is all coming with the new Texas law that allows local law enforcement to arrest people suspected of entering the state illegally. And we've now heard from the president of Mexico on this, saying this is about Texas Governor Greg Abbott's personal political agenda. Of course, this is not his first critique of the governor. But how does Mexico play into this uptick in migrants at the border?
Well, Zinkley, right. Andrés Manuel López Obrador, the president of Mexico, has criticized a lot of the policies that Texas has taken into their own hands to enforce, right, immigration policy. So he says that he stands against this new law. But, you know, we actually have been looking into what Mexico has been doing. So a lot of the migrants that are arriving here have walked through Mexico. In fact, reports say that tens of thousands of migrants are in Mexico attempting to reach the U.S.-Mexico border. And the issue there is that Mexican immigration agents are essentially not enforcing immigration laws. I spoke with a contact in South Mexico this week asking what the situation was like, and he tells me that a lot of the migrants that were in Mexico waiting for visas to travel through Mexico took advantage of what's happening now to make their way to the U.S.-Mexico border. So a lot of this is a lack of enforcement on the Mexican side, and now we have another surge arriving here at the U.S.-Mexico border. Sinclair.
Really important reporting. Guad Venegas, thank you. Let's turn now to today's CNBC Money Minute. If you owe the IRS money, paying now could save you big.
Well, and new details on how safe Tesla drivers are behind the wheel. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now. Hey, Bertha, great to see you.
Hey, Vicki. Hey, Sinclair. That's right. Americans who owe back taxes may now have another incentive to pay up. The IRS is going to waive nearly $1 billion in late payment penalties. More than 4.5 million individual taxpayers who owe for the 20 and 21 tax years will be eligible, and people who are eligible will get a special notice next month. Meantime, we've heard a lot about Tesla's autonomous driving, but Tesla drivers themselves are apparently the most accident-prone. That according to a study by LendingTree that finds they're involved in more accidents than drivers of any other major brand. The study also found that BMW drivers were most likely to drive under the influence. According to LendingTree, the study analyzed quotes from people looking to insure their own cars and did not include any accidents in incident data from rental cars. So I guess it's not just in Julia Roberts' latest movie with the Teslas.
Very interesting when they look at those data points.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected that at all.
Okay. Bertha Coombs, as always, thank you.
Thank you.
Learn something new every day.
Coming up, dashing to destinations as we hit the busiest travel days before Christmas inside the effort to make sure your flight is a smooth ride.
Plus, curriculum controversy, parents' concerns about an educational video series that's being used in schools nationwide. You are watching NBC News Daily.
dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh fly into the night.
If you are heading out today for the holidays, you are certainly not alone.
That's right. Today and tomorrow are expected to be the busiest days at the airports before Christmas. And all week, we've been talking about how airports and airlines are working to avoid a meltdown like we saw last year. But will the weather cooperate? Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking some big storms on the West Coast. But we start with NBC's Tom Costello with a behind-the-scenes look at the people charged with keeping an eye on the sky for flights around the country.
The good news this Wednesday, with 114 million people expected on the roads this holiday stretch and 2.5 million moving through TSA checkpoints each day, much of the country is now clear of volatile travel weather for now, though the floodwaters remain.
Winter weather will be a challenge. It will certainly be a challenge in the next few weeks.
Dallas wind gusts as we're preparing for a possible ground stop.
At the FAA Command Center in Virginia,
That Icelandic volcano is not expected to have any impact impacts.
They watch everything from potential volcanic ash drifting out of Iceland to storms moving across the U.S.
A powerful low-pressure system pulling into New England.
In 24/7 constant communication,
Kennedy, possible ground stop depth of 2,300.
air traffic control, airline reps, defense, and national weather experts all in one room.
Possibility of Newark ground stop and ground delay program due to winds.
This is the heart of the FAA's command and control for the nation's airspace. If an airport anywhere needs a ground delay or ground stop, they order it here.
Weather is always top of screen and top of mind.
If you put a thunderstorm in like northern New Jersey, it could have a ripple effect across the entire country.
All the way to SFO in San Francisco.
Yes, absolutely. San Francisco ground delay advisory 39 is now active.
Managing that ripple effect is Air Traffic Manager Jija Vingal's daily mandate.
So we do try to manage our high complex capacity areas to ensure that there's a smooth transition throughout the rest of the airspace.
Military operations for Miami Center have been canceled for this morning.
With nearly 50,000 flights both today and tomorrow, the FAA has opened military airspace and more high-altitude highways. But the agency is still short several thousand air traffic controllers, leading to mandatory overtime and an urgent search.
We know we need more air traffic controllers. We're working hard to hire from a variety of sources and keep them moving through the training pipeline.
Yeah, that's the FAA chief saying that they are going on a hiring binge for air traffic controllers, really essentially starting again in the spring and looking for anybody. If you know somebody coming out of high school or college who wants to go down that career path, this may be something that would be interesting for them. Back to you.
Goodness knows we need him. Tom Costello, thank you. Now let's bring in Bill Cairns. Hey, Bill, so this wet weather, it could cause a lot of problems for holiday plans on the West Coast. Where are the storms now? Where are they headed?
Yeah, unlike the big storm we just had, Vicki, on the East Coast, this one is going to be more isolated to an area that could be highly impacted, but not widespread. So the storm is huge, but it's off the coast, and it's going to remain off the coast. It's going to go just south here of Southern California. But this heavy band of rain has already moved onshore. I've already seen a report in one of the mountainous areas of 4 to 5 inches of rain. So we are getting that heavy rain impacts. Notice Los Angeles, Thousand Oaks, a couple showers, but the really torrential stuff is right along the edge here, heading up towards San Luis Obispo. Later tonight, that's going to move towards Santa Barbara and Malibu. It's the south-facing mountains we're worried about. It kind of wrings the moisture out because the storms are approaching from the south. So I'm really worried about the areas from Oxnard to Santa Barbara and Malibu included as we go throughout the overnight hours tonight into tomorrow, because that heavy band will be over you then. But 22 million are in a flood watch. Los Angeles, it doesn't look like you're going to get the extreme high amounts of rain. Still may get an inch and a half, which is significant for anyone driving or flying into LAX. Same goes for San Diego. But the really impactful stuff where we could get mud and debris flows, rivers out of their banks and washing out roads, that's going to be this area here in and around the greater Malibu and Santa Barbara areas. That's going to be at least 3 inches. Some areas could end up maybe 7, 8, 9 inches of rain, but it's going to be isolated. And as far as the timing of everything goes, here's 5 p.m. this evening, and we watch that heavy rain bit. It almost gets to LA, then it kind of stalls and goes back towards the coast. Looks like tomorrow afternoon's the best chance for Los Angeles, and then San Diego as we go throughout Thursday night into Friday morning is your best chance of rain. And then by the time we get to Friday, we're all said and done with that storm. So again, later tonight and tomorrow, if we're going to get those dramatic pictures, that's when we'll see them.
All right, important info, Bill. Thank you.
Thanks. Still ahead, about face, why pharmacy chain Rite Aid is being forced to press pause on a high-tech tool to fight shoplifting.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The FDA has released updated numbers in the ongoing Wanabana applesauce recall after multiple children became sick after eating the product. According to the agency, there are 205 confirmed, probable, or suspected cases of lead poisoning in children across 33 states. Additionally, the affected products may still be on shelves in Dollar Tree and Family Dollar stores. The source of the contamination is still under investigation. And fast food chain Chick-fil-A may now have to open on Sunday, at least in New York State. A new bill in the state's legislature would require the chain's rest stop locations along Interstate 90 to stay open 7 days a week. Chick-fil-A first opened its doors back in 1946, and the company's founder, a devout Christian, kept stores closed on Sundays to allow employees to worship or rest. The chain has not yet commented on the new bill. Vicki?
All right, Zinkley, well, we have all been there before. You're not totally sure what to go get someone, so you go with the gift card. Let them decide. But if you are grabbing one for some last-minute Christmas shopping this year, you need to be on high alert. Scammers have been tampering with physical gift cards while they're still on the shelves, and it can be almost impossible to detect.
I got scammed.
The person scratches the back off and then re-glues the card.
Consumers posting warnings about compromised gift cards, a crime that cost $228 million last year.
The barcode is not there anymore, so you cannot do anything about it.
Police from coast to coast warning about a surge in so-called gift card draining.
We want to let everyone know about the latest scam that we have gotten word of.
Police say scammers steal these cards, then they copy the card number and the security code, then they reseal it. You can't even tell it's been tampered with. When you load money onto that card, the scammer pounces and drains it.
It happened to Weekend Today anchor and senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett.
This is a very Grinchy moment with these gift cards.
Right? She purchased $2,000 worth of vanilla gift Visa cards at this New York CVS, only to find 3 of her presents to colleagues had scuff marks where the security code should have been, and the funds drained.
From the naked eye, these do not appear to be tampered with at all.
Right? Not even a little bit.
Right.
All of the seals look totally fine. In fact, it says on here, if tamper evident, don't purchase. So I checked it before I checked out. Everything looked good from the outside.
Laura showed us one card that appeared to be totally normal, the barcode and security pin untouched. But when we checked the card balance, zero. The money Laura loaded onto the card November 27th disappeared 14 days later. One survey found almost 1 in 4 gift card recipients said they've received a card that was drained. So I went back to that same CVS.
Okay, so here's where the gift cards are. They're kind of in the middle of the store, not really under the watchful eye of anyone at the register. So it's sort of easy to see how they could be tampered with.
From the outside, they look secure and sealed.
I'd like to put $20 on each of these gift cards. We have our gift cards.
8 of the 9 cards appeared normal.
Okay, this one has a security code.
But then
this one has the security code gouged out. Take a look. That has absolutely been tampered with, and we could not see that when it was in the packaging.
In statements to NBC News, the Retail Gift Card Association and Vanilla Gift say in part, criminals have come up with more innovative ways to card drain, and they are working to stay ahead of it. They urge the public to report any fraud to police and call the number on the back of the card. CVS adds they're investigating our findings and say they warn customers about fraud risks and urge employees to check gift card racks for tampered cards every day.
I had seen your segment, so I was on notice. I knew that this was going to be an issue. I just didn't think that was going to happen to me.
To avoid a scam, some police say don't buy a physical gift card because it's nearly impossible to know which ones have been compromised. If you do, choose one that's closer to the register or, better yet, behind the counter. Recipients should check the balance and spend their gift cards quickly to reduce risk. And buy with a credit card to increase your chances of getting a refund.
And happily, I can tell you, Laura did buy with a credit card. She was made whole. They refunded her. We also want to add that the company we spoke to, Vanilla Gift, they've been sued by San Francisco City Attorney David Chu. That lawsuit alleges that Vanilla Gift failed to take precautions against this card-draining scam. A spokesperson for Vanilla Gift told us, quote, the allegations made have no basis in fact or evidence. We maintain an unwavering commitment to industry-leading security practices. But bottom line, you just want to be really careful. If you're buying one of these things, don't use a debit card.
Okay.
And people kind of wonder, like, should I buy an e-gift card instead?
Right.
That technically can be safer if you go to a real retailer directly, but just make sure it doesn't go to spam or that the recipient doesn't delete it.
Ooh, alarming but helpful. Vicki Nguyen, thank you so much. And coming up, we're going to talk about how one teacher is making math fun.
Inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? What's the threat it took for all this damage to occur?
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
2 people are dead after a news helicopter crashed in New Jersey. The pilot and photographer were returning from an assignment for Philadelphia station WPVI. The cause of the crash remains unclear. The Federal Aviation Administration says it plans to investigate.
We have an update to a story we brought you last week. The mother of a 10-year-old black child sentenced for urinating in public is now refusing to sign his probation terms. An attorney representing Quantavious Eason says the terms are similar to those that prosecutors would demand of an adult. Eason's lawyer has filed a motion to dismiss the case. A hearing for that motion is set for next month.
And a warning from doctors that's nothing to sneeze at. They say a man in the UK who pinched his nose and closed his mouth to hold in a sneeze ended up in the hospital. They say the increased pressure in his upper airways tore his windpipe. He reportedly was given painkillers and was all healed up after just a few weeks. They advise patients, let that sneeze out.
In the wise words of Elsa, let it go. Let it go.
Let it go, and we will say bless you.
First windpipe, my goodness. Okay, well, we have now to talk about Rite Aid, which will be banned for 5 years from using artificial intelligence facial recognition technology in all of its stores.
That's right. The national drugstore chain reached a settlement with the Federal Trade Commission. The FDA says, the FTC says from 2012 to 2020, the company's surveillance system falsely identified some customers as shoplifters. This is the first time the FTC has ever ordered anyone to stop using facial recognition. NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward is following this story for us. So, Jake, what exactly did the FTC uncover here, and what's Rite Aid saying?
Well, Zinkley, basically the company contracted out facial recognition to a couple of other companies, and according to the FTC, things got out of hand really quick. I've been talking to people who were closely associated with this project in the past, and they said that the original concept here was that you would, through this database, essentially spot repeat shoplifters and very politely approach them to tell them, may I help you? May I help you? And that they would somehow, be sort of embarrassed into leaving as a result. Instead, things got out of hand. A database that was originally supposed to be full of very high quality images instead got full of smartphone video and news clippings, all sorts of things. And you had employees beginning to essentially improvise and begin hauling people out of line, embarrassing them in front of friends, family, colleagues. Now, Rite Aid looks at all of this and has said that it fundamentally disagrees in a statement with the FTC's findings. It says that this was a limited scope, that it only happened across a handful of stores. And they respect the FTC's inquiry, however, and that is code for the fact that they have, in fact, gone along with this. So they will be banned for 5 years. As you mentioned, they're a first for tech and for the FTC.
Jake, big picture here, what does this settlement mean for facial recognition when it's used in other stores, in airports? We're seeing it sort of everywhere we go.
Well, industry people are telling me that facial recognition is actually something that retailers are pulling away from because they're worried about being accused, the same way that the FTC has essentially accused Rite Aid here, of discriminating against certain categories of shoppers. But more broadly, when I speak to people close to the FTC, they also say that this is a line in the sand about technology in general, that this is basically the beginning of an era in which the FTC is not going to allow companies to experiment in the wild on all of us with unproven technologies. Instead, they'll have to show that these things work, not just in the lab, but out in the world before something like this. And this 8-year episode of what the FTC essentially says was a live experiment, they're hoping is going to be the last one of its kind, you guys.
Wow. All right, Jake Ward, thank you as always.
Thanks. Well, a Texas high schooler has been suspended for a second time over his dreadlocks hairstyle. His attorney has filed a civil rights lawsuit against the Texas governor and attorney general, saying the suspension violates the state's Crown Act. That law prohibits race-based hair discrimination, penalizing people for hair texture or protective styles like afros, twists, or dreadlocks. I spoke with Daryl George earlier this week about his experience. How has this experience felt for you?
It's very stressful because I'm trying to maintain being a student while also having to deal with this. Why should I cut my hair for my education? My hair has nothing to do with my education.
The school district superintendent tells NBC the lawsuit is baseless, and as the legal battle continues to play out in court, the 18-year-old, Daryl George, tells me he has no plans to cut his hair. You can watch my full report tonight on Hallie Jackson Now at 5 p.m. Eastern, and again tomorrow right here on NBC News Daily.
We'll definitely be tuned in for that, Zinkley. Well, as curriculum in classrooms nationwide comes under attack, an educational video series is raising new concerns. It's gaining a foothold in a number of states, but critics say the videos are just a tool to push a political agenda. Here's NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton.
What does it mean to be feminine?
Your kids may have seen these videos online.
Embrace the idea of being a wife or a mother.
Educational videos on everything from culture to history to climate.
Without fossil fuels, much of the world's population would starve to death in a year.
This is PragerU, not an actual accredited university, but rather a, quote, pro-American education nonprofit with growing school partnerships in New Hampshire, Florida, and Oklahoma.
It's called edutainment.
According to CEO Marissa Straight, their videos are an answer to an education system too focused on diversity and gender. In this Los Angeles studio, PragerU's artists focus on American exceptionalism.
They feel like they're serving on the front lines of saving the war of ideas in America.
Since the pandemic, PragerU says it has more than doubled revenue and reached nearly 10 billion views of their videos. Founder Dennis Prager has been a controversial radio show host for years.
If you're spending a good part of the day teaching kids about preferred pronouns and other what we call woke issues, then you're really not teaching them.
What I hear from teachers of every background
is that they are slammed from block to block. They are underpaid, they are underappreciated, and that they don't even have time to talk about pronouns, gender theory, critical race theory. You can point
I don't
to here or
believe that
there.
they're telling you the truth. I actually think they're lying to you.
In Oklahoma, some teachers like Gabe Woolley are using PragerU in the classroom. We watched Prager's video.
Here's the first thing you need to know.
A short history of slavery together.
After centuries of human slavery, white men led the world in putting an end to the abhorrent practice.
She's giving credit mostly to white people right now for ending it before the acknowledgement of the pain that some of your students might actually know about and feel in their families, right?
Right. And there's a lot of content that we cover that does cover that aspect. But what we almost never talk about is the reality of slavery happening almost since the beginning of time to the end of time.
A few minutes down the road, families like the Reyes, who are a mix of white, Choctaw, and Mexican American, say the broader culture war playing out in schools is hurting teachers.
We trust our people, right? We trust our educators. Like we said, I mean, this is our community.
We showed them some of PragerU's videos designed for kids.
300,000 Union soldiers, overwhelmingly white, who died during the Civil War.
Zoe is in 5th grade.
Something that I noticed was no other culture did anything. No other culture died. No other culture tried to stop slavery, which I know that isn't true.
That's extremely concerning to me because it's, so much inaccuracy with things.
What would a good American education system look like to you?
Like it did in the 1930s, minus anything that was offensive.
All the bad things going on in the 1930s.
Right. Minus the bad things. Yes, that's correct.
Looks good.
A vision he's now trying to bring to schools nationwide. Antonia Hilton, NBC News, Los Angeles.
You can see much more of Antonia's reporting on Meet the Press Reports. Watch it on Peacock, YouTube, or wherever you stream. Well, for millions of workers across the U.S., their annual flexible spending account, also known as an FSA, it will likely expire at the end of this month.
Yeah, an FSA allows enrolled employees at various businesses to use pre-tax dollars for approved health-related costs. That includes things like copays, prescriptions, and over-the-counter drugs. But according to data obtained and analyzed by Money Magazine, FSA holders forfeited an estimated $7.2 billion between 2019 and 2020. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung is here to help us hopefully not do
a lot of B's.
that.
Yeah, a lot of billions.
Not do that. So first, let's make the distinction, though, between FSA and HSA, a health spending account. Excuse me, I always get that wrong. There's so many acronyms. Help us understand the difference between them.
Well, they are both ways to squirrel away money for any sort of medical-related expenditures. But the big difference is that an FSA comes from your employer, and HSA is something that you contribute to yourself. And there are some differences with regards to how to use them, especially because we're getting to the end of the year. Any sort of funds that are in an FSA as of the end of the year will be forfeited. Anything in an HSA will roll over. So that's why understanding the distinction is very important. They also have different contribution limits. FSAs you can put more money into, HSAs slightly less. But again, there are certain benefits, pros and cons to each of those types of things.
Yeah, speaking of those many billions, what happens to that money that gets forfeited? Does it go back to your employer?
Yeah, well, for, again, HSAs, they roll over. So for FSAs, which do not roll over, the money just gets sent back to your employer. Okay. So again, one other thing I want to kind of draw a distinction here with, HSAs are things that can only be associated, you can only sign up for one depending on the health insurance that you have. The FSA comes from your employer. So regardless of the type of health insurance you're enrolled in, you can get an FSA depending on what your employer is offering.
But that's your money from your salary that you tell your employer to hold.
It's your money. And
so
again, the benefit is tax-free. So you put it in tax-free, you take it out tax-free from an FSA. But again, there are those rollover rules. Where, and by the way, there are some cases where your employer will allow a 2.5-month grace period after December 31st. But again, it depends on the fine print. So just read what your employer has told you with regards to your FSA plan to understand the rules.
Always check the fine print. And I mean, to that end, walk us through the full range of items, essentially, we can use this FSA money on. And who does it cover? Is it just us? Is it people in our family?
Yeah, well, there's an online store that you can use. And, you know, we have some examples of products that actually you wouldn't know are eligible. But things like a massage gun, you can use an eye reliever, a compression pack, ear cleaners, pore release cosmetics. So again, this is not just like, you know, a cast or whatever, you know, for your arm or like Band-Aids.
It's
not
actually all kinds of supplies.
Right, and again, you could check online with the store to buy those things. And, you know, when it comes to buying for the family, I mean, if you could buy the massage gun for yourself, anyone else could use that too. So again, with the unused funds that might not roll over, you might as well use it, because if you don't, you're going to lose it.
I did have a friend buy me an FSA gift once, actually. She got me a heating pad. She got extra money.
Would have had the FSA store bag, and it's like swag.
I love it. All right, so a lot of companies, we know we just did the open enrollment period. Is it too late to sign up for an FSA or an HSA for 2024?
Okay, so there's a few moving parts here. With the FSA, it depends on your open enrollment period. It's usually going to be mid-December to mid-December, so mid-November rather to mid-December, so you may have missed it. With the HSA, you can enroll at any time. However, again, depends on the type of health insurance that you have. Does that plan make you eligible for an FSA? The health insurance is something you also have to sign up for open enrollment. But again, once you have that, you can sign up for the HSA at any point in time, if that makes sense.
As long as your open enrollment period is still open.
Is still open, right? Which, again, may have missed the boat in some cases. But the important thing to know is that once that enrollment comes around, make sure you pick the plan that works best for you, and then contribute up to the limit that you have annually to make sure you get the best tax advantage there.
That's good.
Super helpful. Brian Chung, thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Up next, home for the holidays, how parents can reconnect with their college-aged kids and help navigate some of their newfound freedom. You're watching NBC News Daily.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is a holiday classic. And now, Keith Morrison brings the story to life. Bah, humbug. To you from Dateline and Morrison Mysteries. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, welcome back to this cozy corner of our NBC News Daily studio. Look how homey and cozy this is with the fireplace, our names on the stockings.
We got stockings, folks. This
John
is
Duber,
official.
thank you.
Well, in today's modern parenting, that's exactly what we're talking about. Going home, getting cozy, specifically with your college students, because many of them across the country are heading into winter break to come home and see their parents.
Yeah, well, many parents are certainly looking forward to reconnecting and spending time with their kids after a semester away. The reality could be just a teeny bit different than what you expect. Joining us now is parenting expert Amy Schmidt. So, Amy, let's talk about managing expectations here. What should parents expect when their newly independent child returns home for the holidays?
Oh, thanks for having me. I love that cozy setting right there. And some parents are having that nostalgia and they're thinking, oh, my college kid's coming home. We're going to have matching sweaters and we're going to sit around the fireplace and it's just going to be like old times. And it does change. You know, this is a time of growth and transition for these young adults and they're independent. So they're coming home and they haven't had curfews and rules. And now there's going to be some discussions around the house.
What are some tips specifically for these college students to ease back to that life at home that may involve curfews, may involve being asked about where you're going?
You know, it's a great question because the first thing is we don't want to have an entourage of people when these kids come home. I know, speaking from experience, I've done this a few times. They come home and they're exhausted and they really just need to kind of unravel and just kind of get their feet on the ground. You know, they've been living in a digital world. They have been seeing their friends and, you know, their highlight reels, and they may be struggling a little bit. So let them just kind of ease into it. And when it comes to, you know, what expectations are. We as parents have to lower ours a little bit because we know, and I'm a parent, you want to spend all this time together and you've missed them and you just want to fire rapid questions at them about how they're doing. But you know what's the best thing to do is just schedule some real quality time, some family time, sit down and say, hey, what are your expectations? What do you really want to accomplish over these next 6 weeks? And you know what? These are adult discussions. These are adults that we've sent out into the world, so they're ready for it.
And when these young adults return, it's not always easy to pick up where you left off. So what are some of the things you can do with your kids, parents and kids, to reconnect? How do you have those conversation starters?
Yeah, those conversation starts, it's such a good thing because once again, you want to fire all these questions at them. Who are your professors and how are your grades? That's always the big thing. Do you have a girlfriend or boyfriend? But really what we need to do is just have some open-ended questions, those questions that stir emotions and they start stories. So, you know, tell me about a time, you know, that you really enjoyed something in your economics class or tell me about a friend that you made that's really made an impact. And all of a sudden they start to let their guard down a little bit and they feel more comfortable. It's really all about considerate conversation. We have to consider where they're coming from. Their views and opinions have gotten more mature and grown. And so schedule time with them.
And Amy, I remember I was telling Vicki, she was telling me this doesn't necessarily go away. Going home after college and my parents being like, so where are you going? What time are you going to be home? And it's different because you're not used to it. You've been independent as a college student. So what's your advice to parents getting used to their child's newfound independence?
Exactly, and not coming home at 1 a.m. every single morning. You know, it's finding common ground, it's meeting in the middle, and it's having these intentional conversations and talking about, hey, you know what? I have to go to work tomorrow. Mom and Dad are still working. So we would really appreciate it if you would let us know, you know, what time you might be getting home. You know, conversations like that. There's going to be conversations around underage drinking and things like that. We have to be realistic about these things. We have to treat them like adults and say, listen, we trust you. We know you're responsible, but here's what's going to happen under our roof.
That's so
if you've got younger kids in the family, you know, that might be starting back at school right after the first of the year and your college kids are, you know, they've got 3 more weeks at home. We have to talk about schedules, about routines, about, you know, chipping in for gas when they're going to see their friends, putting some gas in the gas tank, you know, being considerate. So those are conversations you have to have.
These are all really great practical tips, Amy, in terms of just having the conversation, setting the expectations, and agreeing to some ground rules, and they may be different.
I love that, and just being candid from the outset. I think that can avoid a lot of conflict when you're gathered around your fireplace. Amy Schmidt, thank you for this tip.
There is more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
A Virginia woman has a lot to celebrate this holiday season.
She literally found a Christmas miracle in a very unlikely place, a thrift store. Get this, Jessica Vincent bought a vase at a Goodwill back in June. She paid $4. Then she posted it on an art glass forum where she soon learned it was made of high-end Italian glass.
So when she put it up for auction, it went for, get this, more than $107,000.
I just picked up something I loved. I didn't pick it up thinking, oh, this is going to be a really expensive item. I just picked it up thinking, oh, this is going to be beautiful on my shelf. I love it.
Vincent says the money from the sale will help her pay for renovations at an old farmhouse she recently bought. And folks, as an avid thrifter, this feels like the case for thrifting. It's also so sustainable. And who knows, maybe you will strike gold or glass in this case.
For sure. And you're getting something that's unique and not mass produced. So yes, yay for secondhand shopping for sure.
Thrift on.
Well, for most third graders, football is something you talk about at recess, not in the classroom.
But one teacher in Florida has gone viral for bridging that gap. She uses the NFL to teach kids about kindness, losing, and a little bit of math, too. NBC's Sam Brock sat down with her.
Happy Friday!
Happy Friday! If you're going to step foot onto Mary Martinez's field of play, a.k.a. her third-grade classroom.
Have the Dolphins played the Jets yet? Yes!
Students better bring an open mind and a keen sense of sportsmanship, because as the penalties posted on the door reveal, how we treat others is the name of the game.
Where did this idea come from?
I've loved sports all my life, and as I started in third grade, I noticed that there was an interest more in sports. And while I love the Dolphins and I want them to be perfect like 1972, the losses are my favorite part because it's where the lessons come from. It's where we are able to learn and to grow, and that's such an important thing for the kids to understand.
Football for you is a metaphor for teaching them life lessons.
Yes.
Earlier this season,
Tell me, how many yards did Tyreek Hill get against the Jets last time?
the Pinecrest Elementary teacher became a viral sensation by following the sensational play of Dolphins receiver Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill on cue!
Calculating his yards per game as Hill chases history in a 2,000-yard season.
Ignacio has guessed Tyreek Hill's yards exactly. He's getting a no homework pass. Say, way to go, Ignacio. Way to go, Ignacio.
But these videos, filmed by a 9-year-old photographer, Nicholas, really exploded when Miss Martinez expanded her playbook and talked about how Jets injured quarterback Aaron Rodgers reached out to Dolphins player Jalen Phillips, who suffered the same brutal Achilles tear in the same stadium.
To offer him support through his injury, to say, hey, man, I've been there too.
And she even gave her Jets towel from the game to her lone Jets student, Giovanni.
I know what you're thinking. You have a student that's a Jets fan? Yes, I have a student that's a Jets fan.
If that moment touched Giovanni.
I even showed him once on my phone where it just said New York Jets liked post, and he was about to melt.
Just imagine the emotions rushing through Miss Martinez's entire class when Dolphins players like Bradley Chubb started posting videos.
I just want to send a special shout out to you, Miss Martinez, and your class. Thank you all for the support.
Then the Dolphins inviting Mary to Monday Night Football. And perhaps the culmination, the New York Jets surprising that one stalwart supporter.
I opened the box, and there's this letter. And it's like an official Jets letter. And it's for Giovanni. And it says, we're so excited for you and wanted to send you this signed football from Brees, Garrett, and Quincy. Jets. Jets. So here you go, Giovanni. This is from the Jets.
The proud Gang Green fan fighting back tears.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy would you say you are right now?
1,000.
The teams in this case, casting rivalries aside for a teacher whose voice has transcended the gridiron.
The game is so much bigger than just playing football. I mean, to some people it is just football, but to me it's everything. You can learn so much from the game.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Oh man, Sam, thanks for that. That kid's face was priceless.
Sometimes it's okay to be the one kid in your class sticking true to your roots, because look how it worked out for him. And kudos to that teacher. Amazing, brilliant. What a fun way to get those kids
Honestly,
engaged.
if my teacher had done that, maybe I would have liked football and math.
Oh, there.
I'm Zinkley.
I'm Vicky. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Wednesday, Colorado's highest court disqualifies former President Trump from appearing on the state's presidential primary ballot for engaging in the January 6th insurrection. Plus, NBC News exclusive reporting on Chinese President Xi Jinping's blunt and private warning to President Biden last month that he's planning to retake Taiwan without a military confrontation. And a record surge of migrant crossings at the southern border shows no signs of slowing down. I'll speak with the leader of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, with lawmakers now aiming to strike an immigration deal in the new year. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Garrett Hake in Washington, where the Supreme Court is now poised to play an even greater role in the 2024 election after Colorado's highest court barred Donald Trump from appearing on that state's presidential primary ballot. In an explosive 4-3 decision late yesterday, the state Supreme Court ruled that the former president and current Republican frontrunner violated the 14th Amendment's insurrection clause and was therefore disqualified from holding the office of president. The court's Democratic majority found that, quote, President Trump did not merely incite the January 6th insurrection. Even when the siege on the Capitol was fully underway, he continued to support it. These actions constituted overt, voluntary, and direct participation in the insurrection. The court put its own ruling on pause to allow for an appeal to the Supreme Court, which the Trump team says it plans to do. President Biden addressed the court's decision today on his way to an event in Wisconsin.
Is Trump an insurrectionist, sir? Well, I think certainly they're self-evident. You saw it all. Now, whether the 14th Amendment applies, I'll let the court make that decision. But he certainly supported an insurrection. And no question about it. None. Zero. And he seems to be doubling down on about everything.
Former President Trump didn't mention the ruling during a rally last night in Iowa, although his campaign is already fundraising off the news. And Republicans are rallying behind their primary frontrunner, including the ones running against him.
I expect that to be reversed by the U.S. Supreme Court. I think the precedent that a court could just take somebody off the ballot without even any type of criminal conviction or anything like that, I think that is not the way the law is intended to be enforced.
We don't need to have judges making these decisions. We need voters to make these decisions. So I want to see this in the hands of the voters.
And so, actually, on the way on the bus ride over here, I said that I would, from Colorado's GOP primary, withdraw from that name and require every other Republican in this race to do the same thing, at least until every candidate actually gets to run.
I do not believe Donald Trump should be prevented from being president of the United States by any court. I think he should be prevented from being president of the United States by the voters of this country.
So brace yourself, folks, because an unprecedented web of legal and constitutional questions facing a criminally indicted presidential frontrunner who's accused of engaging in an insurrection has now gotten somehow even more unprecedented as we head into an election year in which the courtroom may matter just as much, if not more, than what happens on the campaign trail. Joining me now is NBC's Vaughn Hilliard covering the Trump campaign, NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett, and Nate Persily, professor at Stanford Law School focusing on election law and a former senior research director for the Presidential Commission on Election Administration. So, Laura, for those of us who struggled with the high school history part of this, walk us through exactly what the 14th Amendment says and why it may apply in this case.
Okay, I feel like I'm being put on the spot here with a Stanford law professor, but let me do my best. The basic principle here is that the Constitution, Section 3, 14th Amendment, says if you are an officer of the United States, Garrett, you take an oath to protect that Constitution. You cannot then engage in an insurrection or give comfort to our enemies and then actually be able to hold public office again. The basic idea was you don't get the privilege of holding office if you have engaged in an insurrection. And in this case, the court in Colorado, as you said, by a vote of 4-3, decided, yes, he engaged in an insurrection on January 6th, and yes, he actually counts as an officer of the United States, even though the text of that clause that you just put up doesn't actually say and spell out in plain English it applies to the president. They're reading that into it. They're deciding that it should fill the gaps there. But that's the debate that's been raging. Is he an officer of the United States? It's a very technical, legal debate that is the kind of debate you'd have in law school. But now the courts are going to be the ones to have to weigh in on this.
All right, well, let's turn to our law professor then. Professor, do you believe that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment does apply to the office of the presidency? And what about the idea of enforcement authority? No court has found Trump guilty of this. Can the Supreme Court of Colorado on their own say, yes, in fact, we think he's guilty of this and we're going to enforce that clause?
Well, let me first say that Laura gets an A. That I think is a very good assessment of the constitutional issues in this case. Let's be clear. We're kind of walking in new snow here. This is not something that the Supreme Court has had to deal with before. But the contrary argument is that a president could, basically support a revolution and then appear on the ballot in the next election. And so you're right that there is a fundamental question here as to whether he needs to be convicted by a court of, of insurrection before he could be removed from the ballot. But what this court said is that, look, that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment is self-executing, that we are going to determine whether he participated in an insurrection. Here are the facts of January 6th. He engaged in it, and so therefore he should be taken off the ballot.
All right, so Vaughn, we saw a very coordinated response from Trump world in the aftermath of this. They sure sound mad, are they?
Well, they'll be mad if the Supreme Court ultimately kicks them off the ballot here. But Garrett, you well know that they make a legal battle a political battle. And the pressure, this is what we saw after the search warrant execution by the FBI of Mar-a-Lago in August of last year, and we saw this after each of the 4 criminal indictments this year, was that the pressure was on the likes of his Republican political rivals, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, to coalesce and come to his defense. And that is what you have seen each of them, even including Chris Christie, do, suggesting it should be the voters who choose whether Donald Trump is back in the White House or not the court system. We should note there is one presidential candidate, Asa Hutchinson, who has been on the front lines, including at that first debate, suggesting that, in fact, that Donald Trump was part of an insurrection and should be removed from the ballot. But Asa Hutchinson is not the most popular figure in the Republican Party for that stance, sitting at about 1%. The Trump campaign, Garrett, just sent out a fundraising email here this afternoon in which they make it clear, saying, quote, "Crooked Joe and the Democrats know they can't beat us at the ballot box, so their new plan is to nullify every single Trump ballot in the nation to keep Biden in the White House."
The great irony of the let voters choose defense is that's exactly what Donald Trump is accused of not doing here by trying to overturn the election results in 2020. But that seems lost on some of this debate. So, Laura, the grinding sound we could hear just down the street from the Supreme Court was probably John Roberts gnashing his teeth over this, right? I mean, how do we expect the Supreme Court's going to view taking this up by January 4th, which is to the point to which this ruling is stayed? They don't want to have to wade into this, but how can they not now?
So part of the problem here is the context of sort of, I think, the shrapnel, if you will, of Bush v. Gore, right? Sort of the lessons of that and how the court's integrity was tested like never before. And now, once again, they're going to be forced in one way or another. If it's not this Colorado case, it's another case that we saw the former president weighing in about whether or not he should be able to be protected by some sort of presidential immunity from any prosecution. That's another one that's being teed up for the Supreme Court's review any time, really, now that all the briefs are in. And so one way or another, Chief Justice John Roberts is going to have to make a call on one of these Trump-related cases. And it's going to be anybody's guess about which one goes first. The one as it relates to Colorado, if they wanted to, they could really sit on it in a way, because that one, at least for right now, has a pause. It has a stay because the court recognized it was doing something bold. So it put its own ruling on hold to give him the opportunity to appeal. The presidential immunity one, Jack Smith, the special counsel, has teed that up for their review right now. He's saying we are so interested in getting a resolution, a firm answer to the question about whether he should be protected from prosecution. We want the Supreme Court to rule on that one right away. But, guys, if it's not any one of those two, it's going to be something else. Something is going to be on their doorstep, whether they like it or not, for the Republican frontrunner of this election. And they're going to be in the driver's seat here in a way that they may be uncomfortable with, but not able to avoid.
Well, to that end, let's put that map back up on screen, because this is not the last of one of these challenges that we might see at a state level to Donald Trump's ballot access. So, Professor, if the court decides to sit on this, as Laura suggests they could in Colorado, what happens when it comes up in Nevada or in Texas or some other state whose electoral votes might matter a great deal to this contest?
Well, I think the Supreme Court really does need to take this case, and it really should answer this question before January 4th. We need to know what the rules are of this election. This applies beyond this particular case, but any of these election controversies. We're not in a political system right now that can take all that much ambiguity. And so I think with respect to your specific question, at least the Colorado Republican Party has now said that if this decision holds, that they will go and have a caucus to sort of take it out of the state-approved mechanisms of the primary election. And so I think that ultimately the court is going to have to answer one of these cases, but it's better to do it sooner, because you don't want the sort of ballots to be cast in the primary and then to have to answer the question after the fact to remove someone who's been duly nominated by the party.
My understanding is that caucus question in Colorado is still a little bit of a live ball. But, Vaughn, I want to turn to you. I want to ask you about one of the other cases here that Laura alluded to, this idea that Trump has until today, as I understand it, to respond to the special counsel's request that the Supreme Court rule on whether he has immunity in the D.C. election interference case, the big Jack Smith January 6th case. Has the former president responded there yet? What do we expect to see from him there?
Actually, here just this afternoon, Garrett, we now have that filing. It's a 34-page filing from Trump's legal team to the U.S. Supreme Court, laying out why they believe the appeal that the decision made by Judge Chutkan, who is overseeing his federal election interference case, should, in terms of the grounds in which he is protected by executive privilege, whether the Trump campaign's appeal should go directly to the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, or should it bypass them and go to the U.S. Supreme Court, which is what Jack Smith's team wants to do. They fear having this trial delayed beyond March 4th. And what in this filing the Trump lawyers lay out is the argument that it is not in the public interest, as Jack Smith's team lays out, to have this expedited directly to the Supreme Court to be heard, and that instead, if in fact the public interest is in mind, then the justice system and the legal system should be able to play out through each of its normal steps. We now should be able to hear from the U.S. Supreme Court in the coming days whether they will accept this and bypass the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, or whether January 9th is the first day of the oral arguments that the Court of Appeals would hear it. And again, March 4th is that first day of that election interference trial. And the question mark, will it begin March 4th? Because if it lasts 3 months, that trial, it's in the heart of the summer, and we're looking at July and the Republican National Convention right around the bend.
Nate, on the insurrection question, I mean, I was there on January 6th. I've written, I don't even know how many scripts about what happened that day. And every time we do, there's sort of this debate about the question of insurrection, if it's a politically loaded term, who decides what's an insurrection or who's not. I mean, it sounds like semantics, but how much of that case comes down to that question? Insurrection, is that what happened at January 6th, and did Trump do it, right? Like, have we ever sort of definitively answered that question, and who gets to from a legal standpoint?
Well, that's what the Supreme Court is going to answer, not only what is an insurrection, but who gets to decide. Because it's quite possible that the Supreme Court's going to say that Congress needs to define what an insurrection is, and then there has to be a prosecution of a potential candidate under that statute and a conviction before that person can be disqualified from office. And so, what the Colorado Supreme Court was saying, which, by the way, is consistent with what the district court that tried the case said, is that, yes, he participated in insurrection. He tried to disrupt an official proceeding that would have led to the peaceful transfer of power. And that is enough under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. We don't need to have a criminal conviction in order to prevent him from running for office.
So, Laura, as I'm trying to get my head around this, if you can't convict a former president for something that he did because he was immune, but you can't kick him off a ballot because he hasn't been convicted, and if he can't be impeached because he's not the president anymore, is there any mechanism left to hold a exiting or former president responsible for something like this? Or did Donald Trump find a loophole here to make himself basically like a politically bulletproof figure?
I think it's a great sort of encapsulation of the trick box that we find ourselves in. But I think it is important to sort of tease out the issues, right, Garrett? Because Jack Smith, the special counsel in D.C., hasn't charged the former president with inciting an insurrection. He's charging the president with something very distinct about trying to obstruct the vote count by putting forth a false slate of electors. So the whole question of not whether or not he's immune or anything like that doesn't actually hinge, at least in that case, on whether or not he incited an insurrection. It's helpful color in telling that story to the jury, but it's actually very different than what the Colorado case is looking at. And so I think that obviously there's a lot of overlap and a lot of confusion here, but the court, I think, does have the opportunities, if we're thinking about accountability and who should decide, to sort of take these in slow, meaningful pieces to try to give people a little bit of guidance about what the rules of the road should be going forward.
All right, we got to leave it there. We'll end our legal seminar. Vaughn and I are going to keep copying Laura's notes. Professor, thank you also for your time and expertise on this. I want to turn now to some other breaking news on another topic, where the White House announced late today that it had reached a deal with the Venezuelan government to free 10 Americans jailed in Venezuela, some designated as wrongfully detained. Those Americans are now on their way home. The Biden administration says Venezuela has also extradited Leonard Francis, also known as Fat Leonard, the fugitive defense contractor who was at the center of one of the worst bribery scandals in U.S. Navy history. The White House says that Venezuela has also agreed to release 20 Venezuelan political prisoners. Now, in return, the U.S. is releasing Alex Saab. He's a Colombian businessman and a close Maduro ally who's been in U.S. custody since 2020, facing money laundering charges. A senior administration official says Biden had to make an extremely difficult decision here, but decided to grant clemency to Saab, who is still awaiting trial. Now, already this prisoner swap is drawing some criticism from both Democrats and from Republicans, including Senator Marco Rubio, the ranking member of the Senate Intel Committee and a staunch critic of the Maduro regime, who called the move shameless. Coming up, how the Colorado Supreme Court's ruling is playing on the campaign trail and what it means for the former president's political future. But first, how House Republicans are grappling with the politics of a presidential impeachment inquiry as their own presidential frontrunner faces unprecedented legal liabilities of his own. My one-on-one interview with a Republican Congressman, Don Bacon, is next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to
Welcome back. Republicans are once again rallying around Donald Trump in the face of legal trouble. But with 2024 just around the corner now, that support could have political consequences, both on the campaign trail and on Capitol Hill, as Congress faces a jam-packed January of its own. Joining me now is Nebraska Republican Congressman Don Bacon. And Congressman, thank you for being here. I want to start with your reaction to yesterday's Colorado Supreme Court ruling. Last year on Meet the Press, you criticized the president for his actions on January 6th. What do you make of this ruling and the fact that it concludes that Trump engaged in insurrection on the 6th?
You know, I'm not a lawyer. And first of all, thanks for having me on. I'm not a lawyer, but I suspect the Supreme Court will likely overturn this. I think the number one concern I hear, and I would agree, the president's not been found guilty yet, through the impeachment process or through the special prosecutor. And so you would think he'd have to at least be found guilty in court or previously through the impeachment before Colorado could rule this way. So I suspect the Supreme Court will take this on and likely will be overturned.
Are you confident that there is a mechanism to find him guilty, though? I mean, the Republicans wouldn't vote for his conviction on impeachment or on impeaching him because he was out of office. Now he's arguing he's immune because these are actions that he took while he was president. If none of that works and he can't be kicked off the ballot here by judges, how do you hold somebody like him accountable?
Well, there's 4 different sets of indictments that are going on right now, and one of them is over January 6th and the events leading up to it. And I really think that is a legitimate area where the president could be scrutinized. For us, the impeachment occurred after he left. Right. We weren't even sure at the time if that was the right way to go. So I do think it's through, the courts right now that if a prosecutor wants to come forward, that this is the proper form to have that happen. So there's a possibility he could be found guilty, and in that case, there could be grounds for Colorado or other states to do this. But until there's a guilty finding by a jury or a judge, I don't see how states can do this.
What do you make of the manner in which so much of the party has rallied around Donald Trump every time we've seen some of these new legal challenges? Does that tell us more about the challenges themselves? Does it tell us more about the party? And what does that tell you about his chances going forward, both in the primary and in November?
Well, there's 2 probably different perspectives. There is roughly half or 50% in the polling. You would say that they think a lot of these charges are political. Mm-hmm. And like here with Colorado, he's not even been found guilty yet, and yet he's being taken off the ballot. I think others are concerned. We're looking at 90 different indictments as well. And I want to get a Republican in the White House. And I want someone that can carry our message strongly, whether it's the border, strengthening our alliances, getting our spending under control. And I think it's more important for me to make sure we have someone, the most competitive person we can get in there to actually take the White House back. Because it's hard to overcome a president that's liberal or left of center. We see it with Joe Biden. His executive orders are hurting us at the border. They're hurting us in the military. And so I'm for trying to get the best candidate we can that can take it back. So I think the indictments hurt him in winning a year from now or next November.
When you guys come back to Washington next year, the impeachment inquiry, I think, is going to be one of the issues on the front burner. Ahead of last week's vote, you had said that the inquiry doesn't necessarily mean you have high crimes or misdemeanors. You said at the time that you might not ever know that. I wonder what you make of the possibility that this inquiry is something that just stays open through the election. Or would you be prepared to acquit President Biden if you never see evidence that meets your standards here?
Well, we should go where the evidence lies. Frankly, I was opposed to an inquiry 3 or 4 months ago because the president was providing all the information that was being subpoenaed. But 3 weeks ago, we put in a letter that since we didn't have a formal inquiry vote, they didn't have to provide the information that was being requested. So I felt like he forced our hand in doing the inquiry. I suspect, or I think most Americans look at what's going on here, $24 million in foreign money, 20 LLCs to help move the money around. We want to just get to the truth of that. And my view of it is there may not be a high crime or misdemeanor, but it sure looks bad. And I think it's corruption using the family name. And I think the voters should just know the truth. And if it bothers them, okay, they're going to vote one way. If it doesn't, they'll vote another way. But I think our job is to provide the truth and let the voters decide.
Do you have any sense of how long this inquiry is expected to last? Is that something y'all have talked about behind closed doors here? Not to put a lot of pressure on you, Congressman, but you guys have a lot of real work to get done in January when you get back.
Well, we do have 20 committees, and you're right, there's 2 committees that are focused on this. I'm on the Armed Services Committee, the Ag Committee. We put no focus on the impeachment, so we'll be getting a lot of other things done. But I don't want to make this political. And obviously, impeachment's going to have some political aspects to it. I don't think impeachments are good for our country. And it should be a very clear high crime or misdemeanor. And we should do this by the book, methodical. I think we should do this more Watergate style. I think the Democrats in the last Congress, or Speaker Pelosi anyway, cut corners on both impeachments. And we should do this by the book and methodical. But once we realize there is not a high crime or misdemeanor, we should move on. We should treat the American people right on this and play it by the book.
I mean, I would argue that impeachments are almost entirely a political exercise, but I take your point. Do you worry at all that the voters, the American public broadly, just kind of isn't where Washington is anymore on impeachment? The last two impeachments did not appear to have much of an impact on Donald Trump. I guess you could argue about the second one, but certainly not the first one. Do you think the American public cares about this issue in any substantive way anymore?
I think they do, but I've heard from voters both ways on this. I've heard from some they don't like the inquiry. I've heard from others thanking me for voting that way. Let's be honest, though. If this is perceived as being a revenge impeachment or a politicized impeachment, and as you say, all impeachments have political aspects to it, but if it's seen as being as a political weapon, it will hurt the Republicans. So we should be very careful and do this right. You know, I think the impeachments hurt the Democrats. They went backwards in both elections. I think the impeachment under Bill Clinton hurt the Republicans, if my history is right on that.
That's right.
So if we don't handle this right, and if it looks like we're using it as a political weapon, we'll come back to bite us. So I encourage our team to be very, very cautious and prudent in how we go forward.
Congressman, last question. This Congress that just concluded, this year of Congress just concluded, is going to go down in history as one of the least productive Congresses in modern history. Can you tell the American people that a Republican-controlled House is going to get more done next year than you were able to do in your first year in the majority?
I would say yes, but what we've seen this past year is divided government. And
which you'll still have next year.
We have a two-seat majority in the House out of 435 members, a two-seat majority in the Senate, different parties. I think the biggest thing we have to get done is solving the border crisis. It's the worst it's ever been. We had 14,000 people come in one day this week. You know, under President Obama, the metric was 1,000. It was over 1,000 was seen as an emergency. So I think we're close to getting an agreement with the Senate, House, with Republicans and Democrats. And that's been the challenge. We can pass things out of the House, but we necessarily can't get that same legislation through the Senate. We got to work together and find areas of consensus. And I appreciate Senator Sinema, Senator Langford, Senator Murphy. By the way, I met with them in the Senate. I think they're about 90–95%. But that could be a great win for America. Wow. And we also need to get a budget line number early so that we can do appropriations in a much more decent way. It's not right to our military or all the other parts of our government to have 4 or 5 months of CRs or continuing resolutions like we're doing now. Well, so Congressman, if we get a top line early, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, we got to leave it there. That's a Christmas wish list for this next Congress that even Santa would blush at. But we got to stop there.
I'm an optimist.
I appreciate that. John Bacon, thank you for being with us. You have teased our next segment quite well, because up next, we've got rising concerns among some of the president's closest allies after he offers significant compromises to Republicans on the issue of border security. Congressional Hispanic Caucus Chair and Democratic Congresswoman Nanette Barragan joins me next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Welcome back. It's official. There will be no deal made on border policies in 2023 as the Senate headed home for the holidays today. This morning, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said that he remains committed to passing a national security supplemental, which includes border policies as well as aid to Ukraine and Israel in the new year. I'm joined now by the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, Democratic Congresswoman from California, Nanette Barragan. So, Congresswoman, I don't know if you heard that from Don Bacon. He seems to think these negotiations are quite close to concluding, but we know the Senate has punted at least any vote till 2024. What do you know about the current state of these negotiations?
Well, thanks for having me, Garrett. The state of the negotiations is that they're continuing to do everything they can to get a deal done. But that continues to be a concern for me and members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. You're talking about significant changes to immigration policy without a single CHC member at the table, whether it's a senator or a House member. That's just unacceptable. That would be like a deal on civil rights and voting rights without a member of the Congressional Black Caucus. It would just be unheard of.
So what are you asking for here? I mean, are you just trying to get CHC members in the room? Do you want to be more involved through the White House? Like, what's the solution to the process problem here from your perspective?
Well, first of all, we need to be in the room. Somebody needs to be in the room to represent our communities and our voice. That's the first thing. But the other thing, Garrett, is that I don't think you should be talking about a border and immigration policy changes in the same foreign aid package. And I think that's a mistake. Because it's not a negotiation. It really is a hostage taking. Republicans have taken critical foreign aid dollars that are needed and saying, we're not going to give it unless you give us all these things. And some of these things, as we know, there's no way they could pass through regular order. And we're not getting anything in exchange. You know, Americans want border security. They want pathways to citizenship and things that are going to uplift immigrants. And this is not that. This is more deportations. This is more going into different parts of the country and having folks deported. This is calling for mass incarceration, which is going to mean we would have to build massive private prisons along the southern border. This is trying to put an end to things like parole, which is a tool to actually have orderly, humane migration. So what Republicans are talking about here are not going to fix the problem at the southern border. And so, I would argue it's going to make things worse.
So a couple things. I mean, it was the White House that linked border policies, or at least the border issue, with, you know, the foreign aid when they sent this supplemental down. That wasn't just Republicans. Although I take your point that that has become the overwhelming force of discussion here. You've outlined some of the things you don't like, at least what we know is being discussed in these immigration negotiations. But I wonder, do you accept the premise, and you just heard some of this from Don Bacon, that if 1,000 people a day was a crisis under Obama, that 12,000 people a day is a major crisis now, that something has to be done quite quickly on the southern border?
There is no disagreement that something has to be done. And this is where we are all in agreement. By the way, Republicans are the ones that are saying no to millions of dollars in more Border Patrol agents. They're saying no to millions of dollars and more CBP officers. They're saying no to $1 billion in ICE detention beds. They're saying no to millions of dollars to fight fentanyl crossing the border. So we need to put money into things like more capacity, more infrastructure to process people, more legal pathways. These are the things that we know have worked. If you take a look at what happened in October of last year, when you saw Title 42 in place, border crossings were higher. Well, there was more apprehensions in October of last year than there was October of this year when you had no Title 42. And that's one of the things on the table. Some kind of a trigger like a Title 42 that basically is going to allow no due process and just sending people back. Those people continue to come across and make efforts to come through within the ports of entry. And so that's why I don't think this is going to solve the problem. And you're talking about massive changes to immigration for one-time aid, foreign aid that's critically needed. But this is not the way to do it. So we do agree something needs to be done, but this needs to be a different conversation with a real negotiation.
Congresswoman, you talked about the idea that CHC members aren't here at the table enough. Can I broaden that question out a little bit? Do you think that President Biden is doing enough to reach out to Hispanic Democrats more broadly right now?
Well, you know, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus has had an initiative called CHC on the Road this year, and we've partnered with the Biden administration to go across the country to talk about a lot of the things that we have been able to do in the last Congress, whether it's lowering prescription drug prices, whether it's making sure we're investing in jobs for things like the Latino community construction jobs through the infrastructure bill, which we did when we went to New Mexico with Secretary Buttigieg. We were just in Houston, Texas with Vice President Harris talking about a lot of different things, whether it was mental health investments, women's reproductive rights. So we are doing outreach. More needs to be done.
I'm hearing about you're talking about your outreach. I'm asking about the president's outreach.
Well, this has been in combination with the White House. So the CHC partnered with the Biden-Harris administration to do this. But there's no doubt that the president and all of us need to do a better job to reach out to Latino communities early and often, all the time, not just in a campaign year, but in an off year, to make sure that people know their voices are heard, that they know what we're doing and what we're fighting for, but also to have the ability to be heard. And so I think this is an ongoing effort. And we know that the largest growing population are Latinos across the country.
Congresswoman, that's all the time we have for today, but something tells me we'll be talking about this well into the new year. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
And after the break, inside China's blunt warning for the White House that it plans to retake Taiwan. Our own Kristen Welker joins me next with her exclusive reporting. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. We've got some NBC exclusive new reporting today on what happened inside a recent high-stakes meeting between President Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping. According to 3 current and former U.S. officials, Xi delivered a blunt and candid message that he will reunify Taiwan with mainland China. But the timing of such an action had not been decided. Xi noted that it was his preference to take Taiwan peacefully and not by force. Following that 4-hour marathon meeting last month, President Biden was asked by reporters specifically about a potential invasion of Taiwan by China. Here's what he said.
Did Xi Jinping outline the conditions under which China would attack Taiwan?
Look, I reiterated what I've said since I've become president, what every previous president of late has said, that we maintain the agreement that there is a one China policy, and that I'm not going to change that. That's not going to change. And so that's about the extent to which we discussed it.
Joining me now on set is the moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, who broke that story. And also with me is Bonnie Lin, director of the China Power Project at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. So, Kristen, it sounds like that was not about all that was discussed about this. What more do you know about what the administration's reaction has been, policymakers' reaction? I mean, this happened a little while ago. What's going on behind the scenes since then?
Well, so we know that President Xi was very blunt. He was candid. He was not confrontational. And he basically said that he plans to reunify, that China plans to reunify Taiwan with the mainland. Look, this fits into what he has consistently said publicly, but Garrett, it lands differently when he is speaking directly to the president and against the backdrop of these tensions between the U.S. and China in the wake of that spy balloon incident. The whole purpose of this meeting was to try to bring down the temperature on what were mounting tensions. We are getting some reaction. The White House not responding, but Senator Lindsey Graham saying this: I will be working with Democratic and Republican senators to do 2 things quickly. First, create a robust defense supplemental for Taiwan. And second, draft pre-invasion sanctions from hell to impose on China if they take action to seize Taiwan. I believe there is strong bipartisan support to stand up to Chinese communist aggression. When you listen to what President Biden said there after the meeting, kind of reiterated the U.S. position as it relates to China and Taiwan. But of course, we know that this president has been asked about this, and he has said that, yes, he would be prepared to use the U.S. military if China were to make a move to try to take Taiwan. The White House has walked those comments back, as you know. But again, this was a comment, Garrett, that really that was noticed by officials in the room because of this fraught backdrop against which President Xi made that statement.
When I listened to this reporting with my congressional reporter hat on, I was thinking about the sanctions in the context of the Russia-Ukraine war, too, where sanctions had not been as effective as everybody in Washington thought they would be at changing Putin's calculus. I wonder if it would be different with Xi. But I also wonder about this meeting in particular, because as you pointed out, this is all about lowering the temperature. And the other big takeaway from this was that they were going to reestablish military-to-military communications, which also seems not to have happened. So how is the administration, how should we evaluate the success of that meeting based on your reporting and what we already know?
I think the big success of that meeting was that it happened at all because the 2 leaders hadn't met in a year. They did agree to reestablish military-to-military communications. As you rightfully point out, that has not happened yet. They also reached an agreement to try to tackle the issue of fentanyl. And remember, President Biden said trust but verify. So the United States very much in a posture of looking at China with skepticism as it relates to some of those commitments. But again, Garrett, what's significant is that these 2 leaders got into the same room and talked and tried to reach an agreement on some of these really
always
issues.
Rather have them talking than not talking.
That's right.
Kristen Welker, excellent reporting.
Garrett.
I want to turn to Bonnie Lin for some analysis here. So what's your reaction to this ominous warning by President Xi, the fact that they are having this conversation face-to-face in the same room about reuniting Taiwan with mainland China?
Well, thank you, Garrett. And it's also always great to be with Kristen, too. So in terms of Xi's warning, I don't think that's anything new. I don't view it as more ominous than before. We've known for some time that China has been investing in its capabilities to be able to take the island by force if needed. I do think it's important to think about the larger context in which she is providing that warning. The first I will point out is China is very worried about the upcoming Taiwan elections, as Kristen pointed out. And from their perspective, the current DPP presidential candidate and his running mate are viewed from China as more problematic than the current DPP president. So part of Xi's comments was signaling to the United States that we're very worried about the election and we have deep distrust of one of the political candidates. And I think two other layers on that. One is also from the Chinese perspective, they believe that the United States can intervene and shape the election, right? So obviously that is not the position of the Biden administration, but part of Xi communicating that to the United States is their hope on their part that the United States will intervene and shape the election outcomes. And the third factor I will add into this is when we look at Taiwan's current different political campaigns in Taiwan in that presidential election, there is one campaign that is running off of the narrative that a vote for one of the other candidates is a vote for war and a vote for their candidate is a vote for peace. So I think China amplifying the narrative of potential use of force against Taiwan is helping some of the candidates they would prefer more and taking down some of the candidates they prefer less.
It's a good reminder that all politics are local, even when you're talking about China and Taiwan. But speaking of context, I mean, how does the context of the wars that are happening right now, the hot wars in Ukraine and Israel, and America's stutter-stepping, let's say, support for our allies in those wars affect the calculus for Xi and for the Chinese Communist Party?
I think they are looking at U.S. support and U.S. involvement in those conflicts and trying to make their own assessments about what does that mean in terms of U.S. bandwidth? What does that mean in terms of how long the United States can support one of our allies and partners? But at the end of the day, when Xi Jinping, for example, looks at Taiwan, what he bases his calculus on, if we're talking about the use of force, is dynamics within Taiwan. And right now, I don't think China has assessed that the prospects of peaceful unification with Taiwan have been exhausted.
We reported yesterday on this intelligence community assessment that China tried to intervene and play around in some specific races in the 2022 midterm elections here in the U.S. Based on what you're describing, what are their influence operations like in Taiwan right now for those elections there?
There's a lot of reporting on different types of Chinese involvement. At the highest level, some of the reporting include, for example, doing an investigation on one of the fourth Taiwan presidential candidate that has now dropped out of the race, doing an investigation on his businesses in mainland China. And because of that and the potential fines that he would have received, we've seen the end result is he dropped out of the race. China would have preferred him to not be in the race because he would have taken away from some of the tickets, some of the voters that would have supported a ticket that Beijing would prefer more versus some of the other candidates. And then we're, of course, also seeing extensive cognitive warfare, social media campaigns, and we're seeing even reporting of people from China calling Taiwan voters, urging them to think in particular ways about the election.
Investigating the foreign business dealings of a presidential candidate. There is nothing new under the sun. Kristen Welker and Bonnie Lynn, thank you both. And up next, the political ramifications of that major Colorado Supreme Court ruling disqualifying former President Trump from being on the 2024 primary ballot. Whew, your panel's next. We'll have a lot to talk about. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling
Welcome back as we return to the biggest political story of the day, that Colorado Supreme Court decision that Donald Trump should be disqualified from the ballot for engaging in the January 6th insurrection. Joining me now is Tia Mitchell, Washington correspondent at the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Simone Sanders-Townsend, host of MSNBC's Simone, and starting soon, January 13th, the co-host of The Weekend, and Republican strategist Garrett Ventry. So, Tia, I'll start with you. How much do you think this Colorado ruling changes the 2024 landscape, or does it?
I think it's still too early to tell, because I really do think this is something that the Supreme Court is going to have to iron out. And quite frankly, the Colorado Supreme Court is an outlier. Many other courts have asked to answer this question or similar questions about Trump or other Republicans and have basically kept those lawmakers' names on the ballot. So I think it's, first of all, we've got to wait for the Supreme Court. Who knows how quickly they'll work. But the odds are that the Supreme Court might overturn what the Colorado Supreme Court.
In the meantime, we might see other states act on this, too. So, Garrett, if you're the Trump campaign, I mean, they are, to me, it appears performatively upset about this. But is this not the best-case scenario for them? They've got Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Chris Christie, all out defending the former president on the campaign trail a month before Iowa.
Absolutely. I think there's two things here. I think legally they think that this is an unprecedented action here, and they think the Supreme Court will weigh in their favor here. You're talking about, we've seen, continued lawfare against President Trump. You've had 4 indictments, 2 impeachments in the last couple of years against him. The issue is, if you look at this politically, this has not only helped him in the primary where he's up 50 to 60 points against his next closest challenger. You're talking about his opponents having to defend him now. Even folks like Chip Roy, who he was in a back and forth, is defending him now. But you're talking about, it hasn't hurt him in the general election. Your CNBC polling has him up 4 points. Fox has him up 5 points. New York Times has him up 2 points. So clearly, I think this has backfired continually every time they've gone after President Trump.
Well, Simone, to that point, I mean, if the goal of the people who brought this suit was to see Donald Trump not be president, is this the best way to do it, or does something like this backfire in the minds of the voters who will ultimately have to make this decision?
Well, I think the goal of the 6 individuals who, on behalf of crew, brought the lawsuit was to say that Donald Trump should be disqualified from being on the Colorado ballot because of his role in the insurrection that occurred on January 6th. So if that was their goal, they were in fact successful. I don't believe that these 6 people in Colorado were thinking this is going to stop Trump from being president. To Tia's point, Colorado is the only litigation that has been successful, where Donald Trump has been disqualified. It has been dismissed in a number of other places where this suit has been brought by various people for various other grounds. There's pending legislation in at least 7 states right now. Some of them really matter, like for the general election, like Arizona or Wisconsin, right? So I do think that this is the place where the Supreme Court will weigh in. And frankly, if it's still a contest. When it comes to the primary, the Republican primary, as a former strategist, it just blows my mind that time and time again, these candidates just refuse to even just get a little bit in the ring with Donald Trump. Even Chris Christie, who has been very, I would argue, critical, to be kind, of Donald Trump throughout this race, he could have even said, hey, you know what? I think the Supreme Court needs to weigh in here, and we need to let the court decide. Instead, even he leapt to what it felt like Donald Trump's defense.
Garrett, to that point, I mean, the merits of this case are what they are, but have the other candidates missed their opportunity here to make more of the legal vulnerabilities that Donald Trump does have in this race?
Well, I think one thing real quick here, they're saying he committed insurrection. None of the indictments have charged him with insurrection. He was actually acquitted in the United States Senate on that same charge.
Right, we spent 15 minutes on that.
So there's that aspect.
But also the definition of, I mean, if we just look at what the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment says, it doesn't say you have to be charged or anything like that. There's nothing about criminality associated in it. It just said, did you participate?
Our constitutional expert this morning described this morning, it feels so long ago now, described this as being in new snow, but I want to let you finish that point.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's one there. I think the issue is this, that Donald Trump has such a stranglehold on the Republican Party. We've seen this since, We saw on January 6th, right, in 2021, Kevin McCarthy calling for censure of Donald Trump. 10 days later, he's at Mar-a-Lago for a photo op.
Right.
So you've seen this over and over again where people in the Republican primary think there's a lane to defeat Donald Trump, and there simply isn't. I think it'll be the autopsy of every single Republican challenger, whether Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley. So I think they could take that path, but the path for criticizing Donald Trump is the 1% to 3% path right now for Asa Hutchinson, Chris Christie. When you're eating up 69, 70% of the vote here, it's just very tough.
Tia, I want to bring Tia back into this conversation. I think a lot about how we talk about this. I mean, I write all these scripts for things like Nightly News and the Today Show, where we shorthand it, right? Donald Trump's legal troubles. Every time you add a case like this, the relative strengths or weaknesses we'll find out over time. Does it cheapen the impact of something like the Georgia case, where that's a huge RICO prosecution, or the Jack Smith case here in Washington? These things are not all equal, but the tonnage increases and the distinctions decrease.
Well, I think they're not all equal because all of these cases kind of have pretty distinct either their origins or what they're charging him with or what they relate to. You know, we've got New York's case is much different than the case down in South Florida, which is much different than the case in Georgia. And then there's a federal case regarding the 2020 election. I think a lot of the people who want Trump held accountable are not necessarily taking long-term political calculations, even though that's what he says and he's playing the victim. I think in a lot of these cases, there are prosecutors, there are grand juries who have said, we've looked at the evidence and we think that there's crimes that have been committed that he should be held accountable for. And that's what these cases should symbolize, and then let it play out. But unfortunately, they're being held in a political bubble where Trump is able to use them to his advantage.
One of the things that unites, I think, all these issues is many of them, if not all of them, could end up in front of the Supreme Court. And to that end, Simone, how important is this moment, or what we're going to experience over the next 6 months or so, to the credibility of the court, which is already so strained by, you know, what the scandals involving, you know, where justices are getting money from, to people's views over the Dobbs decision. I mean, the court is in a spotlight now like I've certainly never seen in my political lifetime.
A precarious position, to say the least. And to that end, in an arena where the facts of the case should be the only thing of which the justices are considering when they are making decisions, what the law says, what the Constitution says, whether we would like to believe, whether people want to admit it or not out loud, I do think that political calculations have previously and will in these upcoming cases make their way into the conversations, at least, that the justices have amongst themselves when deliberating about these cases, because the credibility of the court is on the line. In a way that never before in our history, the United States Supreme Court is being challenged by members of Congress. When you have members of Congress of the Senate who are petitioning, the Chief Justice to come before them to speak because of the ethics issues that are being brought to bear due to good journalism, I think this is uncharted territory.
I want to get Garrett in on this because you're a former Senate Judiciary guy. What do you make? Is the court up to this moment? I mean, they do not want to be in a political spotlight as hot as the one they're about to be in over the next couple of months.
Yeah, I think personally knowing a couple of the justices here, I think you've got to take a step back here. Most of the cases the Supreme Court rules on, about 50% of them are 9-0 decisions. 70-something% of them are 7-2 decisions. There's a lot of agreement there. The ones that get the most coverage, obviously, are the 5-4, 6-3. I do think all of the justices, whether a Republican-appointed justice or a Democrat-appointed justice, take their job very seriously. They try. Neil Gorsuch says very famously, judges wear robes, not capes. And so I think when judges step in the courtroom there, they take it very seriously. And I don't actually think most of these justices take politics into consideration.
It's becoming my working theory that what happens down the street here in Northeast Washington is going to be as important to this race as anything we see on the campaign trail. But guys, we've got to leave it there for now. Tia, Simone, Garrett, thank you all for coming in, and thank you all for watching. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Sam Brock in for Hallie Jackson right now.
We
We are just learning in a matter of hours, several Americans will land on U.S. soil in San Antonio, Texas. This is part of an historic prisoner swap after spending time in a Venezuelan jail. Why the U.S. has agreed to release a man who prosecutors accuse of playing a role in a multi-million-dollar bribe scheme just to make this happen. Plus, what happens next after the Colorado Supreme Court's decision to disqualify former President Trump from appearing on its election ballot? Why some say this loss is actually a win. Then federal officials now investigating a helicopter crash that killed 2 people in New Jersey. What we now know tonight. Plus, in our backstory, what happens when you give free money to people trapped in poverty in Kenya? We're going to go behind the scenes with the reporter who has been following an experiment for years, doing just that. Plus, we talked to the Black Texas teen kept out of class because of his hair. That is in tonight's original. And hello, I'm Sam Brock in for Hallie here in Miami. We are coming on the air tonight with breaking news. Several Americans released as part of a major prisoner exchange with Venezuela will be back home on U.S. soil. This expected to happen landing at an airfield in San Antonio in just a matter of hours. That is according to senior administration officials. Now, the Biden administration announced an agreement to release a close ally of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in exchange for jailed Americans and the release of political prisoners in Venezuela. The Maduro ally is Colombian businessman Alex Saab, who was arrested for money laundering back in 2020 and accused at the time of playing a role in a bribery scheme that involved $350 million being taken from the Venezuelan government. So in exchange, Maduro agreed to release 10 U.S. citizens, including 6 Americans who the State Department has designated their characterization as wrongfully detained, and 4 other unidentified Americans. Here's what President Biden said just a short while ago.
They're in an aircraft on their way home to the United States. And we've secured the release of every American being held in Venezuela on their way home. And we have no higher priority than the release of detained and or hostage Americans being held hostage.
All right, there's more here. Venezuela also agreeing to extradite Leonard Francis, better known as Fat Leonard, who was actually behind one of the biggest bribery scandals in U.S. Navy history. Gabe Gutierrez is joining us now to discuss. Gabe, thanks for being here. Walk us through really the politics and also the significance of this exchange and this agreement with Venezuelan President Maduro.
Well, hi there, Sam. Well, as you know, long history of complicated and tense relations between the U.S. and Venezuela. Now, this swap came about after months, at least, of tense negotiations between the 2 countries. And as you said, it was announced just today that 10 Americans, including 6 of them who were classified as wrongfully detained by the State Department, are coming home. Now, as you said, the Biden administration is saying that the president made a difficult decision to release Alex Saab, who had been accused of that corruption scandal. But in return, the Biden administration says it is a top priority, as you heard the president say, to get Americans back home. But already this is drawing criticism by opponents of the Maduro government and also critics of the Biden administration, including, for example, Florida Senator Marco Rubio. He's been very outspoken about Venezuela before, and tonight he is calling this deal shameless and saying that it will incentivize tyrants, in his words, like Maduro, to take Americans into custody. Sam?
So it's not without some controversy, Gabe. You know, I would also ask, one of the headlines here is about this fugitive, Leonard Francis, who was extradited in this exchange. What more can you tell us about those circumstances?
Yeah, that's right. And he is well known to the law enforcement community. He is Leonard Francis. He's known as Fat Leonard. And he was behind, as you said, one of the worst bribery scandals in U.S. Navy history. He actually fled to Venezuela last year, just weeks before his sentencing. He escaped house arrest by cutting off his ankle monitor. But, you know, Sam, we're just learning more about some of these Americans that are being brought here to the U.S. I spoke with the mother of one of them. His name is Joseph Cristella. He'd been accused of entering Venezuela illegally from Colombia. Is with his fiancée. His mother says that he went into Venezuela, showed his passport, was allowed in, but was then arrested a short time later at a bus stop. She calls the whole situation heartbreaking, at least the last few months, and she says that she was shocked when she got that call earlier today saying that her son would be released, and she is very grateful and trying to catch a flight to see him. She's already spoken with him. He is very grateful, he says, to be out of Venezuela, Sam.
Yeah, some joy, certainly, for those families. Gabe Gutierrez from the White House. Thank you so much, Gabe. Well, tonight, the questions only mounting over what comes next after the Colorado Supreme Court's extraordinary decision to disqualify former President Trump from appearing on the state's election ballots. That court saying the former president, quote, incited and encouraged the use of violence and lawless action to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power, arguing those actions were a violation of a section in the 14th Amendment. So here's what we do know. Trump will be appealing this up to the U.S. Supreme Court. Here's what we don't know. When the High Court will actually take up the case, with crucial deadlines just a couple of weeks away. What it will mean for the other states where Trump's ballot access is being challenged, and the significance of this ruling politically for the former president. So to discuss all of those topics and the team covering it is quickly evolving, NBC's Vaughn Hilliard and legal analyst Angela Sanadella. Thank you both for being here. Vaughn, let's start with you first. So the former president, obviously no stranger to using legal challenges to help really build support among his base, especially as part of his broader argument for being targeted for political persecution. We've certainly heard that for years. Well, this Colorado court, Vaughn, is made up of 7 justices appointed by a Democratic governor. When you consider the optics of that, does the court's ruling stand to help the former president politically?
He's trying his best, Sam, to get it to help him to the extent that he can politically, sending out multiple fundraising emails today, suggesting it's Democrats in a politicized court that wants to, in his words, nullify the votes of Republican voters around the country. Now, January 15th is the Iowa caucus, and then 1 week later is the New Hampshire primary. And then March 5th is not only Colorado's primary, but it's what they call Super Tuesday. About 1/3 of the delegates that will go toward selecting the Republican nominee for president will be voting here. And for Donald Trump, he's trying to turn the legal battles into political ones. Just take a look at the polling. Ever since the first indictment out of New York back in March, you can see how his polling numbers and his lead over Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley has only expanded with each legal indictment, with each legal battle that he has encountered here. And just like we saw here last night, if in fact the U.S. Supreme Court were to not rule and affirm the decision out of Colorado and keep him on the ballot around the country, well, his Republican allies see this as an opportunity and an opening to continue to attack the justice system as one that attacks him.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Justice Department seems to be the target in all of this, not Trump. And it was fascinating what you just showed us, this crescendo of support for Trump during the legal entanglements. As far as the party is concerned, the Republican Party, Vaughn, though, it seems like there are some strange bedfellows perhaps here where both Trump critics and, you know, those who are supporting him seem to be coming out on the same side of this. Is there any daylight between what they're saying publicly and what they're saying privately?
No, and largely they're boxed in here at this point. We saw this after each of the indictments. We saw it a year ago when the FBI executed that search warrant in Mar-a-Lago looking for those classified documents at Donald Trump's residency. And what you have seen over the last 24 hours are his Republican primary rivals, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, come out in defense of him, saying that he should stay on the ballot. You see Nikki Haley saying, the last thing we want is judges telling us who can and can't be on the ballot. You see Ron DeSantis saying the SCOTUS should reverse. Vivek Ramaswamy is even saying that he would withdraw his name from the Colorado primary ballot in solidarity with Donald Trump here. Of course, this is a big decision that is in front of the U.S. Supreme Court, one that could very well upend the 2024 presidential election. I want to let you hear from President Biden himself when he was asked on the tarmac today about whether he thought Donald Trump was an insurrectionist. Take a listen.
Trump an insurrectionist, sir?
Well, I think it's certainly self-evident. You saw it all. Now, whether the 14th Amendment applies, I'll let the court make that decision. But he certainly supported an insurrection. And no question about it. None. Zero.
Of course, all of this timeline is going to be so crucial to this as to when the Supreme Court, if they decide to hear this case out of Colorado, when they decide to hear it, and how quickly they'd be able to issue a ruling, because Republican voters, they're going to begin voting in their state primaries just within a matter of weeks, Sam.
Yeah, you laid that out perfectly, the political ramifications here, Vaughn. Now, of course, the legal ones and what the Supreme Court might do with a tight timeline. Thank you so much, Vaughn. Let's go now to those legal ramifications. And Angela Senadella. Angela, thank you for joining us. You know, the Supreme Court here, so fundamental in what happens next. Do you personally have any sense of what this time frame might look like or how even the court might rule?
I think we can expect, Sam, that within the next couple of weeks, within the next 10 to 14 days, we are going to see from the Supreme Court at least an agreement to hear this case. And at that point, what happens is that the current disqualification of Trump from the ballot will continue to be paused until the Supreme Court issues some sort of ruling. Now, in terms of how the Supreme Court will rule, I certainly think that the Supreme Court will not uphold the Colorado Supreme Court's reversal. I think based on the lack of precedent, based on the lack of congressional clarity with this, the Supreme Court tends to revert back to their basic principles, protecting life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, trying to punt back to Congress for more clarity or punt back to the voter. So I think it would be very unexpected if the Supreme Court continued to allow for the disqualification of Donald Trump from the ballot.
Yeah, you have some states that have challenged this, Angela, that have dismissed it on procedural grounds. A judge in Michigan who said it was political. I do want to ask you, here's a map right now of all the states where there is some level of the legal process playing out in terms of requests to disqualify Trump from the ballot. What, in your opinion, Angela, really differentiates the Colorado State Supreme Court's decision versus the decision that other courts have made and none have come to this ruling until now?
So I have to say there is a level of safety in numbers. And what I mean by that is that no judge was really that interested in being the activist to disqualify Donald Trump. So at the trial level, you haven't seen judges act that way. Now, in an appellate court, in a Supreme Court where you do have 7 justices and you have a 4-3 majority, you don't have all that spotlight on one judge. Now, how this ruling will affect all the others, I think at this point in time, we have to wait for the Supreme Court, see if they'll agree to hear this case, because ultimately then any decision around the country would be entirely moot. That is, if the Supreme Court provides true clarity. It's also possible the Supreme Court could just, punt it back for more clarity.
Which would create absolutely fascinating chaos if they were to choose to do that. Angela Senadella, thank you so much for that insight. Well, we move now abroad tonight, and Hamas's top leader is in Egypt to talk about the ongoing war with Israel and terms for a possible ceasefire as pressure builds around the world and from within Israel to stop the violence. Key in all of this, getting hostages still held by that terror group safely out of Gaza. Now, the U.S. is feeling that pressure, too, with Secretary of State Antony Blinken pushing back earlier, saying that Israel has an obligation to remove Hamas.
I hear virtually no one demanding of Hamas that it stop hiding behind civilians, that it lay down its arms, that it surrender.
What the secretary just laid out there, we know, is also a stated goal for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He is promising Israel will fight, quote, until Hamas is eliminated and the hostages are released. Now, according to Israeli officials, there are still 129 hostages believed to be held captive. Ali Arouzi joining me now from Cairo. Ali, earlier today, we saw the UN Security Council again delay a vote on aid to Gaza, which is so needed right now, as these conversations are happening in Egypt, where you are, with Hamas leaders around the war. What do we know about the latest developments on the ground?
Hey, Sam. So over the last couple of days, we've seen some traction over a possible ceasefire being brokered and talks of more hostages being released, not least of all because both sides are under pressure. The Israelis desperately want to get hostages home, especially after that friendly fire incident when the IDF mistakenly killed 3 Israeli hostages, and Hamas wants a respite from the pounding that they're getting. That's why we've seen talks taking place in all sorts of places. CIA Director Bill Burns was just in Warsaw meeting with the Qatari PM and the head of Israel's Mossad spy agency. And today, as you mentioned, the head of Hamas's political bureau, Ismail Haniyeh, arrived here in Cairo for talks with the the head of Egypt's intelligence agency, and other Egyptian officials who are also key mediators in this process. But because this meeting was with intelligence officials rather than the foreign ministry, it was a bit cloak and dagger. They didn't give us a readout. They didn't say what was going on. So we don't really know what went on in that meeting. There is some optimism, however, but there are also some major sticking points between the two sides, and that's going to be difficult to overcome. Like, how many Palestinian prisoners will be swapped with Israeli hostages held in Gaza? These are things they all have to iron out. Also, interestingly, Sam, just before we came on air, a senior Hamas official speaking at a press conference in Beirut said there won't be any hostage release till there's an end to all the hostility.
And all the while, Ali, obviously families clinging to that optimism that you just mentioned. From Cairo this evening, Ali Arouzi, thank you so much. Back at home now, and tonight the National Transportation Safety Board, or NTSB, is headed to the scene of a news helicopter crash in New Jersey that claimed the life of the pilot and the photographer on board. Television station WPVI says their helicopter was headed back to Philadelphia from an assignment near the Jersey Shore when it crashed in a wooded area late last night. Kathy Park is following the story. She joins us now. Kathy, you know, news stations are constantly launching helicopters out on assignments. We both worked at local TV stations. This is everyday stuff here for weather, for traffic reports. What is the latest on this crash tonight, and what do we know about the investigation?
Hey, Sam, good evening. Yeah, this is certainly a heartbreaking story, and there's still so many questions as to what exactly went wrong. Right now, we don't know why this helicopter crashed, but we do know that the NTSB, as you mentioned, is en route to the scene, and they will be beginning their investigation. It will take roughly 30 days to get the preliminary report, but they will be backtracking. They will be looking at the maintenance records of the aircraft. What were the weather conditions at the time of the crash? They will also be talking to witnesses on the ground, and perhaps they saw something just moments before the crash. And also they'll be pulling images from surveillance cameras, doorbell cameras as well. So that's part of the larger, longer investigation, Sam. But we also have a better idea of how this all played out. We have a timeline of how this all played out. It was around 8 o'clock when the helicopter was heading back from their assignment in the Jersey Shore, heading to Philadelphia. And then just before 11 o'clock last night, that's when a call came in saying that the chopper was missing. And then shortly after midnight was when they discovered that debris field, Sam.
Absolutely heartbreaking, and also just families and colleagues who are grieving right now, Kathy. We know that a pilot and a photographer were killed, but what else do we know, if anything, at this point about the victims here?
Yeah, right now, the TV station, they are not releasing the names of those two individuals at this time out of respect for the families because they are still being notified. But, Sam, we are told that they were longtime members of the team. They were beloved members of the newsroom, and they were there for several years. They love their craft. They love their families. And speaking of families, the news family is mourning. They're grieving, and you could just hear the emotion in one of the reports. Take a listen.
I want to stress our condolences to them, to those people who love them the most, who work together with them every single day, the people who they just wanted to return home to last night. And those people are the people that we are especially thinking of today. Thank you for allowing us to have them as members of our team.
And Sam, you mentioned earlier, we both worked in local news. We know the value of having a chopper as part of the news gathering operation. They're able to gain access to things that we can't necessarily get to quickly for breaking news. You mentioned they offer traffic reports, beauty shots as well. So this was certainly a big loss for that newsroom in Philadelphia. Sam.
Yeah, things we take for granted, Kathy, and just dedicated journalists trying to do their jobs. Kathy Park with the very latest. Thank you so much. Well, just a few hours ago, U.S. regulators proposed big changes to online privacy rules for kids. The Federal Trade Commission wants to strengthen existing law that stops social media apps, video game platforms, and digital advertisers from tracking minors online and then making money off of them. FTC Chair Lina Khan writing in a statement today, quote, "Kids must be able to play and learn online without being endlessly tracked by companies looking to hoard and monetize their personal data." I want to bring in Jake Ward now to really break this down. And Jake, obviously for years, there's been no shortage of criticism for the government that they really are behind the eight ball, really, on regulating the digital space. But now I guess they're taking action. So what exactly do these new rules do, and do they go far enough?
That's right, Sam. You're making a good point there about, the U.S. government, which has been, compared to a place like the EU or China, extremely hands-off when it comes to regulating tech in general and social media in particular. Now, there is an existing rule called COPPA, C-O-P-P-A, the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, which is really, Sam, one of the only laws of the land when it comes to privacy online, and it applies to kids. It's supposed to provide basically a standard by which social media companies need to get a certain amount of parental permission before doing this and that. But it is not, according to the FTC, strong enough. And that's why they're proposing these new rules, which would really make a very, very big difference in how social media companies get to interact with kids. Requiring a separate opt-in for targeted ads and limits on nudging a kid. Hey, you should come back into here, strengthening all kinds of data security requirements and putting big limits on data retention so that what you do as a kid on a social media app can't be carried into your adult life on that app. It's a very broad set of changes that the FTC is proposing here, Sam.
And you're talking about really the business model that's being manipulated or that is going to be changed for these tech companies. So, I mean, knowing that, right, exactly, knowing that, what kind of challenges might we anticipate?
Well, if you look at the recent legal action, you know that a social media company depends not only on advertising and the rest to make money, but it depends on creating a pipeline of users from kids all the way up into adulthood. We know this from the Frances Haugen leaks, the Facebook whistleblower, and the internal documents that she revealed. But we also know that these companies, as a result, are not going to go quietly, right? Utah just tried to pass a new legislation that requires parental consent for any kid to use social media at all overnight. And those companies have banded together under a trade group to sue to stop that. That's also true in Arkansas. We're seeing that with other state laws like ones in Texas and Louisiana. So undoubtedly, those companies are not going to go without a fight. And I think it's going to reveal quite a bit about how much they rely on young children as part of a target market they're trying to grow into adult users here, Sam.
Revealing for sure, and many parents we know will be watching very closely. Jake Ward, thank you so much. Moving on to weather right now. 22 million people across the Golden State are under flood alerts. Not so golden right now as a major storm is rolling in, soaking California over the next few days. Evacuation warnings are already in place in the mountains. That rain means snow, though where it's sorely needed. Sierra Nevada only has a fraction of total precipitation compared to what's considered normal by this time. Plus, out east, storm impacts there are lingering in both New Jersey and Maine, with rescues and some evacuation orders still in play there. Let's go to meteorologist Bill Cairns for the very latest. And Bill, let's start out west. It's a multi-day event. So what areas are you watching most closely?
All the south-facing mountains that are just to the northeast or northwest of Los Angeles. So we're talking from Malibu up to Santa Barbara and all the mountains just north of there. That's where we have a really good shot of seeing flash flooding, mudslides, debris flows. So obviously that can be life-threatening and just devastating if it happens to go through any towns too or communities. So this storm, you can kind of see it spinning here. It's just lingering. It's just sitting there. It's just going to move very slowly over the next 2 to 3 days. And you can see this plume of rain. The light rain is in green, the heavy rain is in the yellow, and the red's like torrential rains. So it's kind of been in the same spot, and that's where we start to get concerned. Already some reports of about 4 inches of rain. Los Angeles all the way over here, just some scattered showers. Not too bad around Thousand Oaks. Santa Barbara's okay too. But once you get out here just south of San Luis Obispo, that's where you're in that flow of steady rainfall. That's where the heaviest rain has been, and that's where we do have a flood advisory in effect. Right now, we haven't heard of any mudslides, no debris flows. We don't even have any flood warnings. Right now, it's just flood watches. But this is kind of the beginning of this slow-moving event. You mentioned the 22 million people all the way from San Diego northwards there to San Luis Obispo. And as far as the rainfall totals, the coastal mountainous ranges, that's who's going to get the most. And we do have the possibility 5 to 10 inches for the foothills in the mountains, and it's not out of the question someone could get a foot of rain over the next 2 to 3 days. Almost anywhere in this country you get a foot of rain, you're going to have a significant flood event. So that's the fear throughout this region. So as we go throughout the rest of this evening and into tonight, we could see a little bit of this moving a little bit closer to Los Angeles. During the day tomorrow, definitely in Los Angeles. But L.A., maybe only 1 to 2 inches of rain for you. It's the mountains we're more worried about. It all ends come Friday evening, Sam. That's when all the wet weather will be heading into areas like Arizona. So we'll keep an eye on it tonight. Tomorrow, though, if it's going to be significant, that's when it will happen.
Sure. Double-edged sword there, Bill. Obviously, the rain is needed, but it can be dangerous. Thank you so much. Well, coming up next, new fallout tonight over that controversial immigration law in Texas. We're going to take you to the border where numbers there are surging historically so. Plus, a chemical leak at a Tennessee cheese factory. Yes, a cheese factory, sending dozens of workers to the hospital. New details tonight about the threat to the public.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, tonight, new records are being set at the southern border. Customs and Border Protection says that the agency stopped more than 12,000 migrants in the last few days alone, nearly all of them crossing into the country illegally. The latest uptick in people coming as over 26,000 migrants are in custody, pushing immigration processing centers way, way past their capacity. The backdrop to all of this, of course, are the new challenges to a controversial immigration law in Texas that would let local and state police arrest and detain people they suspect are in the U.S. illegally. Guad Venegas on the ground for us tonight in Texas from Eagle Pass. Guad, thank you so much for joining us. We know you've been reporting some of the biggest numbers that you personally have ever seen there. What are folks that you're talking to saying about this potential new law? And I say potential because we'll see where it goes in the courts, letting police arrest people on the suspicion of illegal entry.
Well, Sam, that law was signed yesterday by Governor Greg Abbott, and almost immediately we saw the city of El Paso and the ACLU take legal action against this law that they say is unconstitutional. They argue that immigration laws should be enforced by the federal government, not by the state government. And also, one of the main arguments they make is that this law would cause both local police and state agents to racially profile people in specific neighborhoods and detain them to question them. That's one of the reasons why they say this law is unconstitutional. But a lot of the attention today is here on places at the border, like what you see behind me in Eagle Pass. We're right next to one of the international bridges where the field behind me has been used by Customs and Border Protection as a holding area for thousands of migrants that have been arriving this week. Everything here is at capacity, and that's why they have to use this field as they process these migrants as fast as possible. Earlier today, U.S. Congressman Tony Gonzalez arrived to speak to the media about the current situation at the processing centers. Here's Tony Gonzalez speaking.
Border Patrol, CBP, was able to decompress, process, get over 4,000 people out. Another historic number. But yet, more people are still coming, and there's more people in the pipeline. And I suspect Christmas will be worse than today, and New Year's will be worse than today. We're going the absolute wrong direction.
Now, what we know, that we have known, Sam, is that tens of thousands of migrants have been in Mexico for months, many for years, having issues to get through Mexico because of visas that Mexico imposed on migrants in order for them to get through Mexico and make it to the U.S.-Mexico border. But now it seems that something has changed in Mexico with the way immigration is enforcing the laws. And some of the contacts we've spoken to in Mexico say that the enforcement just isn't the same right now. I asked the congressman about this, and he did say that it seems like Mexican officials are not doing their job the way they used to in the past. And that's one of the reasons why they expect more migrants to arrive here. Sam, I should also point out the humanitarian crisis. Just in the hours that we've been here today, we've seen 5 of these individuals in this crowd carried out on stretchers for what we believe were medical emergencies, taken to a medical tent here. The congressman also pointing out the fact that local hospitals are overwhelmed helping some of these migrants, Sam.
Yeah, an incredible explanation as to what's going on right now, Guad. And if you've been to the border, obviously, you just know how difficult it is to process what human beings are going through. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that report, Guad. Let's get you over right now to the 5 things that our team here thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, nearly 30 people are in the hospital after 2 chemical leaks at a Tennessee cheese factory. Another 50 workers right now are actually also being monitored. Officials say they stopped the leaks and that there's no danger to the public, but they do want people to avoid the area while they look into what happened. Number 2, France's top TV presenter is facing a preliminary rape charge, authorities say. Patrick Poivre d'Arvor has been accused of sexual assault by about 20 women over a couple of decades. Claims that, by the way, he's denied. He hosted the country's most popular news program for more than 20 years. Number 3, the FTC is banning Rite Aid from using facial recognition in its stores for 5 years. Now, why is this so notable? According to the complaint, the company secretly used it for nearly a decade and wrongfully accused customers of shoplifting. Rite Aid says it was only used in a few stores and ended in 2020. Number 4, more than 300,000 air fryers are being recalled over a burn risk. This covers the Power XL brand sold at Target, Walmart, and Kohl's. Safety experts say to immediately stop using it if you own one of those and to contact the company for a refund. At number 5, this is, shall we say, a talker. Dating app Tinder is rolling out a $500 a month subscription membership called Tinder Select. It'll let users see the app's most sought-after profiles and let them DM or message other profiles without matching first. But Tinder says less than 1% of the app's users actually get a spot. It is invite only because, of course, it is. When we come back, an NBC exclusive, what Chinese President Xi warned President Biden about at their meeting last month that is stirring some pretty big concerns tonight. Plus, why officials in Montana think a goat triggered an avalanche. That story is coming up later in The Local.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Colorado Supreme Court's ruling that former President Trump is no longer eligible to serve as president due to a little-known section of the 14th Amendment has basically opened up Pandora's box of legal, political, and electoral fallout. We'll see much of how that plays out in the coming weeks and months. But to help you better understand the constitutional basis for this extraordinary ruling, we asked our Noah Pransky to explain just what is Section 3. Take a look.
No person shall hold any office who, having previously taken an oath to support the Constitution of the United States, engaged in insurrection or rebellion. Chances are the 14th Amendment isn't near the top of your most familiar constitutional amendment list. In fact, it's probably behind the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, 13th, 15th, 19th, that tax one, the drinking one, and the other drinking one too. But here's why the 14th could be one of the very most important of 2024. See, this insurrection disqualifying language was ratified following the Civil War as a way to keep Confederates and their sympathizers out of office. It does not explicitly require a criminal conviction, but it was really only used between 1868 and 1872. That was until 2022, when a court removed from office a New Mexico County commissioner, also the co-founder of Cowboys for Trump, and disqualified him from ever holding office again based on his participation in the January 6th riots. And then December 2023 happened.
A bombshell ruling from the Colorado Supreme Court.
Mr. Trump is disqualified from the primary ballot.
A majority of Colorado's Supreme Court wrote in its split decision, Trump is disqualified from holding the office of president under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Former President Trump responded on Truth Social, "What a shame for our country, a sad day for America." And his campaign spokesperson said they would appeal and promised the decision would be overturned. There's only one court that can do that.
This is surely going to the U.S. Supreme Court.
So all eyes now shift to the nation's highest court, which may have to consider whether this 155-year-old amendment, which doesn't actually mention the office of president, should prevent the Republican frontrunner for president from winning an election. Uncertainty that Coloradans are hoping is settled before they go to the polls on Super Tuesday, March 5th.
All right, we'll see if that happens or if it's wishful thinking. But Noah Pransky joining us now. Noah, you mentioned the history. Let's now talk about the new precedent that could be set by both the Colorado and U.S. Supreme Courts. What happens, this is the million-dollar question, if this ruling is not overturned and Trump is not put back on the Colorado ballot? Do we know?
Well, it's speculation at this point, but the precedent could be set for other states to try the same thing, other groups to sue Donald Trump in other states to remove him from the ballot and the electoral process there. There's also the precedent that could be set politically where Republicans may start going after, say, President Joe Biden, trying to remove him from ballots. Now, we should point out, he obviously hasn't committed any acts of insurrection that we know of, but again, you set precedent, you have to live with that precedent, which is why so many people are watching this closely. Sam?
Rare times where any permutation that you just described, I think, would be believable. Noah Pransky, thank you so much for that. Well, NBC covers hundreds of stories each day, and because it's tough to read, watch, or listen to all of them, our bureau teams have done that for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment that we call The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, Minnesota is finally unveiling its new flag. There it is. After months of heated debate, the old one was criticized by some for showing a Native American on horseback. So the new flag will make its official debut in May. Out of our Western Bureau, Montana Ski Patrol, they say that a mountain goat is the source of triggering an avalanche at a ski resort. Is that the offending goat? I don't know. Patrollers say that they found goat tracks where the avalanche started and believe that the goat somehow rode it all the way down without injury. And from our Northeast Bureau, this story is great. New York Giants Tommy DeVito is smoothing things over with a New Jersey pizzeria owner after setting off a bit of a firestorm. DeVito, you see, was supposed to sign autographs at the pizza shop for 10 grand, but looked like it wasn't going to happen after his agent tried to double the price amidst his newfound stardom. Showing up last night, though, yet he did for free, showing that Tommy Cutlets has got the goods. Well, turning now to some exclusive reporting from NBC News. We are learning today that Chinese President Xi Jinping warned President Biden that Beijing will reunify Taiwan with mainland China. This according to 3 current and former U.S. officials who said the topic came up during the leaders' meeting last month at a San Francisco summit, which was supposed to reduce tensions between the two countries. It is important because Taiwan's government favors independence, but China considers the island an integral parts of its territory, and the U.S. officially opposes any changes to the status quo. So clearly it is complicated. Xi gave no concrete timing, but did say that he prefers to take Taiwan peacefully, not by force. A foreboding statement there. Spokesperson for the National Security Council declined to comment. Now, all this comes just before a pivotal presidential election next month in Taiwan. And as our Janice Mackey-Freyer has learned, the people there are facing really an increasing influence campaign from the mainland.
With a crucial election around the corner in Taiwan, candidates are at political rallies and events trying to win over voters. At the same time, there's another kind of campaign that's vying for influence here, coming in a wave of propaganda and disinformation that experts say is sweeping across the Taiwan Strait from mainland China. It has watchdog groups here on high alert, tracking coercive messaging online and finding signs of everything from Chinese musicians and influencers to AI and internet bots.
They sort of prop up these more pro-China voices in Taiwan and claims that they're the true voices of Taiwanese public opinion. Maybe it's not aimed to change your behavior instantly, but it's about making you doubt more.
Like online ads appearing to show Taiwan's president, Tsai Ing-wen, selling cryptocurrencies, or the news that Taiwan is making biological weapons for the U.S. Officials say both are false. It's what experts describe as cognitive warfare, designed to sow division and weaken trust in Taiwan's leadership, mainly because Tsai's government favors independence, while China considers Taiwan an integral part of its territory that it one day plans to retake.
Taiwan and China haven't held direct talks in nearly 8 years. At the same time, Beijing has become adamant in its intentions, even if it means war.
China has also increased shows of military force, with ships, surveillance patrols, fighter jets, even missiles becoming almost routine. Cyber attacks have soared too, according to Taiwan officials. There's now a Ministry of Digital Affairs with a well-known activist hacker, Audrey Tang, in charge.
The reason why this information hurts is not because it will change the presidential election result, but because it will intensify existing social conflicts.
China denies any attempts at interference, but makes no secret of its preference for a government more aligned with Beijing. Taiwan independence means war, said a spokesman in Beijing recently, adding independence is a dead end. Monitoring groups also point to what they call Imeilun, or U.S. skepticism, widespread messaging that questions U.S. reliability as an ally. In a speech at National Taiwan University captured by local media, the top U.S. diplomat here saying the U.S. stands with Taiwan.
We believe it is for the Taiwan voters to decide their next leader, free from outside interference.
The skepticism, though, draws attention to U.S. involvement in Ukraine, Afghanistan, the Israel-Hamas conflict, and amplifies the idea that maybe the U.S. might not be there for Taiwan.
The message is that there will be no knight in shining armor to save you when things really go down. And that's why, in order to save yourself from that scenario, maybe you should befriend China right now, so you will never get yourself into that situation in the future.
Polls show a majority of voters don't favor closer ties to China or to the U.S. Instead, they want to preserve the status quo, with Taiwan's people deciding what's best for Taiwan. Janice Mackey-Freyer, NBC News.
All right, Janice, thank you so much. Coming up next, we are going to go behind the scenes with one reporter following one of the biggest experiments in fighting global poverty. That's next in tonight's Backstory.
morning, get into the holiday spirit with Today.
We're going to spread some holiday cheer.
Some added inspiration to give back this holiday season. We are launching Days Toy Drive.
Holiday gifts for everybody on the list. That is delicious.
Our biggest holiday crowd yet. 3, 2, 1.
Make Today your home for the holidays.
All right, well, it's time now to get to the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together, how it fits into our bigger picture. The results now in for an unprecedented experiment that's been happening in Kenya to combat global poverty. Over the past 6 years, a U.S.-based charity has been giving thousands of villagers in Kenya universal basic income. That income amounted to a grant of about $50 in cash every month, with the commitment to keep the payments coming for 12 years. Researchers then compared the effects of that approach to 3 other groups: those who got no money, those who got money for just 2 years, and interestingly, those who got 2 years' worth of income in a lump sum payment. NPR has been covering this experiment on the ground since it started, and some of the findings that they lay out: major advantages in giving people a lump sum rather than giving it out in monthly installments. Even people who did not receive the lump sums ended up actually banding together to create their own version of it because that method was so helpful. There's one big question now: whether these benefits will actually last. Nurit Eisenman is a correspondent for NPR and definitely covered this experiment literally for years. Nurit, thank you so much for joining us to talk about your insight and what this whole thing was like. Talk to me, Nurit, about what you experienced when you first arrived in this village and how you saw the experiment evolve over the years.
Yeah, so almost 7 years ago, I traveled to Kenya for the kickoff of this experiment, and I went to one of the villages, and you could really tell just how much people in that area were struggling. In the year before the experiment started, 85% had reported experiencing hunger at some point during that previous year. And when I was there and they got one of the first payments, they get it on their mobile phones, and I was at a community meeting, and then suddenly you hear tinkling everywhere. Everyone's phones are buzzing with the alert that the payments just posted, and people just broke into cheers. Women started singing songs. I mean, you could tell what a difference it was going to make for people.
And it's amazing because mobile phones, for many of us, we've had them in our back pockets for a decade and a half, and you just sort of take it for granted to see that level of joy and euphoria, to experience it for the first time. So talk to me more about sort of how this fits into the bigger picture in terms of the course of your career into global health and development. Obviously, you followed this idea of universal basic income for years now across multiple different countries. What is the takeaway here? I've certainly seen this applied on some level in U.S. cities as well. What are you experiencing there?
Yeah, I mean, it's an idea that's been gaining a lot of interest and been tried in different ways, but truly, this is the biggest experiment, I mean, of its kind. I mean, to do this for 12 years, and it's truly universal in the villages where it's being applied. Literally every adult, it's not even every family, every adult is getting this income for 12 years running, and they're going to be following it. And the researchers involved are also, some of the people who are at the head of the pack in terms of poverty work. It includes Abhijit Banerjee, who was a Nobel Prize winner for his work on analyzing what works in poverty. And Tavneet Suri is one of the researchers that I've interviewed, and she's done really groundbreaking work on the use of mobile banking for the poor in Kenya in particular. So these are researchers that have been following it for the long haul, and it's just a really interesting study that a lot of people have been very interested to see the results of.
Speaking of the long haul, I mean, you've been covering this story for years, obviously, but also working on other stories at the exact same time. How do you balance that?
I mean, you just keep in touch. It's one of those things where this point was actually, these results were, even though they've been giving the money now for, as you said, about 6 years running, these analyzed the first 2 years. So I'm just in constant touch, as journalists tend to be, when we're covering a long running ongoing story. And when I can tell, results are going to be coming in soon, I'm in touch with the researchers and with the charity that's giving out the money. It's called Give Directly, and they'll tell me okay, the analysis is almost complete, and so I'll be checking in. And then I do plan to also return to Kenya and check in with some of the individuals that I covered, because part of the story that we just covered now with these 2-year results are just kind of the nuts and bolts and facts and figures. But I think the human experience of it is also just as important to understanding it. And I want to check back in with those people that I met, almost 7 years ago now.
Nuri, can I ask you a quick question about the human experience? We talked about the fact the most successful version of this was people using either the lump sum up front or banding their money together. What does that tell you about the efficacy of a program like this?
Yeah, so basically what happened was everyone benefited, more or less equally when it came to like consuming, food and things like that. But the real difference was, did they use their money to start businesses, and did they start to get more revenue from those businesses? And that was where the lump sum really made a difference. And then the people who were getting it with the promise of 12 years, they created these, they're called rotating savings clubs, where they take turns. Basically, everyone puts their money into a pot, and then they take turns each month getting the full pot. So they basically found a way to create a lump sum for themselves. And I witnessed that. And so that was very interesting that they were able to create effectively a lump sum.
Yeah, the human ingenuity there is really remarkable, as is the number of years and details that you've spent studying this particular experiment. Thank you so much, Nuri, for your time. We really do appreciate it. Well, still to come, one black teen in Texas has been kept out of classes for months, all because of his hair. Our team spoke with him and his family next in tonight's Original.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Now we want to bring you today's Original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping a close eye on. Tonight, one black Texas teen just wants to get back to high school, but his school suspended and then resuspended him, keeping him out of his normal classes for months. And it's all because of his hairstyle. The school says it violates the district's dress code. Now the family is taking the issue to the courts. NBC's Zincle Esemwa spoke to the teenager and has the story.
For Daryl George, just outside Houston, Texas, hair